Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Gundam Evolution Showdown 2. I'm Golden Boy, of course, joined by some excellent big brain people when it comes to these types of games. We're joined by Lemon Kiwi and ZP. Kiwi, it's good to finally do a show with you. How's everything?
Good. As you can see, we're all reporting from space, where we don't have our pilot suits on. I'm not sure how we're breathing, but we are. And I'm really excited to be here with all my friends, so for another showdown.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to work with you. Yeah, go for it, ZP.
Yeah, I was going to say, super excited to be here for not only the second Gundam Evolution Showdown, but also it is Season 2 on top of it, so lots of new stuff to see, lots of new ways to see how the meta is involved. Should be exciting.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, speaking of Season 2, let's actually go ahead and talk about it because there's so much, obviously, to discuss. But first, let's actually go ahead and take a look. That's right, folks. The one and only the RX-93, aka Amuro Ray's answer to Char that we saw in Char's counterattack. It's a good movie if you haven't checked it out yet. New Gundam is out, and you know what, Kiwi, this is definitely a welcome addition to the game because of obviously with the lore implications of it all, but also gameplay wise as well. I mean, New Gundam's got a lot of versatility.
Yeah, Season 2, the Season Pass just released. If you want to check it out, Mobius is on sale now. You'll get to unlock the new unit, new Gundam, and a new skin. And the weapon skin and the portrait, and there's some other stuff on sale too, like the EC Pod Mobius available now with the Exceed Horizon skin, which is this like sick black metallic skin for the new unit. For who was it? Oh, for New Gundam, right? He has a black metallic skin and a purple skin. Yeah, for the new Gundam. And there's also a sick Sazabi skin that came out for Gravity Chaos. So there's all types of new stuff. But ZP, the new Gundam just came out, and I'm so stoked. We got to play it yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, you looked at it and go, what's going on? There's a pyramid just traveling as, and it's well protected, of course, from the fin funnels. But not only that, it's not just that there's a new Gundam in play, there's also new battlefields to explore with the Colony Trading Post that just came out, which is, to me, is super cool just because of the fact that, look, you know, Gundam as a series is known for fighting in space, and hey, now we got a space colony to duke it out on, especially with the fact that the map changes as you play it with moving terrain as you go about.
Yeah. The conveyor belt movement, as you can see there, you know, that's just a fun little thing you can do, but it creates an opportunity for dynamic cover to be present as well, for you to be able to move around the map where you need to. It's going to be interesting to see how this whole map plays out, especially considering that this is going to be the first map in every match that we have in this tournament. So, you know, be ready for that, right? Colony Trading Post is map number 1, and then from there, you know, it kind of evens the playground a little bit because everyone's going to know what that first map is. But yeah, it's going to be very exciting, and I cannot wait to see how this all plays out. But now let's talk about the competition that we have at hand, because we had 54 teams that vied for this opportunity to be in the top 4 in ZP. This is a not just a fun opportunity for these 4 teams, but it's also a great opportunity for us to see some players who have really been putting themselves to the task to improve and constantly push the Gundam Evolution meta to a new level.
Yeah, GB. I mean, this is one of the best parts about following a new game is that, as the game goes along, we get to see new players rise up. The faces that we're going to see in today's Season 2 tournament, very different from what we saw in the first Gundam Evolution Showdown. The meta has been a little bit more refined, and, again, it's the cool part of a game evolving is that, the faces change a lot, but all the teams here today really have a chance to put themselves on the map as the best players in Gundam Evolution.
And there's a new Gundam that we can maybe see in the meta. I know there was one team that actually pulled it out, but in case you missed some of the abilities. So G Maneuver Fin Funnel Barrier, that cute little pyramid that we saw walk around in one of the trailers, it's actually a shield, a one-way shield. You get to shoot through it. So once you pop that G Maneuver, it's a little bit small. I'm not saying you can fit a whole family in there, but man, when you can push an objective, no one is stopping you. There's also Fin Funnels. If you press your E, it launches these Fin Funnels. You might recognize that from another G Maneuver unit, and it automatically attacks them, and it does more damage based on how many marks the enemy has. And that's kind of how this Gundam is designed. You place marks on an enemy, and you place a maximum of 2 marks as you're shooting them with your primary. And then there's also a Hyper Bazooka, which just has some mobility to it. So new Gundam, best at medium range, but a very flexible unit that I'm excited to see is going to be used today.
Yeah, we're going to have to see a lot of flexibility as these 4 teams are going to vie for the lion's share of the prize pool. We'll get to that in a moment here, but let's actually talk about our 4 squads that we're going to be watching today here. So we had Masti Did Nothing Wrong, which is a favorite name for me. We also have Skill Issue. Shout out to Toto 1010, has a team of fans across the board, but this is Team Masti that we're going to be checking out here. You got Enders, Profi, Baranox, Casino, Devotion, and Kaiser. And you know what, Kiwi, these are going to be this is going to be a team to watch out in this tournament for sure.
Yeah, ZP was dropping the lore on me of what did Masti do wrong, ZP, because I mean, it sounds like a lot.
Well, yeah, so they're saying Masti did nothing wrong, but as it turns out, Masti was a, not so great organization, assassinating high-level leaders and that sort of thing, in the Gundam lore. But hey, you know what? They might agree with the ideals, so it's always cool to see the kind of lore brought into some of the team names as well. So.
Yeah, and then our next squad is going to be Skill Issue. We got Dave Sir, Evictus, Bone Kill, Nitrogenocide, as well as Killer Umbrellas, the worst kind, and Exia God, who's definitely looking like a god in that outfit. So this is going to be an interesting situation because Skill Issue, correct me if I'm wrong, they kind of came into this one after the fact. Unfortunately, one of our teams, Team NP, could not participate today. So they get this big opportunity to play for the big portion of the $20,000, a huge opportunity for them, especially Kiwi, if they could take out Masti.
Oh, yeah. The Skill Issue coming in as, maybe a charitable spot. But I think the big team to beat is actually Toto 1010, if I'm even saying that right. It makes me want to say Toto. As let's take a look at their roster, because they are, we're kind of I would say, the big favorites coming out of the qualifier, ZP.
Yeah, they are. I mean, you take a look. They're the team that did not drop a single map all the way through the qualifiers. The last remaining team from the winner's bracket, because, of course, Team NP had the withdrawal from the tournament at the very end. So, this is the team looking at, you have to think, is the team to beat just off the record alone. And, in fact, throughout the tournament, they beat Team IQ at one point, and they beat Skill Issue. So they have some experience with some of our finalist teams. So, Toto, definitely the team to watch out for, but I mentioned IQ, GB, and here they are.
Yeah, this is Team IQ. It's Die, Invictus, Mr. Big Large, Be There, Shield, Chaotic, and Fusion Black, and this is another squad that has had quite the journey, having defeated Borkers to get up to this point here, have been relatively clean throughout the competition, but unfortunately for them, losing out to the losing out to Toto 2-0 is certainly going to give them a little bit more inspiration to try and take this one head on, ZP, because I think there's a big opportunity for IQ to potentially upset if they've done their homework.
Yeah, I mean, the upside for IQ is that, okay, yeah, you did lose to Toto, but look, you're on the final day, everything is reset, you're not in the lower bracket anymore, and you have the experience of fighting
That's
a team that, previously took you out, so you have some time to reflect and go, hey, when we play them again, maybe there's going to be a few things we do differently, or maybe there's a few things they learned from Toto that they can use against them here today. That's one of the cool things about a multi-day competition is that, you have time to evolve and grow as time goes on.
Yeah, of course. Now, let's actually dive into how this competition is going to work. ZP, you mentioned it briefly. So basically, long story short, these teams, the 54 teams that played, fought their way through the bracket, and then they made it to a championship bracket. So it didn't matter whether it was from the upper or the lower, everyone starts on the winner portion of the championship bracket. So there are going to be 4 teams remaining, and it is still a double elimination competition, which means if you're new to this, that if you lose out, it's okay. You have another opportunity to fight to get into that lower bracket finals there. And then, of course, we have a best of 5 for the grand finals and a bracket reset if necessary. We'll get to that in a moment here. But the players, as I've mentioned, are playing for the lion's share of a substantial amount of money, $20,000. $9,000 is going to go to first place, Kiwi. And this is a huge opportunity for these players to actually, make some cash playing a game they enjoy.
That's a lot of dollars. That's all I gotta say. I mean, I love that Gundam Evolution is here. I mean, our childhoods are brought back to life. I know we're all nerding out, but this is our second showdown. It sounds like these showdowns are gonna happen yearly, and I think this can be truly the birth of someone's career, or maybe a rebirth if you're like coming from another game. I mean, this is an FPS after all, and there's a lot of skill that's come into this tournament.
Yeah, very true. Now, here is the bracket overview. So once again, as I had mentioned, right, all these players have fought their way up to this point right here to get into our championship bracket, if you will. But ZP, the grand finals reset is going to cause a ripple here, because if the team in the lower finals manages to take a series in the grand finals, they have to do it again, because again, it's a double elimination bracket. So the losing team has to lose twice.
I adore this sort of format where I know like not every tournament can do it because of time constraints, but guess what? We got the time here today, and a team that goes down to a lower bracket, they do have that opportunity to come back, win in the grand finals, and then, do it all again. The idea of a bracket reset, again, when you can do it, it's just so cool to see a team make that comeback story. And, I'm excited to see if that's what happens here today. Might be a longer day, but I'm all for it.
And just quickly, just the first matchup that we saw, Skill Issue versus Masti, is going to be a rematch from the qualifier where Masti won 2-1, like the very last map in a best of 3. So just having a rematch in our one of our first games is going to be really exciting. Just saying.
That's right. It's going to provide interesting context going into this one here. But before we go to a break, did have a special announcement, because for those, there's more than one way to play some Gundam now, and I'm so excited about this as a longtime Gundam fan. That's right, Mobile Suit Gundam Battle Operations 2 will have a network test early 2023 on Steam. And if you're like, oh man, 2023 is so far away, don't worry about it, because it's literally like right around the corner, because we only a few days left in 2022, and then boom, we're into 2023. So if you got to get your Gundam fix, don't worry, you can do it with Gundam Evolution as well as Battle Operation 2, which will be coming out to Steam in early 2023 with its network test. So that is going to do it for us here for the opening of the show, though. We have our first matchup that's going to be coming up. It's going to be Masti facing off against Skill Issue. You don't want to miss it, folks. This is, of course, the Gundam Evolution Showdown, and we'll see you on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the Gundam Evolution Showdown here. As we have 4 teams that are about to take the stage here. 2 of them now in our first matchup. It's going to be Masti facing off against Skill Issue. And we want to remind everyone throughout the show as well, in case you're a Gundam fanatic like myself and all of us here, there are going to be some quizzes throughout the show. Feel free to participate, have a good time. And then, we'll try and answer as well so that we can see and compare results, across the board. So yeah, be on the lookout for that during the commercial breaks. And we'll, of course, have a good time with that. But let's go ahead and focus on our first match of the day. It's Masti versus Skill Issue. And let's actually start off with Masti, who have been, honestly, Kiwi, have been very impressive throughout this competition and could very well find themselves in a winning position if things continue the way that they have been for them.
Yeah, well, I don't think they really do anything wrong. If you look at what they did in the qualifier, it was a breeze up until they faced Team NPO, who knocked them into the lower bracket. Masti lost 2-1 in that match. Once in the lower bracket, though, they faced Skill Issue. That's that rematch we're talking about. You're going to see some of the highlights. And and Skill Issue was on a hot streak, and that from an early send-off into the lower bracket, Masti won against Skill Issue 2-1. So keep that score in mind for revenge purposes for this first match. But in terms of Masti's composition, now it's Devotion usually playing Unicorn, Enders on Dom Trooper, Parafi on Sazabi, Casino on Ashmar, Byronox on Exia, and Kaiser on Pale Rider. That's been the composition they've run for many, many matches I've watched.
Yeah, and then their opponent's Skill Issue. This is a ZP, a rematch for this team. They know what to expect. But honestly, I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what Exia God could do, because Exia God, lo and behold, plays Exia.
Definitely also a snappy dresser, as you can see here. But, kind of elaborating on the compositions we're seeing, there are some variations from the different teams, but the one thing you're going to see a lot of Dom Trooper and a lot of Sazabi, because anytime you're playing a hero shooter, one thing that's really important, no matter what the context, you need presence on the point, and there's no better presence than, a unit that has really good shielding ability and still good damage to move out. But we're just talking about Exia, and a little bit Exia gameplay here from the self-proclaimed Exia God. Exia really good about getting in, getting out, doing damage and still surviving. One of those evasive units that, high skill cap, but high reward when mastered.
And what's unique about this team is that Bonekel plays a lot of Methis. This is something that the other team, Masti, did nothing wrong, doesn't really specialize in. And also playing a lot more Barbatos of Dave Stir. That's been his main unit. And then you have Nitrogen Genocide, who really shifts between Ashimura and Sazabi. And that's kind of a team that has been able to revolve and go to different units depending on what the map calls for.
Yeah, I think that, being able to bust out like an Ashmar is just like so vital, I think, in a lot of maps, because he's so powerful, does so much damage with its primary fire, but then also too, you have that, like the firebomb to kind of clear things out, push away, your opponents. And I think that this is going to be interesting though, right, ZP, to see how you're going to get this like very tanky kind of composition with the Sazabi and the Dom Trooper, but then on the flip side to that, you get a lot of like wild high damage with the Exia and the Barbatos, but that could maybe be a problem for Skill Issue to overcome, Z, because there's just so much health on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Skill Issue, remember, they got an extra life in this tournament where they were knocked out, but because we had a dropout, they were able to get back in. So we'll see how well they use their extra life here in the tournament. But, one of the things you mentioned talking about, part of what makes Ashimar good and why a lot of teams are playing Ashimar is that, on top of having great area denial with his napalm, it's also a unit that just gives you a lot of intel when you can go up into the sky. Yeah. You're not super easy to take out unless there's a GM sniper, kind of waiting in the wings. So you can tell your team, hey, units are going this way or that way, and still deny area at the same time. So just, it's a unit that also gives you presence on the map, just in a different way than, say, a tankier unit like a Sazabi might do.
Well, we are going to be into the action now as the teams are going to be loading in. It is now time to see how this whole thing shakes up. Does Skill Issue with this extra life manage to take full advantage of it, or does Masti end the dream right here? Kiwi, ZP, I'll let you guys take it from here. Have fun.
Well, let's get to it.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, GB. And yeah, taking a look here, you know, we wanted to get a few more games in on this map yesterday. The gods weren't so kind to us, but it is a really cool map that kind of shows some of the unique strengths of Gundam Evolution here, Kiwi. And now we get to see, will there be revenge for Skill Issue, or will Masti be on top?
Yeah, these are kind of the same compositions that we've seen from the qualifier, and pretty excited as the doors will open shortly. And there is a lower bracket, so whatever happens out of this best of 3, it's fine. You get a second chance. But Trading Post is always going to be our neutral map, and then the loser has at least an advantage to pick our following map after that.
It is going to be Skill Issue defending first on the red side. The blue side, Masti coming out here on the attacks. We'll see what approach they go right now. Going to the underside. We'll see how they push forward. And you see the Suzabi Lemon just immediately leading the charge.
You got to. I play a ton of Suzabi myself, and you are like the tankiest unit. You're right. You can right-click, have your alternate fire, have a shield up, and drain that first before your actual health, and you can provide damage. Now, the shotgun with Suzabi is closer range, so you're kind of just going to tickle them, but really just existing until your team can rotate into position as the fight will now ensue.
You see here, Enders on the Pale Rider, trying to make a little bit of space with Grenade. Almost gets the elimination there, but now moving on top, looking for another unit. Good positioning, drops down the healing field, and so far a pretty nice start from the Masti side. Eliminations in their favor, just need a little bit more of the secure advantage.
Yeah, it's just that double capture point, so going for the first one, it seems, the high ground in place, or sorry, it's planting the site. Now Devotion is already on it, Ender's by his side, and now you have some time before it has to be defused.
Yeah, and this is where the roles kind of reverse a little bit, right? Whereas attack, you want to get there, plant the Mega Charge. Now as the defenders, you have to get presence back on the point and get the disarm at the same time. Whereas if you're the attackers, all you got to do is just stop someone from kind of bombing. Again, we see Masti playing really well coordinated together, moving together as a unit. Both teams trading off a little bit here. But remember, all you have to do as the attackers is make sure that the disarm doesn't come through, and Profi sweeps the point.
Yeah, Profi was a heavy carry in the qualifier. I've seen a lot of Profi MVPs and like 30k plus damage. So now 18 seconds remaining and this charge will go off. So, I mean, Masti are in a great spot. I mean, Skill Issue really got to group up.
I mean, and the thing that really strikes out to me, especially comparing Evolution Showdown 1 to 2, is that both teams are playing together a lot more effectively, but Masti especially so in that first point. Mega Charge 1 down now. They go for the second Mega Charge point. It's going to be active in 20 seconds, but, you know, a little bit of firing back here from Skill Issue, take down Devotion, and just an early pickoff like that can buy you a lot of time in this sort of hero shooter setup.
Yeah, and I like that they're just being patient with it, doing some scouting, jumping over the wall. You have a few dashes, so if you're in trouble, you can dash out. You can just kind of tap in and just a quick dash, or you can hold down the dash key, and then you can get around corners. But it's all about these corners and that conveyor belt on this new map, but here's the G unit leading that charge.
There's so many G maneuvers up from Masti. They came in stacked, and Devotion and Paradox just strike on through, blink, and you miss it. 3 members already down for Skill Issue, and that was just a bank setup from a very effective first fight. They were able to save a lot of their G maneuvers and just unleashed everything all in one go, and now the path is clear. They got the plant down on B.
Yeah, you gotta defend it. For now, Skill Issue just coming off a respawn, but now you're getting staggered. Kill Umbrella's found, and I love that we're seeing more Exia. It's just the assassination, the burst that this unit has, CP. We didn't see it a lot in our last showdown because I think it's such a difficult unit. It takes a lot of mastery, it's nitrogen genocide, and a lot of trouble. Profi with a double kill.
Yeah, and that's big. There's going to be one more attempt for Skill Issue to bring this back. You take a look, Skill Issue does have like 4 G maneuvers ready to go. They should have an advantage in this next fight, but here's the thing. They have to fully wipe out Masti, get control of the point, and get the disarm, and no one else from Masti can be around to interrupt the defuse, so they gotta go now. G-Maneuver out from Davester, diving on in. You see the disengage coming in right now from Masti, and they go back in, they take down 2. Ooh. The G-Maneuver rush not as effective, and are they gonna be able to stall out 2 seconds, 1 second, and that's it.
That is you saw the Methis unit, a Bone Kel just trying to stick. It had a lot of cover, but there's 2 main openings, and there's only so many sides you can watch, and that is a lot of time. I think that was Masti that made quick work of the first site, and the second one, the patience really paid off. The way they played around corners, they played around their intel. You could tell they went in with their G maneuvers all at once, and it just simply overwhelmed Skill Issue.
Yeah, and I mean, again, that was kind of the momentum they built up from point A, right? Where if you're able to take the first point on the map and not really expend a whole lot of resources, because, you know, your G maneuver, as you build it up, it is a resource, right? It's like an extra, you know, thing you can use in a team fight, and you don't get a lot of it, but if you have more G maneuvers built up than the other team, and you can just, you know, use them as a power modifier when you're already winning in the neutral, it makes it really hard for the other team to sort of reverse course.
We were just laughing, you know, during our desk where we're like, I like that Exia God is just obviously the Exia main, and if you're going to call yourself after the unit, you got to be goated.
Yeah. I mean, it's not just like, you know, Exia good player, Exia great player. It's like, no, it just elevated all the way up to God. So, you know, there is a certain level of expectation there. Otherwise, you know, what are you doing? Change your name.
Yeah, I've been a Sazabi main myself. The only thing is that G maneuver, once you pop it, you got to stay alive. You know, sometimes you think you're a god when you're Sazabi because of that shield, and every time I play any other unit, I feel really squishy. So Sazabi is like a really safe unit to try out for anyone at home who wants to play a more tankier unit. But a few more seconds until the doors open, and Skill Issue, you got to beat that hot streak that Masti just put on.
Yeah, and both teams are swapped out now. It's going to be Masti on the defense, Skill Issue on the attack. You see the Ashamar from Nitro Genocide up in the air, getting a little bit of intel as we get to see how the attackers will set up this time around for Skill Issue. And, you know, they need to do this quick here, Lemon, because the time on the other side is quite a bit, and they don't want to be stuck at a huge time bank deficit.
Yeah, what's really interesting is like the Methis being utilized by Skill Issue. It's you can attach cables and grant allies temporary bursts of extra power. So if you really want to dump all your eggs in the Exia basket, absolutely send it. Ashamar, I love this use of Nitro Genocide on this map because these buildings are tall. So you could fly above, not necessarily like do a lot of damage, but really get some scouting done.
So there's a little bit of a sneaky plant there where they looked like they were trying to go A, worked around, got the plan at B, but Masti rotates around looking for the disarm, and they've almost cleared out the point. Profi gets, I think, one of the last people still around. We do have killer umbrellas still lurking, where again, you only need one person up to sort of interrupt disarm attempts, so this is not a bad approach at all coming from Skill Issue, where, you know, you don't have to always overpower a team here in this game mode. Sometimes sneakiness works.
Yeah, Skill Issue just needing to defend this site, and they're shooting through the grates and they're seeing some rats in the sewers, but look who comes knocking, it's Casino, gambling his life away, and not necessarily needing to finish off that unit because got flanked by another, but we'll see if the repair is possible. But for now, this B site is done for.
Yeah, and I mean, it definitely tilts in favor of the attackers once you get the plant down, especially at the first point where, you know, you have the quicker respawn, and, you know, as you mentioned, you can just play like a rat. You don't have to put yourself on the point. The other team has to put themselves on the point, and you can just take advantage.
Play like a rat, as heard by ZP. Usually that's discouraging. Oh, 75 HP in a dream for Exia. The health pack could not spot any sooner, but the dashes are simply so hard to keep up with. And Exia God is so close to the G maneuver, which would give just so much more dashes, but Kaiser just went off, set everyone aflame.
Yeah, and here's going to be the trouble for Skill Issue here, where, you know, the upside is that they do have 6 minutes to go on the point B. The downside is that you need to get to your plant with a good amount of people still up to just maintain that pressure. You can't have people get picked off early, and you take a look at the upper side here, a lot of pressure going in, but as I say that, pressure now going towards Masti. Masti got super low there, and Skill Issue close to using the G maneuvers to go on in. Very low. G maneuver right now from Devotion. just looking for anything, and oh, comes so close, and they get one as a result. Won't be enough.
Yeah, the Unicorn Gundam with the Beam Magnum G maneuver, so you fire up to 5 shots, and it pierces through units, so if you have the right lineup, those pins will fall down. So Skill Issue still have 5.5 minutes. It feels like an eternity that they got, but they're already arming a charge, and they've got 2 down for Masti.
Yeah, that's huge. Not only did they get the forward respawn, but they were able to just go over, get the plant on B. And again, this is the role reversal where you look at Skill Issue. They're going to do everything possible to just keep Masti away. Masti, meanwhile, they have to look for the very decisive fight, remove everyone from the area. And they took away the spawn point. They sent someone on the back half to get rid of that. That's so smart.
Yeah, Davester with Barbatos just couldn't close the gap, and that's really good dash usage from Masti to escape the Barbatos, because once they get close, it doesn't matter how much HP you have. I'm a Suzabi, and I just get handled by Barbatos players. So it is being disarmed now, so Skill Issue only have 4.5 to try this all again.
Skill Issue back to square one, and I really like what Masti did there, Lemon, where they waited for the full engage until they had someone go around, steal the spawn point, and then they engaged, and now they get to do this forward hold on top of having the point be safe.
Oh, and Skill Issue have already lost Killer Umbrellas. Davester's getting stunned up, but they're playing these corners, and if you're Masti, you're never going to push outside of these doors unless you have the team really, really low or you're feeling yourself on any kind of G maneuver. But Baronox just took out Exiagod. You got the trade. Masti are making the move on the high ground, and Skill Issue have lost half their team.
Yeah, and a lot of that is from Kaiser's Ashimar, where Kaiser just continually has great positioning. But as I say that, Skill Issue coming right back in from Nitro Genocide. But the problem is, it's pretty late into the fight. They're not going to have the momentum going into the Mega Charge points that they would have if it was clean. So Nitro Genocide gives a little bit of an advantage to Skill Issue here. But you're going to have full respawns coming back up from Masti. But here we go, Nitro still poking for above, getting pushed back a little bit. Ender's low on the side, gets taken down. Unit advantage now for Skill Issue, and they're going for the plant.
There's a lot of resources for Skill Issue if you think about it too. Unicorn can give armor, Dom Trooper gives armor, and you have the Methodist that helps out too, boosting your resources, boosting your just abilities. But Skill Issue, what's not on their side is some time. They have the B side planted. Nitro Genocide is going to escape, go to the high ground, but his team is getting pushed from multiple angles. Now the doors are closing around the site, which means either Skill Issue are going to have an easier time defending this, or Masti are going to send it in.
They got the disarm, and there's something to be said here where, yeah, you want to play and just delay and punish people going for the disarm, but you still have to keep a certain level of units around the point. Skill Issue just got fully wiped out from Masti. They couldn't keep up the pressure, and once more they got shown the door. However, in this case here, Lemon, they were able to keep the forward spawn, so the pressure's going to be coming in a little bit quicker, and already Mega Charge going down at A. They get it down. F, 2 unit eliminations right after, so another good start for Skill Issue. We'll see if they can hold it this time.
Yeah, Profi and Casino were the only ones up during that plan, and Masti just have to wait for respawns. And you have a decent amount of time, like still another 45 seconds. Masti are coming up on a few G maneuvers, although it's a little tough for Devotion on the Unicorn to just have the Beam Magnum just find a really good long line of sight. We'll see if Ender's on the Pale Rider. Really, it's just kind of a selfish G maneuver to see if they can do it, but Baronox got an important kill, but Skill Issue are wiping the board.
Davester just wiped them out. The Barbados G maneuvers sliced them on up, and that might have just bought Skill Issue the time they need to extend our first map. 13 seconds left to go until the bomb explodes. Masti is running out of time. 5 seconds left to go. A lot of Skill Issue still around the point. We got G maneuver, napalm onto the point. What's it gonna be? And no, we're going to extra rounds.
Kaiser was trying to pave the way to victory, just could not do it. I like to call that G maneuver just a pain train. That's like a proper name, but you just come in and he was just going around the site, just hoping to either kill all the units and disable them so that his team can move in and defuse, but you forgot about how the site, the charge is still gonna explode, whether they're dead or not. You gotta get someone on that defuse super quick.
Yep, you really do. And now we're going to be shifting up once more. where you take a look at the time. Masti has 4 minutes, 30 seconds left in their time bank. So because they have more time, it's going to be skill issue coming in to attack again. And hey, look, their last attack was pretty good. We'll see if they can summon that energy here, because the one thing that's going against them right now, Lemon, is that they are behind in time. They're going to need to be a little bit swifter here if they want to get 4 points on the board and make this more likely to go in their favor.
I like that the A and B side are stacked on top of each other, so you don't have to split your focus too much, because it sounds like if you just hold the high ground, there's grates that you can see where the rats are, as we like to call it. So it's a pretty long-range part of the map where it feels like Unicorn's a bit better at, but then if you go to the next part of the map, if this doesn't work out, then that's where it gets a lot more close range. Maybe the Barbatos of Davester is better in that case.
Yeah, you take a look here. And I'm just curious to see what change-ups will happen. Where you remember the first time around, skill issue was a little bit sneaky to get the first plant down, right? Where they didn't engage really at point A. They got the workaround onto the other point. This time around, I feel like if you're Masti, you keep someone looking for the sneaky plant. Some eyes on both sites. We'll see if that happens.
A little bit of scouting from Nitro Genocide. I like that just some of the maps, or really a lot of the maps, you feel like a Gundam. There's another map where you're the size of the building, but this one is all skyscrapers, it feels like. And Nitro Genocide on this Ashamar can get on top of buildings, and as long as the other team don't hit their shots, you're fine. And you already have a repair from skill issues, so the whole team's going in.
Yeah, you got to finish off your destructions here in Gundam Evolution. You let the other team get a free repair. It's huge momentum. And Nitro Genocide's living on a win repair. Look at that in the upper part. 2 HP. But this is still good. If you're an attacker, you welcome trades here on the first point. You get back to the point a little bit quicker. Masti, though, will take down one. Trade out starting to happen here. And within reason, this is good for the attackers. See what's going to be a little bit action here.
Maneuver.
Back and forth right now. This is so between both teams, but as I say that, it's Baranox. He'll take down 2, and the plant goes down on B. Still good for the attackers of skill issue.
Yeah, if you really like getting dizzy, I recommend the G maneuver from Ezia, where you get spinning, you spin slash, you can take out your beam sword and really lay it down. And I think it'd be really fun with Barbatos to just go crazy on the melee. So 37 seconds left, extra time for skill issue. It's do or die. And they have the whole team alive after an important repair.
30 seconds left to go, and this is so difficult to retake on the first point as defenders once it's gone. I think right now, if you're Masti, you're just thinking, hey, maybe we just look to secure the final point. We have a lot of time on our attack. I feel like that might be their approach. Here's Profi's just trying to get away, and no, taken on down.
8 seconds remaining. Skill issue. Can they defend this site? I mean, no one's even looking at it. Invictus is like, oh, no one gonna defuse this? All right, it's free. So I think everyone's just focusing on the next site.
Yep, extra minute 30 in time to skill issue now as they look towards the second set of mega charges. Oh, and Profi getting caught again in the corner. That was not the right place to be. He just got mugged by 4 units, and this gives a unit advantage to skill issue. We'll see if they can capitalize. They are going in hot.
I like how the conveyor belt goes by, so you have this moving cover, but here comes the G maneuvers of Masti. Devotion going crazy on the Unicorn, along with Enders, who didn't even, I think, pop his, but either way, that was fun. Masti hold for now.
Yeah, I said skill issue was coming in hot, but the fires of Hades might be a little bit hotter there as Ender used his G maneuver to just take them on out. It was fish in a barrel is what we saw there.
I'm still getting used to the new spectator client. Also, just shout out to Gundam Evolution for having a spectator client. So now anyone who wants to run their own tournament, this is gonna look legit. And you can get some sick highlight reels if you're into that. I know a few people in this lobby already that are working on that montage. But here comes Axiom, who just charged into his death. Oh my god.
Yeah, there goes Axiom. But the distraction works out. Still 3 eliminations coming from skill issue. Pressure in their favor. They should be able to get a plant off this. And they do. Plant down on B. Unit advantage of skill issue. 1 minute left for Masti to disarm. This would be so huge for skill issue if they were able to bring themselves up to 4 points by the end of time.
But Skill Issue are so low, and if you manage to not take any damage, you will heal back up eventually. Of course, there's a lot of utility with the Dom Trooper, with the Unicorn, providing armor. The disarm goes through. Masti were not successful, though, as they would rather preserve their life. There's a G maneuver used as the walls come up, and it shifts where the battle's going to be taking place. Skill Issue are getting all the kills. They've only lost Nitrogen Genocide, and Killer Umbrellas is laying down the suppressing fire. 20 seconds left for Masti.
The screen clearing G maneuver from Barbados gets one, but immediately gets knocked down. It's not going to be the savior that Masti needs here just yet. Masti working towards the point. 10 seconds left to go. They have presence and players on the point. Oh, no! You see the G maneuver come in, just pushing him all around as Invictus. And that is 4 points for Skill Issue. That is the definition of clutch right there.
That was crazy. We saw 2 G maneuvers at the end by Masti. The napalm, or sorry, the punch, of course, from Ashamar, just bullying people around. But most importantly, the pain train, the screaming Nimbus from Dom Trooper. So you charge, for anyone who hasn't played this game, I like to describe abilities as we go on, but you charge forward, you deflect attacks, you grant temp HP, you increase the movement speed of your allies, you deal damage, you knock back. You're really just a pain in the butt. So I like that you were seeing a lot of that G maneuver on the objective to clear it out and also enable allies to get on it to whether defuse or to plant.
Yeah, I mean, both teams being very smart about their use of resources here, and this is the, for lack of a better pun here, this is the evolution of gameplay as we go about, right? This is clearly a higher level of play than what we saw in the last showdown. The players have gotten better, and it's definitely made for some entertaining games. And hey, the new map definitely helps with that too. Now though, Masti, they had a time bank advantage in the beginning. Skill Issue has brought it back. We'll see if Masti can roll through and get both Mega Charge points quickly this time. Otherwise, Skill Issue might run away with it.
Yeah, that got awfully close, but let's get into our next set. Now, Masti will be on the attack, I believe, but their doors will open shortly as Skill Issue defend. Few more seconds, and Masti are coming out with the same stuff. That's what I like to see, especially, I've been playing a lot of Pale Rider. If you want, like, kind of a decent ranged unit, and your aim isn't amazing, you're not sure for, then I suggest a Pale Rider. It's got a decent fire rate, medium range, and it's good.
Yeah, but if you are the Pale Rider, just be prepared to reload a lot.
Yeah, it's reload simulator. It's 25 ammo, and the fire rate is kind of crazy.
Make every shot count is what it comes down to. But speaking of making shots count, Masti looking on the approach right now. Both teams still 6v6, and Exia could not get out of that one. Now it's going to be Masti coming in with the unit advantage, playing together, and they look so coordinated once again here, Lemon. 2 quick pickoffs. About to be 3, and this could be a quick Mega Charge plan.
Yeah, geez, 3 down for Skill Issue, and only more dominoes falling. So Masti could use all the time in the world. I mean, they had a severe time advantage over Skill Issue, so Skill Issue just really got to almost focus on the next site. Exia has kind of been left behind, so if you could maybe take out one unit with you, that wouldn't be too bad.
And I mean, the interesting part here is that they got wiped out so early that they could have another, attempt at defense here. I think you go for it, but you definitely don't waste much in terms of resources. And as I say that, one already down for Skill Issue. They're just trying to get some resources out of Masti at this point, but it's not going to be super effective. Masti with a huge advance so far. Wait, the Mega Charge! No one's looking at the Mega Charge! What in the world? They forgot about the point! Oh no! They had such an advantage! What a huge disarm, but a huge misplay from Masti.
I think that the distraction was Skill Issue use their Screaming Nimbus, namely Invictus. If you want a G maneuver to use, by the way, when you're in a pickle, that's the one to use. I think everyone from Masti just chased this pain train around, and then they forgot about the bomb, or the Mega Charge. So Masti are continuing to defend as well.
Yeah, I mean, that... Gotta keep your eyes on the point. G maneuver on the point right now, Napalm. Again, Skill Issue coming on in. They said, we got one disarm, why not another? And you see Davester rolling around on the Barbados, helping on 3 eliminations, but Masti fighting right back. Tooth and nail here on the point. 23 seconds left remaining. And this time, Masti keeping some eyes on the bomb.
Oh, that's nice, right? Okay. Diffuse attempt from Nitro Genocide. He just gets out.
No.
He saw the fire and the flames, and he wanted no part of that solo. Still 2 minutes left, and this site is about to go off. So Masti, I think, have done the work, although it should have been done a little bit quicker, but that's okay. We got another site to go deal with.
They got 3 minutes left for the second set of Mega Charges. Skill issue. Definitely giving themselves a better chance with that sneak. But as I say that, Killer Umbrella goes down. 6v5 advantage coming up now for Masti. Don't really have much in the way of G maneuvers, though. This is going to have to be, one on the neutral, one on base mechanics. And Enders and Casino getting so low here, Lemon, but they're still alive. They get 2 pickoffs, and still somehow you got 6 up for Masti.
I like that Suzabi G maneuver as well, the funnels that was used by Profi. They was just to kind of slow down and maybe just kind of start assaulting the site. And it did get a few exchanges. And as the dust settles, you have Masti in a comfortable high ground position. Once that pick from Profi goes in, so does the rest of Masti, who are really doing nothing wrong, as the name says. Still 2.5 minutes for them to get another plant.
Profi just going on in, flexing as the Suzabi gets another. 2 more limbs coming out here, and I like how Masti is playing this. They're being more surgical. They're not rushing into the point. They're securing things first. Now they're going to roll over and get safe plants. Casino getting the plant down on A, and now we'll see if they can defend it. 55 seconds left to go, and they would have a huge time-bank advantage if successful.
Yeah, Masti. I mean, if I'm Suzabi, I like to just really sit on the site, kind of like Profi is doing, because as long as you have your full shield up, whenever you're in a pickle, you throw down that alternate fire and get around the corner. And with that shotgun, you're most lethal at close range. So the way Profi is playing is perfect. How skill is she going to want to dislodge that? They are so close to a few G maneuvers, but they are playing together. They isolated Casino, who's screaming Nimbuses away, still ends up dying as you have a responding screaming Nimbus from Invictus, who also dies.
Also, this is where Masti might have saved a little bit too many resources in the beginning. We'll see if they can hold on here. It's Enders, uses the Hades, needs to be the bulwark here, keeping the defense up, gets 2 eliminations off the Hades G maneuver. This is going to be enough. Nitro Genocide moving on in, trying to clear up the point. It's do or die here. They get to disarm. 2 seconds left, but Masti, they have enough on the point. It's a draw.
They can't stick it. Oh my god. 4-4. It's a draw in our first game. Are you for real? It doesn't get any closer than that. These were 2 teams. Remember, we said was a rematch from the qualifier. MVP Casino. The Dom Trooper provides so much utility. If I play a lot of Dom Trooper when I'm feeling a little lazy, I like to sit back, give my C, give my armor to everyone else, let them pop off, and that's exactly what Casino did. But also not only defensively, supportively, but also offensively. Golden Boy, what a crazy game 1.
Incredible game. I was a point in time where I was wondering how honestly, like the health difference, for like both teams, right? Like being able to keep yourself alive long enough in a lot of these fights, especially when you have Sazabi as well as Dom Trooper. But man, can we just, I want to make sure it was a Victus. That screaming Nimbus play, when he was ping-ponging inside, that was probably one of the coolest things that I've seen in Gundam Evolution, hands down. But they want to give an update, though, that Masti does walk away with the win. So it wasn't a full draw. It was whoever had the most time left. They were the ones that get the win in game number 1. But my goodness, that was an incredible game. And I have to say, I'm very impressed with Skill Issue kind of coming into this one, right? ZP a little last minute, right? Being a replacement team, but still kind of sticking to their guns, sticking to their game plan. And it got them into a pretty decent position despite them not being able to get the win.
Yeah, I mean, clearly they've adapted as time has gone on here. And I mean, the thing I'll go Skill Issue just fighting is the fact that they got the disarm in the second set of rounds on point A was ridiculous. I mean, we've seen from that point, it's so hard to retake. And, Masti was at advantage, but they just threw enough at Masti that Masti lost sight of their goal, and you just get the sneaky defuse. And, it didn't work out to give them the win, but man, did it bring them close.
Yeah, it most definitely did. And just an FYI as well, I want to make sure that everyone knows this. In the instance of a draw, if both teams end the match 4-4 and are equal in time, like, for example, 0-0, both teams are actually going to be awarded a win, and then the team who wins the next game wins. So Just an interesting little factoid for everyone. Maybe that plays out, maybe it doesn't, who knows. But yeah, I mean, Kiwi, that was just a great game that we saw from Masti. Really took advantage of all of that time that they had left.
And they took advantage of all of that space too. And I think Casino really did deserve that MVP because of the utilization of the Ashimar. The way even on the first site, they were flying above buildings, just having information. I mean, even in war, we know that intel, knowing where your enemy is, you automatically have that advantage. You know where they're setting up, you know what composition they're running, and you can kind of make a game plan before they even know what's coming. So I think Casino provided so much impact, not only in just the obviously the information gathering, but the damage, and you saw it.
Yeah, I mean, Ashimar is just nutty. Really, Ashimar does so much damage. That napalm nade is so important to just push back your opponent. Does so much damage, and on top of that, too, your primary fire for Ashimar is just disgusting. It's like one of the best units right now in the game. So yeah, I'm really pumped to see though what change-ups, because it doesn't feel like though, Kiwi, that we had much in the way of composition changes for skill issue, excuse me, even with them struggling to kind of hold some of those points.
Yeah, it's kind of tough because whenever you do change that unit, you set yourself a little bit behind. But let's take a look at the replays of some of those best moments, because I was a huge fan of both Dom Troopers from this match who provided that Screaming Nimbus. It feels like such a powerful G maneuver because you boost up your allies in both health and speed, but you also deflect so much damage. There's a lot of G maneuvers you don't want to use when you're low or in a pickle, and Screaming Nimbus is like my favorite one because you're just zooming around and you're knocking everyone like a bumper car.
Yeah, especially when you save it for key moments where it's like all's about to be lost, but wait, what if I charge on in and just remove everyone? Also, in terms of G maneuvers that do a lot, I'm not sure we got any on footage here, but Davester had some great moments with Barbados. Just, it's a very screen-clearing G maneuver where, 3 slices, and very important when you're trying to just get these brief moments of dominance that allow you to interact with the mega charge, whether it be planting it or oftentimes, more importantly, disarming it.
Yeah, I think it's really funny too because like the LA of Vinyana system, which is the G maneuver for Barbatos in the show, is also insane. So it's just great that it was managed to kind of like been shown through here in Gundam Evolution. So yeah, I am not the biggest Barbatos fan. I'm just going to be very honest with you guys in Gundam Evolution because it dominates me every time. But when you see a good Barbin play, it is always awesome to watch. So yeah, I mean, Davester was definitely carrying the weight without a doubt for Skill Issue. Again, it was like Skill Issue did a lot of things very well, but the reality is that Masti, they just had so much presence on the map, CP, that it was impossible to like, even when like Profi was like out of position, it didn't matter because there was still so much awareness everywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that really struck out to me watching Masti is that relative to the Skill Issue, they were definitely playing way more cohesively as a team, particularly when you looked at their attack. It was just, it was a whole bunch of units moving in a, swift formation to start everything out. And that reflected the fact that they were getting first pickoffs more often than Skill Issue. Like, a lot of times it felt like Skill Issue had to sort of, drag themselves from behind, which they did effectively in some cases, but the consistency of Masti and being able to work together as a team, get early pickoffs, and I think on the whole, a little bit better G maneuver management definitely made the difference.
Yeah, being able to really take advantage of your economy there as far as your G maneuvers are concerned, so valuable. But we did get word, though, what is going to be our next map. Was told it's going to be Flak Fort for map 2, which is going to take us through some awesome point capture. And what I think is really fascinating about this as well is that this is going to be Skill Issue's pick because they lost game 1, so they get to choose this. So perhaps, with point capture being the game mode here, Kiwi, it could potentially give the Barbatos, the Exia, the units that do a lot of bursty high damage on point, maybe it gives them that little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, Skill Issue have a composition that is very hybrid. They have some units good at range, like your Pale Rider, Dom Trooper, stuff like that. But then their Barbatos, Davester, really struggles in these open areas, and it's not necessarily anything he's doing wrong. But if you see the Barbatos coming, you can use your dashes to get away. But really Dacer needs to find a way to sneak up on them, or just find a way that the team can go in and he can find an off angle, and maybe this is the map that can do it for him.
All right, well, I'll let you guys go ahead and take it from here. We're into the action, and I'm jealous I'm not casting right now.
Well, he says that now, but don't you worry. GP will be around in just a little bit. But right now, this has been some good action so far, and already both teams getting into it. First pickoff coming off in favor of Skill Issue. Masti going to be a little bit delayed on their attack as a result.
What's interesting is Enders is usually playing the Dom Trooper, and Casino plays the Ashimar. Kaiser plays Pale Rider. So we're seeing... I hope the names are correct, because I'm almost it's crazy that they've changed units, because they have played the same units all of qualifier.
No, it is a little bit mixed up right now. Trust not your eyes, just look to it now. It is a Skill Issue on the attack. It is Masti on the defense. We'll get that fixed
I'm at
up
the units that they're playing. They might have swapped roles, but I'll have to, we'll have maybe team interviews later, but for now, Skill Issue aren't having fun. They're down 3.
Yeah, Skill Issue, a little bit difficult, but as I say that, is Skill Issue on the point. Remember, they are on the attack right now, 70% here on point A. This is close to just already being on their way to point B. We'll see if they keep the momentum up. Both teams kind of low on G maneuvers, so it's going to be another neutral fight coming up here. Big opportunity for the attack of Skill Issue.
I feel like I didn't even see Masti really drop anyone. It was just... They have really good synergy. Now, getting around these walls is a bit tricky. You can take the outer side. Of course, Ashimar can fly up a bit and get some suppressing shots, but the range is very long in this area. And here's some flanking you can do. Killer Umbrellas is going to just go to the point, which will draw the attention from the defense to fall back. But they have the high ground, so Killer Umbrellas doesn't want to be out in the open.
Yeah, it's a simple rule if you're shooters with the story game mode. Just get on the point. It applies pressure. Dave's just sitting there going, no one's noticing me down here. I'm saying, but they get on the point right before it locks in 25%, I think. Davester, though, brings out the mace, just slams Profi in the face, and that is 25% progress towards Skill Issue.
Yeah, Skill Issue are gonna have a speed run at this point. They've already disabled 2 from Masti, and you got a Barbatos of Davester, who's just like the bodyguard at the front. He said, come at me, bro. Like, Davester even jumps to the high ground, smashes down 1, forces out dashes from Masti, who have not caught a single break. I feel like Baronox was like the first to get a disable in a while. A Skill Issue is about to cap with 5 minutes left, screaming Nimbus from Casino to save the day, but it's sliced down by the G maneuver of Daster, and Skill Issue make a speed run.
That was fast. And I think my favorite part about that is starting out where Skill Issue just prioritizes the play and says, hey, Davester, yeah, you with the mace. Why don't you just sit there in the corner and wait for someone to drop down? They got the first 25% entirely for free. And a little bit of celebration is what we're seeing here. Mind games between the two teams.
It's a good morale boost after, you had this draw, but then you lost in time. Like, that's gotta suck. And Skill Issue chose this map specifically. I think we both pointed out how good Davester looked on the Barbatos. You are a kind of melee character. You have to go in and find a way to gap close. And really the most difficult part is the journey to the site, which after Skill Issue got a first or second pick, they just stormed the trenches, and then Davester got to sit comfy on the objective.
Yeah, I mean, the problem that Masti had there, too, is that, Masti was very good at managing their G maneuver economy and everything else, but, managing that doesn't really matter if you lose your first neutral fight so hard that you don't have G maneuvers to work on your defense on the second point. So, it was a very quick offense for Skill Issue that didn't even let Masti, really use some of their stronger points that we saw in the first map. But hey, Masti now going to take to the attack, and from what we saw in the last game, just having a good attack in the beginning does not mean it is going to be a one-sided game.
Yeah, and this is the last time Masti and Skill Issue faced. It went all the way to a game 3 in a best of 3, and we could be going that way with the 5-minute time bank that Skill Issue has. Masti are on the attack next, and they gotta do this just this quick.
See what they have in store. Ender's still here on the Pale Rider. looking for a little bit of poke. You see the defensive setup of Skill Issue, and they go, no, we're not going to go outside. We're going to sit in here and be safe. And as I say, that Killer Umbrellas nearly gets taken on down. That's some good poke damage coming in from Enders. Grabs the repair kit right there. And we'll see if an elimination comes out. The poke game definitely going pretty well right now for Masti. Results in 2 eliminations, now 3. This could be a quick first point indeed.
Yeah, I like that Pale Rider was throwing some grenades on the high ground. It goes super far. Like, I'm launching that like Tom Brady out here. And then you have an EMP, which is very heavy and lobs just in front of you. And really, that's maybe to stop like a Barbatos or someone annoying like this. And Killer Umbrellas has been stopped, and Skill Issue are down 3.
Yeah, I mean, you say it's a grenade for Pale Rider, and technically it is, but it really is more like a rocket. But yeah, also
so
to
true.
quarterbacks, so they say quarterbacks aren't armed like a rocket, so all makes sense to me. But here we go, Trophy looking here on the Suzavi. A little bit of poke, and this next fight here is so crucial for the defenders. They can't get snowballed in the way that they snowballed the other team last time around. Who's going to get the first elimination here? Just a vital moment in the match.
Very vital. It's just about that first pick and what's going to send you over the edge. And of course, taking your time to regenerate using the health packs. If you don't take damage, oh, Davesters around the corner. Baranox is really keeping his eye on that, putting some suppressing poke just to get him out of that position. But engaging a Barbatos is scary. All of Skill Issue are grouped up and they're a little bit low. They have good use of the health packs. So it's more about generating G maneuvers. But with that first pick on the Bone Kel, Masti could be going in.
Yeah, the Memphis unit going down first. Masti, this is the opportunity they needed. 2 quick pickoffs. The threat of Davester's Mace is off the board. This is where you go on in. You got the 6v3. Head directly to a point. Oh, not that quick! As they do, they just get jumped on by Enders and Casino on the other end. This might be evening it up a bit.
Got the G maneuver available soon. Baranox and Profi starting that point B capture. 3 down for Skill Issue, only 3 up. And they have the high ground. And it's about just having any kind of poke. They don't have any G maneuvers until Killer Umbrellas gets back, and Baranox is going to kick his off first, slicing and dicing through 2 and looking for more as the respawns of Skill Issue are around the corner, and he dashes through 3, and they don't even know what's coming. Yo, 180, and Exia's already on the other side. Even the Barbatos can't bonk him enough, and that cap is about to go through for Masti.
That was a quicker time for Masti just by a measure of seconds. So, you know, one good attack deserves another. You know, there's a brief moment of hope there for Skill Issue, but
3 seconds
you know
difference.
We're just going to some extra rounds here is what's going on. Overtime round in play.
That was fun. It's kind of that slow snowball that then just explodes. Like, everyone's kind of trying to generate a G maneuver, and that seems to be their trigger to go in.
Yeah, and remember too, just from the last map, as we talked about for win conditions here, you know, even though in-game it might say a draw if both teams end up capping again, you know, the team that actually wins in our tournament rules is the team with the greater amount of time. So the 3 seconds that Masti has with how effective both teams' attacks were actually could make all the difference in the world.
A lot of compositional changes that I wasn't expecting too much too, because you know, we got provided all the VODs for the qualifiers and everyone was very uniform, but I think there's just been such a skill gap between our top 4 and the rest of the qualifiers teams, and when it's like, oh, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But when you're facing a tough team like someone you've rematched against before, it might be time to change up that strategy.
Yeah, I mean, these are teams that have quite literally faced each other in the last, like, day. So, yeah, you don't want to go back in with the same exact strategy. You know, you kind of get your heads together collectively and go, well, maybe we should try this, and maybe this will throw them off guard. And, you know, again, the game is brand new, and things are evolving, and though things are a little bit more solidified than they were back in our first showdown, teams are learning map by map, match by match. But here we go now, Lemon. It's going to be Skill Issue on the attack first, as their time was a little bit slower, but we'll see if they'll make it quick again.
Oh, this is a different hold. Masti are just going to stay inside of the building instead of kind of taking some initial poke outside, forcing Skill Issue to come through these tiny chokes. And that's where Masti can focus all of their utility at this point, but I mean, Skill Issue can just go on in, and if you don't kill them, Skill Issue will cap.
They got rid of the threat. I was going to say the threat of about staying indoors, that Davester has more room to work with, but not if you take down Davester immediately. They got rid of the mace swinging threat that Skill Issue had, and even with Skill Issue, they got the revive on the Exia. They got Profit out of the fight. It's still a fight right now that's still very much in favor of Masti, only down 1 unit right now, and just methodically removing Skill Issue from the point.
Yeah, I think it's just this Sazabi left from Nitrogen, and that is... Oh, there's still 1 or 2 people left from Skill Issue, but I don't think this cap is going to go any further. All of Masti are alive and on the high ground. It's just kind of cleanup time, but I guess Masti need to also kind of contest it. Someone finally drops before Skill Issue fully cap.
Yeah, I don't think Masti wanted to repeat the issue of losing a point because they weren't dealing with the point. But
yeah.
Now Davester, despite the rough start and getting taken down early, has built up his G maneuver super quickly here. So the question in the next fight is, will Davester go down before he's able to deal significant damage? Right now he's looking for his opportunity, gets stunned, low HP, doesn't want to fall. Now gonna rotate back around. But while Davester is rotating around, you see Masti punishing the rest of his team. Here we go, Davester's back in. G maneuver at the ready, not using it just yet. Doesn't need to use it, Lemon. He's gonna be able to save it for point B. That's huge.
That is big, yeah. For anyone who's never played Barbatos, he's very difficult to get. I mean, you're taking so much poke initially, but if you can play around corners, if you can gap close, you can one-shot like a full HP Sazabi. That full HP Sazabi is me, by the way. I've mauled it way too many times against Barbatos players, but especially that G maneuver, you can one-shot any unit. Davester has already dealt with Profi again. Sazabi, one of the tankier units, and Barbatos just deals with it like it's nothing.
Skill Issue down a few, but even as they're down a few units, they're putting pressure on the point. 31% already done. Masti, though, should have enough of an advantage to start throwing units off the point. You know, it is a longer time for the attackers to get back here. There's a defensive spawn advantage, so yeah, you take a look. Skill Issue is going to go for the full reset here, but you look at their G maneuvers, Lemon, they are good to go, and again, I expect Davester to lead the charge.
You have to, and I would like to see even the Methis throw a cable his way just to really enable him even more. The G maneuver of Methis, the energy cables, grants burst of power, damage, and they take less damage, which I think is so important for Barbatos because the weakest point is his gap close and how he gets in. And Exia has already taken down Baronox, and Skill Issue can make their way. They're already almost halfway to capturing point B.
Yeah, they have point presence, and they haven't even used their best weapons here yet. Again, waiting to see what Davester does. Exia got also hanging on to Exia G maneuver. A little bit of pressure here on the repair pack. Getting thrown up by Enders. Enders, good back and forth. As is going on, though, Davester doing damage on the point, taken on out by Casino, and I keep hyping up the G maneuver here, but Davester's still holding on to it.
Hasn't found a good opportunity. And meanwhile, Profi popped his G maneuver of the Sazabi, the fin funnels, on the point, which just automatically attacks anyone within range as long as you stay alive. And that's all Profi, I mean, that's what Sazabi specializes in, is that giant shield.
This has to be it. This is the time. Skill Issue, a little bit of momentum on the point. Davester going up over the top, looking and looking. Gonna repair up a little bit first. Masti just doing everything possible to draw out the time because every second counts in this format, and Skill Issue actually slows it down a bit here, Lemon. They're going for the full regroup. Now they engage. Barbatos over the top. What's Davester going to do? Wait.
Giant nade from Enders too on the Pale Rider to get that initial damage in. It got Skill Issue low enough that they decided to disengage the health. But having the high ground is what Skill Issue are prioritizing on, as Davester has popped the G maneuver, but it's taking too much poke. All of Masti are down one alley, but Skill Issue are still getting the kills. Davester finds at least one assassination, squashes Profi like a bug. Almost a full cap for Skill Issue with still 2 minutes remaining, and Masti are nowhere to be found.
That was both great and terrible for Masti at the same time, where they had a really fantastic rotation to put themselves out of the line of fire from Davester's G maneuver. But, you know, they rotated so far that Skill Issue just saw an opportunity to dive in on them from a different angle and wipe them out fully. So it wasn't quite the way you'd expect Skill Issue to have taken the point, but they still made it work. And now, Lemon, again, just pay attention to the time here as we go forward, where, you know, Masti, not only do they need to get both points, but they need to do it with just 1 second more, and that'll give them the match.
I still think Profi's doing a really good job on the Mafty. I think absolutely the unit I would play on this point is a Sazabi.
No bias,
I just
by the
think
way.
no bias, just a main or one trick, whatever you want to call it. But Mafty, I mean, they chose a different approach, right? Of just holding the building instead of kind of going outside and seeing if they can take multiple fights or just catch someone off guard and slow down the push. But Mafty kind of turtled up and didn't really work out.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that has to be said for Mafty is that their second defense was definitely more solid than their first defense, where they just weren't able to get G maneuvers up at all and, you know, lost 2 neutral fights and that was it, right? So they made some adjustments. They were able to survive, and I still think back to how long the neutral fight was in the second battle there when neither team won to go down, just realizing how impactful it was. But now it is going to be Mafty taking to the attack in 8 seconds as the somber music continues to play. Atmospheric.
Whose funeral is it going to be?
Yeah.
But if Mafty do not get both points, we will be going into a Game 3 in the same fashion as that first time they met in the qualifiers. It's got to settle it now, but we have a lower bracket too. Same approach from Skill Issue as Mafty did on their defense of holding inside the building.
Yeah, and right now, Mafty, their hallmark has been being pretty well coordinated, not giving off early picks on the attack. We'll see if they can do that here. Once more, the Halo Casino. And again, they get the first pick off. Nitro Genocide out of the fight, but it gets sloppy real fast. Still, though, trading out in a way that favors the attackers. They should be able to get some presence on the point soon. As I say that, though, Profi goes down, and losing your Sazabi, that hurts for keeping people on the point.
I like the usage of the Ashamar there from Mafty on the defense to just kind of... well, on the offense, I should say, but just throw the napalm grenades to kind of zone off certain areas and slow down Skill Issue, but now it's them taking different angles. Kaiser's going over on the left, sees Evictus, which is fine. Like, Dom Trooper does more splashy damage. It's not a huge threat if you want to take that duel, but Mafty don't know what's on the other side of that either.
No, not quite. And right now, things are slowing down in point A. Good for Skill Issue, who needs to buy as much time as possible. And now we got G maneuvers coming online, so this is where Skill Issue can solidify a little bit. They have 2-0 on the Mafty side. Exia God going over, grabbing the repair. And right now, neither team being super eager to engage, but as I said, G maneuver in, and that's 2 quick pickoffs for Skill Issue. And right now, they're looking really good in this defense.
The screaming Nimbus. Yeah. You're screaming into your dad. You kind of want to rally the troops on that one, except no one got the memo. Just the owl didn't arrive in time. So Mafty using G maneuvers, they've used 2 this fight and have killed or disabled no one. So kind of an L.
Yeah, I wonder if the pressure's starting to get the Mafty here, or Skill Issue is just leveling up. Either way, this is a very, very good start for Skill Issue, and they're still loaded for bear in the next fight where, again, I'll bring it back to Barbados. Going indoors on this point, it is a playground for the one with the mace. He has the swords in reserve, too, so Mafty's going to have to be, a little bit tricky on the engage here. But as I say that, Skill Issue might be taking the issue to them first. Davester going on in. Casino already gone. G-maneuver used. Both teams trying out just a little bit. Not the worst for Mafty here so far, but as I say that, Exia God makes his presence known.
I was wondering if this was like some kind of hidden tiger screaming thing with the Exia. I don't know what that ninja move is, but you kind of just used the G maneuver, stood in the corner, and waited for someone to walk in. Still ended up getting like a disable out of it, so not bad, but Skill Issue are now completely out of G maneuvers, and Mafty only have the Pale Rider, Hades, and they have a Sazabi funnels, but again, you need to be alive for the Sazabi funnels to be good.
You say only has the Hades, but I will say there have been points in this match where the Hades is just terrifying. So I'm not going to underrate this.
It's only as good as you are, like.
Well, yeah, so, if I'm playing Pale Rider, it's like, it's
yeah, me and you are very different.
But here we go. Well, let's see if we can live up to the hype. I've hyped him up a bit here. The Hades system online. Down a teammate here already. We'll see where he goes. And actually,
I don't even need it.
I was going to say, so far, might be able to save. This is potentially the best case scenario. As I say that, Napalm comes in, immediately gets taken down. Even though we're not going to do much. And okay, the Hades comes out after all. Enders saying, you know what, I'm going to pop it. I don't want regrets. Not getting a lot to shoot at right now, though.
Well, everyone's dead. I kind of like that problem if you're Masti. They're about to cap that first point. It did take them like a good chunk of time though. So I'm a little bit concerned. They're going to get a slightly extra time, like 1 minute. So only having 2.5, and you kind of had to use some G maneuvers just to get to that first point. I'm worried if they can even get this done.
Yeah, I mean, 2 minutes 19 is not that much for the second point, as I say that. Both teams engaging in the neutral in this critical point right now, and you see skill issue. They're really wounded relative to Masti. Masti has a huge advantage of poke, but as I say that, Enders gets a little bit low. The poke goes back the other way, and it's Masti right now under severe fire. The fight just goes entirely the way of skill issue.
And bonk. Ender's like the Pale Rider's really cool because you have some healing, I believe, as well. So it's a little bit self-sufficient. I really like using units too that have multiple dashes. Depending on which unit you have. Like, if, for example, Exia has 3 dashes, so you really can get behind the enemy, away from them, in cover. So it's a flexible unit. It takes a lot of skill to use, though.
Exia again, very much high risk, high reward. And speaking of, seeing a little bit G maneuver action here. Victus just looking to push them all around. Throws them into a corner and beams them down. That's establishing dominance right there. And skill issue, look at the time here, Lemon. They're buying more of it. Even with 2 people going down, only 1:10 left here for Masti.
Oh, Baronox almost tried to get over that wall and ended up dying. You got to repair onto Davester, so skill issue are almost at full force. This will be a cleanup on Masti, who only have 60 seconds left and 1 G maneuver. It's the Exia. This can go hard. I think this could be a team killer, but Baronox still has to shine bright because they haven't stood a chance against a guy named Exia God.
Yeah. Oh, look, you got to live up to the branding. Sometimes it used to be the case. Masti, though, final opportunity to make anything happen. Enders taking down Killer Umbrellas. That's a good start here for the attack. Is it going to be enough, though? 6v5 to kick things off. Boomkel under pressure here on the Memphis, taken on down. Now 6v4. Respawns, though, going to be coming in for the defenders quickly. Davester under assault. They're going to get rid of the threat of the mace here. Just might do it. Victus, though, firing on back. Skill issue. Respawn's going in as Davester uses G maneuver, just cuts them down. And that could be it.
Yeah, 5 seconds remaining. 2 units left from Masti as they just hope to start the overtime by being present, but there's still one alive. Masti thought they had it in the bag, but it's skill issue that defend, I believe, and send us into a game 3? Question mark?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a game 3 between these 2 teams in the qualifiers, and you know what? In the main day of the tournament, they're treating us to a map 3 for our first series, so love the interaction between these 2 teams.
Wow, that was a fantastic game. You know, you got to give credit where credit is due, right? This was going to be skill issues pick, right? So they have a lot of confidence on Flak for it, but what I thought was very interesting was how both teams decided to try and approach it. Whereas Masti was like trying clearly to just really go to the front door, knock on it, and then eventually try and kick it down. Exia got and the rest of the crew from skill issue, they actually decided to go more on the sneakier route, pull the action over to them because they knew that the moment that they were able to get them onto the point, the Exia and the Barbatos would just pop off. And that is exactly what played out there. Masti, though, on the other side, very impressed with genuinely how they tried to just like tackle these sites. But ZP was very clear that skill issue, they were so ready for the pushes that Masti gave them.
Yeah, I mean, skill issue right now seems to be thriving in close quarters situations, as you bring up, which, you know, I think about the future of the series here. I wonder if we go to Harbor, you know, or a more wide open area for the third map. But speaking of close-up action, you see Exia God right there in the prime, and here comes Davester, Mace at the ready, and you're getting some flashbacks just from seeing this Barbados GB. I know it.
Yeah, I like the kind of the adaptation of the composition too, just looking at skill issue. Killer Umbrella was known for his Pale Rider when it came to the qualifier, but he actually swaps to just straight up Gundam. The unit named Gundam, because that
Grandpa
super
Gundam,
napalm
baby.
G Grandpa Gundam, baby. But the G maneuver of the super napalm, you saw how it just set the entire objective ablaze. I think it's so strong on that double capture objective. And I like that skill issue are just putting more and more thought into what units they want to use instead of just the ones that they're one-tricking or maining at the time.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's also important to note too. I mean, we saw it happen there where Enders saw the Super Napalm come in from Grandpa Gundam and then immediately shot it. Right, that is a great sight clear, but that particular ultimate can be stopped. So it's just something that, like, when you want to play with this with the RX-78 unit, you have to be mindful of. But we're going to a map 3, as it will be the Lunar Comm Station to determine it all. It's going to be some good old-fashioned domination. The name of the game is very simple. Sites are just going to pop up randomly, by the way, because it is random. There's no order to it. And you have to either go to A, B, or C, try and lock down the site, gain as much percentage as you possibly can, and it is going to be sectioned off into 2 separate rounds. This is also Lemon, going to be the pick of Masti, which, when you think about Lunar Comm Station, how this map is, maybe that actually could play off to their advantage, because you know that you're gonna have to worry about these melee units that are very problematic from skill issue.
Absolutely. And I think what's so important about Domination 2 is your rotations. This is one of, I think, the most difficult game mode when it comes to team synergy, because yes, you have to capture a certain point, but like you already mentioned, it goes to another spot of the map that you don't know, but it gives you an idea. At the top of your screen, it will say this point is next. And then you have to make the comms super clear of at what point do we want to give up? Because like in other games, we call this garbage time, like that last 5 or 10 seconds that you don't really need. You can focus on rotating and setting up a fortress around the next objective, which might yield you more time if you defend it well.
Yeah, I mean, this is something where shot calling really makes all the difference in the world. You want to have clean rotations, clean use of your economy, and know when a fight is over and not throw good resources after something bad where, oh, you won, but you got 5 seconds. No.
Oh, yeah, well, let's see how this one plays out. It's map 3, guys. It's going to the wire. Love to see it.
Match point.
Right. See what both these teams
Skill Issue make the comeback.
Yeah. I mean, this would be huge for Skill Issue too, given the fact that, you know, they were gone in the tournament at one point. They got a second lease on life from some fortunate circumstances, and what a story. They came back and won it all. But right now, both teams trading out poke in the neutral. Neither team committing here just yet.
Yeah, I think it's a super open area, so it's very difficult to just want to go and jump on that objective. I think really the only ones who can are the Sazabis, who are one of the tankier units in the game, and as you see, anyone who does present themselves on the objective just dies. Like, it's going to be so hard to get any time and really live there for how long, and I think that's why the battles are taking place on the perimeters, because that's where the most cover is. Masti got a few kills, so they're able to have a more confirmed presence, about 12 seconds, but this is going to go away in 27, so Skill Issue at the last 10 seconds might want to think about just giving this up, but they're back on it.
Yeah, both teams trading out. But one thing to note, Mafty's playing pretty spread out here. They're not giving any super easy ways for a Barbados to just go in and take them all out. But as I say that, Invictus picks up an easy 2. So pretty back and forth, but Skill Issue getting the better here on the first point. And we talked about rotations. Mafty is thrown in the towel. They are going over to point A because that point, it's gone.
Only a 15% lead for Skill Issue. Nothing out of hand, but it is Mafty at least in a position to get on there first with that first pick, but they actually didn't fully disable that unit or destroy it, so the Resurrect came through from Skill Issue. So both teams at full force. G Maneuver is about to come online. This point is about to get explosive.
Invictus though taking down. And speaking of, yeah, the napalm is down. The repair though comes up on the Invictus, and now we see Baranox to kill umbrellas. Both teams again trading out a little bit. Skill Issue trying to get first control on the point. As Damestar moves in, another 2. Barbados' pressure in melee unmatched. As I say that, Casino fires back from Mafty. This fight is all over the place, and Mafty now trying to bring it back, but they lost control of the point, Levin, as that went on. It's still Skill Issue gaining.
I like the Dom Trooper positioning from Casino. On the high ground, you have that splash damage of kind of that grenade launcher type of primary fire. Everyone's on the high ground. Great positioning from Mafty. And Skill Issue, they're kind of weaving and dodging, but because they're actually present on the objective, Skill Issue are now leading by almost 40. It was only a 15% gap before this objective. There's 15 seconds left. Mafty are going to get what we call the garbage time, so the last portion of the percentage as Skill Issue focus on rotating to B.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a crumble right now for Mafty. We'll see.
Back
they're
in
going
the
to take
open
the
area.
crumbs on the rest of the point, but meanwhile, Skill Issue goes, that's fine. We're just going to we're going to go to the point B and go for the main course. But Masti need to make a statement here, and they need to decisively win point B, or this is going to get out of hand. Casino, though,
Screaming
under pressure
Nimbus.
early. Enders has no HP left right now, just barely able to get away. Seeing Nimbus just firing away. Actually got able to get first elimination.
It's screaming Nimbus, but it's screaming in terror because it's like you deflect damage and sometimes you're using it to escape. He just literally went to the health pack, so it's really funny.
It's like, I'm just get me out of here.
Help me!
Ender's got 2 with the Hades as that was going on, though, and this is the best Masti has looked all map long. Firm control here on point B. And if you're a skill issue, I don't think you invest many resources into the rest of this point. Like, I think you fight it back, but you can still take full control of the game going to point A, which I believe will be the final point.
Masti is gonna take a lead if they hold this entire time. Like, this went from a 30 gap where skill issue were dominating to Masti have gotten the majority of point B, and this was so highly contested on the first round. The next point is going back to A, and Masti just, are gonna get this up for rotations for the next one as skill issue retain their lead. They've used a few G maneuvers, though, speaking of skill issue, so like you mentioned, those resources might be more important for the next point, where I don't know if you would use a G maneuver for the garbage time of that one.
Yeah, I think if you're Masti, you're okay with what skill issue just did there, getting the last little bit of the point. Because here, this is point A. This is going to be the last hurrah. No more switches from here, I believe. So, this first fight is going to make all the difference in the world. And skill issue still set up pretty well here. Look at Davester, G maneuver in hand. Invictus, though, going down immediately. A very good opening here from Masti. It's going to be enough. 5 on 4 right now. Oh, there's Davester! Cuts right through. 2 down. And that could be what skill issue needs, but fight's still in contest.
Yeah, and Profi dropped the Suzabi G maneuver at the fin funnel, so the fact that Davester was able to dash all of that. Now you have a screaming Nimbus from Invictus. He said, Davester, we're not done. We're going for the spawn room doors. We're there to collect the check and the kids, and Masti can't do anything about it. They finally give up control of this point at 68, and skill issue retain their lead, now 10% and climbing.
That is brutal, but also just hero gameplay from Davester on the Barbados unit. 85% Masti. They need to get back on the point. They need to get back on here fast. They do get a quick pick off on the kill umbrella, so a good start. But Exia God finds some weakness. Bear knocks down Davester, swinging around here on the point, looking for his next victim, dashing around, and a little bit of repair here. But Bonekel, the Memphis of all units, holding it down for skill issue, giving some time for the Barbados to get back. Control
2%,
still for
1%.
Skill issue. This is going to be it.
Masti have to stay alive on this, and Baronox has the G maneuver and just falls over immediately. This is just not great. Masti only have one person left. Exo even gets the heal. You didn't get to finish it off. If you're Masti, extra time's about to go away, and Skillish, you get it.
What a round from skill issue, and now 1 round away from turning the tables on Masti. Masti, of course, a little bit favored coming in here, given that they'd beaten skill issue in the qualifiers, but the adaptations is there, and one thing that just keeps striking out to me here is that the fact that skill issue is running a composition with more melee presence is just giving them such an advantage in these close-range, skirmishy fights, and Masti has not been able to shut them down at range effectively enough to make their composition work.
Yeah, Mafti's biggest success had to be the second time we went to point B, that large open area in the middle of the map. Once they get the ball rolling, Mafti can't be stopped, but their rotations are later than skill issue, as you pointed out. So trying to really siege into A, which I think was the only other site we saw, has a lot of choke points. And I think Mafti really struggled. They had really good presence on the high ground where someone like Casino and the Dom Trooper had good kind of suppressing fire, but Dom Trooper isn't one that's like killing units left and right. It's more weakening. So someone like your Exia, your Unicorn, your Pale Rider can finish it off, and then Casino has to just stay alive to provide that armor as well at range. So Mafti gotta work together to finish off units, because I feel like skill issue, mainly the Exia, is able to just get away.
Yeah, I mean, skill issue have used the Exia better than what we've seen from Mafti with Baronox on it, but also, I think part of it might just come back to Barbados. The skill umbrellas gets picked off early, kind of an Achilles heel for skill issue at times here, where Mafti's been able to get those early pickoffs, but even 6v5, they're not able to capitalize on it as effectively as they'd like in a lot of cases. Sometimes they just rush in and run into Davester. Exia got down early though, so this is looking a little bit better for Masti here thus far, but Davester came in for the flank, got one down already, and we'll see what else he has in store.
Sometimes it's better to actually push the objective second. I think that's what happened. Masti got that one pick, walked into the point. Skillishue actually were setting up in the perimeter, and then they sent Davester to just clobber and bonk everyone in sight. Like, you can use your dashes, but Davester, if he misses those first few, needs to get away, grabs the health pack, and Baronox just can't duel that. He's too low himself. So Skillishue had a good job of winning the second fight, but now the lead is kind of up in the air.
Yeah, and Davester at times is playing more of an opportunistic Barbados here, where, you know, he's not always the first in, and if anything, just going, yeah, I'm just going to go from the back, you know, worry about our front line, and, you know, don't worry about the guy behind you with the big mace, is what's been going on here. Nitro Genocide, though, down early. Masti, a better start here on point A. Still unlocked for 30 seconds. And now, Davester out of the fight pretty early. You take that trade if you're Masti.
Yeah, both teams just fighting so hard for this high ground, and it's pretty hard to get back up once you do drop. Like, units, they fly. Like, some units you can dash to people, like a Sazabi or others, but it can be pretty tough once you give it up, and I think Masti were the first ones to drop, so Skillishue, once they dominated the high ground, they dropped to the objective, and they got a decent amount of time. It's only a 15-16% lead as the point now returns to A, and it looks like Skillishue already on it first.
Yeah, Skillishue got the immediate cap there. Kill Umbrellas picked off early again. This keeps happening where you get the 6v5 from Masti, but the repair happens. They don't double tap. They don't finish Killer Umbrellas. And now Masti, though, still looking for an advantage. Evictus, G-Maneuver finds Devotion, screams right into his ear. And now Baronox, Exia, coming down from below, looking for Nitro. Ooh. But as I say that, there's real Exia gameplay on the other side. Exia God just tears through 3.
Yeah, I think the difference between Exia God and Baronox is that Exia has no fear. You don't put God in your name if you're going to dash away from somebody. You're going to dash in and you're going to claim everyone you can, no matter what it costs. And Exia is always converting 2 or 3 kills every G maneuver. And Baronox, I think, gets a little hesitant, likes to dash away, preserve his life. Maybe has a lower deaths per 10 than Exia God, but I kind of want Exia God on my team, if I'm not going to lie.
Well, the other thing, too, is I think in terms of composition, Exia God is getting helped out by having a second melee threat in the Barbados just being around there. If you're worried about the mace, you're not looking at the Exia. And I think that's happening in a lot of these cases. It's giving him way more room to work with. And you look at the progress right now, Lemon, it is decisive. 77% to Skillishue, 15 for Masti. Masti must completely reinvent themselves if they want to stay alive in the series.
Yeah, I think the Exia God G maneuver, the fact that they just dominated A gave them like a 50% plus lead. Now, Masti have good point presence on this middle of the map, but there's so many little nooks and crannies that units can be hiding from Skillishue to poke them down. And I think Kaiser, really the rest of Masti, have to get around and start pushing the perimeter, or else the people on the objective who are out in the open are going to be sitting ducks. Now, of course, sitting Profi there is great. Sazabi has a shield, has a lot of survivability, but you need someone to go up in there, and Exia might be isolating. You see Masti chasing it down.
Exia takes down one early. Advantage to Skillishue once more. This is a fight Masti cannot afford to lose. So you have to dig deep, find a way back into it. Exia God, though, coming in off the flank. So's Davester on the other side. Both teams trading out. Remember, it's Skillishue in control of the point right now. It's Masti that needs to bring it on back. They need to clear out sooner rather than later, and I'm not sure that's happening.
Yeah, it was a good G maneuver from Devotion on the Unicorn, especially kind of a long-range part of the map like B was. You sit up on the top and you let it rain, and Masti are just barely keeping up, though. It's still kind of that 50% gap lead, and this next point will decide if Skillishue will be the winner of the series and send Masti has done nothing wrong, which I guess has done a few things wrong, to the lower bracket.
All comes down to this, 90% in favor of Skillishue. Masti, final opportunity, now arriving here in the series. We'll see if they can find what they need. 3 G maneuvers ready to go. A little bit of pressure already on the Skillishue. And again, not a fight Masti can lose. They get first control point C. That is a start. And they have the pressure here. This approach a little bit dangerous. Exia got down immediately, getting rid of the front, but here comes Davester. The G maneuver, grabs one, isn't going to be any more, stuck at the corner right after. A little bit of a cooldown time, and no, he can't get away, and Mafty's still alive.
The fact that Exia God got stunned up and still did not die was crazy, but everyone around Skill Issue died as well. So Mafty have the point now, 77% and climbing. They cannot afford to lose a fight because 10 seconds is all Skill Issue need, and those rotations alone might take Mafty that long unless they trickle in. Mafty needs to have a hero moment. They're on the high ground and they're doing okay. Oh,
they need to really pick off. They're so outmatched in G maneuvers right now. Skill Issue. They're going to burn everything. This is the last point. Davester gets the first pick up for Skill Issue. 6 on 5, 6 on 4. Skill Issue dumping literally everything, swarming on top of the point. Mafty getting taken out, but Baranox still alive on point, but no, not going to be enough. Now flipped for Skill Issue. And is there anything left for Mafty to even touch? It's not looking good, and Skill Issue, they take it.
The revenge is sweet. Skill Issue knock. Mafty has done nothing wrong in the lower bracket after Mafty did just that to Skill Issue in the qualifier. I mean, what a series we just had. That was only the first one we have in store for everybody. As Golden Boy's probably on the edge of a seat there. I see you're still in your seat, so that's good.
It was so good. Honestly, I really did think that Mafty had that one locked down, mostly because of where Point C is located. You have chokes that are very unforgivable. So for more melee centered units, that's going to be a tough one to have to try and retake. But what I didn't factor in was that, you know, Barbatos and Exia are just disgusting. And when you have G maneuvers available and you can fly into the site the way that they did, that's just basically all she wrote in that situation. Huge shout out to Skill Issue. They're going to be moving on in this competition after being knocked out and having this second opportunity to win the whole thing, and they do so, ZP, in style. I know you were gushing over the Exia and Barbatos picks.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, you gotta love it when you see a team just sort of evolve over the course of the series and their engages just got better and better. It was a double threat that really you didn't see a great response from Mafty, and you know, it was a little bit better towards the very end, but it was too little, too late for what they were up against. And look, you know, just from our games yesterday, Barbados is a threat, and you saw a lot of it here. It was great to see.
And we have our stats being updated live in front of us. You got to give still Baranox, although maybe didn't stand up to the Exia God. Still had the most amount of damage at 34k and the most units disabled at 35 in our most recent map. It was a hot start for him too on the Colony trading post with 56,000 damage. So he really went up. I'm excited to see what Exia God did. He dropped 36,000 on map 2, and it was probably even more on map 3.
Yeah, it's Exia God. You said it best, ZP. Yes, you can play Exia, but very few are an Exia God. And I think that we have learned that Exia God does actually exist. So Skill Issue will be moving on to the winter finals. That leaves us with our next matchup in the semis. It's going to be Toto 1010 fans versus Team IQ, as Skill Issue awaits the winner of that game. What a matchup. Mafty will be moving down to the loser semis. Well, they will be awaiting the loser of our next matchup, which again, for Mafty, this is not the position that I thought we would see them in, considering how strong Mafty looked in the qualifiers, Lemon Kiwi. And now here they are, you know, potentially going to be eliminated by a team that they lost, that they defeated last time. And that just goes to show you went back to the lab, you learn a few things, you get that dub.
Yeah, they made a few adjustments in terms of units and who was playing those units. Their composition stayed mostly the same. It was really just who was playing it. If I wonder that comfortability maybe just threw them off their game a little bit. But I mean, both these teams made it easy breezy, beautiful through the qualifier. These are the best of the best. So no surprise it went all the way to game 3. And obviously Skill Issue learned a thing or two. But I think Mafty will be back with a vengeance.
Yeah, very exciting to see them in the lower portion of the bracket there. We'll catch up with them in a little bit. But for now, though, I mentioned before that there are actually going to be a few polls throughout the show, just so you guys at home can have some fun with us. And our first poll is ready to go, so we can actually go ahead and spin that one up there. I'm actually curious to see what it is. But yes, okay, so what is the most commonly loaded, into the missile bays located in Turn A Gundam's chest? Is it A, nuclear warheads, B, 10mm high explosive rounds, C, napalm canisters, or D, cows? Let us know in the chat, and also there'll probably be a poll. So I'm just go ahead, go nuts. ZP, what do you think it is?
I mean, look, you have all the obvious answers here, right? But go with cows. Clearly, it's got to be cows.
It
Like-
maybe,
Might just be cows.
but that just
Why?
seems too easy, though, Lemon Kiwi, right? It seems too easy.
Like you got your like a milkshake maker in your chest like that. Like if he gets a little thirsty, you got the cows right there. I mean, or maybe some
Wait a
steak. I'm
minute.
thinking milkshakes.
How-
How do I think of cows and not steak? But
What?
Yeah, that's fine.
Well,
That just
either
sounds
or, right?
vicious.
It's just you have flexibility with the cows in store, right?
Right.
Like,
I
you know,
was
pick
thinking
your
of cow storage, not mutilation. Anyway, folks, we're gonna
I
go
thought it
to
was
a
like
quick
a snack,
commercial.
like a lunchbox.
Sure. This my mind has been expanded. All right, everyone, we're gonna take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're gonna talk about our next matchup. It's Toto fans, Toto 1010 fans versus Team IQ. We'll see you guys on the other side. Welcome back, everyone, to the Gundam Evolution Showdown. You just saw, by the way, the Gundam G Fuel, and I just want to educate everyone, in case you don't know about Ramune, it is delicious, and you should definitely check out that flavor of G Fuel. And also because it's Gundam themed, so that makes me very happy, and I will be buying a tub. No, was not paid to say that. Moving on, though, it's I'm Golden Boy alongside Lemon Kiwi and ZP as we get ready for our next matchup. We asked you guys before the break, though, a simple question. What does Turn A Gundam store inside of his chest? Was it nuclear warheads, a 10mm high explosive rounds, napalm canisters, or cows? And we do have the answer, and I believe it is cows.
Whoa.
Yes, it's actually so Turn A Gundam, in case you guys don't know, is actually like one of the more unique Gundam series in that it's located in the correct century, so it's technically like one of the creators kind of combined everything together, and there are a lot of like loose references from the rest of the Gundam series in Turn A. But I believe it's episode 8 or 9. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Oh, you dropped
but you can see Turn A. Yeah, you can see Turn A Gundam kind of just like walking around doing like, farming and basic things. And there's actually like, a cow in his chest and he like is walking around with a pig. It's pretty funny. Good show, by the way. Turn A is very, very underrated in case you haven't checked that out. But let's go ahead and jump into the rosters here as we talk about Toto 1010 fans, our first team who are big fans of Toto 1010. Shout out to Toto, a VTuber Gundam streamer, and ZP. This lineup has looked very deadly and probably one of the favorites, I think, in this tournament.
The favorite, specifically. They have not dropped a single map all tournament long. Every other team has had moments of weakness or moments of just outright getting beaten by Toto, like their opponents, coming up in Team IQ. But right now, they look good, they look coordinated, and now we've already set the stage. Watch the upset begin, because that just seems to be the case today for anything I say.
And Carl Sagan was a huge MVP. I mean, philosopher, IRL, whatever. That's just what he's named after. But an MVP in the streets of the qualifiers many, many times. Over 30 enemies disabled every single time. Of course, Snake Nade is up there in damage, and so is Arrow at 40,000. He got logged in one time. So Carl Sagan is the one to watch. He's really known for his Ashamar.
Yeah, I am so pumped to see Toto 1010 fans take the stage here. They will be doing so in a moment, but their opponents, Team IQ, is a squad that is very familiar with Toto 1010 fans, as they have lost to them previously. They got put into this position here, and one has to wonder, ZP, if they could do what Skillish did against Masti and catch this very strong team off guard.
Anything can happen in a tournament like this, especially over multiple days. And look, I mean, IQ had a very good record aside from running into Toto, so it's very possible. Also, we know this team is a little bit tricky. They enjoy a little bit of trolling, as evidenced by Invictus, who tried to get us to change his name to something he was not going to use today beforehand. A little bit of trickery towards our admin. So hey, there's a devious streak here for Team IQ. Maybe they'll utilize it in game and not just against the admins.
And what's unique also about IQ is Fusion Black plays Turn A Gundam, which is not something we've really seen today. He's got, I think, one of the most powerful G maneuvers. I know, GB, we were kind of multing about it yesterday, the Moonbeam Butterfly, which I think hoses down pretty much any objective, and it's very difficult to counter.
That butterfly ult is disgusting.
That's hard for me.
Yeah. All right, well, I'll be taking the reins here alongside Kiwi. ZP, go ahead and enjoy a well-rested break, and it's time to jump into the action.
Trading post as usual. Like last time, it's this skyscraper-esque town city, and there's actually some underground locations you can go through to get some nice flanks, and you already see Skillish taking advantage.
Yeah, we're getting new Gundam out in play as well. So this is also going to just be a great Gundam for that mid-range, right? Especially if Carl Sagan, or excuse me, if the Ashmar, Mr. Big Large, want to take to the skies for IQ, that beam should do a hefty amount of damage here. But as we jump into it, we're jumping over to Exponent's POV on the Sazabi, getting shredded here, down to just 200 HP. Needs to disengage out of this here. And you're hoping potentially that you'll see some of these heals coming in from Spoo to keep this Sazabi pretty much upright the entire time in this fight.
Being upright is the name of the game, both in real life and in gaming. But I'm not sure how much you're going to get upright. That Sazabi shield is chonky. Look at Mr. Big Large going large, huge, and Carl Sagan is up on the board. And looks, it's still defendable here by IQ as Toto having issues getting the road.
Carl Sagan's got a lot of weak targets up in front of him there, and the Exi is going to push in as well, taking out those targets with relative ease. Is actually just going to force him off of the site completely, and you got to get rid of the Ashamar in that situation. It's such a powerful unit. Takes to the sky, the semi-automatic rifle as well does so much damage. The napalm, it's just a unit that you need to eliminate, or else this happens, and it's going to be so difficult for IQ to try and retake this.
And Arrow is one of the few players in this whole qualifier, in this whole tournament, that has mained the new Gundam. What's kind of difficult about new Gundam is that the damage is really maximized the more marks you place on a person. So you have to hit with the enemy with your primary fire and then use the E. And the E, you don't even have to think about it once you throw it down. The fin funnels are automatic, as we got a screaming Nimbus from Snake Nate that just quite literally made the red carpet.
Yeah, beautifully done. Actually, that was going to be the Ashimar ult pushing back there. A similar result as well, though, but regardless, it's still so powerful because you're just going to prevent your opponent from being able to take any kind of presence on site. That's going to have to force IQ to just completely disengage from this fight, and Carl Sagan's just going to get the easy shots there, dealing a substantial amount of damage, and we are onwards to the next section here of the map. And I have to say, so far, everything I'm seeing Lemon Kiwi out of Toto 1010 fans have been just so impressive. There goes the pyramid as well, just to give you a little bit of added protection for the push.
I love that you can kind of trade that with the Sazabi too, of that pyramid, the G maneuver of the new Gundam. The fin funnels too, if you get close, it does damage. It's not only defense, so you lead that way to absorb a lot of the damage, allow your team to get into position. But Toto, they lost 2 on their journey, and IQ are going to have probably better defensive respawn. But Toto have that waypoint captured, so they're going to spawn a bit closer. It's going to make it easier.
Yeah, a huge win for them, and they're kind of making this one look a little easy right now, Kiwi, which I'm a bit concerned about for IQ. They've seen what this team can do in the past. Doors, what's the difference here for this particular map, right, is that you're going to get these doors just opening up in sequences, which is going to really dictate the flow of this fight and how things are going to play out here. Fusion Black looking to force these players back with the Unicorn ult, which is going to be good so far. G maneuver connecting to a few there. And we'll allow them really to just try and take even more presence up on this ramp. And don't forget, you know, you are also going to get that, you know, the presence there with the Unicorn that is just going to create heals the entire time, thus supporting the Sazabi and giving Shield more help to try and just continue to hold this one off here.
Yeah, the offense is just waiting, but these choke points are really tough to get through. You're going to send your Sazabi to go forward. That's Exponent who starts that Sazabi ult of the fin funnels, and if you're IQ, you got to take him out first, or you need to get out of dodge. And now it's the screaming Nimbus of
there
Dai,
it is,
the Zoomy ult of just knocking everyone down. That's good stuff. Double kill by Dai, and the rest great follow-up by IQ, along with always keeping those heals of the armor packs from Dai up, and IQ did a good job of defending this.
Yeah, and also, let's not forget that they managed to just prevent this cap from happening over by that one site that gives them the more forward spawn. Really in use there, too, with those mines, just to really try and blow them up as they try and push through that choke. Do not sleep on the Dom Trooper. This is such a great unit to use in your games, just because you just get so much value out of that with the splash damage on the rockets. You also get the mines to boot as well. Here comes Shield around the corner, though. Lots of damage being put forward here. I think I just heard another G maneuver. Yeah, I think that was going to be another G maneuver used on the opposite side for Toto 1010 fans, but it does not amount to much. You're going to use so much to try and break through this, and it is not going to work out. IQ manages to hold.
It was like 4, maybe 5 G maneuvers by Toto in that last fight, and to not net a win is crushing. But you have 3.5 minutes, so you're you know, going to be able to generate that in a minute or two. So it's kind of coming down to the last couple of fights. Toto are very patient, though. I'd like to see Exponent be way more aggressive, the one that leads that charge. Just started the Sazabi G maneuver, the funnels that are just going to automatically target everyone in the area, and look at all the kills for Toto. But the response from IQ was still decent with the Exia, but not Nox is the one who stands tall at the end. So Toto have gotten the relay, but he's still got point B to do as well.
And not the worst situation there, right? Because they're still going to have another fight before they can try and take control of one of the sites here to plant. Which, hey, maybe a kill like that with the beam against Chaotic could actually end up being the thing that they needed. You take out that Exia, you remove the G maneuver, and you are going to get B planted. This is going to be a tough one as well. But once those doors close, you could potentially get a little bit more movement on the opposite side here as Shield backs away from this one, recognizing that he was going to be in a bit of a pickle there. Grandpa Gundam for Arrow is going to get the kill there onto Dai. That's taking out that Dom Trooper. You're going to lose out on that Shield as well. Chaotic looking for Carl Sagan. Does not end up getting the connection there, but is going to try and just force him off for the time being. A disarm coming in for Shield should be good, and it is. IQ managed to stay alive, and they're picking up the kills too.
I mean, from the second time we've casted this map, it seems like the point B site is the most favorable one. There's always going to be one site that's what's better and more defendable than the other. And Toto chose this one because the walls are changing. This is one of the few maps in Gundam Evolution where there's moving mechanics, whether it's the conveyor belts or the walls that go up and down. So Toto just... They didn't have anyone actually on the site. It was always around it, and IQ were at the better spot at the end, and Toto invested a lot into that.
Gonna be keeping my eyes here on Chaotic with this Exia G maneuver. Could go Trans Am any moment here. Hasn't popped it quite yet, waiting for the prime opportunity, but Carl Sagan's going to be able to pick off the kill there. That's going to be another one there for Exponent as well. Multiple players from Team IQ are just getting absolutely obliterated. No investment there for the G maneuvers. You are going to get it for IQ, a few more, but nothing really invested by IQ. That is just going to be a big fight for them to be able to clear out, get that spawn, and now they just beeline it straight over to the B site. Planted. That's going to put the onus here on IQ to have to try and prevent this one from going off. Huge kills coming in, though, for Toto 1010 fans.
Yeah, Carl Sagan did so much at the start of this fight, like multiple kills before going down in the later part. And IQ popped the Hades, and Victus get a double kill and kind of made this winnable. There's a disarm going through, and Toto weren't able to keep that defended.
No,
Nox kind of jumps in at the last
fascinating.
second. Oh, it's still trying to be disarmed, and well, there's some G maneuvers being used to prevent it. It is chaos.
Yeah, still an opportunity here, Lemon Kiwi. A big opportunity here. Mr. Big Large, though, still trying to stay alive inside of the corner. They are going to be able to get the repair onto Die. The wall's going to come down. Only 10 seconds remaining before they have to go for the defuse. The napalm's going to swirl in. That's going to be critical to just try and hold them off of the site. 3 seconds remaining. Is anyone going to be able to make the defuse happen here? No! And that is going to be the first round end here. Toto 1010 fans manages to put it over the line. But Kiwi... I mean, IQ made it very challenging. Look at all the time that they burned.
Yeah, Exponent definitely stepped up his presence when it came to the Sazabi. Like, you have 1,400 health and a 1,400 shield. You are like the chunkiest boy in the lobby. It seems like kind of the best strategy is to sit your Suzabi, especially with kind of the it's called the beam shot rifle, but it plays a lot like a shotgun. It's very kind of close range, and you're best at that closer range. So I'd like to see Exponent really just sit on the objective like he did. He was able to prevent the defuse because of that.
Whew, that was an intense one there. I thought for a moment that Toto 1010 fans weren't going to be able to secure that. Mostly, yeah. Mostly because, you know, you got to give credit where credit is due, right? Like, Die was putting in some work. Big Large was staying alive when he needed to. And then let's not forget that Chaotic on the Exia, right? That high burst damage is always going to be so vital. Just very impressed with what I've seen so far from IQ. It looked like it could have been a stomp, but they managed to stabilize there at a moment when they absolutely needed to. Now, as we get ready for the switch up, nothing really is going to change for our two teams here. They're going to just stick with their roles as they have been. And it's interesting, Kiwi, because like in other hero shooters, sometimes you'll see a little bit of those switch ups come in, you know, depending on the situation. But here, you don't necessarily see that. Players stick to their guns the entire time.
Arrow played a bit of new Gundam last,
Arrow,
and that was on the Pale Rider.
Yeah,
so it's tricky to have that consistent damage on new Gundam because it's really dependent on the marks which you place on with your primary fire and the hyper bazooka. So if you can get that off, you're gonna pop off, right? But the Pale Rider's a little bit easier, and sometimes the easier units are gonna prevail more consistently. So Arrow goes back to that along with having some healing, so you don't have to wait behind cover too long. Look, he just dropped it now for his team, so Arrow's playing a more selfless unit.
Yeah, watch out for Invictus in the bottom there. Snake Nade's actually going to be able to get the pick, thus preventing the Unicorn from just trying to stay involved in the fight. So that's just going to have to be a clean disengage here for IQ. You lose the Unicorn, you're losing out on the damage with the Gatling gun. You're also losing out on the AoE heal that you get as well from Unicorn. I'm really going to be looking at Mr. Big Large here to kind of just be the opener for this team. He pops the napalm to just try and force some movement off site, and he's got to get this height here. That damage with the beam rifle, Lemon Kiwi, is so pivotal to just try and chunk down a few of these stronger targets.
Yeah, I feel like it's been the matchup of Mr. Big Large versus Carl Sagan. Like they are two of the best Ashimars I feel like we have in this whole tournament. As the point is still being defended there by IQ, but Toto have made their way in. That's 3 kills for Toto. And now they can even repair one of their teammates, but someone is down below, and getting behind that Sazabi is big because the shield is only at the front, and IQ are just lost on how to retake this.
This is very difficult because you're going to get, you know, kind of like the backup heals, right, with the Pale Rider. But then you also are going to get the direct heals with Methis. And on top of that, too, let's not forget, Methis's weapons are nasty. So powerful are those twin blasters to just try and force players, especially if you pop the F. That is a high amount of damage that you'll end up locking up with that. I believe the twin shot is so nasty. So that's really going to be difficult to just try and break through here. Just a lot of sustain on point. You also have some G maneuvers available here for Toto 1010 fans. They got to try and force these out. The Methis ult is actually going to come into play here as Fusion Black and the rest of the crew are going to go for the low side here. Maybe try and see if they can plant over toward B. Get a few of these here. Managing to take out Carl Sagan's going to be massive for them. And if you can get the repair on shield, it's going to keep the fight going.
Oh, multiple repairs, and Toto's seem ahead. I'm surprised that Arrow held on to the Hades as long as he did and still is. Just doesn't feel like there's much of a threat from IQ coming, and it's a good it's a good G maneuver that really is only benefiting yourself. You know, you reload faster, and it's making what you can do with it so much better. And that's why I was like, it's all up to what Arrow can do with it. But Methis from Spoo popped off, got a double kill, and here comes IQ again.
Yeah, they lose Mr. Big Large early in the fight. Tried to go on the flank and look to see if he could harass from the skies, but it does not work out in the favor. Chaotic's got to get this one down. Needs to hope that there's going to be no opening fire coming in from up top, because you can see them right through the grates there. That's why you're keeping that Pale Rider there. You keep the Ashimar there, something that will just do consistent damage over the course of time. Shieldo is going to pick up Die.
Oh, Nox.
Here comes another push here. Die's actually going to be able to get the kill there. Nox is looking to try and open things up for the blue team. Toto 1010 fans still managed to hold on here, Lemon Kiwi.
Yeah, Nox went in with the Exia ult and just traded 1-for-1, and I think IQ was still too far away for Nox to just jump over a building and just jump into their backline. But there is a plant from their shield, but was not sneaky enough. The rats can be shot from those grates.
This is where things are going to get real tricky for IQ. Can you even put one down? So far, it has been complete shutdown from Toto 1010 fans. Doing Toto 1010 proud. IQ, where does their opening come from here? You're hoping for Mr. Big Large maybe get up height like what they've been doing this whole time. Yeah, or Screaming Nimbus could open things up as well. Here comes Mr. Big Large too, with the Napalm's going to push that one down. Nox is going to be dangerously low. You're going to get the investment there as well from the Exia. Chaotic is going to go down, but not before taking out one of his own, but instead it's going to be Exponent just clearing them out completely there with the funnels of Sazabi. You do manage to get the plant, but it's going to be all for naught. No one can stop Toto 1010 fans.
Yeah, the Screaming Nimbus from Dai was so good, and they isolated one person from Toto up into a corner, but then you have the funnels G maneuver of Sazabi, of Exponent, who got a 4K, a quad kill, because those just attack everything in the area, and if you just sit on the objective, there's nothing you could do. And they tried to go underground, but it's too late. A double kill for Mr. Big Large, and now Toto are just dead again.
Well, wait a minute, though. Big opportunity now as IQ are able to make this plant happen, but can they sustain? Can they hold? The punch comes through, but Carl Sagan goes down, just looking to try and just knock off a few of those players on the low ground, but it doesn't work out in the favor. They're going to have to wait for Carl Sagan here, but they have time to do so. They're going to be making their way over toward the left side of the map. Look at Nox there, just trying to cause some problems, maybe get a few picks. It's going to wait for the prime opportunity. Here comes the push. All the players of IQ have no idea that this flank is going to be coming in from Nox. And there he goes. Nox into the site. Shield's going to be dangerously low. And Shield is going to go down. Fusion Black and Dire just going to have to disengage out of this one. The defuse is coming in. The disarm. Oh, the huge napalm is going to force him off there as Chaotic gets a massive kill. 10 seconds remaining here. So it's going to be right in front of this one. Spoo, excuse me. Arrow and Spoo tucked away in the back. 5 seconds remaining. Mr. Big Large is going to go down, but there comes the shield. Spoo, good try, but it ain't gonna matter, and we're going to our second target.
Oh, that was exhausting, and that was only part one of what IQ has to do. It took everything in them. And what was so important about IQ in that last fight is the way they kited away from Nox on that Axia. Nox likes to dive in a little too early, and IQ are using their dash as well to create space and then poke him down. Axia thrives in that close range brawl, so we have to be wary of him. And there is the Unicorn G maneuver from Fusion Black, who was able to get a kill, but not before Die and Be Their Shield are gone. So really, I don't know if IQ still have gas left in the tank for this fight.
No, they definitely don't.
Nox.
It's going to stop it in the tracks. They're also going to lose out both on the Pale Rider as well as Unicorn. So that means you kind of have to wait for those two units, right? Unicorn for the heals, Pale Rider for that, you know, damage that is just the hit stand damage that you get from the rifle of Pale Rider is going to be so vital here. You also, if you're Arrow, you got yourself the G maneuver. You can go Hades mode here to just try and prevent IQ from making a push happen. Watch out though for Chaotic, who also has the G maneuver available as well.
Yeah, as IQ are still on their approach, 2 minutes and 15, and they got just slammed up against the wall, and IQ lose 2 or 3 before the fight even started. And Toto are going flawless in this fight. Nox finally goes into the back, but it's a triple kill for Carl Sagan as Toto still holds.
He saw it in the stars, and it worked out for him there. Drop the napalm and let him burn. Let's see though. Does IQ have something to try and just push him in? Mr. Big Large is actually going to pop the punch, and I think that was just to kind of get him into the fight a little bit faster. Don't know if that's necessarily something you wanted to use there, but regardless of the fact though, Carl Sagan still going to manage to get the punishment onto Die. Big Large going to have to disengage from this one completely. Very low on health. You're dropping like flies. What is the solution? What is the answer, Kiwi? Because so far it seems as if Toto 1010 fans have all of the solutions.
These corners are very deadly, and IQ, before they even peep around, Toto are taking amazing initiative. It started with Snake Nade having the Screaming Nimbus of the Dom Trooper, and then X-Men popping the funnels of Sazabi, and that simply overwhelmed IQ. They dropped 2 or 3 before IQ could even really pop important G maneuvers. I think they might even have their G maneuvers canceled. So IQ are very low on tools besides the Sazabi G maneuver, Be Their Shield coming up.
Oh, and Nox is actually going to go in for the push as well. Doesn't see anything on the kill feed quite yet, but it is going to be enough to just try and force back these players. Here comes the pop of the shield, extra shields for the entirety of Team IQ as they're looking to get inside of there, though. First kill's going to go through, courtesy of Fusion Black, but Spoo's going to get the stop there as well. Arrow's going to contribute, 2 Hades on each side, but it's going to be Arrow's Hades that comes out on top and is able to secure 3 kills there. Last player left alive is Large, and you ain't in charge with only 20 seconds remaining on the clock. IQ, they have to push this site fast, but the problem is they have to make so much progress. They're literally just fighting for the freaking spawn.
Oh, Arrow's aim is straight like an arrow. That Hades got 3 or 4 kills, and Be Their Shield is desperate. Pops the funnels early, jumps on in.
They gotta go.
And that close range damage is deadly. A few more seconds, but no one was on the objective for IQ. Toto, take game 1.
Unbelievable. Toto 1010 fans clearly are very good at this video game. That is going to be a 2-1 for map 1 there. And ZP, I gotta say, just I thought I was a little worried about them in round 1, but it was very clear that in round 2 the fans were in control.
Yeah, I mean, what we saw from Toto more than anything else, relative to the previous series we just watched, is that the pressure they put on from ranged was incredible. The lethality of Carl Sagan on the Ashamar, and also Exponent on the Sazabi, just going in and just crushing space in a way that we didn't really see Sazabi do in the last series. I mean, if there was a word for Toto 1010 fans, it was power. It was power displayed across multiple facets of the game.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, right? Like, we got so much we got so much information here from Toto 1010 fans on how they play this, right? They keep the range, they poke where they can. They really try and put you in a position before you go in for the fight, Kiwi, that you're not healthy, that you have to kind of stay back, get repair kits, or just rely on the heals from your Unicorn, which are not that fast. So you don't really have a lot to work with if you're IQ here, Kiwi.
And I really thought the IQ points were more on Toto 1010's side. The way they were kind of thinking through this match, what their weaknesses are. Because at first I identified the XCF from Nox kind of trying to dive in a little too early. And then there's just so much space between them. So the other team was able to dash away. And Nox would kind of just not be able to get the trades that his team needs. Same thing with Arrow, who started on the new Gundam, wasn't putting down the damage his team needed. So went over to something that he also mains Pale Rider. He played in the qualifiers, swapped that, had more consistent output, and Arrow was able to contribute a lot more, and you felt that in that second round.
Yeah, and I think you also use the RX-78 as well, the Grandpa Gundam too, right? Which is another great unit that you do not sleep on. Probably one of the more consistent units in the game. You know, you get the shield presence, the high damage beam rifle, the accuracy as well, and then let's not forget about the super napalm that you could drop to just clear sights. There's just so much when you have a unit pool that is that broad. You know, if you're Arrow, that this is a massive plus. Also to boot too, Carl Sagan on that Ashamar. We're just going to continue to praise him because it's just so damn good. Always putting himself in a position to apply damage and then disengage right away, ZP. It's like just seeing that play out. I mean, as an Ashamar player, inspires me to want to, you know, go into game and do more with him.
Well, the thing about Carl Sagan, it wasn't just his mobility. It wasn't just his ability to use napalm to deny areas. It's also the fact that he was incredibly evasive the entire time.
Yes.
And on top of it, was putting out very good poke damage. Like, you don't always look at Ashamar and go, oh, that's a big long-range threat. But the Ashamar weapon can do some serious damage if you are accurate enough. So Carl Sagan was operating on all cylinders, and it did give Arrow, on the other hand, like time to experiment and find his groove, going from new Gundam over the Just Gundam over to Pale Rider, where, you know, look, if nothing's working, you need consistency. Pale Rider is always there. I don't think Pale Rider will ever be bad. Might not be the best choice in every situation, but definitely reliable.
Yeah, and here we are as we have Toto 1010 fans in the lead, 1-0. They won that destruction 2-1 on the Colony Trading Post. Now we move on to the Mountain R&D Lab here. It's going to be some domination, Lemon Kiwi. We saw what happened in the last Dom game and how that was a big opportunity for Skill Issue to kind of come back there against Masti.
And we'll go all about it. This map is very close range in some parts. Like, this first point in B is very tight. There's, like, if you can take the high ground, there's some long range parts, but you really need your Suzabis to control the areas.
Well, we'll catch up with ZP in a little bit here as we jump into the action now. Arrow with the pickup onto Exponent is going to keep a very vital player potentially in play here. But actually, just as I say that, Exponent is going to go down. Carl Sagan and company with the Turn A Gundam as well. We saw him before on the Ashamar, but now it's going to pop up with the Turn A. That butterfly, the butterfly wings of that ult is so nasty that once you see Turn A take to the skies, you have to stop him, because I believe even it does damage like through walls as well. So you got to eliminate Turn A the moment that ult pops up. And Carl Sagan's job is to get that as fast as possible.
Yeah, what's really underrated about Turn A Gundam is actually the nano skin too. You can automatically repair and kind of heal up without having to wait that 4 seconds around a corner. And on a kind of chaotic map like a domination game mode, you're always trying to be fighting. So to be able to heal up fast on Turn A, I think is why people are starting to make that swap, along with, of course, the Moonbeam Butterfly being amazing at clearing out objectives. But it's a pretty strong lead for Toto at the start.
Yeah, so far so good. They established presence on B very fast. Now we're going to be moving over to A here. I think I did see Chaotic kind of linger about there, but don't know if Chaotic might just get caught off guard. Potentially needs to get back to the teammates here. Is Mr. Big Large is going to come off the spawn. Site should be unloading in a moment here, or unlocking rather. There's Invictus, just looking to put in some more damage, some additional damage here, and a great use there of the napalm to just try and force those players off. Mr. Big Large coming in huge with that napalm to just try and create an opening, create some space. That is exactly what that piece of utility does. This Nox is going to be dangerously low. There's Mr. Big Large in the sky. Great disengage from him, as this is now going to force Toto 1010 fans going in a very unhealthy push here, Lemon Kiwi.
Yeah, Toto had the high ground at the start and then had to the IQ just push them off. Arrow had some awkward placements of the healing pad for Pale Rider, but I think it's still an important utility that they can work around with that healing. And then the turn A Gundam, of course, automatically healing without having to wait, as I mentioned. But because of that kind of point presence that IQ had, they were able to turn the lead in their favor and start leading that by 9% and more as the G maneuvers are being exchanged. You got the unicorn one from Fusion Black, and this is a perfect spot to use on the high ground as everyone is funneled in, but got a little bit low, had to disengage.
Just a cluster of a battle that we just saw. Don't sleep on the beam magnum from the unicorn Gundam. It is so powerful. But as I say that, speaking of powerful ults, here comes the Hades around the corner. Here he comes. His arrows just applying us so much damage on the push there, forcing Chaotic back. But you're gonna get a response in turn though. Oh my goodness, and I believe Dai just popped the Nimbus just to try and force him back. So smart there. Unfortunately though, it's not gonna amount to all that much, at least on the site for the time being. Watch out though for Chaotic, as Chaotic goes in with 2. I was gonna say it didn't amount to much. I stand corrected with those weak units in play. All you needed was just your Exia to just push in and just, or sorry, your Barbatos to just push in and obliterate them with that mace.
Yeah, it was a 3 or 4 G maneuvers of IQ to maybe the 1 or 2 that Toto used. So very efficient for Toto and IQ. Well, they got them a 40% lead, being on point B already. And now it's about just looking everywhere you're going. Thank God Chaotic didn't pop that G maneuver, but this is everyone dying. Exponent is repairable, and I think Spoo is thinking about it, and nope, just couldn't get him back up. But the rest of Toto are alive, and that's all that matters.
Great push off of the point there by Toto 1010 fans, as they're going to collect the remainder of this time. And now we make our way over to the other side of the map here for A. Chaotic's waiting for the push around the corner. They're really establishing some presence here. Now keep in mind that for Toto 1010 fans, they don't really have anything that is necessarily going to clear those players off of the high ground here. You're going to rely on, but you do have this. I was going to say the only thing is the butterfly, and that's exactly what Carl Sagan's waiting for. He's waiting for the Q, and then he's going to pop it. He's going to pop Q. There it is, the butterfly, as he does so much damage there. Look at all of that damage ticking. 2 players are going to go down. Waited for the prime opportunity just as the site was going to unlock. Brilliant coordination there, Kiwi, by Toto 1010 fans.
Not all heroes wear capes. Sometimes they got butterfly wings and just made it rain, because if IQ held that high ground, this first round would have been over. They were at 85%. All they needed was 15. But Toto, they're making the comeback. This point can still end for either team with 38 seconds left. Toto can win off of this, but they need full control. And you got to be able to do math as well. IQ hold the high ground for now, but it's Toto that have started pushing them off. And you got the G maneuver from Arrow, the Hades.
Oh my
That's
God.
just spraying and praying. The double kill and more. Toto, team kill. And 18 seconds left for them to take round 1.
This is it. You got to make the push happen right now. And the only G maneuver that you have are the funnels from the Sazabi from Shield. They should be able to get on site, just to at least force that overtime. And here he goes. Dai's actually going to push in with the Nimbus. He's going to force him off all the way around. Then we're going into extra time. Invictus with the first kill. Dai's going to go to the low ground there as he fell down the hole. But they are going to manage to make the flip happen. Watch out, those Arrow's going to be in the high ground there. There's Chaotic for the push. He's actually going to have to send Arrow packing. Only a few seconds remaining here. Extra time. They have enough. Gets into the side. It's going to be Arrow. He manages to stop him right in his place. Exponent's going to go down too. 1 player left. It's going to be inside Nox, and another one's coming in there too. Snake nade for the potential stall, but it does not work out in their favor. And that is IQ managing to pick up a round, a massive round for them. Did not see that one coming with the way that fight happened before IQ's big push.
That was terrifying. Like, IQ were at 85 and you're like, oh, they have the high ground, they got the point, everything is good. And then Toto, just all the G maneuvers. You have the Arrow double or triple kill with the Hades, the Moonbeam Butterfly from the Unicorn of Toto, the perfect G maneuvers at the perfect time where Toto took over the high ground, got on the objective, forced the overtime, and IQ just didn't have any gas in the tank. to make it at the end. But then it was some mega clutch at the like overtime. The fact that this is a 0.1% difference for IQ to somehow retake after Toto used everything. This has been an insane round.
Yeah, and really, you got to give credit to Die there with the Screaming Nimbus with Dom Trooper, because, you know, that is a very disruptive ultimate, right? You play that, pop it right into the high ground, force all those players down onto the side, which is exactly where they don't want to be, because there's nowhere to get, there's no repair kits around there to help them out. It was just so well coordinated by IQ, and I was praising Toto 1010 for their coordination. IQ also showing us that they too can coordinate with the best of them here, but we're back into the action. His shield is going to be down already to half. Need to be careful to keep that player alive, and a massive kill there from Invictus too is actually going to get a double kill to force those players back, leaving Toto 10 fans pretty much packing.
And that's all because Be Their Shield and the Suzabi absorbed every bullet of damage from Toto. Got down to 1 HP, backed away, and then Toto out in the open, who focused down the one unit, didn't get the kill. IQ fired back even stronger, got 2 or 3 kills off the bat. So IQ able to have control initially, but Toto are going for high ground, and this is where they're just going for the spawn room doors at this point. But it's without Exponent, if he goes down, there's not going to be a good frontline presence as IQ continue their streak.
Yeah, and credit where credit is due, right? For Chaotic, actually dove over the line, was able to get that first kill there to, I believe that was going to be the Unicorn. I think Spoo was the one who went down, and then Exponent was so weak too, so that's going to slow down that push, giving IQ so much progress here on the C site. As Snake Nade is going to be out of the equation too. Perhaps Carl Sagan and the rest of this team, Carl Sagan and Nox with the Exia and Ashamar, could maybe create some opportunities here, but it is not going to really happen. And now they're going to hightail it right over to A. Full domination on this first point there. C for IQ in full control.
Starting with like almost a 50% lead though for IQ is so good for them and so bad for Toto. The spawn room doors, they start on this low ground where if you have the high ground where IQ is sitting, you can hose down just the spawn room, and Toto had such a hard time sieging. Now they have some G maneuvers. Arrow has the Hades, and you're not seeing that big of an impact in the kill feed from him especially, but at least he's finishing off kills that the rest of Toto have been setting up. So finally they get their first fight win, but the point hasn't even unlocked yet.
Yeah, it's available for them now. And also something to note, too, that we didn't call out at the beginning of this one was that Carl Sagan swapped out of the turn A, which is a unit that he's particularly comfortable with, and went back to the Ashamar. And I just think that when you really talk about the utility available, you have to reference the fact that you have those napalm nades that are so strong. And we just saw that come into play there from Mr. Big Large, who actually just popped that, forcing him off of the coverage. But it isn't going to be a fight that IQ can win. And it will be a continuous hold for Toto 1010 fans.
See, Toto really got to close the gap in the score. Carl Sagan was in trouble and received some important healing from the Dom Trooper to win that duel. And every unit surviving is so pivotal to map control, as IQ have to reset from scratch, but they got a Screaming Nimbus that they can quite literally lead that charge with.
Yeah, what a big shift, right? At the beginning of the round, it was IQ, full domination, and we're right back where we started. A full domination hold on the previous site there from Toto 1010. Now we swap over to C. Snake Nate does have the Nimbus to try and maybe look to cause some disruptions if possible. The big stunts coming through, though, and a back line Mr. Big Large is going to get shut down and just stopped right in his tracks. He was in the sky. Dai's pushing him, though. Chaotic's right there for the support, the slashing, the dashing, everything you could possibly want. And Snake Nade's pinned inside of the corner finally is going to get taken out. And this is going to be a site unlocked C available here. No one has been able to cap it quite yet. But it is ripe for the picking here, as I think for now IQ realize they can't go and put their presence onto the site.
With a good Barbatos ult from Chaotic, and he either revolves around Exia or Barbatos. He's that brawler at close range, and I like that he prioritizes Barbatos on such a tight map like this one, like Research and Development Mountain map. Oh, but man, there's a few G maneuvers. Carl Sagan holding on to his, using it. Toto ahead in kills, but the point presence not all there as IQ are in a 20% lead.
that punch from Ashamar is so strong. It's similar to the Screaming Nimbus of Dom Trooper, but it's not as constant, right, as Dom's is, where you can just kind of zoom around the map. This one's just a big old punch that you can just manage to clock a few people around the corner. That being said, though, the scary part of this one, Lemon Kiwi, is that Arrow has Hades, and if Arrow's in a good position to pop up behind these guys, I don't think IQ are going to have an answer for this.
Yeah, he wants to stay away as much as he can from someone like Chaotic on the Barbatos, or just anyone. Even a Sazabi is not someone you want to duel with if they're at full health. So here is that fight for point B, which unlocks soon. He got the Screaming Nimbus from Die, and he's caught a few. He's got the follow-up. All three disabled. IQ just absolutely tearing up this objective, and this will give them a small lead, and now they can focus on holding the chokes that Toto may be coming through, which includes the shaft, just the giant hole above.
The Nimbus is ridiculous. I mean, Arrow had Hades popped, and it ends up just getting neutered. Like, I am just shocked, but we did get a swap up too. I believe Methus is in play now, or did I misread that? Maybe not.
I saw that too.
But
maybe it was a quick swap. I don't know.
Yeah, it could have been a quick swap over to Unicorn again. Who knows? But regardless of the fact, though, what is the fact is that IQ are holding this one down. Only a few more percentage points left before they got to get into the side. Carl Sagan and company managed to get the damage in. Can anyone get into B? No! No one can get into B, and IQ take it 2-0. And Toto 1010 fans are left themselves just wondering what went wrong there. We're going to map 3, and ZP, what a game that was from IQ. You love to see it.
Yeah. That was a huge run back from IQ, also adapting. And the very interesting part to me there is that both teams, towards the end of that match, they were mirroring each other with one key difference. It was completely in the front line, where the front line of IQ, they decided we're going to go with Barbados Sazabi. The front line of Toto, they went with Exia Sazabi. And the difference between the two is that when you're running the Barbados Sazabi, you can be way more brute force, way more aggressive in your engagements. When you're running the Exia, you have to sort of hope you get earlier opportunities. Like, you can sort of dash in, dash out, but IQ is able to dictate the terms of their engagements a lot more. And also, when fights get a little bit scrappy and you need cleanup, you're just able to see Chaotic find scrappy kills with the Barbados. And to me, that one compositional difference was the difference between these two teams that put IQ over the top.
Yeah. Just really brilliant support, I think, across the board, too. I do want to give a shout out to our support players, right? Because, you had Spoo as well as Fusion just keeping their teammates alive on their respective sides. And I also think, too, what did hurt potentially was the fact that, when you play turn A in that first round, it's a great unit if you're really comfortable on him. But you just cannot sleep on not having the Ashmar. The Ashmar is so strong that the butterfly almost kind of feels like, yes, it's a very strong G maneuver, but you're not going to get it nearly as much, obviously, as you are going to get the napalm nade from Ashmar that forces so much movement off of the point. So there was just really those compositional differences, Kiwi, between these two teams that was the difference maker here. And you can clearly tell that IQ were just comfortable on domination.
Yeah, and that's why they picked it. And just looking at kind of Toto's stats as they're being updated for us, Arrow had an explosive performance, went back to the Pale Rider. One of his comfortable units from the qualifier dropped 46,000 damage. Anything 40k or above is really stupendous when it comes to kind of that average. And on the other side, the person that really popped off the most was Die at 39k. But you're seeing those difference in damage levels and really the impact that the Pale Rider of Arrow had, especially on the Hades.
Yeah, but you're also seeing, Die do that with Dom Trooper and also, the Screaming Nimbus. How much space he created with that G maneuver ZP so many times. Like the fight leading into the final battle in round 1 was off of a Screaming Nimbus from Die. Just goes to show that ultimate's so powerful.
Yeah, it's also very interesting too, because you think about Dom Trooper and that it fills more of a support role, right? Where both teams running Dom Unicorn for more support-based gameplay, but Dom's like, but I could be an initiator when I want to be. And oh man, does it kick off a fight right? And definitely the X factor in the engagements from both teams at times.
Well, we're getting ready. Map 3's coming up next. It's going to be missile-based point capture, which we saw in the earlier game, I believe, but we ended up doing that one on, I believe it was Flackford, was where we ended up seeing that fight take place for Masti versus Skill Issue. Now, though, point capture, map number 3. We're back into the action. ZP, we'll catch you in a little bit here as me and Kiwi will make the call happen. And I'm just excited to see how this one plays out here. What's really fascinating as well about this particular map is this choke right here. This choke that you're going to be holding, especially with Dom Troopers, especially with Ashimar, it's so tough to try and push that. But I do like this early aggression from Toto 1010 fans.
I know you do. I played with you yesterday. You were like waving at the spire of Taurus, and I'm like,
hey, man,
come on, come back.
Sometimes you got to put some damage down, you know, just try and get a little bit more of the G maneuver charge. Come on, Jen, you know.
Yeah. And another thing I want to point out is Nox is back on the Exia. So like I said before, he revolves around the Barbatos or the Exia. What I like about Exia and kind of these close to medium range maps is you do have some damage you can do at range with the daggers that you throw, while as Barbatos is kind of melee only. Like you kind of struggle to have that hybrid impact, and Toto is having a big impact, but some of their kills are getting repaired, so they really got to follow up and make sure they hold the space. And Carl Sagan heard me like I'm his coach, and he's going on in there.
Very smart. That is the difference, right, for Gundam Evolution and any other hero shooter, is that you have that repair mechanic that is available to you. So even though you may be out of the fight, there's still an opportunity for any of your teammates to bring you back into the fold, which is at this high level, you need to try and clean up those kills whenever you can. Otherwise, it could come back to bite you.
Yeah, you see how that initial poke damage of Exia is so important. You want to really get them low and then dash in, while Barbatos kind of relies on the team to get them low, or for the Barbatos to find a flank so that he can just kind of 100-0 somebody. But this initial choke is such a pain. Toto had so much suppressing fire. They got fire at the front door, quite literally, and IQ have bolted their way through the left side, trying to go through the high ground. Some of them on the low. Mr. Big Large was too small and too weak to keep going, as Toto have surrounded them.
Not so big large. But you know what, though? They do try and at least create some movement over toward the A site here. That shield, unfortunately, is going to get pinned in the corner. I do appreciate the attempt, but it is going to get stopped right in its tracks. Toto 1010 fans have a lot of G maneuvers available to them. They are going to also get the Screaming Nimbus from Snake Nade available to them very quickly here. Die is going to get dropped instantaneously as soon as he pushed inside of there. This choke is so difficult to try and just take control of here because of just the sheer, and you have the right units, this sheer amount just gunfire that's flying through those doors, Kiwi. There's just no way for you to get through there.
Yeah, this is like where I'm either playing Dom Trooper or Mahiru. Like, these are my two favorite, just splash a ton of damage into the choke. But IQ said 3, 2, 1, go! And they go through the right side and they all explode. 3 G maneuvers being invested by Toto to shut the door on IQ's push.
And a complete wipe there as IQ. They do go down, and I mean, again, you know, just constantly impressed with how Toto 1010 fans are able to stabilize in those fights. When you would think that there's an opportunity for IQ to try and make the push happen, instantaneously someone from Toto 1010 fans are there for the stop. And here comes another attempt at the push again, but the stun's going to be too much for them. Fusion Black's down to just barely any help, doesn't have the heal available as well, but he's got to get into the fight. He's going to try and see if he can support his teammates as best he can, maybe go for the pickup here, but Carl Sagan around the flank. Chaotic's looking to try and stop him in his tracks, but Carl Sagan gets out of there, and it's only going to be 2 players left alive. Chaotic tucked away down low, does not die, but is nowhere in a position to be effective in that fight.
A flawless defense from Toto so far, and just so important that they're holding this main door. Sometimes teams like to play outside of it, they get a little too eager, and that's where you can lose your few people on defense. But they're holding strong, holding the high ground. IQ, they all go in together, but they kind of almost funnel themselves into the damage, but they're the ones that maneuver now! Dive for Chaotic off the Exia ult, or sorry, the Barbatos ult, and he's not even done here! He's clobbering, and he's coming for the back line.
Yeah, no, not Chaotic. He's the thing. It's clobbering time indeed, and that is beautifully done there by the Barbatos. really just channeling the abilities of the Leia Vignana system on the Barbatos to just try and prevent any kind of opportunity there for Toto 1010 fans. They're potentially going to capture A straight up here. Is anyone going to be there for the contest? One person is, but Chaotic's still going to be alive there. Carl Sagan's going to disengage from the fight. 5 players still left on the site. They're going to go in for the contest, but it is going to be a capture regardless. Despite the best efforts of Toto 1010 fans, IQ managed to make it happen, and they add some more time to the clock, 3 minutes.
I just wonder how much time Toto have to reestablish themselves on the next objective. Looks like they're all okay. I was worried those last late staggers were going to hurt them if IQ were quick enough, but I think IQ took the time to kind of repair everyone and make sure everyone is at full health before they commit to this push. There's no G maneuvers from the attack, but Toto have something up their sleeve, and his name is Exia, but the kills from IQ come in first. The shots from the left side, it caught Toto off guard.
Invictus is going to pop the Hades. He's actually going to go in for the push. He's able to get 1 kill with it, as well as Fusion Black contributing to that one as well. Taking out the Pale Rider. That's going to be in the quarter. They're going to look for the half here. Here comes the push now from Toto 1010 fans. The Spoo's going to be around the corner. Lots of damage being done with that napalm, but the push there from Big Large, the punch actually, is going to send Exponent back. Shield's gonna go down. You lose Sasabi here. That's a rough one to try and restabilize in this fight. If they can get him back up, that'd be huge for them. But right now, no one's gonna be in a position to try and make some progress here, at least at a halfway point onto the B side, as Fusion Black is gonna go down. And that is gonna be a dead push here from IQ. But they did manage to make about a quarter of that happen for them, which is massive.
And this is match point to see who will drop down to the lower bracket to face one of the toughest teams here. And IQ still have a second point to go, and they got the Barbatos ult, so how can they really enable Chaotic to get that 4 or 5k that he got last time?
Oh, no.
But Toto just stopped them and poked them to death before they could eat. They brought back one person, but not sure if it's still viable.
Yeah, they are just waiting for
Invictus,
Chaotic to activate the Leia Vignana, but Invictus goes down. There's going to be a pickup there as well. So it's still managing to keep your players in the fight. Not out of it quite yet, though. Shields needs to live up to that name. And there goes Chaotic with the Leia Vignana. Is able to take out 2. But as I say that, Arrow with the Hades activates it and shuts them all down. That's another dead push for IQ as Toto 1010 fans hold on.
It might just be good to eco all of your G maneuvers and just go in and overwhelm them with that. Just staggering these G maneuvers like the Barbatos one in a dead fight is not great, especially when you could have combined that with the Screaming Nimbus of Die, which is a great enabler of Barbatos. And here comes the Pain Train, has knocked some members off the high ground, and Toto are isolated. But what is the plan for IQ? Still no kills yet. Now they're being finished off. IQ are on point B as Die follows back to see if anyone needs help, but the point presence is there for IQ as it's halfway captured.
Halfway, looking to see if they can make this into 75%. They have so many bodies on the site. Can anyone be there off of the respawn, though? Can anyone make the push happen? 3 bodies on the site. Chaotic's going to get the kill with the Barbatos in the point position. One more last-ditch effort attempt here as Exia's ult is going to be popped. The G maneuver going Trans Am. He's able to pick off one. That's going to be Shield, who's going to suffer for that one. And Snake goes in as well. Lots of contact happening on B, but so far so good for Toto 1010 fans as they manage to make the push happen. We're into extra time, and that is going to be no time for IQ to make this cap happen. They get 1 on the board and significant progress gained, but IQ need to hold Toto 1010 fans completely in order for them to win this series, Lemon Kiwi.
Oh, it's 99.8? So they didn't, they did 0.2%. That's so rough. I thought IQ had it. I mean, I'm surprised they even got that far at all because it took them so many minutes. They made like some silly mistakes, whether it was Invictus crossing the street without looking both ways, getting shot. At least he got repaired, but it was tough to see IQ kind of stagger their G maneuvers instead of just saying 3, 2, 1 and all pressing Q at once. You've got to call yourself IQ instead of we Q, you know?
Yeah, I actually totally get what you're saying, and I actually agree with that. In that, you know, in those instances, you kind of have to just full send, right? You don't really have much in the way of time, but it did work out for them almost. It just almost simply just was not good enough. for them. And now they're going to need to just lock down this choke, which is traditionally where you're going to see these players, hold this down, right? Chaotic, all eyes are going to be on him because he has just been clinical throughout this series, causing so many problems for Toto 1010 fans. But honestly, though, you got to give love to Nox there, who just when you think the round was going to be done and it was going to be a 2-0 and Toto 1010 are going to have to make a full cap happen, Nox comes in, Trans Am pop, flies right in, does all of that damage. Gorgeously done. But here it goes. Now it's Toto's time to attack. Let's see what they can do.
Is that Arrow on the Barbatos and Nox on the Exia, so you just have two melee specialists from Toto.
Oh, actually, no, Arrow's on New Gundam.
New Gundam. Yeah. I forgot which Gundam is which. Yeah, New Gundam. It's cool to see him on that. He doesn't bring that out too often. Usually it's the Pale Rider, and you got to make sure you land those marks, but the automatic damage from the funnels is pretty nice.
Oh my gosh.
Toto got cut down. It's kind of actually pretty even between them.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was complimenting the way that Nox, even in dire situations, still manages to get value and just gain a little bit of ult charge, right, for the Trans Am. That's so important. Unfortunately, though, you lose out on Arrow's New Gundam in this position, but all's not for loss, though, as you actually have Exponent trying to push inside of the A site to just create some movement for IQ, force them off of that choke point position. They're going to force IQ all the way back. Now we're going to be at a quarter game there in progress on A site. Here comes the push from IQ. Now Exponent still going to be alive. Chucks the axe right over the shield. Is going to impale him, I believe, do a substantial amount of damage there. And they're holding this one down. Such a fast take on A. It was almost as if IQ were just not present at all. Now finally you start to get a body on there, but it's pretty much just going to be for nothing because this progress is too much for IQ to stop. And that is going to be a fast cat lemon kiwi for Toto 1010 fans.
And there's still some late kills, even Arrow late on Invictus, so time added 6 minutes to get 99.9% for the game win, for the series win. And Toto even have a G maneuver being popped right now, the new Gundam one, as he jumps in, and Toto have already gotten first blood. They're on the high ground, and Toto could win off of this.
Yeah, you could not ask for a better ult in that instance, right? That G maneuver, to give you the funnel pyramid, it's so strong. Also, it gives you just a lot of protection, but it is going to be a slowed push, at least for right now. Still continuing to poke around the corner here. It's going to be Toto 1010 fans. You got a lot of weakened members of IQ, and it really is, you're just looking for Unicorn to just keep them alive. So far, though, so good. Shield's in a real dangerous spot. There goes Chaotic, actually, in the engagement to force them back. I like that response. Shield's going to be in a bad spot, so they swap out. Chaotic's going to stop them before they can try and charge around the corner.
Oh, and Fusion Black used the Unicorn Gundam G maneuver, and that Magnum Beam does a lot of work at range, but he's just having such a hard time because all of Toto are on the high ground, and they're the ones that are dominating all the kills for Toto. Only 2 survivors of IQ as they race out of spawn. The cap has been started for Toto. If they get to 99.9, they are sending IQ to the lower bracket.
Nimbus for Die as he goes into the site there, but he doesn't get any kills quite yet, but he's doing a substantial amount of damage. Is able to take out 2, as a matter of fact, as Invictus cleans up with the Pale Rider's assault rifle. And there's just one player left alive inside. It's going to be Carl Sagan. Off to the moon you go, and that is it. A big stop there. Huge critical stop for IQ that they desperately needed. Wow.
Can't believe that. That looks so winnable for Toto, but the respawn advantage is so strong for the defenders. But Toto got halfway there.
Look at the G maneuvers. IQ can hold this one off with the G maneuvers there. Actually, the Alea Vignana's going to get popped. Chaotic's going to go and try and push inside there, though. As a matter of fact, you also do have Snake Nade causing more problems as he possibly can as he opens things up with the Nimbus. 5, 6 members. All of them are just going to be on the site here. Only a few more. 75%. Is anyone going to be there for the stop? Arrow's got the fin funnel pyramid right outside, and you're going to manage to get in there if you're big large, but it's not going to be enough, though. Now the funnel's starting to come on through. Invictus is going to get picked off. Arrow's getting so many kills. Nox is contributing to it as well. Chaotic looking to cause problems. Does he manage to do anything? No, he does not. And that is going to be Team Toto 1010 fans taking the win 2-1 and a strong play in that second round, Kiwi.
That was insane. They are so efficient with their G maneuvers, ZP. I mean, you watching from the outside in, it was only a matter of time, I felt like, before Toto won. I mean, they had 6 minutes to push B.
Yeah, Toto, I mean, not only were they efficient with that, this map was more wide open than the previous domination map, which meant that their power in the mid-range, which right now I think is way better than IQ, really looked good. It also made the Barbados pick a little bit weaker because you could see him coming, where he was coming from was more predictable. But the one thing I'm going to draw attention to that I thought was a great use of the new Gundam is the fact that they swapped to it for attack only, and you think about how the fin funnel barrier works. What more do you want to keep momentum than to use something that just lets you push effortlessly onto the point and remove most of the defender advantage? I thought the swap, specifically to use it for attack, was so smart coming in from Toto.
Yeah, and let's not forget as well too, right, that you have the fin funnel barrier, but then you can also use the hyper bazooka to try and take space very quickly. So you have this person that's just lingering about on the site with a pyramid over his head and just is asking everyone to just shoot him. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, they're firing everyone else that's looking to take out new Gundam. It's one of the reasons why it's such a powerful unit to bust out, and a smart decision there from Arrow to use that one. But really, it was the sum of all of its parts as well, right? Lemon Kiwi, like every single player from Toto 1010 fans contributed in a meaningful way. Carl Sagan on the Ashamar, so disgusting with that unit. Snake with the Dom Trooper, just providing so many opportunities for their team. Really, every player on Toto 1010 fans popped off.
And I especially like the way that Snake Nade was using that Screaming Nimbus G maneuver, because the defense always sits on that annoying high ground and you need to access them. So you use a Screaming Nimbus to actually get around, and it has knockback. So he ended up knocking down and isolating only like maybe 1 or 2 members instead of the entire team, because what you want to do is split up these units. And that's really, I think, where his team thrived.
Well, here's the bracket as it stands right now. IQ and Masti will play against each other in the loser semifinals, and in the winner finals, it's going to be Skill Issue facing off against Toto 1010 fans. For history's sake, this is actually a match that Toto has won in the past as well, in their reign of terror throughout all of the Gundam Evolution Showdown bracket. So I think that if there was an opportunity for Skill Issue to shock us all, they did it against Masti. They could do it here, but after what I saw, ZP, from Toto 1010 fans, it's going to be very hard for them to do so.
Look, Toto definitely looks very solid, and I would give them the edge going to the next matchup. However, their aura of invulnerability has been shattered. They came in today not losing a single map. They have been wounded. They are a team that can bleed, and we saw from Skill Issue that they're also a team that can adapt over the course of a series, over the course of a day. So while you might want to favor Toto going into this, I still think it's going to be a very close matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be just absurd. I cannot wait as we get ready for it. There's Toto 1010 fans, the winners of that last game. And one has to wonder, right? What does Skill Issue look to do? Because they prioritize the melee units. That is something that we've seen shine through for them. The problem is when you get into those situations, just like what you saw on the last map, when there are those chokes, you got to create those openings, and sometimes those melee units can't quite get through, and Toto 1010 fans are going to be prepared for that. But on the other side to that, Lemon Kiwi, you have IQ versus Masti, which is a massive opportunity for IQ to eliminate one of the stronger teams in this tournament.
I know, I'd be scared to face Masti. I was a big fan of what Casino did on the Ashamar, Enders. Yeah. His Pale Rider looked unstoppable. I mean, Masti and Toto look like the big favorites. And Toto, by the way, just going on into this bracket, remain undefeated. They were the only team that were undefeated through the qualifiers. So they're still on top.
Yeah, they are. And even with the way that things have shaken out, right? I think we were coming into this kind of expecting some blowouts potentially based on how qualifiers went. And I'm glad that we are pleasantly surprised with how things have played out here. 2-1s in our first semifinal matchups. I think our poll should be ready to go here. We have another poll for you guys. I actually don't even know what this one is because I didn't see this in the rehearsal. So here it is. How many fin funnels does new Gundam come equipped with in a standard loadout? Is it A, 4, B, 6, C, 10, or D? Don't worry about it, with a little smiley face. ZP, want to take a guess?
Honestly, I'm just going to apply standardized testing, workarounds here. Is that you see something for D that is so dissimilar from everything else, but makes a little bit of sense. It's probably going to be that. So I'm going for the all the above, or in this case, the don't worry about it D. I'm breaking the system. That's my answer.
Okay, if I have to take like an IQ side of this, I've actually played New Gundam, and there's like a few that come up on the E, and then there's 2 attached to the G maneuver, so I'd want to guess 6, but it's not like I'm counting them because I'm usually running away when I'm using them.
You're going for an actual number. Let's see how this one plays out. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have our loser semifinal matchup between Masti and IQ. Winner moves on. Loser, well, they're already home, but they're out of the tournament. We'll see you guys in a little bit. This is the Gundam Evolution Showdown. basically the year of Gundam. A lot of Gundam games available to you. Battle Alliance also going to be out for those of you who are SD Gundam fans. You'll love that one. But earlier we asked you guys a poll question, real simple one. We wanted to know, oh my God, I'm just losing track of mine. Fin funnels, there it is. How many fin funnels does new Gundam come equipped with in the standard loadout? We had 6 from Kiwi and D from ZP. What is the answer?
Yeah!
6.
Let's go!
Wow, getting ZP, absolute, just unreliable caster confirmed. Thoughts?
Unbelievable. Look, okay, it broke my theory that you could just use D as the answer for everything. Because if that answer was D, I was just going to hit D no matter what the next question was. Didn't matter how ridiculous. But, now I have to redo my trivia strategy.
Yeah, everyone in the chat, by the way, was spamming D. Everyone was spamming D in the chat, so everyone got caught off guard. Anywho, let's go ahead and preview the matchup that we're going to have here. It's IQ facing off against Masti. This is a lower bracket final matchup. Winner will move on to the competition. Loser is eliminated from the Gundam Evolution Showdown. And Lemon Kiwi, this is a massive opportunity for IQ, who just came off of a stinging defeat against Toto 1010 fans to knock out a very strong team in this tournament.
Yeah, I think IQ looked a little shaky in that last series that we watched. Just come with some more positional stuff of, crossing out into the open and maybe getting a little shaky on G maneuver uses. But Masti were looking crazy. Profi was a really good Sazabi that I was a fan of. Me and ZP were noting some of the numbers that Ender was putting up on the Pale Riders. So I would be siding with Masti here. What do you think, ZP?
Yeah, between the two, it's going to be tough. It also, depends on, do you buy into the theory that team is weaker when they play back-to-back matches because they're tired, or are they stronger because they're warmed up? Because don't forget, IQ, they just played a match, and they got to go straight into this next one. So, is Masti coming in cold, or is IQ going to be coming in hot? That's what we got to see.
Oh, yeah. Good point. Good point for sure. I honestly, I'm not really too worried about Masti and how they'll be able to stand up here against IQ. That being said, I am very much looking forward to seeing how IQ are going to try and solve the problems of, the Ashimar and the Dom causing so much disruption there and really shutting down players like Enders. But Kiwi, we'll catch up with you in a little bit. For now, me and ZP will go ahead and take the reins for this game. And Zeep, I'm excited. First time we've casted together, I think, since MLG Vegas? I want to say.
It's been a long time. I don't know if it was that long. I feel like there might have been something there.
I think it was.
Man. It's been a long time.
I'm going to look back, but I'm almost certain either that or we did some contender stuff together. But either way,
there is
oh man, this is going to be an exciting one because and for those who don't know, coming into this, Colony Trading Post will be map 1 for every game in this series. So there's a great opportunity, right, for these teams to see what the strategy is for some of these more, for the favorites, right? Teams like Masti, teams like Toto.
Yeah, you get time to adapt, and as you say, look at what other teams are doing, and hey, you get a lot of practice at this map in particular. And already, GB, a little bit of a difference for IQ from the last match. Chaotic was rocking the Barbados for a while, now back onto the Exia, so it's going to be an Exia v Exia as IQ takes on Masti.
Quite interesting. If I'm correct, it might be a mirror comp. I think it is a mirror comp for each player, or for each team here. Here comes the push now. Dai looking to just keep himself alive, using that beam to force back. That beam does so much damage off the right click there. Lots of damage being applied, though, actually getting that big splash. Gonna have to force back the Sazabi. As Kaiser's looking to get into the fight now. Dai's just gonna hightail it out of there. You do manage to get that spawn, so you will be a touch quicker back into the fight here. But who's gonna get that first pick? Invictus needs to stay alive for this one. Does manage to do so, though, and one has to wonder, right, how do you crack this egg if you're IQ?
You gotta have a stronger neutral game, but right now Masti has been brutal in that regard. But just as I say that, one pickoff happens, they lose their Ashmar. Kaiser might have flown a little bit too close to the sun, and now IQ, a little bit more of an opportunity to grab another, and all it takes is one elimination to start turning the tides, turn that poke game around. You see Big Large here, down on the bomb, looking to finish his plate versus Unicorn, and actually just takes it right to the face.
Yeah, but while that was happening, though, the cap does manage to go through, so they have planted on A, which means that they'll hold down that top cover here. Playing in the backfield, too, it's actually quite interesting. They're going to have to lead them to just go and take the fight to the back of sight. which could potentially play out nicely for IQ if they're able to get these picks here. There goes the funnel sending right forward into Devotion as well. Devotion just tucked away in the back there, ZP. So weak, needs to stay alive, keep that support going.
Yeah, but as this is going on, Masti, they nearly have the clearance needed. They're going for the defuse. Here we go. Devotion. Is he going to get it? It's almost there. Oh, Mr. Big Large. You see him diving, going, please get your hands off that bomb. And no, they get the defuse, and has an incredible retake from Masti. And IQ's job just got so much harder.
It really did. And now you have... Also, I did want to compliment there, Profi, and just putting the body on the line for the team. And that's what you have to do as the Sosby. It's a big unit. It covers pretty much every other Gundam in this game. So you just want to get there as fast as you can and help out your teammates now. Invictus, though, looking to cause some problems in the back lines with this Pale Rider, but you won't be able to do much as Enders does have Hades, and that is going to send all the members of IQ packing.
Yeah, and you take a look at the tail here, what's going on. IQ, look at the top left of your screen as they're coming in. They are getting melted down by the neutral game of Masti. And a lot of it is being driven by Enders. We took time to look at the stats. Enders are putting out a lot of damage. First round of games, maybe wasn't getting as many killing blows as you would expect for that sort of output. But this time around, getting more finishing shots. And Masti's just looking very composed right now. When here we go again, GB. IQ's going in. Look at their health bars as they struggle to go in against a team that also is stacked with G maneuvers.
Yeah, that is going to be quite problematic, but here come the G maneuvers. They're going to get activated, XC as well as the Dom Trooper, so you're going to get the Nimbus just floating around. You can see him pushing players away. Mr. Big Large, though, does manage to stay alive. A lot of members for IQ are going to be so low as the kills are starting to come in. Crazy cleanup there from Masti to just prevent IQ. You have 1 minute and 19 seconds left on the clock. You got to figure out something fast here, son.
Yeah, I mean, that was tough for IQ. Masti just opened up their pocketbook. They spent all the cash in the bank. They're down the 1G maneuver, but man, was it flashy, including the Beam Magnum coming out from the Unicorn Gundam. But here we go. Final minute left to go. You're going to see IQ working their way into point. They get onto point with way less damage this time, so it's a good start. But they lose die, and the rotation of Masti, not too bad. However, they get caught down too.
Oh, Hades is going to get activated for Invictus. He's going to be 40 HP. He goes down just as he activates the Hades, though. Shield's just going to stay alive. Fusion Black is going to go down. Kaiser's dangerously low. Here comes Profi around the corner. And I think that one of the things that did not help them in this situation was that they didn't get to take out Enders, which is really hurting their output on these fights. If you take out that Pale Rider, it's so much damage you're taking off the board. But finally, you're going to be able to get this plant off. But it took so much effort. You have 18 seconds here. Player is going to go down, but you keep Dom Trooper left alive here. Look out for Chaotic, though, with that Exia. The Trans Am could pop it at any moment here if the opportunity calls for it. There goes the push now. Looking to take out Casino. The Dom Trooper, no! Casino stays alive.
There's a chance now.
Chaotic. They have to pick up Chaotic, but Chaotic is going to go down. That was going to be an investment of the unit. Dai's going to be out of the fight as well. Fusion Black as well as Shield's going to just try and cover around the site here. Look for Mr. Big Large to create opportunities up on high, but Shield's out of this one, CP, and it seems like Masti are going to be able to make the stuff happen if things continue this way. As far as things go, it looks great for Masti.
Masti is just about there. However, there's still pressure on the disarm. It's not clear yet. Invictus still there for IQ. IQ has quicker respawns. Invictus right now just playing the game. Let me stay alive until the Sazabi gets back. Sazabi comes right back in. Time starting to tick on down. 4 seconds, and IQ will add more to their clock. That's it. They get it. 3.5 more minutes. Masti so close to getting the deny there, and yet so far, and look at the speed right now. IQ all together in formation. They're trying to make the most of this before Masti can recover.
You got to get that capture point down. But Masti are going to have players on presence there, right on the site. Kaiser's going to be able to pick up the first kill as he loops around the side there. Is going to get focused down and eliminated from the fight, courtesy of Invictus. Die with the Dom Trooper, putting so much damage with those rockets. The splash damage is good. Great heals for Chaotic to give him just a little bit more presence, a little bit more power in that fight. Just help him out with the armor. Taking the high ground here. And actually, Big Large is going to get just beamed down. Chaotic tried to go in there to create some disruption, but it doesn't work out in the favor, though, of IQ, and Masti managed to hold on.
one thing that we're seeing IQ struggle with in these fights is you gotta finish your kills. That was like the second or third time this map alone where you see Enders just walk away, limping in his unit with 2 HP. You must finish them up. Like, not only when you get them down, but get them down in the first place. You can't allow this level of poke damage to keep going uncontested. It's frustrating at times because IQ is so close and yet so far. And now they're going to be heading into the meat grinder. All G maneuvers up and Baranox just lets loose.
Yeah, that's going to be 2 G maneuvers activated there. Baranox looking to just cause a lot of problems in the back here for IQ. But he does go down. Die gets the better of him, but so many members of the blue squad are going to suffer for that one. And that is it. That is the push. And you still have 2 G maneuvers left there for Enders and Profi. And you couldn't ask for 2 better G maneuvers with 1 minute, 38 seconds on the clock. You got the Hades. You also have the funnels. This is going to be quite deadly here for IQ to have to go into.
If you're IQ, your win condition right now, find Enders, kill Enders, and Enders immediately opens up the Hades, and the pressure coming in. IQ just gets caught, but there's a silver lining here. That fight is so decisive, over so quickly, that the G maneuvers are used for Masti, and IQ still has another shot.
That's what I was going to say. It's like, yes, it was wonderful that Masti were able to get the big kills with the Hades, with the funnel from the Sazabi as well. But now you have taken all those ultimates from the game, right? All those G maneuvers are out of the fight. So you gotta make the best of this situation here. You have Fusion Black. He's actually gonna use the Magnum Cannon there to just create some disruption, cause some, really just look for some space opening opportunities here. But Casino's going full in with the Nimbus, and he's gonna force all those players back. Just look at this movement here. Beautifully done. Still gonna be alive. Does manage to get the repair kit there. I was gonna say at that moment too, we just saw the punch come in from Kaiser. Does go down. 26 seconds left on the clock, CP. It's do or die now for IQ.
I played Gundam Evolution, I was like, what happened? All I heard was screaming from the Dom Trooper, and also a little bit of dominance coming in here from Masti at the end. IQ staggering into point, but that sort of stagger at the end is tough because you look at 10 seconds left. It's going to be very difficult for them to get anything going here, if they can even touch it at all. Masti coming in hot, a very strong neutral game, Golden Boy.
That was, really was. Because let's not forget, that wasn't the objective. That was just a sub-objective, getting the spawn so that you can have a more favorable fight at the bombs where you're going to plant. So really, that was brutal to watch for IQ. Because they were just, you said the phrase, the meat grinder. That is what that was. That's what it felt like every single time IQ went in for a fight.
Yeah, and again, part of this is that between the two teams, Masti, I think, clearly has better overall talent in terms of just the raw FPS adage of just shoot better, right? And when IQ did well in the last series, what made them do well is when they were able to be more aggressive. They used the Barbados comp on a closer, in-your-face map. Now, this map is not that, right? So that's probably why they're not running it right now. But I feel like the way to get in and make Masti uncomfortable is you just have to invade their personal space. You don't want to play the range game if you have the ability to play a little bit more up close and personal, and to whatever ability you can on this map. If I'm IQ, I am trying to just get in their face, and in particular, suppress Enders a little bit more and not give the Pale Rider just free reign.
Yeah, Enders really wasn't challenged much, right? I mean, yes, he did go down to low HP multiple times, but just the fact that he was able to stay alive for so long and contribute to these fights in meaningful ways, that is the difference, right? You alluded to it before, ZP. You got to clean up those kills when the opportunity presents itself, and they did multiple times. But also, credit where credit is due, right? Profi with the protection. You had Baranox creating openings with Exia. And also Casino. I'm glancing over Casino, but so many times you'd see Casino right in the fight, just putting so much damage with the Dom Troopers rockets. But here comes the push now for Masti. Let's see if they can get held here. IQ needs to have a Herculean hold in order for them to win this first map.
Yeah, and the biggest thing here, too, is that they need to not take too much damage before Masti engages. Now, as defenders, they can pull back a little bit, and Masti, they do have to just throw themselves at the point at some point. So they can avoid some of this neutral game dominance that we've been seeing. And in fact, you take a look here, IQ isn't giving up as many free shots. They're doing a good job at avoiding the damage here thus far, but Masti, they've yet to fully commit either. Both teams kind of feeling themselves out, and Profi nearly feels himself to the respawn. Almost got taken out.
Also, the positioning here as well. It's something that you got to compliment. Oh, I was going to say, oh no, Casino managed to push him, but that again, that's just another instance where the Dom Trooper, the splash damage you get from the rockets, right? Playing around that corner is so difficult, and you lose out on Dom. That's going to be a massive opening opportunity here. Even with great positioning on the side from IQ, it's not going to be enough as Invictus is going to go down. Fusion Black's no longer going to be a part of the fight as well, and you can see the Exia having to just hightail it out of there. Devotion with the plant, and that is going to be the Mega Charge down at location A. They have height that is going to have to force all this action over to them, and what we saw in that last round was that really Masti have no problem holding this particular area.
No, not at all. This is already difficult to retake under the best of circumstances. Kaiser just gets ripped out of the sky, though. Mr. Big Large had a little bit of support. However, it is a trade back and forth. IQ, though, looking to make a stand. They might get the disarm here. I don't know if anyone has line of sight. They're looking for it. Paradox, can you get it? No! And once more,
they did.
No, it's like Paradox didn't interrupt.
Oh,
they got the disarm.
Yes, I was about to say, oh my God, it looks so close. That just, again, it's pretty much just running at a razor's edge here between these two teams. And Big Large now looking to just stay alive down low. Get back into this fight here.
Yeah, and they do get the disarm. The bomb is back up. That's really, really good for IQ to try and equalize time here and give themselves the best chance at defending the next point. Masti, though, set up, and as I say that, Enders goes down. Their big gun and damage out already. What a great opportunity. Fusion out of it, a little bit more evened up, and IQ, they have to push in soon. Only 25 seconds.
Yeah. They have to, and actually Invictus is going to be down low too. I think he was looking maybe to just try and get a sneak one there, but a great use there of the axe to get over the wall, but it's going to get blown up by Devotion's Magnum. So brutal. 10 seconds remaining though. Do they have enough? Big Large is just going to try and get on it. Chaotic's going to be circling around it there. 4 seconds remaining. Paradox is going to be swirling about, and there's no time. Second target is going to be available, so they didn't get it the first time, CP, but they managed to pick it up after that second plant.
This is also going to be tough because you take a look at this. It's not even just the, oh, you have to cap it. You know, they just need anything on there. The margin of error on the disarm is so low to the point that if a plant goes down at all, it's pretty much going to be in favor of Masti here. So IQ, even if it's against how they've been playing to some extent, they need to be even more aggressive than we've been suggesting and just keep Masti far, far away from the Mega Charge. And certainly don't lose the respawn.
Smart from Baronox to have to get out of that fight there, though. Does manage to get the better of Chaotic. He's been playing a great Exia on this map. But just as I say that, though, the first target he took out, he didn't get the cleanup on the kill, so that is going to lead to Chaotic getting picked up once again and still going to be in this fight. Now, though, as we see Invictus, as well as the rest of the team, looking to just find what is going to be the opportunity here. What is going to be the opening that they need? Because so far, IQ, they have a lot of G maneuvers available to them. They can use. They don't quite. They did manage to use the Nimbus, so they can't quite use it. But here comes the push, CP.
Yeah, they have to ration these G maneuvers like starving men, though, here, Golden Boy. They can't use it all in one grand feast.
No, they can't.
They might have just done a little bit of that, but they saved 2 in the end. Because on the other end for Masti, if you're Masti, you're okay with that fight. You just got several G maneuvers out. I'd say building up their own, but it's not actually that good, GB. Taking a look at, there's 2 used from Masti. They fought power for power, and they didn't need to do that. So this entire turn of events is very good for IQ.
Yeah, especially losing out on the Sazabi G maneuver, right? Those funnels, they could do so much damage, but you got to keep that Sazabi healthy. So once he goes down, the Sazabi is able to just really be not a factor in this fight. Enders as well, looking to be a factor here with his Hades, but so far he hasn't really found many in the way of targets. There you go. He's actually able to lock one in. Fusion Black, though, does manage to get the kill there. Just going to force him out of the fight. That's going to be 2 more. And just look here at the coordination from IQ. Masti so far have not been able to get through at all. Just as I say that, a few big kills coming in, but it's still going to be no cleanups. So all pickups there for IQ. They don't got to wait for these players to come back from the spawn.
You know, I love Unicorn, where Unicorn, of course, more a support than not in this game. You know, it's the old meme of like, I'm usually a healer, but he bought the Beam Magnum, his Fusion Black did there, and suddenly you just rip the fight wide open. Huge part there, but now you take a look at it. IQ is drained, Masti is drained, aside from, of course, the Screaming Nimbus. So if you're Masti, if you had perfect knowledge right now, you let the Nimbus rip right now, GB. You follow it in, and you let the pieces fall where they may. And let's see if Casino opens in that way right now.
Well, that's exactly what he's going to do. Casino pushes right in. That is massive to create so much space, and Masti's going to be able to get the kills right off of that because they all just wanted to turn around and take out the Nimbus. But Invictus so low. Beautiful shots from Casino as well. Felt like he was shooting those rockets like it was a hit scan weapon. Absurd.
The plant?
And the plant's through. They get it on B. And also, the closing of the doors, too, is going to force the movement to the other side, and this is now going to put the onus on IQ to have to make this happen. All they got to do is just get it to a little bit of a point here. They have to go right now.
No way!
They get the disarm! They get the disarm! Mr. Big, Large, and Die are going to be alive to just get these kills. Can he manage to get a few more?
They're going for the plant again. We're about to be in just absolutely clenching mode right here and now. Can they somehow come back in? 8 seconds to go. Remember, they have so little time because they didn't get here before. 2, 1. Where's the disarm? Is anyone touching? No.
Nope.
Masti.
Wow. Whew. That was quite the war that we just saw. But Masti pick up the win and go up in the series 1-0. And, you know, you do got to give a credit to the Unicorn Gundam. Just so much was done with the heals, with the Magnum Cannon, just everything. Kiwi, that was nuts. It was definitely nuts to cast.
That I could feel it, the way y'all are out of breath, the way y'all were screaming, that was intense. Like,
yeah,
that it's lack of cardiovascular fitness is what that.
I know. GB's X sandwich went a little too hard during the break, but yeah, so did Masti. I mean, I'm sticking with my prediction. I'm able to count fin funnels. I'm able to predict Masti. I'm feeling good and cozy back here.
Yeah, you know, one thing though, again, that I would say was a very important piece there was how Masti were able, even when they had one G maneuver available, just off of one, the Screaming Nimbus is so strong. Once Stormtrooper pops that, it's like a look at me button. And everyone was just trying to just focus on taking out that player because the push was coming through. And I think, you know, Kiwi, it's very evident that this team plays off of just one piece of utility, one G maneuver so effectively.
And that's it. It's all about coordinating around those G maneuvers and supporting each other on the push. And that's what's so awesome to see in Gundam Evolution. Like, it's 6v6, so things can get a little crazy, but with the number, you can either do a straight push together, you can have someone go on the flank, and that's why I'm liking that this showdown, we're seeing so much more Exia play, because in our first showdown, I think it was such a difficult unit for people to master, and now that people have, like, we have some gods being created here.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, ZP. Exia, now I want to play Exia, and I know that once I jump into the game and play it, it's not going to look like that.
What do you mean? It's going to be great. You're definitely going to see you dive in, and you're going to do a disappearing act. No one will know where you are, but you'll know because you'll be back in spawn. You know, it's a new take on the Exia.
All right, well, it seems as if history will repeat itself here. When IQ lost against Toto 1010 fans, they went to the Mountain R&D lab, and that gave them a big win. Maybe they could do it again here, but against Masti, it's going to be so challenging, Kiwi, because they saw exactly what IQ did. All right, well, we'll catch up with you in a little bit, Lemon Kiwi, but for now, we're going to jump right back into the action. A point's going to lock in about 20 seconds here, and already out of the gate, we're starting to see that Barbatos come back in for Chaotic, so back to that comfort pick that we've seen him crush on before.
Yeah, and again, this is map going to be a little bit more up close and personal, and this is something that might play the IQ's favor versus Masti, where you look at the last game overall, Masti better at range neutral, and definitely a little bit better when G maneuvers were all equal. Both teams right now trading out, neither team with a huge advantage as C is opened up. And as I say that, we got Ashmar versus Ashmar, and Kaiser, king of the skies, to set things up here, GB.
Oh, I love a good little sky battle just because of the way that could always play out, right? Especially with Ashmar, such a powerful unit in play. Chaotic actually trying to get around the flank there, but I don't know if that was going to work out the way that they would have wanted in that instance. They're actually going to have to back away. A lot of progress being gained here for Masti as Kaiser does manage to win the sky battle against Mr. Big Large. Removing the Ashmar from the fight is going to be a big problem as this location is going to be moving in about 18 seconds CP. So much progress gained by the Red Squad.
Yeah, and Masti also just made the smart maneuver of, we're going to throw our units on the point, and they got an early cap on top of having good early pressure. And this level of dominance on the first point does make things a little bit tough for IQ. They don't even get the pity points at the end. Masti is able to get full capture on it and go over to the next point. And the kill feed isn't looking any better right now, GB.
No, and one of the more important parts of that too was just the rotation. Once they recognize, because this map is much smaller, so once you are able to get the success on the first point, right, as we saw, point C, you can make that rotation so fast over to point B within, you know, an instant. So you got to be mindful of that as the location is now going to move over. Here comes this Big Large taken to the skies, but it's just going to be all Masti dominating the kill feed. Big punch coming in though. Can he get the clears? It doesn't work out. Perhaps Chaotic could be there to cause some problems, live up to the name, but with only a few HP left, it ain't going to work out. And that is going to be A, secured, locked and loaded for Masti.
Yeah, look, Barbados is good at cleanup, but that wasn't a cleanup. That was a full-on landfill excavation if he was going to be bringing that one back. That was, that's not happening. And that's also not the greatest point for Barbados to begin with relative to some of the others on this point, just a little bit wide open. So, I don't know. IQ, they are so far behind right now that they're going to need to win multiple fights with advantage. But it doesn't get any better. Look at all the G maneuvers stocked up for Masti. It gets worse, and then it gets even more worse from the perspective of IQ. They need a miracle. As the Gundam,
exactly.
The unicorns trade off magnums.
Look at that. Like, the magnums are going off, and really all you just need is just to hold them off. That's it, CP. You don't have to do anything else, because so far, all that you needed to do is just your left click. It's been working out for you thus far. Profi's going to push inside, just try and cause some problems. He's going to look to just dive further in. Invictus, very low and very dead. Has to get out of this one, but I don't think Invictus will be able to, as the last player left alive is going to be the Unicorn, tucked between a rock and a hard place now. He's going to be open and available, but it's still going to be Masti, who has bodies on there, and Die just gets obliterated.
Last gasp here coming up for IQ. They are starting to get dominance on the point. They get on the board for the first time all map long. Now, this is not the final destination here thus far. We have point C left to go. That's going to point A, where I believe that will be the final point. So if you're IQ, you want to not only get the rest of this so you don't lose, but get out as cheaply as possible, because you do have a little bit of a G maneuver advantage. But on the same note, just pluck Kaiser out of the sky. Please, Kaiser has been the huge pain for them this entire time.
Yeah, the Ashmars in this tournament have been so effective. Reason why I just keep talking about this particular unit throughout the day, because you have an Ashmar still involved, it's going to be an issue. That napalm clears out so much space. Mr. Big Large, though, hasn't really been able to get much use out of the Ashmar, but that's also because Masti have been targeting him. The moment he takes to the sky, it's like everyone looks at Big Large, and then Big Large has no other choice but to just disengage, but he's hovering down so he can't fall down fast enough in a giant hulking robot suit.
IQ has an opportunity here, though, GB. Everyone is back up. They're about as stocked on G maneuvers as you can get. Will they take the initiative? Here comes Chaotic with the sword, slashes down 2 right away, and that is a clean economical fight, something that IQ desperately needed.
Beautifully done by Chaotic. That's going to have to just send, well, that will guarantee that Enders is not going to be able to spawn up with the team, which is going to give them enough time to be able to hold on to this objective. And this is it. It's only this objective is what you're going to be fighting for.
There's no more swaps from this point forward. IQ,
no.
much there. Masti's opening with an advantage. Enders just says, let's make it hot 80s to start things off early. And immediately, you see the Zabi down on the other side. Masti, no mercy.
None whatsoever, as they are just going to push right on to A, but it's still going to be held for IQ, so some more progress being gained, but no kills coming through. In fact, you're going to see 2 players down for IQ as the flip is going to come through. Only a few more percentage points, and that is it. A few seconds remain as the progress continues to tick. They hit 90. All they got to do is just hold on a little bit longer before anyone from IQ can get in. Shields are going to manage to get inside of there, but the extra time is going to come down as 3 members of IQ do manage to get inside of the site. Shield now looking for the opening. Can he manage to get a few of these big kills here? As Enders is going to be circling about. He has to stay on this one for as long as he can. He got to pop the shield, but he can't quite do so because he's getting shot from all sorts of angles, and that is going to be Masti taking the first round.
Valiant effort from IQ at the very end there, but they were definitely down in G maneuver economy, and also it was just it's always rough in this sort of situation, any form of hero shooter where the objective says you must get on the point, and then you look up above and go, am I the fish in the barrel right now? Like, what is going to go on here? And the answer is yes, you are. You're hoping that the other team starts missing shots, and conversely, you're hoping that you just get a few plays that go in your favor because, the situation, it's not ideal, to say the least. And Masti, executed when they needed to.
Yeah, they did. They did it expertly multiple times, right? Like, even just the rotations, the way that, they would play, from site to site, just so efficiently, giving really no real opportunity. Going from that A to C transition, just getting height control, right? And then on top of which, just it's really the use of the utility that's available to you, right? Like seeing the way the Kaiser every single time places the napalm in the perfect possible position allows someone like Baronox to just go in and disrupt the rest of that hold. It has been quite scary for IQ to have to fight out of this one. Credit to Masti as we jump right back into the action, and it is going to be objective B that will be the battleground here to start things off.
And this is a little bit more closed off, and I think if you're IQ, you're going, where would we like to fight? You're okay with this, especially running the Barbados, where you don't like taking poke from Enders. You don't like Bill Ryder good areas, but as I say that, they lose some of their meatiest players immediately. Zabi out of the fight for IQ, but Chaotic, he's finding some room with the base, takes down one, wounds another before falling in turn, but it might have done enough to give IQ the advantage here, GB, as they get first control.
Yeah, and I really got to give credit where credit is due to Big Large there, who has been struggling at least in that first round, but in that particular engagement managed to just put so much damage down there, forced all of these members of Masti to have to go back. Now they have to fight out of this choke or from the high ground, which is also a viable alternative for them. We'll see what's going to be the push here, because it looks like it's going to be a pincer from multiple angles. One onto the site, and then they're going to be coming from the low ground. They're just waiting for the opportunity for everyone to get in a position to go in for the push.
Yeah, and right now, this has been a much, much better start here for IQ. It's played to their strengths and a better engage. But here we go. Baronox coming in on the Exia. Does a little bit of damage, gets out, sees the base come forward, like, no. Oh, just smashed over to the side. But, on the main fight, Masti's still doing pretty well.
Yeah, it really goes to show how much carnage Baronox has been causing, and that is a lot of significant gain there for IQ. So they're kind of okay losing out on that fight because they have gained everything that they possibly can. 43.3% from the B target. Now we make our way over toward A, and right now Masti again holds control of height, which has been a problem for IQ to try and stop.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're IQ, if you get even half of this point, you're feeling pretty good because your comp is not great for this, and your matchups versus Masti do not lend themselves to the open air. Kaiser has been better in the skies on Ashamar, and Enders has been better at just poking you down. If you're IQ, I think you go for something sneaky here in terms of flanking, but I don't think you invest much in terms of G maneuvers here. You're so far ahead, you can let this point go and know that it goes to B next. You're way more comfortable on point B.
Yeah, I think maybe the only other one you could use is going to be the Nimbus, which is exactly what Dai ends up doing there. but it's going to be a counter Nimbus, I believe, on the other side for Casino too. Profi's going to be down very low, but not going to be out of the fight yet at all, as Dai's going to have to disengage. Was there any follow-up there from IQ? It seems like they still managed to keep a few bodies left on the site. Profi does go down, but Dai's going to actually fall on the height, courtesy of Kaiser, because Kaiser could just hold up top for as long as he possibly wants. No one's challenging him up there, and this continues to be a Masti hold on A.
Yeah, I mean, kind of expected between the two team strengths. I think you're okay with that, Frankie. You traded a Nimbus for Nimbus. The only problem is that Masti did not have to use a lot of their war chest here. They're still pretty well stocked, and now you look to Chaos and go, you know, you almost got your G maneuver. Are you ready to pull up the sword, cut down all our foes? The point's unlocking in 15 seconds. We gotta go.
Look out for the Hades here, because that is going to get used. Invictus needs to be careful. He actually gets called out and pushed away, and then Enders gets a massive kill. That's going to open up the site in about 2 seconds here. That was so beautifully done to put him out of position, especially when he had the Hades. Baranox again doing what Baranox does best, causing carnage in the back lines. And this is going to be yet another hold for Masti, but the credit to Enders there, and really the whole team for just putting Invictus in a really unwinnable situation.
IQ, though, they have to go back in quickly. This is a point that's more favored for them than has been. There's no guarantee they're going to get back here again. They have everything ready to go. They can still get 30 seconds. Big pickoff, Ashmar v. Ashmar. Mr. Big Large sets it up. Enders right now, trying to lay down suppressing fire onto the point. Under heavy fire himself, it doesn't matter. The damage was well worth it, backed up by the fin funnels of Profi. And that is so huge for Masti, taking this point in particular before they head to sea.
That is why the Hades ultimate on Pale Rider, it's so good. That's why it's so valuable, because of what he was able to do with that there. Ender is just stopping the good day of Masti here, and now this is it. You have to get this. You have to get control. If you don't, if you're IQ, you lose this one. You're out of the competition. Masti have been playing expertly so far. Invictus has been holding on to this Hades for what feels like 5 years, and he has to use it eventually. Does manage to get at least one kill. Excuse me. As I say that, Fusion Black as well as the rest of the squad are able to find a few more kills where they need to. So you know what? Holding on to this Hades actually is a pretty good thing for them, as they'll have it for this next fight.
1 minute.
GB, not only was that economical for IQ, it all ends here on point C. They were done with shifting. So they get first control of the final point, which is incredibly important. And even though they're in behind, they could not ask for a better setup. Enders is not going to be coming in with the Hades anytime soon. There's just one big thing to worry about. It's the Nimbus. It's going to be coming in screaming. It's been Masti's bread and butter to get good engages off of this. Casino, under fire already. They know it's coming. They know he's going to be the point of initiation. The question is, can IQ do anything to stop it? We have Casino's point of view. Let's see what he does for GB. He's on the way.
Flying Nimbus says he's going to go right inside of the back lines and cause a lot of problems for IQ. With only a few seconds left, that's going to be a flip of the site immediately. A beautiful engagement. The Invictus, or excuse me, the Hades was popped for Invictus, but it isn't going to amount to anything, though. Extra time in play, but no extra time needed as Masti pick up the victory, and they go up 2-0. And that is the series.
Oh man, it was a script that wrote itself there, GB, where we knew it was coming. Both teams knew it was coming, but the stop wasn't there, and once more the Nimbus just came on in screaming.
That was you saw the setup happen in real time. You know, Kiwi, I think you got to play more Dom Trooper in our games. I think that's just what we need now. We just need more Dom. It's simple as that. It's such a Go for it.
It's almost like my alt account, because I'm in Vegas. The guy's in Casino. He's popping off. I'm Dom Trooper. I'm halfway there. He's dropping 52k damage in map 1. 60 kills. Casino, backpack, everyone's jumping into it. And I always thought Dom Trooper, man, yeah, it's good, got good splash damage, it's got good utility, but the Screaming Nimbus, you guys went ham in the right moments. That thing came trucking. I'm seeing the stats get updated live, and we're crunching the numbers. He got a lot of kills also on Mountain R&D, but then I also especially liked Profi's Sazabi on Mountain R&D. With that close range map, you need that frontline presence. Profi wasn't scared to tank it, and I think he's one of my favorite Sazabi all tournament.
Yeah, I actually agree with that. He has been just such a pivotal tank for this team. and has no problems just taking all the damage for the rest of the squad. But also just the combination of Baranox and Enders. If you can't remove those two out of the equation, good luck to anyone else. And it even makes even skill issues win even more impressive, considering how hard IQ played against Toto 1010 fans. But then Masti, the ZP, just come in and just sweep them off their feet.
It comes down to matchups to me when I look at it, is that Masti, if they have a weakness, is that they don't like being hyper dove on. And the biggest hyper dive comp that we've seen so far is going, what if we ran dagger unit and base unit at the same time, the Exia Barbados. But unless you're willing to commit to that, Masti gets a lot more comfortable. They can flex to the fact that, I think they have some experienced FPS players that like sitting in the back and shooting. So unless you can remove them from their comfort zone or shoot better than them, you're going to have a tough time against Masti as they are right now.
Well, now Masti is in the lower finals, waiting the loser of our winter finals that's going to be coming up in just a little bit. But that will be skill issue versus Toto 1010 fans. We'll see a clash of ideas when it comes to the compositions, whether it's the divey hyper melee composition of skill issue, or it's the more structured Toto 1010 and how they hold on to these sites and these locations. But we've been having fun with the polls all throughout the event. We got another one queued up for you guys, another one for ZP to lose. So let's see what we end up getting here. Oh, here we go. This is a fun one. What series, and no cheating, what series featured the first appearance of Dom Trooper? Was it A, Mobile Suit Gundam, aka one of the best ones ever, B, or it's the OG, B, Mobile Suit Gundam 0080 War in the Pocket, my second favorite Gundam series of all time, and then C, Mobile Suit Gundam Zeta Gundam, or D, Mobile Suit Gundam Seed Destiny? Want to take a guess, CP?
Honestly, I'm just going with the same strategy. You can't fault me. D all day. I'm not picking any answer other than D. 25% of the time, it works every time. Let's go.
I guess so. Kiwi?
I'm going to go with War in the Pocket, because if I think Dom Trooper, what he's good at is probably war. So I'm going to go with B, even though I didn't watch the anime. But you must be good at war, right? In the pocket somewhere?
Oh, if you ever get a chance, though, watch War in the Pocket. It's legit, just an incredible story. Anyway, sorry guys, I could gush about Gundam for a very, very long time. Let's go to a commercial break though. When we come back, it's our winner bracket finals as we see Skill Issue take on Toto 1010's fans. It's going to be nuts. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you as always on the other side. Welcome back, everyone, to the Gundam Evolution Showdown. Golden Boy alongside Lemon, Kiwi, and ZP as we get ready for our winner bracket finals between Skill Issue and Toto 1010 fans. Before the break, though, we actually asked you guys a question of what was the first appearance of Dom Trooper, and our casters took a guess here. One went for ZP, you went for D, and Kiwi,
yes.
You went for War in the Pocket, B. Let's see what the answer is. D.
So ZP isn't always wrong.
I'm gonna be this guy.
I got
I'm
the
gonna be
first
this
one
guy.
right too. I'm 2 out of 3 today with one strategy.
I hope you're ready.
One simple strategy.
I hope you're ready for some more Gundam lore, because actually, the Dom Trooper is actually based off of the MSO9 Dom unit that was in Mobile Suit Gundam, but the Dom Trooper was actually in Seed. So, you know, just a little bit of a Gundam lore for you wonderful people at home.
You just said
I did see also.
Pushes
Yeah,
up
I did.
glasses.
Actually, this is what happened. So yes, Dom Trooper, who's been seeing a lot of play here today, Kiwi, because, well, I mean, who doesn't like the Screaming Nimbus?
Wow.
The team's on the
love
receiving end
watching
usually.
Sometimes I like to screen out of fights. I've been kind of seeing some Dom Troopers actually scream their way out of fights because it does have some like damage deflection, so I've been liking that. But here's our next match. We got the winners final, Skill Issue and Toto. Both these teams play some Dom Trooper.
Yeah, indeed they do. Skill Issue, you're going to see them really prioritize ZP, the more melee-centric, in-your-face, divey compositions, whereas Toto 1010 fans running more standard fare with a Barbatos or an Exia whenever it suits the situation.
Yeah, between the two teams, it kind of felt like Toto sort of plays a lot like Masti does. I'd argue maybe a little bit better from what we've seen, but their teams have similar styles, whereas Skill Issue, we saw they matched up pretty well against its style earlier when they got two areas that they could play that close-up style the most effectively. So I kind of expect that same dynamic to sort of express itself again here in this matchup.
I just want to say that these teams...
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, Great Map won, our neutral one. Toto knocked out Skill Issue in the lower bracket in the qualifier and then went undefeated all the way. Just saying.
Just saying. That was your actually moment. You know, I thought I saw a gun tank for a moment there. Almost lost my mind. But in any case, though, this is it. Winner bracket finals. ZP, Lemon, Kiwi. I'll let you guys take it from here, and let's pray to the gods we get a gun tank.
Yeah, also just looking at the observing work there, I don't know if I want to watch the news in the Gundam universe. It's all, yeah, it can be a little bit dark at times. It's like, yeah, missiles are launching from the base and all the power is going out and there could be a space colony just being thrown into the earth. Yeah, these are all things that just happen.
You know, it really just does happen. Oh my god, there's already fire at the base. What the heck? But anyway, Skill Issue are fine. They walk away. No issues in their skill. And they got the Methus, which is a nice little pocket. I wonder who's really going to use it at range. So as Exia God will be leading that way.
If anything, it might be more on Killer Umbrellas here as like one of their main ranged options with the OG Gundam. But as I say, that Exia God becomes Exia Respawn, just immediately ejected. So the quick dive strategy here from Skill Issue gonna have to be a slower dive as they wait for a full 6. Because the thing about any sort of dive strategy, you need everyone up for it to be most effective.
So yeah, the repair cable from the Methus kind of helping out Evictus in that moment, but the Dom Trooper, I mean, it's a little tough to land those splashy grenades. It's nice to use it from above. Speaking of from above, nitrogen genocide, taking a roundabout, but kind of going through the main way has been an issue because it's kind of that choke point. Yes, you can drop through the sides and take a roundabout, but we'll see if Skill can find an opening pick.
Yeah, right now, both teams filling each other out. Toto definitely giving a lot of room to Skill Issue, but Carl Sagan just able to dodge and dive, use the mobility of the Ashimar to get to, jet out around, and just put Toto on top where right now their goal is very simple. Be evasive. Don't get caught by Barbados. Don't get caught by Exia. You know, they're playing a game of dodge right now. There's no ball. There's just, you know, blasters and melee weapons. Oh, wow. Exia just got melted.
Oh my gosh, just, yeah, Barbados and Exia that can dive you, but it's up to them to get close. I see actually Davester in the bottom left, so he's trying to maybe come up from behind, and I think once the signal goes in, the rest of the team will push from the front, or he can just try and plant below, but we haven't seen a lot of teams go for that B site because you can just get shot from above, and not really much you can do about it. Davester waits for the call, he jumps up, he goes on to Exponent, but took so much poke before he just slams into the wall and doesn't really get much done.
Yeah, we saw Davester waiting there, just going, give me the word, I'll jump on in, let me know. And I mean, he got one kill, but when you're doing that level of setup, you still need a little bit more. At the very least, you know, Exia needed to take advantage of the opportunity, and that wasn't quite there. So far, Toto really doing a good job of playing around what can best be described as a hyper-aggressive style. As you see Exia, again, trying to run from the hills. Don't want to get picked off as the rest of your team is grouping back up on the spawn.
And you still have the relay spawned for skill issues, so you're able to move up. Now, the B site is actually what's been planted, which is underground. It's not super common, but I think there was just too many cooks in the kitchen that was on the second level. But skill, I mean, they're down 2 or 3. They have some G maneuvers. Axia might want to pop this if everyone's going to go underground. That could be a great moment once you catch them close range. But all the kills are going for Toto as they just waited for skill issue to disperse on the outside. There is a defuse from Nox, and there's not going to be anything much to say from skill issue.
Yeah, Davester was really close to interrupting the disarm there, but you just saw the Barbados just falling short. And if skill issue could have just gotten maybe one more elimination, it would have been good, because you know when you're running this sort of double melee composition, you're super good at cleanup. You like it when fights get scrappy and messy. Meanwhile, for Toto, they like it when everyone's still alive. You know, it's their biggest advantage. Your range have more room to back off. Invictus falling on the Dom Trooper early, though, going to make this fight a little bit more difficult for skill issue. They need those clean engages, but as I say that, Exia picks off one, and Davester takes well advantage. Whew.
The 3K, actually make it 4K for Davester at the end, so they got the site planted at A on the top side, and now skill issue just have to wait for Toto to come to them. And I was kind of worried if skill issue were not going to run a Sazabi, who was going to kind of be that front wall, that shield bearer, and maybe that's Gundam, and maybe it's nobody, because skill issue, you don't need to defend if you're always attacking, am I right? But 30 seconds left until this goes off, and Davester's down below.
Their front wall is just being in the back line. You know, the wall just exists within your entire team is what they're going with here. And this is where it, like, really shines, right? Toto, they can't really come in all together at the same time for the defense. You have both Davester and Exia working on the outsides. It's still very good pressure coming in from Nitro and Killer Umbrellas at the same time. So this point, definitely going to go the way of skill issue unless they take their eyes off it. And, you know, they lost a lot of time here, but you know, we'll see what they do for point B. Things can snowball if they play it right.
Yeah, that was a decent amount of time for skill issue. Now 3.5 for the second site. And Toto already laying down some fire, quite literally some fire onto skill issue, getting them low, but not something that you're ever going to see any team cross around the corner. You may see them kind of just peek and put some fire down and dash back away, and that's maybe a window of opportunity of skill issue to go in, especially without any G maneuvers.
Skill issue right now, you know, taking their time. Again, they want to get in their face if they can. Kill Umbrellas taking the brunt of some poke here on the Gundam, where, you know, part of the reason for going this Gundam might just be it gets a little bit more survivable while poking, but the fight is engaged. Davester in from the back, but 3 units already down. I don't think Exia and Barbados are turning that one.
Yeah, that'll have to be a reset from skill issue, but again, sometimes these fights are important to lose in order to get eco. What I mean by that is building up to G maneuvers. I think a great initial one that we've seen time and time again is the Screaming Nimbus, but Invictus is so far away. The one they have to worry about is Killer Umbrellas, but actually that just got reset. That must have been used last fight, so skill issue, I guess got to worry about just getting Exia online.
Yeah, I think for skill issue, you hope my mace is my ultimate. You hope Davester finds the opportunity, but they lost Exia immediately, and oh, the counter engage. Toto did something they haven't done as much. They just took the fight to them, and it was over in the blink of an eye.
And as soon as they got the disable onto Exia, Carl Siegel jumped around the corner, threw a napalm grenade, and just blew like all of skill issue up as they were trying to maybe repair Exia to get their full 6. So Toto know when to just be a little cheeky on their pushes.
Yeah, they really do. And now, minute 54 left for skill issue. nothing too great going in here. They do have the Method's ultimate, which, it'd be great to throw, potential on Killer Umbrellas here. But Killer Umbrellas needs help in a hurry, already down. Just gets chunked out by Exponent, but has an opportunity been made. Still see Skill Issue diving on in. Davester out of the fight early, and with both diving units out, that's a wrap. That's going to be a reset.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure Skill Issue should have even went for that. Like, the start of that fight, they were down 2, and then maybe, like, Exia God thought Toto was a bit low and they could get the trading blows and ended up kind of being isolated, as usually Exia units are. But when you're 1v4, you can have God in your name, but you're not actually a God.
No, and these have been very quick fights. You think the fight's setting up, and then it's just over one way or another. In this case, more in favor of Toto. It's Skill Issue just trying to find that one good fight, but the biggest thing you see is the poke difference. Killer Umbrellas goes out and just loses his unit's HP bar almost instantly a lot of the time. So Skill Issue isn't getting clean engages in a lot of these cases.
Lots of G maneuvers for Skill Issue. Davester already jumping in as Squashed one, looking for the final, but the dash usage from Toto kind of evades Davester, at least forces him to take so much poke as he gets run over. It's a 4K for Carl Sagan, and almost a team kill. Ace for the man himself. Toto continue to hold Skill Issue at bay.
There's an upside here for Skill Issue. They have built up, well, not as much. I don't know. Davester, I guess, used G-Maneuver towards the very end here. I thought Davester was still going to save, but something happened. So, no, there's not much of an upside. They just got to hope for the miracle. Carl Sagan, though, has the G-Maneuver, takes down Bone Cow, and Toto, they're feeling themselves. They're going a little bit more aggro here, but maybe they shouldn't have. A little bit back and forth. Only Davester, Kill Umbrellas, and Victus left. Kill Umbrellas just gets thrown to the dirt.
Only 2 players remaining for Skill Issue, and at least they got the plant down, but how long can they really defend it? Toto are all over the place. They have the kills, and they go for the defuse, and there's nothing that Skill Issue can say about it, and that'll give them the round. And that's all Skill Issue can do is get the 1 point.
Yeah, and again, the thing you gotta look at there, you might look at there and go, well, gee, why were the fights in the last series, like, so back and forth? And this really felt like, one team just kind of won and the other team just sort of fell over in the fights regardless of who won or lost. And it just comes down to the matchup we're seeing right now. Toto is running a composition that's very good at longer fights, very good at mid-range fights. The win condition for Skill Issue, quite simply, is jump on them. And if it works great. If it doesn't immediately work out, people are going to hit the floor. So it leads to a style of gameplay that's, more or less feast or famine for Skill Issue in particular, as Toto just, does their best to weather the storm.
It does feel like an Ashimar showdown, if I have to be honest. The way Carl Sagan utilizes the napalm grenade when there's these tight chokes where everyone is grouped up, like, no kidding, that guy gets so much G maneuver charge off of that. But not only that, he's not scared to dash in. We've pointed out times where all he needs is 1 kill and he'll go in. He's actually probably got 4 or 5 multi-kills, and he's got a montage to himself. He is the best player on Toto, and Skill Issue gotta worry about that.
Yeah, I mean, and Ashimar being as good as Carl Sagan is definitely a problem, because Ashimar, of course, not only has really good aerial control, it flies. It's one of the best flying units in the game. Has area denial with the napalm, pretty good poke. If you want a player to be standout, Ashimar does a lot, especially also when you're trying to communicate to your team how to avoid, otherwise decisive dive that's coming in. But now we're going to swap things up a bit. It's going to be Toto on the attack, Skill Issue on the defense. And relative to before, where you saw Toto hanging back, you're going to be seeing more so the defense this time around trying to dive into Toto before they can get set up.
Just a quick shout out while we're setting up to Spoo, who's rocking the Gravity Chaos skin, the one that just came out with Season 2. Y'all can grab that. It's on sale in the store. It's clean, it's purple, it's shiny, and I like it. But everyone's flying through the sky. Speaking of Carl Sagan, doing some initial scouting. I kind of want to see if Toto is just going to go down main, kind of just the main road, or how far do they want to take advantage of the perimeter?
Well, right now, they've dealt with the threat that both diving units are down. The perfect engage for Toto. Everyone else on Toto is healthy. That's a plant, and very likely the point outright. Perfection from Skill Issue. Or from Toto, rather.
Yeah, Toto have planted B. Sometimes you just have to distract at A and then go plant B. I kind of like the distraction strategy. But having a Sazabi around here is so important. I think that's why Exponent and friends are down here. But Killer Umbrellas is like, well, if nobody's looking at this, I'm gonna defuse it. What is this? Is seriously nobody watching this?
Is like, I got my wire cutters, you know, this is a pretty nice buff over here if you're not going to take care of it.
Someone defuse! There are 3 there.
Someone do it. Disarming. Do they almost have? Nope, 15 seconds. The interrupt from above. The pesky grate that you can shoot through. 10 seconds left till the bomb goes boom. Where's it going to be? We see umbrellas coming on in. Here comes a disarm. You have to commit. No.
Come on, bro. There are so many people from Skill Issue watching that. Everyone was so committed to kill, I must kill all the time. But what about the objective players? Shout out to the objective players who go for the defuse. Mainly, I like to see Methus. I like to see Bone Kel go for that. He's usually the one to deal with that, but I think comms and wires got a little mixed up.
And now this is going to be quite difficult for Skill Issue because not only do they have to defend for a long period of time, their own attack didn't do a whole lot left. And so when this Mega Charge goes down from Toto, assuming they get it down, it's not going to have the 60-second timer. It's going to be, you know, for my accounts, it's going to be around like maybe 16 or 17 seconds. That's not much time to defuse. You almost have to defuse immediately to get it off.
6 minutes, though, that's a lot of time. Carl Sagan, though, has the G maneuver. I'm worried. And now it's already a first pick for Toto. And here comes Carl Sagan, who's finishing off a few units, has spotted Axia God and gets them real low. Here is the plant from Toto over at B. Remember, these walls come up and down. It's important to have maybe Exponent there, but Exponent is dead. So what is Toto going to do? They only need the 25%, I think. Yeah,
they do not have much time. They got to throw their units on, get the wire cars, hope for the best, but no, there is no hope there whatsoever. Toto looking dominant for Skill Issue, and you know, part of this too, thinking about how this map went down, Toto also got to see how Skill Issue played, so you know, the double dive, not a surprise to Toto. They were certainly well prepared.
Another Carl Sagan MVP, of course. I couldn't even count on both hands how many MVPs I saw in the qualifier. 40 units disabled too. That is a lot. Golden Boy, how was it for you?
The man's nuts. We were in the chat just yelling Carl the whole time because this guy is just he is. I said this in chat. I'm gonna say here, he is the Ashimar I wish I could be. You know, because I'm just seeing this man's aim. This man's aim is unbelievable, and is really putting everyone on notice. This just goes to show, right? Like Toto 1010 fans, so far ahead. The players on the team just have such a beautiful understanding of each and every one of the units that they're operating, and it really just played out as you were watching the highlights here. Like every single time that there was an opportunity, an opening that was created by Skill Issue, because that's what they do best. Toto did not take the bait. They let them try and think that they were safe for the push, and then they would just stop them in their tracks every single time. So impressively done, CP, from Toto 1010 fans.
Yeah, I mean, Toto, they were operating on all cylinders, and the rotations against, you know, at times there were some pretty cleverly disguised dives were very, very good. I mean, the game, just because you know the game plan that Skill Issue is coming in with does not mean it's easy to deal with. You know, even from our far lesser game experience, you know, skill, you know, you see a Barbados running at you, you know, you can freeze, let alone that Exia God is backing it up. But what we saw here is that the responses from Toto were really good. And, you know, part of that, of course, Carl Sagan's Ashimar just landing the shots when needed and landing the right zoning and also just getting out.
You talked about Skill Issue being a bit frozen, like quite literally. Like that first site should have been diffused a lot earlier. They kind of let the clock drain so much because I think they lost track of the numbers. In a 6v6, it's sometimes someone needs to be the one who's like, okay, we're up 2, we're down 2, like to keep track of the fight through the kill feed, because I think they got lost on whether they were winning or losing, because I think that would be what triggers you to go for a diffuse. And I think that confusion, that hesitation on that first site on diffuse is what really costed them.
Yeah. Well, a lot of confusion for sure on that one. But now, as we look forward here, let's see what we end up getting, because when we saw Skill Issue before, they went to Flak Fort, and lo and behold, we're going back to Flak Fort. And honestly, Kiwi, I kind of feel like this might be playing right into the hands of Toto 1010 fans, because they had to have known that this was going to be coming up.
It's a very defense-heavy map, so if you're going to operate the Methus, you can obviously try and pocket and boost your ranged units to poke down. If you know that skill issue are very brawl-heavy, you got to stop them before they get close. And I think if you play inside the building of Flak Fort and you lay down the suppressing fire at the main door, it's going to be tough for skill issue to get in.
The upside, though, for skill issue, should they get in, there's definitely some closer quarters combat here. So I think for them, they're going to try and hope for, okay, Toto, you're good, but are you that good? This is the map we like. This is the map we picked. It's the map we turned the series around earlier in the day. So we'll see if they can work a little bit of that magic now. Where, by the way, I love the idea of teams just having home maps where they go, yes, we like this map.
Yeah.
You're going to have to beat us here
Also,
over the course of the series.
I don't know if you're seeing some of the chat, though, in game, but Carl Sagan busting out the turn A. Oh, boy. We saw him do this before. It didn't quite work out the way that he wanted. And then he ended up switching back over to Ashamar. So I'm looking forward to some turn A action, especially if you're holding down A like this. Turn A could potentially be very problematic for skill issue to have to deal with, but I'll let you two take it from here. Have fun.
What are they cooking, ZP?
Well, they're hoping high risk, high reward. Turn A does enormous amounts of damage, but it does have that one caveat. You gotta hit your shots.
Gotta hit them, so you can already see the offense starting to approach. There is a staircase on the left side, and getting to this high ground is so important. So you just have some initial poke, but already the defense has cut down a Sazabi, and that's the last unit you would expect to go to kind of fall, which is how much, you know, shield you have, but must have gotten in a little too deep.
Yeah, very likely so. And again, skill issue, the comp they're running is one where I think relative to other compositions, you know, they need at least one elimination, you know, one kill as they go in to set the tone. If they go in on the dive and they lose their Exia, you know, or Barbados early, it's just so rough for them to recover. But they're at full strength again. They're moving on in. See what they're going to grab here. And Davester's down immediately. Not a good start for skill issue.
Yeah, just skill issue are choosing to take this low ground fight, and it's such an awkward angle to shoot from. You have obviously less area of the unit's body to shoot at. That's why everyone always contests the high ground, and skill issue are just kind of jumping onto the objective, hoping to capture a little bit, and maybe they're just trying to scrape the edges of the objective when they should really focus on winning the war.
Yeah, and also this is a little bit complicated for skill issue because, you know, last time around when we saw them on this map, they were so good at this first point, and yet Toto right now appears to be cracking the code. But once more, take a look at Davester on the Barbados, looking for that on-point first pickoff. And right now, going to get a little bit with the help of his team. 2 units down, pretty even between both teams. Now it's going to be skill issue, getting a little bit of an advantage here. Davester looking for the final bits of cleanup.
Yeah, Davester was able to get involved again thanks to the repair cable of Bone Kel, so that's kind of been Davester's issue, is can he get out once he goes in? Because Davester can convert a lot, but keeping him alive is so crucial for the momentum of skill issues. Speaking of which, they're still stuck at the door, and Toto is still defending.
Yeah, the question, what's an escape plan? What's one of those? I didn't think that far ahead. I stay in and swing until all units are destroyed. But once more, skill issue is going for the setup, right? Where Exia got even a bit of damage at the beginning. But now we'll see, can skill issue get the engage this time? They lose their Dom Trooper immediately. Invictus having a tough time, but Exia God seizing on the opening.
Yeah, Exia, the first to pop their G maneuver, that you can really feel how much damage they were able to put out, but the dashes can get a little confusing, and with how close range it is, there might not be, the Exia wasn't able, the Nox wasn't able to find cover in time. A skill issue climbed up to almost halfway capped, but they only have 2 or 3 units alive, so I don't think skill issue can really keep this going.
Well, skill issue has another problem, is that, you know, Carl Sagan, actually a fan of reading Rainbow because there's about to be a butterfly in the sky. He's waiting for it. Not going to use it here just yet because they don't need to. Invictus gets taken out again, and this is Dom Trooper bullying that we're seeing. You don't have to hear the screams if the Dom Trooper is dead.
Yeah, the Nitro Genocide, the Sazabi from the attack popped the funnels on the point while they were just hidden in a corner. So as soon as Toto went to contest, they just got blown up by a G maneuver that they couldn't find the user of. So climbing up to 85% skill issue, finally got torn off the objective. So little by little, they're getting it done. But on a game mode like this, time matters. Yeah.
Yeah, this is tough, and remember too, this is skill issues map pick, but the coordination of the dives, it's not that they aren't going in at the same time, it's that Toto's just reading it and having the proper response. This could be the deadliest dive yet, and here comes Carl.
What?
Oh no, just bombing over the top.
That's so cheesy. You can't even shoot him. He's outside.
Well, he's
Roofs,
taking
they
out
don't make
two,
him
but
the
still
same
to do
these
more.
days.
The rest of his team kind of shrugged it off. Didn't care about butterflies at all, and I wonder if that's the end of turn A. Carl Sagan, you gonna swap, or you got more turn A in store?
He's like, I'm writing that down. The devs are writing that one too. You really had to reveal your ace up your sleeve. They're patching that roof. It's a little too porous, but either way, the fight now takes place outside. Toto overextending. They might regret this. Nitrogen side is behind them. Suzabi is tanky, but not immortal. I don't know what he's cooking.
Yeah, and again, one thing we're seeing here, Davester, his G maneuver gets on that point. This is where Davester is going to be, where Davester's just sneaky is like, I'm just going to hide in this point and then jump up on anyone else that comes over. He's under attack right now, super low HP, just absolutely going the guerrilla tactics right now, going, you know what, I'll fight them when they're not looking at me, I'll run when they are. And this point does give a lot of room for Barbados to do just that. Zeron restores here, back in the point. And skill issue still not out of it.
Good distancing from Arrow, and he's got the repair cable behind him that I can see, and he's keeping his distance away from anyone who's trying to close the gap, and the suppressing fire is just weakening skill issues so much that they're either dying or not wanting to engage, and that's all Toto wants to do, is slow them down. They don't have to win the fight, they just have to kill them little by little, but skill issue have gotten a few responding kills, so pressuring the objective could be on their plan, but not until the double kill from Spoo. That has officially killed the fight for skill issue.
This point is so scrappy. It really does work to skill issues' benefit, where they've now turned this fight into an elimination for elimination brawl. And this is what Davester likes on the Barbados. Up and down, and that time, though, gets caught. Not able to make the great escape that time. And that's so important if you're Toto, just going, no, stop. Go back to the world of resets. We like that a lot better than whatever is happening right now.
Skill issue are lacking in a bit of coordination. Like they'll only have 2 alive, and they'll kind of still keep fighting. And you got to conserve every second you can. You can't just brrr, I want to kill all the time. You can't just zoomies through the point when the rest of your team is dead. You really got to pull back and go in as a team, especially when the defensive respawns are that good. So skill issue not netting much on the second point.
Might be a Nimbus versus Nimbus battle coming in. It has been a rough round for Invictus, where I feel like you've seen Invictus get picked off pretty early in a lot of these fights. Granted, there's not as much protection because of the dive that's coming in, but the Screaming Nimbus is going to be up, and as I said, Invictus can't build it in time. Gets picked off first again in this fight, and Lemon, that's just going to leave it to one last fight, really.
Nox makes me believe I could play the Exia. Like, he's zooming, he's slicing. After a Sazabi, you think you could duel that? Brother, you have more confidence than everyone in this lobby combined. But Toto, they are doing okay. They are getting pretty weak. A skill issue. See if they can get the trading blows, but with the methods from the defense, everyone is much healthier now.
This is about to get ugly for all sides, but here we go. We open up with the Nimbus. Invictus, not wasting any time, goes, can I find a butterfly? And no, the butterfly goes, I'm taking off into the sky. Had enough of this. And it's a better trade for the Toto fans. And that might have been the last gasp coming out from skill issue, as pretty drained with not much time left to go.
Yeah, Toto, the fact that I like that they just chose to took the fights outside of the building. You know you're facing a pretty heavy brawl composition of skill issue with the Exia and the Barbatos, and Toto coming outside to try and poke them before they even have a plan. I think it's been truly successful for Toto. We got 11 seconds remaining, and skill issue are still being staggered from each other. They can't get a good push going. They're dashing in because they know they have to touch the point to start that overtime, but I don't think they're going nowhere.
No, not at all. And Carl, making the turn A work. Didn't even have to swap off at the end. You know, one questionable use of butterfly in the how is this working sort of way, but the rest of it, pretty darn good. And again, the one thing that I've sort of keyed in on that I feel like we're seeing a lot, and it's easy to point out, okay, these players are doing well, or what strategies are working, but whether it be a skill issue, so to speak, no pun intended, or just strategy, I keep looking towards Invictus, where you didn't really see a whole lot of Screaming Nimbuses coming in from skill issue, because you have to be alive and in the fights longer to generate G maneuver to use the ability, but Invictus was getting focused down early, often in a lot of these fights, and that right now is definitely taking away some of the potential pressure that Skill Issue would otherwise have.
Yeah, Toto are doing such a good job of punishing, like, the dive units, whether it's your Axia or your Barbatos, whatever it be. Like, Toto know how to focus fire, and Skill Issue, it's setting those people up, and there's not, like, a ton of flanks on that journey from spawn to that first objective, and I think it would have been better for them if the defense stayed inside the building so they could find those flanks, so Davester could go unnoticed. But Davester is being noticed, and in the worst of ways, because he's dying all the time.
Yeah, again, let's not forget, this is Skill Issue's map, but right now, it might as well not be, because things are not to their advantage. If they're looking to win this one outright, they pretty much have to have a full hold on the first point, which I don't believe we've really seen a whole lot in Gundam Evolution, but maybe this will be the time. But it's going to require perfection for a full 5 minutes.
Oh, some sniper action. I like to see it, just to see who's standing out on the bridge, being a little overextender. So didn't really get much. Gonna go swap back off because it looks like Skill Issue with the Pro Comp. Who would have expected stay inside the building, away from the fire?
Yeah, when your entire strategy relies on good melee, the outdoors is not necessarily your friend. And oh no, that is a destruction of Sazabi. Nitro Genocide removed. Both teams down Sazabi. But if you're the attackers, well, you actually don't like this much because Davester caught you in the back with his mace.
Yeah, the Axia God was a little slow on reacting to Nitro Genocide calling, okay, they're all coming through the left door, Well, I guess right from their perspective. And although you lost Nitro Genocide, it was the follow from Skill Issue that was really well coordinated, and they're improving every second we watch them.
And that was one fight, but it's only 1 minute off the clock. They need a lot more. And once again, they go for the Suzuki. They go, hey, this worked the last time. Let's see if we can take him out again. Exia God, though, this time going to be the one to pay the price, but Davester finds the opportunity. It's fine if one of the two diving units falls early, if the other one takes advantage, but now both are down, and if you're Toto fans, you like this. You've dealt with the core strategy of Skill Issue, and you're starting to take control.
So there's one unit of the 2 units on the high ground for the defense. You see Nitro Genocide trying to live, but honestly it took so much damage. It's going to take time for him to regenerate and have good point presence, but somehow still contesting. And that's why you have Toto just at such a low percentage, if like almost nothing at all, because of that contest. But slowly but surely Toto have worked their way over. They're even able to repair their own units. That's how much space they have. Now you have Carl Sagan just sieging the spawn of Skill Issue. This is bullying.
Yeah, and it's not going to get any better. Not only is Toto going to get the first point here, which might even be the match outright, even if it's not, they got 5 minutes and 53 seconds to get a mere 25% on point Bs. So I don't think we're going to have to go to the rule book on this one unless Skill Issue truly goes next level with their defense. But let me tell you, it's going to be tough, especially with how Toto fans have been playing.
And this is to go to the grand finals for a minimum of $6,000 to go into top 2. Can Toto fans do it? They went undefeated in the qualifier, but Skill Issue are fighting tooth and nail. They're not giving this up early. Nox is able to grab a health pack, none for Invictus, but Davester's G maneuver is what saves the day. A double kill, but only 2 left. I think it's maybe even a 2v2. A Skill Issue barely hold on.
They have to stand the point. That's the scary part here, is that even if they're not looking for a second, a mere 25% exit, so even a win could be a loss, where that was almost a tragic, wait, the match is over type moment. Dangerously close. They have to defend against that for 5 more minutes.
Gonna be tough, but you got, guess what, a Sazabi, a G maneuver, the funnels, you pop that on the point. If you're not focusing down the Sazabi, everyone on that objective is dying. But look at this overextension from Toto at this Skill Issue, which costed them some trades. You got the Moonbeam Butterfly up in the sky from Carl Sagan, which will allow him to get to a safe position on top of that.
Yeah, now it does damage, it lets you fly to a safe spot. What can't the Butterfly do? Toto fans pick up another 2 as they move over onto the point. Skill Issue fighting for their lives right now. The knock gets sent to the lower bracket, but the tide of war right now looks inevitable. It's a wave, and Toto is just about there. Look at the progress going on for it. Is it going to be? It's so close. How much longer can skill issue delay? It doesn't look like it's going to be long.
Oh, the napalm just to clear it. One last touch from skill issue. Respawn advantage does not matter. Toto 10-10 are going to the grand finals for a minimum of $6,000, but don't count out skill issue. They'll drop to the lower bracket and maybe come back with a vengeance.
That's right. And
what
you take a look at.
Sorry, guys. My mic was muted for a minute. Hi. Yeah, what a game. Carl on the turn A. Okay, so my favorite moment, Lemon Kiwi, was seeing you realize just how ridiculous the turn A ultimate ability is. Because the butterfly goes through structures, which is why it's so good to use. But the thing is that like it's good in instances like that where like he can easily just like fly up and just, you know, kind of scout around, but he can't really see anything. So he's really relying on his teammates to kind of give him as much info as he can, and also just kind of like going off of those sound cues. But that just goes to show you like how good Carl Sagan is with that turn A. Multiple times in a fight, there was even that one where he was just like pushing forward and he just playing the corner, going for headshots. The man is so talented on turn A, Gundam Kiwi. So I'm glad you noticed that. But yeah, it was a great game from them.
Carl MVP of the whole tournament. It's looking like if he keeps this up, I'm gonna start writing down everything. Ashamar, Turn A, Gundam, these are not like units I've ever played, but after watching them, I'm like, okay, maybe I should.
Well, Turn A is not for the faint of heart, though. It's a Gundam that you can either dominate with Turn A or you get dominated. Because I've been in a lot of times where I've used Turn A and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go up on some fool and I'm gonna flip him up and roll him back behind me and it's gonna be hilarious, and then I end up just getting beamed. So the fact that he was able to do that, I mean, even that shot that Carl Sagan got ZP on the Barbatos as well, like taking out a Barbatos with a single shot gun like that is nuts. So that's just great output from that unit.
Yeah, and I mean, Turn A is the absolute definition of a unit that is feast or famine, right? You know, it's in the same boat as the GM Sniper, which we haven't seen too much of today, aside from that quick swap of that. When it looks good, man, does it look good. But when it looks bad, it looks horrific. And the line between the two is pretty thin. But, you know, thankfully for Toto 1010 fans and Carl Sagan, he's looking pretty good. He was landing everything he needed to. And who knows if that was his true form. It still could have just been a flex.
That's right. Well, they make their way to the grand finals, and they're doing Toto 1010 proud. But the loser finals is coming up next. It's going to be skill issue facing off against Masti. The last time, as you can see there in the winners semis, these two teams face off against each other. Masti did not have the solutions against skill issue, despite them beating skill issue in the past. So perhaps Masti can get the revenge this time, especially after how good they looked against Team IQ. But as always, we have some fun polls for you guys, and, you know, see everyone in the chat engaging in the polls. Let's see what we have in this one. The original pilot of Ashamar belonged to which organization? Was it the Principality of Zeon? Was it Celestial Being, the Titans, or Cathedra? Let us know in the chat. Lemon Kiwi, you want to take a guess?
I wish I was more versed in the lore. If I had to give a guess, I'll go with Titans because Ashamar seems to be a Titan in every single game we've watched. So if I had to just whiff it, I'd put C.
That's not a bad shot there. What about you, ZB?
Honestly, I may or may not know the real answer, but at this point, I would just be untrue to myself if I picked anything other than D. So I'm going with D.
God.
Doesn't matter. That is the only strategy I'm going with all day long.
I know why you're a caster. This is like this multiple strategy. It's not working out.
Yeah, just one answer. That's it. Honestly, you know, 50% of the time, or in this case, what was it, 25% of the time?
I said 25%, yeah.
You might be right. You have a 25% chance. In any case, guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, it's going to be our loser final matchup. It's skill issue facing off against Masti. We'll see you guys in just a little bit. Friends of the Gundam Evolution Showdown, as we are down to our lower bracket finals between Skill Issue and Masti. Before the break, though, as always, we asked you guys a poll question about where does Ashmar, who does Ashmar fight for? That's the important question here. Let's actually go ahead and bring up the poll if we get a chance to do so. It was which the original pilot of Ashmar belonged to which organization? It was Xeon, Celestial Being, Titans, or the Cathedra. And the answer is Titans. Not a bad call there, of course, piloted by the one and only Major Buran Plutarch. Man, you know, actually, sad story, though. Ashmar does actually blow up. Spoilers.
Oh, spoiler. What the heck?
But Ashmar ain't blowing up here. I'll tell you that much. It ain't happening in Gundam Evolution.
Come back when he does.
Yes, I think if Buran was actually using Ashmar in Gundam Evolution, he might have actually survived that fight. So he could actually still be alive. But in any case, so we're getting ready for our next game. It's going to be Skill Issue versus Masti and ZP. Excited for this one because Skill Issue, you know, I think they kind of got a little rattled, and I'm hoping we see some changes from this team, but it could be too late into the tournament for them to do so.
Yeah, I mean, this is a rematch, of course, of earlier in the day, but Masti, now they've had a little bit of exposure to Skill Issue's tricks, and also just by, you know, fortunate things of scheduling, Mafti's in the spot where they seemingly get rest before every elimination game, so, you know, that sometimes it's just how it goes in these sorts of games, so they've had time to rest, study their opponent, and, you know, come up with perhaps a different plan of attack for the dive of Skill Issue.
Yeah. If you're Skill Issue, can you believe that all the eggs you're putting the basket into is a guy who has a maid costume on his? But I'm down.
Well, you know what? You know why?
Looking great.
He cleans house. That's why.
That's so true.
Oh my gosh. Kiwi, you're going to be taking a break here, but I want to get your prediction. Who do you think's going to win this?
Masti did everything
Kiwi's
right.
Yeah. Kiwi's calling for Masti. All right, well, we'll catch up with you in between the games. But for now, though, it's me and ZP on the call here. Skill Issue versus Masti. We're already seeing pretty much a commitment on the composition. Dave Sir with the Barbatos and Exia God, of course, using their namesake, Exia, here. But, you know, honestly, I'm going to be keeping my eyes on Nitro Genocide. I like that we're getting this Ashmar here. Maybe this actually could be quite helpful for them to hopefully try and open up some of these sites.
Hey, GB, Invictus says gas him up. Needs a little bit of your support right now. Skill Issue looking for the outside assist.
Oh, did he ask me to gas him up?
I gassed him up just now.
Oh, okay. All right, Evictus, I got you covered, baby. Keep playing the way you were playing before. We'll gas you up plenty, baby. But we're actually going to be on board with Evictus right now. He's looking to create an opening here, but Casino's going to shut that one down. Davester falls, and I think this kind of goes back to the point you were making before, ZP, about you could lose one of the divers, but you cannot lose them both when you're looking to make these pushes happen, and that is exactly what occurred. There's just no one out there to support them when they go in for those dives.
Yeah, and when you lose one of them, you have to be a good loss, right? It needs to set up the other for success. You can't just simply hit the floor and go, oh, I guess I'm gone. But that is unfortunately what happened there for Skill Issue is, Masti, they're well rested, and like I said, they've been exposed to this before, so if you're Skill Issue, you were tricky before, you gotta get even more tricky now.
Oh, actually, shout out to Skill Issue. That's the reason why you have to clean up your kills, because that's exactly what we saw play out negatively for Masti's devotion there. Was actually circling about with Unicorn. Could not actually get the cleanup on the kills. Now the B side is going to be planted here. There goes Grandpa Gundam around the corner. You're going to get that amazing cannon as well as the shield to give you a little bit of added coverage. Davester goes in for the push though. Smart disengage, and so long as Killer Umbrellas can just stay alive with this RX-78 and just pepper these players with shots, it's going to be very hard for Masti to try and retake.
It just keeps snowballing, and it all started from the pebble rolling down the hill. That was Davester getting repaired. As you say, finish your kills, but the GOAT's almost the FGC term for it. Finish your plate. Is what you got to do. You just can't leave it there uneaten, because it will come back to bite you. Also, keep an eye. Don't allow any stealth disarms. That's
the reason why they're leaving Davester there, and you kind of can do that, right? You can leave one of those like more bursty type of units like the Barbatos to clean things up, because who's going to try and stop a Barbatos, in that particular engagement? That being said, though, Killer Umbrellas is going to meet the brunt of the entirety of the force there of Masti, as Davester is now going to be joining the fight. He manages to get himself a double kill, brings the mace down and smashes his opponent and sends him packing. But at least for the time being, though, it's going to be Skill Issue just stabilizing, waiting to see if they can get some more numbers here. And this is an area that they have had a hard time with before, getting control of just this spawn so that they can start to make their way over to A or B.
Davester just barely got out of enemy territory. Was left there from before, did a little leap over, but man, was that close. But now you see Skill Issue setting up. You look at their health right now. They're all healing. And what do we see right now? The engagement tool. It's Evictus. He has the Screaming Nimbus ready to go, but had to use it under pressure. Might end up falling, and does. Both Stormtroopers out. And Skill Issue going to have to rely on other tools to win this fight, if they can win it at all.
Yeah, they actually did have Evictus pushing in with the Nimbus, but Skill Issue will not be able to win that fight out at all. Nitro Genocide's still going to be alive in the back, so they're going to have to go hunting. And this actually is going to pull some attention over to the sites here, because Nitro's still alive, and this is actually the worst unit to have still alive here. But Kaiser and does this give them an opportunity, since it took 3 players to have to deal with that? And if I'm Nitro in that situation, I'm making the call, I'm telling my team push. They're all looking at me, but it does not matter, because even though Exia God does manage to get at least 1 frag, it's going to be a full stop from Masti.
Yeah, I mean, again, it comes down to the fact for Skill Issue. You can't have both Davester and Exia go down at the same time, where their odds of winning just plummet into the dirt. And Masti, they've made adjustments here, GB. They're way better about adapting to this dive that right now has been kind of one note from Skill Issue. Skill Issue is setting up again. We know what's coming in. Oh, as I say that, the dive comes in from the Masti angle here, and it trades out kind of evenly right now, 4v4.
Yeah, and they also get the pickup, so that's even bigger for them, because they'll clean up those kills with no problem, and they'll have the numbers to be able to take control of the spawn. But that was just a sub-objective. It was just winning the spawn. Now they have to try with the next 3 minutes and 39 seconds to just put down the bomb in any of these locations. But Out of Devotion has anything to say about it, though. He's going to have to back away, going back into the loving hands of Casino. They're holding down B, but A is actually going to be the location that gets planted, and now the onus is going to be on Masti to have to try and break this setup.
And for Masti too, You know, not only do you want to remove them from the point, but this is also the thing where maybe you send someone out to capture the spawns. But as I say that, Davester uses the G maneuver, takes down one. This is the ideal engagement for skill issue so far. All their big guns are up. Davester and Exiagon going on in. It's another wipeout, and right now they're maintaining control of the Mega Charge.
Yeah, they're still holding this one down, but they did exactly what you wanted them to do, ZP. They stopped the sub objective, right? The more forward spawn for skill issue, but they lost so many bodies in the process. You also just have a lot of HP here, right? 1,000 HP on each side for Ashmar as well as Grandpa Gundam, and you also have I think the 1,200 HP there for the Dom Trooper. So it's just a lot of help that you kind of have to churn through. And you have these bursty units, but the bomb is about to go down, and there it is. Round one goes to skill issue. They managed to get two. And I know I almost said spike there, by the way, guys, but bear with me for a minute. I cast like 15 different games. But yes, skill issue manages to hold this one down, and they'll get 2 points out of that one, ZP. Very impressive, with a lot of time, too.
Yeah, it's very interesting looking at this here because I don't know how much of the difference between this and Toto is, you know, Toto might just be better in some of the things that Masti is already good at, or skill issue for whatever reason, just getting better matchups against Masti. But for whatever it is, their style of dive, even though it started out a little bit rough on this map, finds more success against how Masti is playing. Masti is less comfortable against this here thus far, and that's what's made, you know, the very first match these two played very close, and thus far, it looks like we're heading to the same style of series.
Yeah, it really does. Also, shout out to Bonekell's mom. I'm going to give you all the love for our Methodist player. Chat's the in-game chat is shouting out
Salute
parents. Shout out to esports moms. But yeah, I agree with you, man. It seems like it's just a matchup thing. I don't know, because the way that Masti just dominated IQ was very, very one-sided, right? Very decisive.
Yes.
But on the flip side to that, Toto, you know, dominated skill issue. So it's hard to tell. Sometimes it really just plays out like that, where it is just a composition difference and sometimes a little bit of a pain in the neck to have to deal with. But also, I mean, you know, Carl Sagan was just dominating on Ashmar in turn A, so maybe that could be the difference maker here. But here we go now, the attack from Masti.
Masti and out on the attack, where again, their goal here is, you know, check your corners, don't find a mace where you don't want it, you know, don't see an Exia in the rough spot, because they know an ambush could be lurking around every corner, right? That's the way that skill issue has been playing. Masti, there's one good, solid, clean, open fight. As I say that, Exia already finds one, GB.
Yeah, and honestly, that was not even like, you know, an Exia pushing in, you know, trying to create space. No, that was just Coffee came around the corner, just got lasered by every single player. Killer Umbrellas, though, is going to be in a bit of a pickle here, but Davester's going to be around the corner to help him out. And Casino and Edder's just going to back away from this one. But there it is, right? What you were talking about before. There's always a mace around the corner with this team.
Yeah, and right over the top is Davester going, I'm just going to finish my plate, you know. It's not always about the kills sometimes. Just get rid of the potential revives at the same time. Be opportunistic. And that's how Davester's been playing. Like, we'll look at his point of view, we'll just see him in a random corner at times, but there's a greater plan just like there as he slams on in.
Oh my God, just when you think that the fight was going to shift to Masti's perspective, no, Davester is the one that causes all the problems and is going to stop them right in their tracks. And he just lays the hammer down on Kaiser before Kaiser can get away. And that is the devastation of Barbatos.
You know what that was, though? That was free chiropractic care right there. You can hear the crack.
He adjusted his back. Yeah. He went in there. Boy. He was like, hey, Shwaishi, you need some back surgery. Here, let me help you.
Well, there's some surgery on the other end as Mapty's had enough. Oh, skill issue went for the dive, immediately got denied. That's a little bit tough. Davester didn't even have the opportunity to go for the G maneuver. Skill issue, though.
Yeah.
Take down Casino. The plant, though, still probably going to happen here. The question is, how is the skill issue response going to be? They do have some tools at their disposal.
Yeah, and you actually see it happen there, right? Exia goes low immediately because that is where you want Exia God to be, and that is where you want Exia to be, so that they can like come up on the fight. But both of your like high engagement units are actually not able to be a part of the fight, which is going to have to prompt Barbatos to actually disengage from that one. The Super Napalm was in play, but it's going to get shut down immediately by Ender's Ball. While all that was going on, though, some more kills starting to come through for Skill Issue. Baronox trying to stay alive, waiting for this repair kit to come online once again. Exia God doing the same thing, too. There's the Screaming Nimbus from Casino, forcing everyone back. Does manage to pick up the kill. Only 15 seconds remaining here, CP.
Davestor's about to be back. I think there's one other unit still around with him. There's a chance with that G maneuver that they can roll against the disarm, but they only have 5 seconds, and, well, the sword not quite hitting the mark this time. Davestor might go for the consolation prize, but that mega charge is detonated, and we head to the second target.
A valiant effort for sure from Skill Issue, but now they have to hold for 5 minutes and seconds counting, which is going to be a lot easier said than done against Masti. But very doable. Very doable for them to hold this, especially considering the close quarters. The proximity of all of these engagements are going to have to happen to the advantage of an Exia and Barbatos. And that's why Masti are playing the way that they're playing. They're just trying to neutral this one out and poke where they can.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know that key moment is going to happen. Sometimes counter-punching can be better. And this is where they got in the troll before. They get the first pickup, so you think it's good. But if you go in too quickly, you still run into the trap of a heavy dive step. And here comes Skill Issue going in on their own, and Masti trying to get out. Oh no, it's the Nimbus as Evictus just lights it up.
Evictus doing work with the Dom Trooper. You wanted a shout out, buddy. There you go. Way to play to hold things off. And that is going to burn at least a minute on the clock. So that whole fight took 60 seconds. But they had invested a decent amount of utility into that, right? You use the Sasami funnels. You also use the, well, actually, if you're mapped, you use the Sasami funnels as well as the punt. On the opposite side to that, really, you still have a few more ultimates that are available to you, a few more G maneuvers. Nitro Genocide can also use the punch there if he needs to. Evictus able to get the kill there against Kaiser. That's going to be a pretty big one, though. But they have to back away from this as the waypoint area has been capped. And that means the Skill Issue are going to lose out on that sub-objective.
Look at the time, though. Skill Issue has to feel Nitro Genocide from the side. There's some Ashmar play indoors. Ends up getting taken out towards the end, but oh boy, that's... You know, when you're looking to buy some time, just having your Ashmar go off like that, it helps.
It really does. It really does. And a big kill there for Profi onto the Exia is actually going to leave them into a difficult fight now. Waiting for that player off the respawn. It's an Exia, so we'll get there relatively quickly, though. Dave's trying to stay up on that fight, but it does not work out for him. Now it's just leaving up to Bonekill down low. He's going into the Blenders EP.
Yeah, and also that Blender's about to have a bomb in. They have to think that the Mega Charge is about to go down here. Armed, ready to go. And now Masti looking to go for it. But, you know, time-wise, this is good for Skill Issue. Even if they don't disarm, they're going to have a better time here, GB. So, in a way, they're playing with the house money. True. But how much sweeter would it be if they could turn this here? See a little bit Exia action here in the back. Exia versus Exia. Who's the god now? Baronox taking that one. The Skill
Issue
got both
of them.
A way through.
He got both the Barbatos and the Exia, which is massive, but doesn't finish the kill. So Davester's going to be right back into the fight now. Enders does manage to have the Hades for control. He's going to pop that one and go in for the fight. That's going to be so clean on the killer umbrellas. Enders gets another one on Exia God. He's looking for one more target, and it's going to be a few marks. They're going to be right in front of him here, but no one's going to expose themselves to the Hades. Why would you? Evictus, though, a brave soul indeed as the Hades burns down, but they're right there. 10 seconds remaining. Evictus is going to go down from the fight. Profi's still going to be alive here as well. 5 seconds remaining now. Can anyone get inside for Skill Issue? Doesn't seem to be. And Masti are going to get 2 points on the board, but for time, Skill Issue have a little bit of an advantage.
Oh man, Evictus was so close there, GB, yet so far. You know, we've seen the Nimbus just turning fight after fight, and then you just, you know, if you're a fan of Skill Issue, you go, where is our savior? Well, you know, what is the light at the end of the tunnel? And you see the Nimbus, and then you see the Dom Trooper just die at 97%, and all light fades. Yeah. It's over. Oh,
that hurts. That hurts a lot to lose out on the Screaming Nimbus in a very pivotal moment. And if I'm correct, it was actually Evictus before who had the Beyblade Dom Trooper play inside of the B site, if I'm correct, in that first game that we saw. Could have been him or Casino, don't remember. But point is that you've seen what the Screaming Nimbus can do in those tight quarters, so you really want to be able to get that out, but it's not going to happen. So now as we look forward, 2-2 in the score line. First one to get this will put a point on the board and one step closer to our grand finals. Oh, hello, Evictus, you saucy minx. Okay, never mind. That was a Golden Boy play right there. Just get right. How many times the Kiwi was like, GB, you want to come back?
No, I want to drop mines at their spawn. That's what I want to do.
Hey, listen, I'm playing Ashamar, baby. I'm going to put some fire down and then fly away. You know? It's casual match. They can't shoot me.
So Skill Issue did have a faster time. That's why they're defending twice in a row here. The mines don't take any units out, but, you know, you always got to go for the attempt.
It's always the attempt.
Looking composed as they all go together as a group. Check your corners. Look out for the Barbados. Skill Issue, meanwhile, setting up their ambushes. As I appreciate how sneaky Mafty is trying to be here, GB. We'll see if it works out. They've definitely taken the roundabout routes, but Baranox falls immediately.
I hate to see them in the low ground because of this right there. If the Barbatos and the Exia manage to get in there, they'll rip them to shreds. But it's actually going to be Bone Kill's Methus turret that gets a few kills of its own. I love seeing a good turret play get some kills. That always makes me very, very happy. But yeah, I appreciate that they decided to go sneaky for it, but I don't know. In that instance, you're given a clear opening to a Barbatos to just lunge onto you and destroy you with that smash.
Well, you see, you just got to hope that the Barbados was going over to the area they thought you were going to be on and then has to rotate, you know? But if he already expected that, he's already there, you're going to fall, you know? It's just the intricate mind games going on that people might not even be aware that they're playing. But now it's a little bit back to normal where Matthew says, enough of this, we're going straight up the gut.
And actually, Exia just managed to get through. What a play from Exia, God. He just understands this unit so well. Gets up to the height. Got the call that a few were going to be sent in around him, though, but he's getting focused on by the Sazabi. Oh, he'll do Char proud as Profi gets a double kill, and that's going to be a potential plant here, but Dave's looking to get involved in the fight now. Only a few seconds remaining. They got to get this plant down right now. The Mega Charge needs to be activated, and they do. They manage to have a sigh of relief, but they have to win out for a minute, CP. They have no other choice.
This is extra time too. If a disarm comes through, that is it. And that would almost certainly mean Skill Issue would take the first map because they wouldn't have far to go. But we'll see if Skill Issue can do it. They have G maneuvers in stock, but so does Mafty. Right, this fight could be brutal and bloody. But we're looking at Davester, one who has set it up from the beginning. The G maneuver is ready, and here he goes, GB. He's on the way. He got one.
Oh, no! Oh, he gets two with the Alea Vinyana. Unreal! He knocks out 3 members of Mafty and could potentially get himself another one. That is going to be an all clear. What a push by Skill Issue, and that is going to shut down the round. No first round for you. No points gained. No quarter given. Skill Issue managed to hold on. Oh, that was a sick play with the Alea Vinyana. So sick.
We knew he had it in him. It's one of those things where I feel like we've been baited by Davester a lot, where you go, all right, he has his G maneuver up, what's it going to be? And then, you know, he either doesn't use it or, you know, falls before. It just hasn't been the set, but that time it delivered, and man, does it put Mafty in a very tough spot.
This is going to be so challenging. But you know what, though? I kind of still like Mafty's chances here, because you know what Skill Issue are going to do. You know what their game plan is. It's simply just get Exia and Davester in a position to to just shred in the back line. And they've isolated them in fights multiple times now, where they would go, they'd focus on, like Exiagod, who's usually like the one who goes in first. And then Davester tries to come in for a cleanup, maybe a smash down to the ground, give him, use the sweep of the mace to clear out a few more, but it doesn't work out. So that is something that they need to be mindful of here. But another thing too, that I think is quite interesting is that you're going to get the Alea Vignana system, the ultimate ability for Barbatos, available to you 50% charge. So if Davester puts in some work early on, you have a lot of time. You're going to get that ult pretty fast.
Yeah, and for this first point in particular, it's extremely good at just making that space immediately. So, if you're Mafty going through here, not only do you have to be judicious on your, G maneuver usage, but man, you have to at least win one or two of these fights for free. Just get a pick off early, see the unseen in regards to where Davester or Exiagod are coming in from. But that's what they need if they want to take this map.
Here we go. Davester on the flank. He's waiting for the opening. I think, a lot of people in the chat were mentioning as well, like one of the problems with this composition is you don't have that consistent damage that you can put down with like a Pale Rider or something. But here he goes, actually. Davester going in for the whip, but he's going to whip there. He whips on the mace, and he gets blown up like Casino around the corner. Splash damage hits every time. All the humanity, or in this case, the Gundam, it doesn't matter. Point is, that could not have gone more wrong, ZP.
Oh, that was just... I felt the breeze from here, and I'm not even in the game. That's how strong that whiff was. Oh, man. But it would have been great if it hit. That is a good start for Mafty. Great minute off the clock.
His play. If he caught the mace just on like the perfect angle, but actually a super napalm from Killer Umbrellas, I believe that is going to get shot down and not do any damage, but maybe that could be no, it does not. It actually doesn't do anything for them, the super napalm there. Nitro Genocide trying to get a kill on a Profi, but see, that's the problem. They have to take out players like Profi in those situations. You can't allow Asasmi to get away, but Exiagod in the back lines. He's going huge. He gets one. He gets two. He gets three frags there, and they get the plant down with the Mega Charge. Now they just need to get the 79.3%, and they're going to meet them right at the front door, ZP.
Oh, man. Exiagod's been a little bit quiet. Davester's getting some of the glory, but the deity is back. Bow down and worship. However, maybe not for too much longer. Mafty starting to come back on the point. They're going to be looking for the disarm soon. Now it's about delay. Delay until the rest of the skill issue can get back over and in. Is the disarm going to come through? 5 seconds. Wait.
No! Oh, they got to get it. Okay, there it goes. Okay, they got it. They got it. Oh, my word. Good God in heaven. It's just been too much. I have been blown away by what we've been seeing. I actually appreciate that they met him at the front door, but this is actually going to be Mafty potentially getting this win or a draw, but no. And it's a drawed game. What the heck? That was amazing.
That was ridiculous. And getting a draw, this in particular, 79.3. What in the world? So
I believe in a draw situation, it will be both teams get a point.
Yes.
So it's next game wins. So it's a straight up draw, and both teams are awarded a win. Lemon Kiwi, your thoughts?
I was, how I was yelling about Mafty.
You were yelling about Mafty.
The issue was not the skill; it was the Mafties all along. That was winnable. What happened? I can't believe it. Now we go to sudden death, which just, we're just oozing with content and excitement, and we're having the stats, update live in front of us. Really, the standout player seems to be Evictus on the side of skill issue, and that Carl guy, he's pretty good himself. 44k, 1,000 damage. Holy heck!
Yeah. Invictus definitely pulling up some Carl Sagan numbers on the Dom Trooper of all units, and we've seen the impact that Dom Trooper has had in this competition. The splash damage from the rocket, the fact that you get so much value out of that Screaming Nimbus, the mines too. You don't forget about the mines. But yeah, ZP, we're going to a draw here. I don't even the next map. Who picks the next map?
I was just wondering that myself. I was just like, But who? Who
But
decides? Maybe
We
random
do
number
it.
generator decides. That is not official information, by the way. That's just
chat
me
decide.
guessing off the top of my head.
Yeah,
Let
let
chat
GB
pick the next
decide.
map. No, let chat
that
pick the
too.
next
Even
map. That's
more
what
chaotic.
I say. Take us to the harbor.
I mean,
No.
I would like to see the harbor. No.
Yeah, but that would be not great for our
We
friends
need
on Skill
snipers.
Issue.
GM Sniper is horrifically underrepresented right now. Give us the largest sight lines. Let's go.
Oh boy, what a game! Just the fact that
admins are picking.
even when you know what their plan is, just the fact, Kiwi, that Exia gets so much out of his namesake, has to be the best Exia player in this tournament. I think. Maybe I'm speaking out of turn here, but based on what I've seen, the best understanding of the kit, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Oof.
I mean, you don't call yourself Exia God if you're mid. Okay. If you do, we're getting paid to make fun of you. But I think all we could do was talk about Exia God, was to talk about really a bunch of different people. And I'm excited to get into the sudden death as a watcher. I'm glad I get to save my vocal cords because y'all get to pop off. But
yeah, I'm losing my dang mind over here. By the way, we're waiting for the, in case you don't know, in the instance of a tie, the admins are going to be the one to pick. Oh, no. We just got told that casters can make the choice.
Whoa. This is...
No. I'm okay with that. I don't want to do that. That's too much pressure. That's too much pressure.
See, now the thing is, I have maps where it's like, man, I would love to see Harbor, but I don't know if the players are going to be like, are you kidding me? Why would you do this? Like, I don't know the love or the hate from some of these
Okay,
maps.
you know what? Look, let's go. Lunar? Yeah, Lunar. Let's go Lunar. Why not? We got a few.
the players hate you for that.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So we're gonna go to. Yeah, we'll go to Lunar.
I'm neutral. I'm neutral. I'm standing responsibility.
Domination is a good game mode just to kind of settle it. So that's the reason why I went Lunar comm station. But I just want to let both of the teams right now know that I'm sorry. I accept no blame. So anyway, let's. I don't know what's gonna happen here, but this is gonna be a nuts game. So now that we're going to Lunar, what is that? What do we do there? Man.
Well,
I'm
in a way,
gonna
I
lost
think.
word.
In a way,
now
GB, I think.
okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's
No,
fine.
you.
All right, we're going to keep this. I'm just saying, RG decides. RG decides what points we go to between melee or range. That's it. That's my point.
Yeah.
So I was calling out the wrong
it.
stats earlier. I apologize. I want a big shout out to Casino. You know, I'll be calling out people that aren't even playing, but Casino dropped 49K. That was sick. Killer Umbrellas too. Like, we're keeping track of the stats live, and I like that Gundam Evolution. Maybe as time goes on, we're gonna have even more intricate stats. We might even have stats dedicated people, like with accuracy numbers, like G maneuver efficiency. Like, I really like the future of Gundam Evolution. This is really such like a new esport, and it's really being driven by the community's growth. So if you all are excited about this game, start your tournaments. Yeah, get casting and really just get this going.
Yeah, well, I was saying it also feels like it's on the caster picks. Oh man, I hope the chat isn't mad about that. But honestly, I just picked. You know what? I thought it would be only fair to pick a map that everyone's played rather than like I would have gone out of pocket and went for thermal because I love thermal plant, but you know that's not where we are. We're going to Lunar. Kiwi, want to get a thought from you? Who do you think wins this one?
Oh, Masti! Don't choke.
Okay, please. She's committing to Masti. She is committing to the Masti.
Honestly, she might be on the take. We don't know. We have to audit the bank account after. Now I just wonder.
Okay, can we get some gun tank here? If you know, we've already thrown the book out of the window. Let's get some gun tank. All right, here we go. Lunar Comm. I think this is going to be a very interesting challenge for both of these teams. Actually, probably. Oh yeah. Oh, Skill Issue did win out on Lunar Comm. I did not realize that. Holy crap! I probably should have picked a map that neither of these guys played before. I'm sorry. Anyway, moving on. It's Baranox there on the Exia, but it's really time to see what this Masti team is made of here. Because as I mentioned before, ZP, this is the map that they lost to skill issue, but they are very capable of winning this based on how they're playing so far.
Right now, first point, looking for even. Skill issue, though, does get first controls. Nitro Genocide coming in hot. Takes down his counterpart Kaiser, but as I say that casino, it's open, and there's some high rollers coming in specifically from the casino itself.
Indeed there is. Killer Umbrellas has to get away from that one. Goodbye, Grandpa Gundam. Your years of service have come to an end. But now Exia God on the hunt, looking for another target if one is available. But this C location is actually really good for Masti because of the chokes that they have to push through skill issue, and there's just so much poke potential, whether it's like, you know, Baranox poking from height with the, you know, with his Exia, Kaiser as well with the primary for Ashimar, and let's not forget Pale Rider too. There's got a lot of work that needs to be done, but they have to stop the fight, or have to stop them in their tracks when they do make that push happen. Does not quite work out in their favor though, as Masti are going to lose out on this fight. 4 players are going to go down, make that 5. Last one's Baranox, who's not going to be long for this world, and that is going to do it.
Yeah, and that is just a skill issue coming in from all angles, but you know, the point is over. It's all about point A now, so that last part there, all it really buys you is this early pre-positioning, which is good for Davester and Exia God, but Killer Umbrellas gets poked. Killer Umbrellas prone to just getting picked off early by the pressure of Masti. It gives them a 6-on-5, but again, you can't have false confidence here. You still have to respect the dive coming in. Now they see where Davester is as he drops down. They get rid of Bone Kel, and Masti is surgical here, GB, one after another.
Exactly what they needed to do in order for them to be able to take control of this one. They still have the lead as well. Baranox clinical inside of the point, and they have secured A, and that's going to be more progress for them here in this first round of play on Domination in Lunar. And so far, so good for Masti. But for skill issue, though, this is a location that they have taken over so many times in their matches that we've seen. So I wouldn't be shocked if they make a big push here. But they are not going to do it with their Dom nor their Ashimar, which could make things a touch more challenging.
Yeah, well, Davester starts off on a good hit, gets one elimination early, and the rest of the skill issue is healthy. If Davester gets out, they re-engage, and it's going to be looking very, very good for them. Kill Umbrellas gets a little bit of ranged revenge, and that is decisive in that fight. The problem, of course, is that it doesn't gain you as much. The point is in the process of changing over, so it's like, that's good, but could be better. Mafty's still in a much, much better spot.
I agree. And also, too, right, like, skill issues real, I guess, answer here is just going to be to, like, huddle up together for as long as they can. And it's working out for them because they're getting a few of these picks. So this will allow them to go for the full dive. There goes a big punch there from Nitro Genocide. Exia God on the approach is able to get the kill. And that is going to be a flip to B for skill issue. And Mafty now going to have to lick their wounds and pick things up again.
If you're Mafty right now, you have a choice. You are loaded for this next fight. But you can also absorb losing a good amount of this. Do you go in and just kind of do a dry fight, let the skill issue use everything they have, or do you fight evenly and try and go for percentage now? That's what they're deciding. Kaiser goes down early without much of a fight as you see the investment coming from skill issue. If you're Mafty, you just wait. And that's mostly what they're doing, though. They did use the Screaming Nimbus at the end.
Looking for Enders here to be a potential playmaker for the team, but he has to deal with 2 members of skill issue, and it's not going to amount to much. So that will be more progress gained. Skill issue have taken the lead here in round 1 on Domination. So far, so good for skill issue. But Mafty have a lot of G maneuvers available to them. Yes, skill issue have 2 of their own, but I like
Casino
4 better than 2. Oh,
he just got
bad.
Chased on down, and yeah, you're down your Dom Trooper early against a team that already is in your face. The control here is going to be super, super tough for Mafty. Still 19 seconds till point remains. They might be able to get him back beforehand. They still have the G maneuvers ready, but they won't have the position they would have had otherwise. Killer Umbrella really gets poked down. Ender's laser accurate from afar.
Yeah, you need to be careful there because even though you have a lot of HP with the RX-78, you could still get beamed down by the Pale Rider's assault rifle. It's so strong. Here comes the push now. A is going to be grabbed for skill issue. Profi and company making their way inside, but there goes the melee heroes, the melee units there for skill issue, trying to clean up a few of these kills, but Enders is going to pop the Hades, force these players back. Evictus has to get away from this one, but the Dom Trooper is going to be too chunky of a target for him, and the Hades is doing work. Another kill there with the frag nades on the Nitro Genocide, and A is going to get capped now. A pickup two for Devotion is going to keep this one going. Yep, and they get the flip. They hold this one down, but how long can they do so? A skill issue is going to be on the prowl yet again.
Well, they either do or they don't. The 2% margin, they lose control again. That's pretty much it. They must be perfect from here on out. Enders put to the ground for a second, still not dead. Needs to find a little bit of space, continued the poke. Davester fell, so he wasn't able to finish the elimination right then and there. Mafty gets away with one. Kaiser still healthy. They get Exiagod. Things are snowballing in favor of Mafty. 89%, 90% in their favor. As they say that, Invictus comes on in, so is Exiagod. Back into the fight. This is tooth and nail, back and front. Who's going to be on top? Mafty. It's looking like Kaiser might have just done it.
And they secure the round. Mafty pulls it off. Huge for them as they get that first round on the board. And good God, that was, you couldn't have asked for a better final fight for those two teams. A skill issue had everything that they could possibly want in that initial push. They still had Davester as well as Exiagod alive for the fight, which in that close quarters is so important. Mafty were even sticking together so much, but then the moment that those two units came in, they had to spread like flies because you just cannot stay next to each other when Barbatos swings on with his mace and smashes you to the ground. Mafty secure that round. Huge.
Yeah, I mean, Mafty right now, this entire day from, but going back to yesterday, certainly against skill issue, it's just been a training course in how to use your unit's dash key to get the heck away from Barbatos and Exia at any given opportunity. How to create a healthy amount of personal space and not let others invade it. The book by Mafty. But hey, it was a pretty good chapter they just wrote. They need to write one more, and they will be heading to the grand finals, so let's see if they can keep it up.
Here we go. Last chance saloon for skill issue. They need this round or else this is it. Their time in the Gundam Evolution Showdown will come to an end, and Mafty will move on to the grand finals to face off against Toto 1010 fans. And already you can see this real wide push that they're going to just try and hit the launch pad to go up on top, but it's actually going to be Mafty who get the better of that, though. Despite killing Umbrellas, still managed to pick up a kill there against Paradox. It does not really help them all that much because Mafty got those first two critical picks. Umbrellas is going to be the last player left alive inside of the site, and they're just going to wipe the floor with them.
Kaiser looking absolutely regal right now, taking down player after player, unit after unit, just coming alive both in the last battle that we just saw and the first battle here, showing the power of Ashimar with well-placed napalm and well-placed primary fire. Kaiser's suddenly just come alive here, GB.
Yeah, and it goes back literally to the same problem that they had initially. Ooh, actually hits him with the slow. Great use of the napalm to force the target back. Oh, no! He crashes down onto Casino, who can't quite get away from it, but somehow still manages to
what is going on here?
What is happening right now? Finally, you get the kill there, but that was just absolute shenanigans, and Casino's gonna let Davester know about that. Enders, though, still manages to pick up 2 kills. And look at this, just the ambitious push there from the Barbatos, but Enders knows you kind of have to back away from this one because the site's going to go over toward A.
While this is going on, FT has reestablished and then some. They got off the trampoline of doom. And now we see Enders back, well protected, decent sidelines, exactly what Mafty likes to see. Napalm goes down. Kaiser going in again, this time backed up by Casino. As Mafty's been staggering skill issue a lot here, GB. When was the last time skill issue had a full, complete fight?
They have been, and you know what? Another thing too, if you just saw right there, when they know what Exiagod wants to do. So big rockets, by the way, from Casino. And here's the thing, Exiagod came up from the low ground, push, and in any other instance, that would have been a guaranteed kill. But immediately, you saw Mafty and the rest of the team turn around and just obliterate him. They're not allowing.
Look at Mafty.
Yeah,
that's a lot
they're
of
just
keys.
dominating.
That is a lot of keys on the screen right now. They have all the power in the world. And they're opening up with the G maneuver. And
Davester gets 2 kills, though. What the hell is This is like, just when you think that there's going to be this massive swing, it ends up going the other way. That just, it goes to show how close these two teams have been in this match thus far.
It's pandemonium right now.
Pandemonium in sight there as Baranox manages to just get a few big kills and so much progress gained. 74% CP to the 11.2 of Skill Issue. And we're going back to C. This is not good for Skill Issue.
Not in the least, and this final point C here could be it for Skill Issue. Tournament life on the line as Masti looks to advance to the grand finals to take on Toto 1010 fans. We have Casino. He's ready to scream. The Nimbus is ready. Holding on here at point C. Napalm's coming in, and here we go.
The Nimbus is out and Casino's looking to cause some carnage on the point. It's contesting, but who's going to try and stop that? Davester, though, goes in for the smash, gets Casino down to 1 HP, and Exia there for the cleanup. Great disengage as well to get back into this one, but he's actually going to be getting rushed down, as a matter of fact. But as I say that, so many frags coming in for Skill Issue is going to allow them to get C control.
Enders here in the back. You know, you're Masti, you're waiting for full strength, but you know you got some power behind it. If you can protect Enders here with his Hades G maneuver, let him just light the world on fire, it's probably going to be a 1 point. However, you know, you want to wait here until A is actually open, you know, pick the right point.
Davester needs to stay alive. He actually gets the slow. No, Davester! He hit him with the slow. That is so brutal when you're a Barbatos. And a great read from Enders. Just an absolute hit difference there to just prevent the Barbatos from taking him out, which would have been huge considering he has the Hades.
You know, GB, in another life, I think you would have said that was a heavy dose of get that garbage out of here. Is what we just saw from Enders. Oh boy, a full-on rejection of mace-based Gundam gameplay is what we just saw there as Masti continues its assault on Exia. One last burst here. Point A taken first by Skill Issue as Exia comes alive.
Exia now still going to be alive, still going to be a problem. He's going to manage to slash. He's looking to dash, and he gets himself another frag there. That's going to be the Method as well as the Pale Rider down. Maybe another one to boot. Goodbye, Exia. No shot. You stand up to the god as Exia manages to get a triple kill for his effort, leaving Masti packing. And this has become a game, ZP. We're on the final point, and at this point, Masti, they have to make this push happen here and now, and all they have left is a punch to work with.
You know, that might be all Kaiser needs. Kaiser has been huge in the series so far. It's not necessarily the G maneuver you see as destroying everything, but maybe this time, it's an opener. Takes down one. Is that going to be the opening Masti needs? Ender's still alive, but wounded. Off to the side, taken on down. The Napalm claims its prize. 92.8% right now for Skill Issue. Time running down. Can Masti stand the point? Can they somehow flip this? They're working for it. It is tooth and nail.
Somehow Prophy's still alive! He's still alive on the point! I can't believe my eyes! Somehow, someway, the Sazabi stays alive, and they get the flip! They're forcing them back! He also has the funnels!
91,
he can activate it whenever
92,
he wants! 91! 92! But now they're gonna have to get onto the point here. Prophy's gonna be dangerously low, but no one's gonna be around there to stop it! Masti might give this round up, and they do! They do, and we're going to a round 3. Skill Issue manages to pull it off at the last possible second. Oh, this game is great.
Oh. Doesn't get closer than that. Masti on the verge of going to the grand finals, and Skill Issue says, no. How about one more? One more. One more for the road. And that is what we're going to get round-wise.
We still have the grand finals, man. This is too much. Oh, this is amazing. Both teams leaving it all out there. I you know what? Honestly, it could only end this way. It really can. Skill Issue and Masti have played against each other so many times now at this point that it does feel appropriate that it ends this way. One last domination round to determine who goes to the grand finals.
Yeah, and technically it's a little, because the first round was like the closest tie possible. You look at this as like, it's you know. The winner will be 2-1, but it's only 2 maps have been played, just to emphasize how close it's been. Oh, man. But here we go.
Okay.
It's all led up to this. Winner up against Toto 1010 fans in the grand finals. Who's it going to be?
I do love that we're getting the B site immediately. Just a good neutral fight to kick things off here. Killer Umbrellas with that RX-78 looking to put that cannon to good use there. No kills quite yet, but Killer Umbrellas needs to be careful. And that's the advantage, right? You get into a bad spot, you pop the shield, you give yourself some time to get back into the fight. Works out very well, though, but unfortunately, Nitro Genocide does not have the same advantage. And when you take out the Methus in that early fight there, that hurts big time there. That actually could be a massive gain for Masti to clear out the remaining members of Skill Issue at the worst possible time. But Davster's going to jump right into the action. He's got 136 HP, but Baranox was not going to let him get away from that one. Masti have some players on point. Here comes Bone Kill to help things out a little bit, but Kaiser with that Ashamar beam rifle will make quick work of that Methus. Exia God looking to cause some problems as well, but it doesn't work out in their favor, and Masti managed to get this point immediately, and then it's a Skill Issue flip. Just as I say that, I mean, come on, can anyone give me a moment here?
Well, that was really interesting because Skill Issue went for the quick flip at the beginning. They were a little bit less than full strength at the full fight. Masti took advantage of it, and through their hard-earned work, they got 2.9%. But in the end, this point isn't worth that much to either team. Like, Skill Issue gets more, but it's not nearly the, over 45% a full cap would be. But oh no, Kaiser, the hero of the last few rounds, gets taken down early, this time by Invictus, and Skill Issue might be well positioned now, GB, to get the first control of the next point and put serious progress on the board.
We'll have to wait to see what this push is, but around that 5-second mark is going to be when that fight takes place. You do have Kaiser with a punch available, but I have to be very nervous about this napalm. Now, if I'm Killer Umbrellas, I don't want to just throw this one off willy-nilly. You kind of have to save this. Baranox activating the Trans Am as he goes into the back. The napalm's going to be in play. It doesn't manage to blow up, though. Enders gets a kill onto Invictus. Baranox looking for value from this Trans Am, and he's going to just find Davester, who's very, very low.
Almost has him.
He's going to get out of there, but Davester still manages to stay alive. Killer Umbrellas dies. Nitro Genocide falls too, and this is going to be Masti with full control on the point.
This is pretty good for Masti. They're going to make up most of their deficit here. Should they hold this, not get thrown back? And frankly, the way Skill Issue is getting staggered here, this should be the last 26 seconds to Masti, which means as we go to point B, pretty much all even. Again, even in the final round, both teams finding their moments to come out on top. And now you look at Skill Issue, they're going to focus more on the next point. That's just
and which is advantageous to them because they can hold B while at the same time putting some poke, forcing them to have to come out of C into those chokes. You do have a few more options though than you would do if you're trying to push. So they do manage to get out of that one. And this is going to be overall what I had expected, a bit more of a neutral fight, just like as it was at the beginning. But Skill Issue, if you remember, history could repeat itself, where just when you think that Masti have that opening, here comes Exia God or Dave Surge to just clear things out.
Yeah, and that was really close to Kill Umbrellas getting taken down by that poke damage as you were talking about.
Yeah.
Enders nearly got his number again. Just look at the health bars. Both teams, you can almost feel the nerves here as both teams are feeling each other out. But Masti, they are loaded for Baron. They're going to open up with a Nimbus to make a little bit of space. Enders with the Hades system.
Yep.
Not the greatest array of targets out here just yet, but still hanging in there. Half HP. Finally finds Davester, who just jumps in his way. Masti, but for how long? Exia God just opens it up like a can.
What? Exia God, you absolute savage! I thought that was surely a Masti win, but again, that's literally what I said. Masti looked good. They were in a position to get it, and then either one of the heavy hitters, either Exia God or Dave Sir, were just gonna pop in out of nowhere and obliterate them, and it literally happened the same exact way. They're gonna get so much progress on this, and what's worse is that they're at 75, potentially 80% here, ZP. That is so bad for Masti to come back.
Masti now, again, must be perfect against Skill Issue, who has looked very scrappy in these situations. Point A in 25 seconds. Be the final point, I believe, of the map. Could be the one that sends Skill Issue to the grand finals against Toto. As Enders is under fire here. Enders goes down, taken down by the Methus with 13 seconds to go. That could be the death blow.
It couldn't have been a worse sight, too, for Masti, because with Skill Issue inside, in the site unlocking in just a few seconds. There's just so much that they have to work through in order to get through. But they do have some ultimates available to them. They have funnels. They also have the punch. But oh, Baronox is going to go down in this fight, CP. That is going to be so dangerous for them. Oh, Killer Umbrellas is actually, he uses the napalm but gets absolutely no value out of it. But this is all progress now. 100% potential here for Skill Issue. As Coffee's going to go in. They got to get inside of the site right now. The funnels are going to work out, and they're in it. They managed to hold this one down at 99.9%. This is literally has to be perfection from Masti in order for them to win this and go to the grand finals.
Oh my goodness, it doesn't get closer to this. Masti must now never leave this point.
Can't lose Kaiser.
We're not leaving point A one way or another. It all ends here. 99.9 for Skill Issue. They just need one more good fight. One more good Exia or Barbados opening. But Davester goes down, and Masti, they feel their tournament mortality creeping in on them. They lose Profi. Oh, no. They have no tankiness really at all at this point. And you see the Reaper coming in. Skill Issue onto the point. We lose Nitro Genocide, though. Both teams back and forth. Here comes the Nimbus from Masti trying to hold it on through.
It's doing so much work, but they haven't gotten the flip quite yet, and they finally do so. The flip is good. They're gaining time. But again, they have so much work ahead of them. The only thing that you have really is just the energy cable from the Methus. You're really going to... Oh, actually, I stand corrected. You also have Ender's Hades, which, if he pops out at the opportune time, they have to pocket him and keep him alive. Otherwise, this game is pretty much over.
Yeah,
Ender's
keep him
gonna be
alive
the guy to
and keep
watch.
him from getting slashed. You take a look, not only is Exia God coming in with a little bit of slash and dash, so is Davester. The dive has never been more stacked for Skill Issue. The time may be theirs. 88% for Masti. Can they hold on? Here comes Davester. The Katana is out. Takes down two with Exia God, but the Hades is out. It's tooth and nail. And Enders, does he have what it takes? It's so close.
He gets at least 2 frags out of that one. You got 3 players left alive, but a lot of bodies on the site there for Masti. Enders is going to be back in the fight, and they get 3 down. They get 3 down, and Masti is going to the grand finals. What a game! What a freaking game! Oh my God! Bravo to both teams. Seriously, bravo to both of them. It literally gets down to the wire. It goes to the last round. It goes to the last percentage. It goes to the last map. Beautifully played. Kudos to both teams, but Masti will move on to the grand finals. And Lemon Kiwi, I'm sure you're very happy about that, having picked Masti.
Never a doubt, baby.
With your whole
Never a doubt,
channel
baby.
the whole
It's
time.
not even for a second, clearly.
Not even close. It was actually close like every single round, like less than 10% first round, 1% round 2, and the comeback of a century from a team that, of course, I never doubted, but oh my God, they were down so bad in that last round. Masti pulled out all the stops, and even with the lack of Sazabi, Skill Issue made no issue of that. That was, I think, the best Gundam Evolution game I've ever watched.
Yeah, and also another thing of note as well, right? Lunar Calm was the map that Skill Issue beat Masti on. So for them to be able to get that win the way that they did so, huge kudos to them, because that was a hard-fought game. And if there's one composition you don't want to play on that site in particular, on the A site, it was that double melee Exia Barbatos composition, because the moment you hold that down, it's so hard to get back in there. But CP, I have to agree with Lemon Kiwi. That was probably one of the best Gundam Evolution games that I've watched, and we've had some great ones in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get better than that. It doesn't get closer than that. I mean, that's about the most evenly matched you could ever hope for two teams to be. And, you know, I do think at the end of it, when Skill Issue goes back and looks at that final fight, they might think that something got away from them, because they really did have the winning hand there. G maneuvers up for their 2 big guns in Barbados and Exia. But you got to give it up for Enders on the other side, using the Hades maneuver, getting well supported by the rest of his team, living with like a quarter HP at one point, and doing just enough with everyone else to hold on for dear life in a 100 to 99.9 battle. And the reward, they get to go to the grand finals.
Indeed, they do. Grand finals bound for Masti did nothing wrong. Masti turns out did a lot right in this tournament, and they will be fighting for the lion's share of a $20,000 prize pool, $9,000 for first place, $6,000 for second. It's a $3,000 game. Lots of cash on the line here at Gundam Evolution. But folks, don't go anywhere. Tell your friends what's going on over here. This is the Gundam Evolution Showdown. We have two great teams that are going to square off in the grand finals. It's Masti versus Toto fans. Yeah, I mean, I messed up the name, but it doesn't matter. Point is, it's going to be awesome. And we'll see you in a little bit. Don't go anywhere. Toto fans, 10-10. 10-10 Toto.
完成品アクションフィギュアブランドロボット魂バージョンアニメシリーズに新展開。ロボット魂バージョンアニメオブ・ザ・ニュー・ジェネレーションズ。バージョンアニメで培われた稼働性能と多彩なエフェクト表現を継承し、機動戦士ガンダムシードの物語が今よみがえる。第1弾となるストライクガンダム。始まりの期待をバージョンアニメならではの独自機構で商品化。数々のエフェクトパーツが劇中のシーンを高い解像度で再現。あまたの少年少女を熱中させたあのドラマがバージョンアニメシリーズの最新技術によってよみがえる。同時発売となる高機動戦闘用ストライカーパックエールストライカー。翌月発売のザフト製量産型モビルスーツジン。まだ見ぬライバルたちとともにコズミックイラの歴史が再び幕を上げる。ロボット魂バージョンアニメオブ・ザ・ニュー・ジェネレーションズ2022年9月より展開スタート。令和の大地を駆け抜けろガンダム。
Welcome back, everyone, to the Gundam Evolution Showdown. Golden Boy here alongside Lemon Kiwi and ZP as we get ready for the grand finals. You just saw there lots of cool things for Gundam fans, whether it's out now on the horizon, as we talked about with, battle operations and the beta coming out next year. And then, of course, you can just always play some Gundam Evolution and have yourself a good time. But let's take a look at the bracket and where we are as you join us for our grand finals. And Lemon Kiwi, you called it from Masti. You stayed on the Masti train from the beginning. And now they find themselves in the grand finals.
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to Baronox, who kind of was getting outclassed on Exia by Exia God and actually ended up outdamaging him at the end. So really, the better Exia stands tall. Baronox is the one who gets to move on, of course, with the rest of Masti to the grand finals to face their biggest adversary, Toto 1010 fans, who went undefeated in the qualifiers and are still undefeated in this tournament. This is going to be a matchup for the centuries.
Yeah, it most certainly is. ZP, Toto 1010 fans, though, have looked dominant all tournament long, to Lemon Kiwi's point. But this is the matchup that I think we all were really excited to see, right? Masti versus Toto 1010 fans. And really, on this team, one of the players that sticks out immediately, Carl Sagan. The guy has just been all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, Carl Sagan and Arrow, just incredible ranged pressure all day long, but that's what's going to make this next matchup a little bit interesting. No more dishonest double dive coming in here, getting in people's faces. No, this is going to be a good old-fashioned, just ground and pound, mid-ranged battle. Both teams really, having faith in their ability to shoot better than the other team. So I feel like this battle is going to be a battle of the neutral, right? More so, people shooting at mid-range, less playing, hey, where's the Barbados hiding? Because, you know what, you're probably not going to see a whole lot of Barbados, if any at all.
Yeah, I mean, potentially, but yes, you're not wrong. I think Exia gives you just a little bit more value there. But the Barbatos is always a fun one to watch. And of course, we saw them all throughout this tournament. They were the first team that we talked about in this competition, and well, they could potentially be the last. It's Masti, did nothing wrong, and Enders, Profi, Baranox, Casino, Devotion, and Kaiser. 6 players that have really just left it all out there, and after that barn burner that we just witnessed, Kiwi, against oh my goodness, I'm too old and I'm drawing a blank. Skill issue. I mean, how do I even have the energy to keep going?
Well, I think CP brought up a great point earlier of like kind of the momentum when you just finish a match and you get to just play immediately after. Is it going to be energy levels that's your issue? No, I think this is like a fire in their belly. They clutched up in a round 3, like 99-99 situation. If I'm Mafty, I'm ready to go for the crown.
Very true. And look, if they were to, ZP, wouldn't shock me, because the way that they played against Skill Issue in that last game was just it was beautiful, and it's a best of 5.
Oh yeah. And by the way, I love the part there where just because in esports across every game and every situation, the having to play back-to-back matches things is always spun in different directions. Often whoever wins or loses, oh, we were cold, or oh, we were tired. It doesn't matter. No matter what, someone is in the wrong. It's just like, no, it's just a reality, right? Some teams are going to play a little bit more. Good or bad, that's up to you to judge.
Yeah. Well, here it is, everyone. Toto 1010 fans versus Mafty. Let us know in the chat who you think is going to walk away as your Gundam Evolution Showdown champions. Is it Mafty, or is it doing it for the Toto 1010? We'll find out. But we're also going to stick with all 3 of us for this game. A little tri-cast to kick things off. And I mean, Kiwi, I'm really pumped about this, because I've been wanting to see these 2 teams square off against each other this whole time.
Oh yeah, my boy Carl's on the Ashimar, just like the last time he was on this map, using the skies to have that initial intel. We've been seeing him rock the Ashimar, probably the best in this entire tournament, or else the Turn A Gundam has been his backup choice. Now you could already see Toto running it down main. They've lost 1 unit, going for an immediate plan. You might want to go for kills before the objective.
Yeah, that was a little bit aggro for Toto, and Mafty was doing, no, we're not going to deal with that. Ender's dead on, and the cleanup is there. But, even when it's decisive, you're seeing a very different style of play between these 2 teams matching up than the skill issue versus range that I've been having here, where the range is definitely going to have more of an impact for both teams.
Something also to note, too, is that we're going to get Arrow on that new Gundam, which might actually be pretty helpful if Arrow's able to build up enough G maneuver charge to start to make this push happen with the fin funnel pyramid. Might actually open things up for them here. But here comes the engagement now. Exponent looking to get inside of the action, though. It's gonna have to back away. Beautifully placed napalm. You can't really do much around that corner with the napalms and playing Kaiser. Kiwi, he's just getting so much value on that Ashimar so far. The push continues, though.
I almost would rather see Arrow back on the Pale Rider, just to have that healing component so that they can just keep fighting, especially at kind of this longer range. Arrow's damage fall off happens for new Gundam, and you really need to keep those stacks and that damage consistent. But even though he went down, Toto got some responding pigs. They've got the charge planet. They have high ground control. Will Mafty be able to stop them?
We'll have to see. Right now, things are looking pretty good for Toto, and I do like the idea of going new Gundam here. You know that Mafty doesn't play as quick as some of the other teams, and new Gundam, it's a unit that does prefer a slightly slower engage, right? You want to build up stacks to send your fin funnels after people, and also if the other team is more reliant on range, and you don't have to worry about Barbados, the benefit of your G maneuver when you drop the fin funnel barrier, the pyramid as it were, it's even more enhanced.
Here comes Enders now. Has the Hades, he's going to activate it. Now he's going to look to make the push happen. With 20 seconds left on this Mega Charge, they have to disarm this one right here, right now. But Baranox is able to get himself two. Enders finds the Hades kill there onto Spoo. That's going to be multiple players down, 5 as a matter of fact for Toto 1010 fans. Last player left is just going to be Carl Sagan looking to poke from distance. But Profi's there to back his teammate up. Put that big body of the Sazabi right between him and the Ashamar shots. And that is a gorgeous retake there for Masti.
Yeah, Masti barely saved themselves with a 91.5%, but it was really Toto got the play and then stood there. They really got to make sure you almost don't want to stand out in the open, and Masti got in some trouble being up there, and it was a big investment from Toto, and not enough, as now they'll try again, now taking some perimeter, even going underground. Sometimes if you distract enough at A, you can go for a B plant, but sometimes repairing will bite you in the butt, but it's Enders that gets traded out.
Yeah, we have Arrow using the G maneuver down here. It wasn't quite the push I would have expected it in, but now we have Casino underground, taken out by Spoo. Things are getting a little bit scrappier once again, but lucky for Toto, they get the plant down. 1:20 left, 50 seconds left for the Mega Charge. But you look at Masti, they're going to be coming back in here soon. They do have a really good chance at the retake, and you have to look to Profi here. Profi opening up now with the G maneuver.
Yeah, there's really no other option for them, right? Because you have to take out the targets that are up top because they have such a clear path to the Mega Charge down low from those grates that you can see above Baranox here. But Baranox is going to go in for the dive. Charges right up into this one. Nox is going to be so low, but does he get away from it? He does, and that's Carl Sagan coming in for the big help. That was unreal to think that that could have worked out very well there for Nox, but... Or sorry, excuse me, for Baranox, but Carl Sagan, man, always there to back up his teammates.
Yeah, this charge is going to go off, and Toto have accomplished one of the objectives. A second one to go. Didn't take too much time either, and it's Masti who just completely give it up. Also, to not get staggered out. I'd love to see, you know, more presence from Profi if you're... And actually, now that there's 2 Sazabis, that front line is so important. Now, Carl Sagan likes to throw down, and it's actually the Screaming Nimbus that leads the charge. Toto and friends, and even unleashed the funnels, but they take so much damage as they played that aggressive. Arrow's still there to finish off the kills, and Masti are left without a team.
Masti just getting smushed. There's Arrow on the swap. New Gundam no more. How about old Gundam, as it were, with a little bit of wordplay. Yeah, the OG Gundam heading on out. And now for Toto 1010 fans, they have the spawn point. They don't have everyone back up, but they're more than willing to take a little bit of poke here, set the stage for the play. And as I say that, they're just going for the play right now. Exploding, goes for it like it's caught. But still got the plant down, so now Masti's going to have to go over and try and get the disengage. That was worth it, so long as they can keep defending.
Enders has that Hades available to him. He can pop that when he needs to here, but he's going to be knocked down and out of the fight. And this is just Toto 1010 fans still with control, but here comes the cavalry as Masti now have bodies on site, and they're going to be able to disarm this one. The Mega Charge is done and dusted. Well played there from Masti to try and force this one, but you know, I gotta say, man, Toto 1010 fans are putting the pressure on him.
They really are. It's been a couple of plants, and Masti able to get a few disarms, and I would say that was a great Exia, the G maneuver from Baranox, and just to have these brawl units really thrive in this close range. If Toto are going to keep going for this B site, it's very close and tight, so it's Masti that really thrive in that environment, but it's Toto with the first kills.
Toto is able to take down Baranox early here, but Kaiser returning fire right away. Enders, Hades is up. The heat's getting turned up, and Enders finds one up above. He's under a little bit of pressure, but gets 2! Even under that pressure, ends up falling. But the trading back and forth, still not bad for Masti in this situation. However, the Mega Charge, it's about to be planted, and here we go again. Toto looking to keep the pressure up.
Right back into the action we go. The Super Napalm's going to be in play there. Does it push back enough players from Masti to give them some pause? Instead, no, it's actually going to lead to a straight up disarm. So Mafti's still going to very much be in this fight. Everything that you could possibly want from Masti is going good right now. Every time they get into a fight, they always manage to find a way to stabilize this one, and they've been getting these disarms. So Toto 1010 fans have definitely met their match when it comes to how to push this site.
And there's some really good zoning G maneuvers available for Masti to defend this next plan if it even happens. I mean, whether it's Profi already activating the funnels or Casino with the Screaming Nimbus, it's Toto that is screaming in pain as 3 fall as a fight ensues, and Masti engage at the perfect time.
Masti right now, look at Enders, so low HP, and Arrow just has a mercy shot, destroys the unit as it stands. 46 seconds ticking on down. Disarm attempt coming in. Arrow goes, no. I got a flail for that. However, I'm going to run. I'm outnumbered. What am I going to do? Arrow, though, staying alive, grabs a repair pack. Meanwhile, though, it's a distraction. Casino disarming, gets it done. And now Toto 1010 fans against the wall with only 34 seconds left to go.
Oh, Screaming Nimbus! So smart to place those mines down to do some more damage or just try to slow down the Screaming Nimbus. Their Casino's going to be pretty much dead in the water and get blown up as a result of that. Smart plays from Snake Nade. Losing out on 2 players for Masti is going to spell doom potentially for them and potentially Mega Charge going down. Spoo has the opening to do it, but is actually going to think against that one. Only 8 seconds going to remain in this fight now, as both players are going to look to try, or both teams are going to try and jockey for this position. Baranox is going to be down to 40 HP, looking to see if he can maybe close this one out, but no one can get on, and that is only going to be 1 point and some progress gain for Toto 10 fans. Masti, well done from them. Good round.
Yeah, I gotta say, as like a Sazabi main watching Profi play, I'm taking notes. He's got a PhD in this unit. The way he just sits on the site, just him being there by himself, makes Toto hesitate every time they want to plant. Toto are getting a lot of plants down, but defending it has been a different situation. And approaching a Sazabi has been another one too. They've almost chased the Sazabi around instead of planting because Toto so focused on kills, which is the right thing to do. But the dash efficiency of Profi is on another level. The cycling of his shield and his health makes him such a survivable member of Masti that I think that's why Masti have been able to retake so easily and get the diffuses every time.
I think the thing that really strikes out to me is how much more comfortable of a matchup this is against Masti. I think, given the history of some of their players, I think they like that this is a more straight up fight. They're able to match some of Toto. Yeah. They're able, good, honest Gundam, nothing dishonest, no
shenanigans.
We're not expecting it. No roguish tendencies. No, it's a good, solid back and forth where they're able to focus on their strengths, which just happen to be the strengths of Toto 1010. So even though Toto 1010 had everything figured out about skill issue, it's much harder for them against Masti so far. So it's making for a very close match.
Very much is. 5 seconds now before we're right back into the action. Masti will now have their opportunity to attack. And that's the GB special. Oh, I actually even like the little cheeky turret on the side there from the Memphis. You're so clever, Spoo. Anywho, moving on though. Let's see what Masti can look to do here, because you have a few players that are going to be caught out, but Carl Sagan with that Ashamar is able to disengage right away.
And that little GB move that you want to call it, of just kind of being cheesy at the spawn room doors, that gets you 10-15% G maneuver charge, which is, again, getting you just that much closer, already at 20. So Toto are just going to hold on to the top, and this is great to hold the high ground because you can see who's coming from below, because you have these grates on the A site where you can see through to B. But we've seen Masti go for a fight on the top, sneak through the bottom, get a plant, and just hope and pray. And sometimes that does work.
Yeah, and now, right, you see Toto 1010 holding off Masti, where Masti has to get a taste of their medicine here of, oh, we're pretty good at poking from defense. Well, guess what? So is Toto 1010 hanging back here, making Masti pay for every inch of ground they go for. And, unlike other teams, there's not going to be too much of a dive. They're just going to have to try and win this straight up. But as I say that, a little bit Exia versus Exia off to the side, and that could be just the opening Masti was looking for. Enders and Baranox taking well advantage.
But just as I said that, though, Exponent's going to shut down Baranox. That's going to come off of the pickup there for his teammate, but it doesn't really matter when Enders and company are going to be on the site dominating this. And this is a similar situation that Toto 1010 fans were in before, where they needed to try and force them off of this high ground, but the actual objective is low, so you're still taking this top fight no matter what, and then you have to make moves on the low ground too. So it's going to be challenging no matter what.
This is so sketchy for Toto. They lost the fight as soon as the Mega Charge got planted, so they have to try and retake this within the next 20 seconds and not just get the kills, but have somebody on the defuse. And there's 12 seconds remaining. They're fighting on the top side. Exponent on the Suzabi's gonna go for the defuse when it should have been Carl. Suzabi could have been the one defending it with the shield. So a miscomm and a panic situation will cost Toto to the disarm. But they're going in for round 2. Masti won't let it be easy. Toto just don't have the members to keep it going. So there it goes.
This is going. There's no brakes on this train. They're saying, go, go, go. The comms have to be frantic, saying, please, just get the spawn. Don't let them recover. There's not a lot of G-maneuver power on the other side, and Enders could really rip this one wide open if he's able to stay alive. The Hades system is good to go. The G-maneuver, where is it going to be? You see Enders getting buffed up, and this has to be a show here. However, one down already. Do they still invest in the situation? They might just do it, but look at them. Shots over here coming in from Devotion. Could be enough.
You know, it's actually nuts. You were looking for Enders, but hey, everyone, Unicorn Gundam also has a very strong G maneuver that can obliterate the entire team, and that is exactly what they use to their advantage there. Unreal stuff. Mega Charge has gone down over toward B. There goes the Screaming Nimbus there from Snake Nate, but Snake Nate's going to be so low, and he finally goes down, but that's not before Profi for Masti is going to be out of the fight as well. And then Enders is going to pop the Hades, though, and he's trying to go demon mode, but it's getting shut down instead. That's going to be a full team wipe. Full team wipe, everyone. Oh. God.
And you lost Relay too. That, yeah, the fact that Masti only needs 45.7%, like you play and you got to be on that ASAP. If Toto lose the fight during that plant, it is just over. The fact that it is this close is insane. And G maneuvers were so invested from Masti, so they don't have anything coming into this. So you got to hope that Exponent is going to pop his or Carl Sagan. Either way, Toto are the ones that have an advantage coming up.
Yeah, I think from Masti you're hoping, okay, maybe our fundamentals will help us through here. But you take a look at the health bars, they're getting pwned a little bit more. Baron is against the ropes as Carl Sagan just lets loose. And that is a nice defense from Toto 1010. And man, how fortunes change. I mean, the upside here for Masti, they have 4 minutes. That is a lot of time. The downside is they're still effectively going to start from scratch on the Mega Charge. So things are far from easy here. But you know, some new G maneuvers coming up, some upsides ahead.
Man, the Carl Sagan punch to the wall, devastating. Is going to stop with actually was the reason why that stop came through. Enders with some big damage though, and I love the pressure that the Sazabi's trying to create here, forcing Enders back into the fight. That is going to leave Baronox with an opening opportunity though, but the stun is going to hurt so much, and that is going to prevent him from moving forward. Carl Sagan's there for the kill pickup. Snake Nade now smells blood in the water, goes for it. Throws down the pizza over at his face, just tries to send a few of them there, tries to hit him with the dough, but it doesn't work out in his favor. Snake Nate is out of this one. Masti gets the few kills that they need, and now here comes the push.
And Masti got the relay point, so they're going to spawn a bit closer. They were able to punish Toto, especially Exponent on the overextension when they got initial damage into Masti. Exponent pushed up as is Suzabi, as he should, to finish off those kills, but it's Toto that ate the bullet at the end. Now the charge has been planted for Masti. 20 seconds remaining. Profi also has the funnels, the Suzabi G maneuver, and this could be explosive as Spoo has to launch himself in the air with the Method's G maneuver as everyone is unleashing their tools.
G maneuver for Devotion, ready to go. Beam Magnum one after another. A great spot for it. Takes down 2. Is it going to be enough? 1 second left on the Mega Charge. And there it goes. Masti coming in hot.
Oh boy. Masti with the win, goes up by 1. And a reminder for anyone who's coming in to watch the grand finals, if Masti wins this best of 5, guess what? They have to win another best of 5 because they have to reset a bracket. So this could not be more challenging for Masti here. That being said, I do think that Toto 1010 fans certainly were coming into this one expecting, you know, maybe that they could have walked away with it, Lemon Kiwi, but Masti showing reason why they're in this position is because that coordination, the way that they take advantage and really use their G maneuvers and cycle them rather than throwing everything out there.
Yeah, I think Enders has a lot of good initial damage on the Pale Rider, and I think that almost makes Toto think that they can push up and try and stop that, whether it's with the Sazabi, whether it's someone else. And sometimes we kind of have these squishy units from Masti, it makes you believe that as a chunkier unit like a Sazabi, you can really go up, and Toto have to just be measured on their approach. Masti is one of the toughest teams they're going to face in this tournament. They can't treat them like noobs like they did like the other teams maybe they face in the qualifiers, you know? You are going to get punished more often than not. You can't 1v4 in a grand final.
Yeah, this is straight up a battle of fundamentals that we are seeing right now between the two teams, and Masti likes the battle of fundamentals. It is their playground here so far, and it's not even just the people who are looking at the Carl Sagans or the Enders. Talk about what Devotion did there towards the end. It's like, my team needs a W. I'm going to pull out the Magnum and let's see what happens. So, it's all factors contributing here. And, Masti, they came in after the closest series you can imagine, and they took Toto to the task.
They really did. And that's why Masti, they go up 1-0. The journey is going to be long and arduous, but Masti have the capability to be able to come out on top in this grand finals here against Toto 1010 fans. But now we're going to see where we're going next, and it's over to the missile base. And by the way, no shocker here, because when Toto 1010 fans lost on the Mountain R&D facility, their pick was heading over to the missile base, and they actually dominated when they played. It was a little bit of a more challenging affair there, but if there's one thing we know, this team likes this map, Lemon Kiwi.
I mean, Toto are just not used to losing, right? Like, yeah, maybe like because they went undefeated in the qualifiers, so the only games or maps they've lost has been in this Final Four, and the fact they're already starting down in the series is scary, but they have so much wiggle room because of the reset that Masti have to do to win it all. So Masti have time to adjust whether their weaknesses or adapt to what's going on with the other team.
Yeah, and you take a look at it as it goes through. I like the point you bring up here. Toto has time. Even their worst case scenario right now is just running the series back. A best of 5, by the way, back again. So, even if they're faced with some strength here from Masti that they might not have expected, man, do they have time to change some things up on the game plan, or just get used to tendencies and find out what works. So, with what these teams have shown us, you definitely cannot write anyone off at this point. But 3 seconds ago, the gates open up, and here we go again. Toto on the defense.
No real big changes with the compositions as well, right? Masti prefers to have that unicorn, while Toto 1010 fans prefer to have Methis. And honestly, Methis isn't bad here because you also have the turret that you can place on height. But look at this here. They're playing a very unconventional way. They're waiting for them to kind of push into this one, and they're going to just get torn up by Nox's Exia.
Yeah, Masti just all dropped down to about half health as soon as they went through the door. I think it's just the napalm of the Ashamar of Carl Sagan is such a pain in the butt. Every team in this tournament has struggled going through this exact choke. You kind of have to go 3-2-1 and go through the left side. And the fact you even stagger out Kaiser there, I mean, he's going to get repaired. You're really just annoying him at that point. But either way, like, Babdi have to go for round 2.
Oh, man. It's too funny. Ashamar's like, I'm jetting out of here. The other Ashamar goes, no.
No, you're not.
Yeah, he might be getting repaired, but for now, why don't you hit the floor for a little bit? But good first defense going out here from Toto, Masti. You look at the noticeable slowdown here as they go, okay, let's think this through a little bit. But now, let's move in. But, maybe the move in not the greatest of times there as they just get demolished to the choke point before it even begins.
Yeah, they were clearly waiting up to be able to utilize the unicorn and giving that added shield. Like that. I totally understand why they would do that, right? For the psycho field, because you get a little bit of that yellow armor. That might be enough to give you enough time to make that push happen. The problem is you're just gonna get obliterated as soon as you turn on the door. So the little bit of shields that you do have, I don't know how much value you're really going to be getting out of this one here. But the best part is that they don't have to wait for the napalm anymore, so they can actually push the Snap of Profi. It's going to get isolated, Kiwi.
This is crazy. I thought I saw a G maneuver from Toto on the defense.
Oh, sorry.
Just whale past them.
Yeah, you're right.
Either way, It was weird. I think it went by in a blink of an eye, and I think Masti just got buried yet again. I see the approach if they're trying to just dash in towards the health pack that's in the center, but that little closet area is just not deep enough to actually hide a full unit from cover, from all the damage that's coming from the high ground. So Masti, I don't think should just focus on the health pack, but focus on just absolutely committing.
Well, the upside here for Masti is that it wasn't a clean wipeout, but they got through the choke of Doom and Enders. Fine Snake. So this is some progress being made from Masti now. They're up a unit. They got through the most terrible defensive point to get through here thus far as Baranox just slices through the back end. So the dam busts open here for Masti after being held back for a while. And they should start to get some pretty darn good progress here on point A as the staggers just keep on coming.
And the progress has been gained. All six members, excuse me, are going to be on the point right now. As far as our G maneuver economy goes, for Toto 1010 fans, they're going to have quite a few available to them but let's not forget that Masti on the other side can end up getting Hades activated, the Nimbus, as well as the punch from Kaiser, or excuse me, not the punch from Kaiser, but yeah, actually I was thinking the Magnum there from Devotion's Unicorn. You just have a lot of value that you can manage to pull off here. But look for Baranox though to get into the back lines and cause an issue. Is going to remove that Pale Rider from the fight. A few kills go in the favor of Toto 1010 fans, and this is a win for them so far.
Yeah, an important Methus ultimate. Spoo was the first one to use his G maneuver for Toto, and the energy cables, for those who never really play Methus, it's not super common, but it grants a burst of extra power to your allies. You deal more damage, you take less damage, and will automatically target repair cabled ally, can fly and stuff. So it's like the fact that Toto took initiative, which is what I appreciated about them in the past, and they were still able to be economical, but it's really Masti that are pulling the trigger now.
Yeah, and this could be a slobber knocker. So much power on both sides. Let the G maneuvers fly and see who stands at the end. And Casino goes in with the Nimbus, takes down his counterpart, just a little bit louder on the screaming, and it is back and forth. But you look at it, Masti gets a little bit the better of it. Now they get to move towards point B. They got to keep the momentum up. See if they can get a few more eliminations on this attack. Meanwhile, Toto, it's just back up. Don't get staggered. Regroup. They can still take the fight on B. They haven't given up anything on point here just yet, but they better be looking at Enders. The Hades is good to go.
Yeah, he's got the Hades, and also he has that health pack too, so he doesn't really need to pop his healing pod so that he could just really focus on this right here. Play the height and then put the damage down where he can. He also still has the healing pod available to him there. But look at all the frags coming in. That's going to be four members for Toto 1010 fans down. As just Spoo and Carl Sagan left alive. They managed to get 50% progress there on point B. But here comes the push now from Toto 1010 fans. Carl Sagan's going up on high. The napalm's going to land. And Lemon Kiwi, we could see Toto with the response here.
Oh, yeah. Toto tried. They have the respawn advantage, and it looks like it's working out. And this was after Masti even canceled some of the G maneuvers. Mainly Exponent's funnels did absolutely nothing that last fight, which granted Masti that first 50%. But the retake, the respawn advantage, there's great cover for the defense of Toto as well. And they came screaming in, not literally, but the fact they were able to retake it all with what Masti had is impressive.
Yeah, and not only that, you take a look at where Toto is going. They're able to regain some lost ground. I mean, the ground that Masti even got to be in that position was hard fought. This is a very good map for the defense. You got to go through the fires of hell just to get to where you want to be. And take a look at Arrow here, using the Hades once again off to the side. Just takes him out and then some.
Good
That was
Lord.
lunch and dinner in one go.
Wow. It's just a complete shutdown and good value again from that ult. Now, if anything, the saving grace there was that fight ended so fast, so they didn't really lose a lot of time on that. But as far as their G maneuvers, right, you really have the punch and the Nimbus if Casino can get using that one quickly enough. He's only got 4% left, and Casino cannot die here. He's actually going to get that G maneuver. Kaiser waiting for the opportunity as well, and now they're just going to wait to get into position. Here's Lemon Kiwi.
Ooh, what is Kaiser cooking back here on a bit of a flank and isn't really finding much. If anything, Toto have been holding it down on the high ground and even extending forward. Look at Exponent. He's aggressive on the Sazabi, and you can afford to do that with the shield. You can just prop up while shooting, which I think makes Sazabi so good. You can tell I'm a Sazabi main, by the way, but still 50% or 64% cap for Mafty with 51 seconds left. Losing Kaiser here is going to be rough. It's going to cost them more time.
And for Toto, you're okay with where this is. I mean, even though getting 64% on this point in particular is actually pretty difficult, you don't want to give up anymore. 38 seconds left to go. One more good push left from Mafty, and they're going to say, let's open with a Scream. Dives on in his casino, and it's Scream versus Scream right now. Everyone's going deaf on both sides, and everyone's hitting the floor, but this isn't bad for the defense as long as they don't get fully wiped out. But Mafty making a stand.
Yep, and Carl Sagan's the last player left alive. Spoo's going to be coming off of this one and just to try and stop this, but it's Kaiser versus Spoo, and a great play there from Spoo to force him back. Kaiser has to stay alive, and he can contribute to this fight if possible. 3 seconds remaining. You got to get back in, and Baranox is going to be inside, allowing them to be able to get the extra time. Devotion's there with the Magnum, but the kills are going to come through for Toto 1010 fans, and they shut them down before they even had an opportunity to try and gain more progress on that bar. Mafty, though, good work from them. They get 64.7% and a point on the board. Let's see if Toto 1010 fans can do better.
Mafty are really good at getting on objectives, but defending them, that's next chapter. That's next week's study. Like, it's the retake potential of Toto has been strong, but I'd like to see Mafty kind of coordinate who should be sitting on that objective, whether it's their Sazabi or another tanky unit like that, and just have more different creative angles around the objective, like taking the sides of these hallways, for example, taking the high ground, being more ranged, playing more safe, because being over aggressive, it sounds nice on paper, but it can be punished. And against a team like Toto, who are one of the best, if not the favorites of this entire tournament, you can't get away with as much as Mafty are trying. So it's still, I mean, they still got 65%, and, you know, Toto have to go all the way. But I could see Toto tying the series here.
Yeah, definitely Toto has an opportunity to bring this to 1-1. It is worth noting, though, that relative to, I think, many of the other maps we have played here today, this map has a very distinctly strong defender's advantage. It's one of those things where you might go, oh, they didn't full cap. Surely they're about to lose. And, you know, the answer may be, well, no, that might not be the case in this instance. So, you know, if you're a fan of Mafty right now, you shouldn't get too demoralized. But meanwhile, Toto looked a lot better. So going into this, still any team's game, we'll see just what the Mafty defense has in store here. As you know, the brief Maharu and Spawn, it's gone away. It's not a thing.
A boy can dream. But interesting to note, though, Devotion off the Unicorn and using the Methys, which totally makes sense here. You're going to get the turret use, also the direct heals as well, keeping people very healthy in this fight. You also get the power of those twin blasters as well, which are very, very strong, contrary to how it may sound. It's quite a powerful ability there, and that's going to be Casino and Devotion managing to get themselves a few kills there, but Carl Sagan's still going to be involved in this fight and looking to stay up as long as he possibly can here. And this, so far, so good, I would say, for Toto 1010 fans, as they have managed to just secure themselves a few more frags in this one. And overall, Lemon Kiwi, a great engagement to start things off.
I'm just surprised that the defense of Mafty just got folded like a lawn chair. Like, this is supposed to be such a defense-heavy part with the high ground, and it's like they just weren't ready for Toto to storm the trenches. They just zoomed on in, and Mafty couldn't tell where they went. So that is deadly. The fact that Toto capped this fast when that should have been Mafty taking a lot more time away.
Yeah, this is going to be an enormous amount of time for Toto moving forward.
Yeah.
Where, you know, again, they almost want to bring out some old hero shooter basics here, in that just store up your G maneuvers. You know, you don't have to win in one push. You don't have to win in 2 pushes. Heck, you don't have to win in like 5 pushes. You can pick the perfect opportunity for that one good push onto point B. And as I say that, they run into some serious poke. Carl Sagan nearly going down, but they turn the tables a little bit, get a little bit of healing. Even trades between both sides here so far, but you know, if you're a Mafty defense, you're okay with that.
Yeah, and this kind of goes back to what you were talking about before, Zeep, right? Like how that defense, it's literally right behind that giant wall on B. So Masti will always have numbers, and it's going to make this fight way more challenging for Toto 1010 fans. That being said, though, even in their initial engagement, it has been a bit cleaner for them to get back into the fight. Another thing to note, too, that we kind of just saw come out come out into play was that you also had the Methis heals where you don't have to actually go up and press your confirm button. You could just, plot right click and just heal them with the cables and bring them back into the fight. So that's another advantage that Methis has in this situation.
I think Toto are okay taking like an eco fight like they did, because there is the arrow, the new Gundam, the pyramid, and it's one way, so it will protect everyone inside it, although it's quite small. But really, Arrow's protecting himself while there's bodies flying everywhere around him. Toto got destroyed when it should have been this new Gundam taking a lot more pressure than it did, but it was so smart of Masti to ignore that and go after everyone else.
Yeah, here's the problem. It's like, what if we ignore the gigantic pyramid heading at us, and then we shoot elsewhere? Prime tactics being done there, but still pretty effective. Masti stabilizing after a disastrous point A defense here. And again, take a look at for Toto fans. Still 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Time to build up to a good area. But all the while, they have been applying a little bit more pressure to Masti that I think Masti applied to them in the same situation. Profi going down. You got the Suzabi out of the fight. You have a little bit more space to take here without that tanky unit in your way, but it is just absolute chaos, although some stuff that Masti now turning in their favor.
Yeah, Baronox, him staying alive and just being so forward in that fight forced everyone to have to just go back. They didn't have the numbers, Toto 1010 fans, to take this. And yes, while Masti's doing a great job, gotta address the elephant in the room. You have 4 minutes for Toto 1010 fans to take this. And here comes the Screaming Nimbus as Snake Nate is going to get right into the back line, and Carl Sagan's there for the follow-up.
Oh, what a cool combination from Toto. You have the Screaming Nimbus that goes in, the suppressing fire from the Unicorn from the high ground. Toto got that high ground and had Masti's backs against the wall, but as they stormed in, they're the ones that Toto got their tires slashed. I can't believe they had such a cool combo, and Masti, all they did was hit, they kited, and they fired back even stronger. Toto got nothing done.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is Masti, it's a full-on infestation. They're in the walls. How do you get them out? They're not all in one place. They're not making it easy. There's a corner here, a corner there. And if you don't get rid of all of them in one go, they're just going to come back. So this is a real problem for Toto, is trying to figure out how to get the full clean fight that'll let them get progress on point B, because, not only have they not gotten close to 60% now, they haven't even gotten a single percent on the fight, as Casino just says, there won't be a fight this time. I'm a Screaming Nimbus into you. And it's not clean, but it's enough.
And that works out a little bit better as well, right, for Masti, because for Toto 1010 fans, when they pop their Screaming Nimbus, they all have to play around that. And as we saw, Masti are okay kind of just forfeiting the site to the Screaming Nimbus, Dom Trooper, and then just worry about everyone else, since there's really not much he could do. And they just get into some better position on high ground. So really, that I think is going to be something that could maybe play out here further into the game, is how does Toto 1010 look to break this setup? And then most importantly, do they just invest things like the Screaming Nimbus at the start of the fight, or do they try instead to maybe get inside of an area that they can take more advantage of it?
Yeah, I think what's different is that Masti's defense is a lot more passive, less aggressive than Toto's defense. Like, Masti are sticking to their area, and Toto are the ones that have the gap close. Now, Toto are only ahead by 1, but that's why it's so tough when you do go in. If you're Toto, you get a kill, but you get traded right out, and Masti have the respawn advantage, but Toto have about 4 on the point, and they only need 64.7%. Masti's approach has to be calculated, and it starts with the funnels of the Suzabi, but he gets taken out as Baronox has his way paved in on the Exia, but he's slashed down as well. Masti just can't seem to break back in as Toto set up camp for the final time for this time. Could it be for the game win? Masti are trying to prevent it with everything they can. It's up to Devotion to Baronox, and they might have clutched it.
Oh man, that was set up by Toto getting some key repairs off, but Masti, the spawn advantage, finally coming back in So close yet so far for Toto. A minute 10 left on the clock, and that could have been their very best opportunity slipping away. However, they do have some key game-winning tools coming up. You know what? Cover your ears here, Golden Boy, because it's about to be Nimbus versus Nimbus to set the stage here on the final minute. Here we go.
Oh, I actually really like that play. They took the Screaming Nimbus over to the left rather than trying to charge straight forward. And Toto Tencent fans are going to be able to get the kills, but Baranox answers right back, takes out the Unicorn, which is going to be deadly for them. And Arrow contributing big time with this Hades. He's able to get himself another one, and that is going to be a victory for Toto Tencent fans as they tie up the series 1-1.
That is insane. I mean, never a doubt my Toto. I know I swapped teams. I was like, woo, Masti, and now I'm like, yeah, Toto. I think, I know, I'm a bit of a traitor, but never a doubt. That was a big doubt. I mean, Toto almost did not get that done. It took to the last couple of seconds, and the Screaming Nimbus, the adaptation that you pointed out, GB, of going in a different direction. If it don't work, you fix it, and they sure did.
Yeah, they most definitely did. Now, ZP, let's actually see what history will tell us. Where will Masti look to go? Well, they did win. I'm trying to see what Masti went with in this series, but they have actually won a few of these very big games, and I honestly, I think like it's anyone's option at this point, where it's Masti's choice, obviously, but I just don't really know where their direction is going to go here. As we take a look at some of the replays, Zeep, I think that this was just so well done by Masti on their defensive, the defensive portion, because they had to hold for such a long time. But at the end of the day, right, you're going to crack that egg no matter what if you're Toto.
Yeah, I mean, the issue they ran into is certainly the part that there just wasn't enough time going on in, is that they lost a lot of time from point A. If they had simply held point A for maybe like 2 pushes, even 3 pushes, they probably end up taking the map. But having to defend point B as defensible as is for as long as they had to, that's mission impossible even for the best of teams.
Yeah, and so Masti did pick against Skill Issue in their first game. They picked Lunar Com. So maybe we go to Lunar Com again. That was the map that Masti pulled off a massive win against the very melee-driven Skill Issue lineup. And now Lemon Kiwi, there we go. We're going to Thermal Plant. Yes, a favorite of mine. I love this map. Thermal Plant up next. This is exciting. Another domination.
It's scary. I mean, we played this yesterday, and some of the points, I don't know how people live on them. Maybe that's just a me thing, but some of them are just so open, like, and you can shoot from different high grounds too. I remember there's one point that's just like in the middle of a pillar, and there's like 4 doorways to it, and this is going to be a very chaotic map, and I think that's where the melee units are going to be really strong, whether it's your Exias, your Barbatos, and even a Sazabi. We have 2 of the really incredible Sazabis in our tournament of Exponent Profi, and they're not scared to get in the front.
No, not at all. I mean, again, the thing that really strikes out to me that we have talked about in the series, and probably will continue to do so, is that teams are very evenly matched in their strengths and what they're good at, and already the fight is engaged. Casino, though, striking out first, but Masti on top, both with the follow-through, and just like that, Masti coming in strong.
Yeah, there's really no option for you there, right? Like you lose out on your heals really fast, and you also, the Dom Trooper, you can't get the armor from him as well. So there's just really like so many positives there to start things off for Masti to just hold this one down, but they have not been able to get possession of A quite yet. So that just goes to show that when Toto's down in a fight, they somehow manage to claw their way in and get control still.
Yeah, I like the way that Toto are just playing very far forward, so they have the point, but you don't want to play on top of it. You want to try and take as much space outside of it, really own the real estate, build yourself a nice big backyard, and Toto already have. They're up to 20%. The main door is being really pressured by the ranged units, and Masti are having an issue breaking in. Even Profi, who's the tankiest unit, has brought down to half health and now 0. So how are Masti going to break in without a good shield?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a Casper cursor. It's like, yeah, look at this Profi guy. He's so incredibly taken, and he's gone. But yeah, you'll see that happen where Sazabi is really strong. There's a reason why teams are always playing Sazabi. Even if Sazabi doesn't look to be the strongest right now, because guess what? Sazabi's main job is to go in and take a beating. Sazabi, if you get any kills after the fact, that's just a bonus.
Yeah, that's the benefit of that tanky Gundam, or sorry, not Gundam, but mobile suit there. There's a difference. But that being said, Enders is going to be the guy that I'm really going to be looking out for here, right? He has been just clinical throughout the tournament. His Hades plays have been huge. He's been so consistent with the damage. It's just look at the output that he's getting here, forcing everyone into a bad spot and then taking full advantage of it. Enders cannot be stopped, and that is Masti with control.
This is the point I was talking about of like, how does anyone live standing inside of this thing? You can be shot from underground. You can be shot by the 4 doorways surrounding this point. And you know what I do? And that's what you laughed at me. You know how you had the GB move. My lemon move is go down trooper and place mines everywhere because
all the
someone's bound to walk into them, right?
Yeah, you won't think at some point it's like, well, surely if I put this here, someone will step on this strangely pizza-looking mine. But
a pizza mine.
Now we got. Yeah, pretty much. I could even see that as a skin. But Toto fans hanging out here on the point. Masti looking for their entry in. Right now, you just look at it. You see the Nimbus is good to go. And go, it's probably going to start off the next fight. Going, boy, what do you think?
Well, I mean, I think that, you know, as far as an opportunity goes, you're not going to get it there, considering, at least for Snake Nade, not to use the Nimbus. But Casino's perfectly fine with that one. As Nox, who's also, you know, we haven't really given Nox his flowers when it comes to how he's been playing on Exia, because Nox has been nasty. But, you know, when you name yourself Exia God, it's hard not to talk about you when you pop off on Exia. But Nox has been contributing so much to Toto 1010 fans. And that's part of the reason why they're in this, right? I mean, obviously, this team is the sum of all their parts, but he has been maining Exia and been holding on to that. Look at that there. Gets the better of Varanox, not before being taken out by Kaiser.
You got 5v5 on point B for the next 40 seconds until it goes back to A, and that's Toto making up a lot in terms of the gap in the score. They're utilizing kind of these closet spaces really well, keeping an eye on the high ground and trusting your teammates that are on the high ground, as we got a unicorn G maneuver that's piercing through and everyone is hiding. It's like hide and seek of everyone getting behind the pillars. So the unicorn G maneuver didn't get too much besides 4 different positionings. Now Toto just barely getting a lead back as they'll abandon this and rotate for A.
I do love the force multiplier you have whenever Unicorn Gundam decides to pull out the G maneuver. It's like, oh, yeah, this is scary. I should probably dodge. But as you say, both teams now rotating over the point A. Toto fans have been ahead 68-55. Masti, though, in a pretty good spot for this next fight. And again, I put your eyes here, the Enders, well protected once more. Hades, G maneuver, ready to go. Profi's down early, so if there's going to be a strike back, it needs to be now. And that's exactly what happens as Baranox is able to get to the back. But it is very even as both teams start trading up back and forth. But Masti still a bit on top.
And Casino, and look at him go with the screaming Nimbus. Might have won. I think that I don't know if that necessarily helped him out there. He probably would have wanted to hold on to that one, but I didn't get to see much on how that fight played out as far as the Nimbus goes. But the good news here is that Ender still has possession of Hades. So if he pops that, which he actually ended up doing just now, watch out everyone, because Enders could be wiping the floor. He does manage to get 1 kill, looking for a second. That's going to be Carl Sagan going down, looking for a third as well, as the player Snake Nade tried to pop up behind him. Could get a 4th too, but that's Devotion there with the help, and that is a full clear for Toto 1010 fans.
Oh, Enders is the GOAT after that Hades, and that's why you gotta put your MVP on the Pale Rider, because Enders, the Hades is a G maneuver that only helps you reload, helps you do a lot more damage, but you gotta actually hit the shots, and you know you can depend on Ender to do just that, and he's receiving a ton of resources, as here's Baranox on the Exia, the G maneuver to slice in and break things open. 98% extra time. Toto have to fight their way in, but they're down bad. There was only 2 units left, and Masti will take round number 1.
Just think, that was just round number 1. That was so intense and back and forth. That just felt like a whole map. and yet there's so much more to go. Remember, if you're just tuning in, this is a best 3 out of 5 grand finals, and should Masti win the series, it is a full bracket reset, and we run the 3 out of 5 again. It is Toto coming in from the upper bracket, so if you're just tuning in, could be a lot more Gundam left to go here today, and wouldn't have it any other way with how evenly these two teams have been playing against each other. Both teams with their strengths and weaknesses really being put on display here today.
Honestly, it's hard to see weaknesses, if I'm being honest. Like, everyone's been carrying their weight every single fight. And yeah, you know, maybe someone gets called out here, but I was so excited to see this game because I wanted to see, you know, two of our stronger Ashmars face off against each other, right? Kaiser and Carl Sagan, and that battle has not been disappointing. Baranox stepping up big time for Masti, and really going toe to toe against you know, the rival Exia and Nox, that has been such a shutdown player for Toto 1010 fans. Every single player has been doing the work. But something to note here, Arrow actually is going to go over to that Pale Rider, so there's no shenanigans here. You're going to stick with the Pale Rider and just put that damage forward. Why not do the work? Because you know that Pale Rider is good for it.
Oh god, we start at point C as well. This is the one that I just refuse to live on, and I do try a lot. First 2 kills go for Toto as they just stormed the initial doorway. They actually went around the objective and just went through kind of the main chokeway that the other team was coming through, and it caught some of the Masti members off guard when some of them actually went on top of the objective. So some initial time will go to Toto. If they even live to stay on, it's kind of tough.
Yeah, they did not get the initial time. They were close to the cap, but it's going to be Masti that gets the first capture when the dust has settled. And, you know, for two teams that have been enjoying fighting at range, this point just forces them to get up close and personal. Just an array of blaster fire, and suddenly you got one team on top as Kaiser, over to the side, takes down Sazabi. And that's one thing to notice, too, that we haven't talked about as much, is that when a Sazabi goes down, man, do you notice the difference in damage dealt to everyone else? Because, you know, Sazabi, pretty good pinata, but Sazabi's not up. You know, everyone else is going to take the pain instead.
Yeah, now we swap over, excuse me, to the B site here. We'll be up for grabs in a few seconds. Well, a little bit more time. It's going to switch over here. 36% plus gained for Masti in that first cap. Now let's see, though, what's going to be the response from Toto 1010 fans. Nox again doing the work, takes out Kaiser. That's a big kill, removing the Ashamar, but they're doing this without their Sazabi in play, which is quite problematic for them because, as you had mentioned, ZB, you're losing out on that one unit that can have some real chunky, take a lot of that chunky damage away from the rest of his teammates. But Exponent's going to be right back in the fight here, Kiwi.
And now the point only just unlocked now, and Toto had early rotations and they had such good initial damage, but not finishing off the kills is what's hurting them in the end. And it's Masti that has won this fight and are about to flip this back over with 50 seconds remaining and already at 37%. This lead is going to get out of hand. It'll grow to probably 40 to 50% plus if Toto don't have an insane fight coming up, and it has to be up to this Unicorn G maneuver of Spoo, as it's kind of there. He got this long range area. He can do a lot.
Yeah, I mean, the Unicorn Gundams have really been changing things up in terms of how battles go when the G maneuver is ready. And I have to say, for Toto, to some extent, it's just been very unfortunate timing. Like, the battles they're winning battles at timings where it's not that productive. Like, right now, you see Spoo going for the G maneuver. Even if that was effective, right now, it wouldn't have gained them that much should they have taken that fight. It would have been better used over here at point C, but there's also that thought in the back of your mind going, well, we can't let this get too far away. In any case, point C is going to be Toto's last chance to stay alive here in this map.
Yeah, you can't let it get too far away, but I mean, at this point, it kind of didn't matter what you did there, and I agree with you, ZP. Didn't have to invest that Unicorn ult because this would have been very helpful to have for this particular fight right here. But Masti, though, are going to lose out on this fight. They only have 2 players left alive, and it is going to be Nox and the rest of Toto 1010 fans who hold on, but they have to gain so much. This needs to be probably a flat-out clean hold, at least 40% gain for Toto 1010 fans if they want to come back into this.
Yeah, I mean, the problem that Toto had there Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Toto, the fact that they have early rotations, we've already pointed out they win useless fights. Like, the point isn't even unlocked, and, well, now it is, and they're just now starting to get time, but we've already talked about how perfect they need to play, and trades are happening back and forth. Arrow's G maneuver of the Pale Rider, the Hades, that wasn't the big enough splash, and Masti immediately take over. Toto needed to occupy all of this to have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, the real problem for Toto there, too, is that when they did win the fight, again, timing being their bane, the point hadn't even unlocked yet, so when they're winning fights, they're just not extracting value, and Masti is getting all the value and then some. More on this point here, and even if they don't end it here on point C, man, are they set up well for the next part. Toto, they just feel like they have to go in, stop the bleeding wherever possible, again, because it might just end here. Point's going to change now, but they now have no more room for error and must be dominant the rest of the way through.
No mistakes for Toto 1010 fans, or else Masti win this 2 rounds cleanly and go up 2-1 in the series, 1 step closer. They just got to win one more game, and they've reset the bracket against Toto 1010 fans. Masti have been doing everything right. Points going to unlock in a few seconds here. And as far as G maneuvers go, you don't really have much in the way available for Masti, but you do actually have the Screaming Nimbus here for Snake Nade. But are they going to find some kills with it, though? Because Paradox manages to take out Nox, and Kaiser's there for the pickup there as well. It's going to be vital members down, and you still have your Dom Trooper alive. Carl Sagan looking to just contribute to this fight as much as possible, but the cap is going to come through, and that is going to do it. Snake Nade's the last player left alive, getting cleaned up alongside with Nox. Maybe you can get some spillage here from the rest of the Toto 1010 roster. That could potentially be enough, but I really don't foresee that one happening here. Lemon Kiwi, nope, it ain't gonna be a case, and that is gonna be Masti going up 2-1.
Masti on match point, our grand final, 1 game away from resetting the bracket against Toto, the undefeated team of the qualifier. And I gotta say, that Screaming Nimbus from Toto, it was screaming off in the distance so loudly we didn't hear it. The fact that you're using a G maneuver and nothing productive is happening, you're just screaming into the void, it seems like. Masti are on a whole other level. That was pure dominance in that second round. The fact that you have a 70% lead to 0, like, how do you, I don't think you come back from that. Like, at least mentally, I wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, and again, you know, I brought it up mid-cast, but I'm just going to keep hammering it. The timing was so poor for Toto, where it's not like they were getting wiped out in every single fight. It's just when they won fights, it didn't really matter that much. And when, you know, Masti won fights, it meant everything. Timing is so important in the domination game mode, because you want to make the fights you win count. You want to make the G maneuvers you use count, and there is such a thing as winning but also effectively losing because the timing is off. And you know, for whatever reason it may have been, whether it be good calls on Masti or just, you know, Toto not picking the right engages, it did not go well in their favor. And probably the best example of that, you know, is just one of many, is just the part where you see Unicorn Gundam use G maneuver on a point that's about to flip in 10 seconds anyways. You know, what's the point?
Yeah, and then it goes over to a point that you probably would have wanted to hold on to that Magnum from the Unicorn, right? Those are going to be the difference makers there between you winning this competition and being the first loser, being second place. You know, I hate to be that blunt there, but, you know, we know that Toto 1010 fans are a damn good team and can easily clean this up. This is going to be their pick. They're going to try and force this one Kiwi to a map that is more beneficial for them, but right now they have to figure out how do they shut down Masti when Masti make mistakes, if they even manage to make some.
Just I'm kind of looking at the damage numbers as they're being updated, but Casino's Dom Trooper is so important for maps like this, where there's a choke, where you have those early rotations, you can just apply the splash damage and get first and even second bloods just off of the Dom Trooper. I'm also comparing Pale Rider's efficiencies here of Enders versus Arrow. 31k for Arrow in terms of damage, and then 33k for Enders. And you can see that extra 2k, how much that helps. I mean, I don't know the exact timing of it, but it's so incredibly close between these two teams, and even one of your favorites of Kaiser getting to 30k damage. This is an incredibly close match when it comes to the stats, and we go to Harbor City finally. We haven't seen this tournament yet, I think.
No, we haven't. And I'm happy for it because I love Harbor City, but just a note on the stats between Arrow and Enders, I think it's really worth knowing that Arrow has had absolutely just gaudy stats throughout the entire tournament, just, racking it up. But his stats have gone down significantly against Masti, and I think the reason for that is that Enders is also a very good hit scan player, and guess what? When another player is shooting you pretty well, that limits the amount of time that you could be out there and shooting in turn, so that matchup, Enders has really worked a lot to sort of tone down Arrow's impact on the game that we saw when, Toto was playing against some of the other teams in the tournament earlier in the day.
Yeah, that's actually a really smart call there, CP, and when a player like Arrow cannot get involved in the fights the way that he wants to, yeah, I totally see that. Now, here's the fun part. We're going to get a Carl Sagan GM Sniper here. And I actually really like this. This is a great unit to use. You have long sight lines. The buildings here are not as tall as they are over at the colony map that we played for map number 1. So you're going to be able to see a lot of the map here if you're GM Sniper. Carl Sagan is going to be a guy that we got to keep an eye on.
This is like my favorite map ever. We ZP and I casted this in the last showdown where you truly feel like a unit, like a mobile suit, because you're the same size as some of the buildings and you're like running through the roads. Like you actually feel like part of the series. And this was such a difficult map for teams that have a really good sniper. Last showdown, it was like Sure 4 plus, versus whoever other sniper. And it's so impressive because look how long range this is. Like if you get hunted down by a sniper, you're not getting out.
Whoever other, it's like, it was just Dyrus. But, that's what Sure 4 is. Like, I don't even know the dude I was taking out. Honestly, I just don't remember the names of the people that I demolished. At least all that guy. But now it's on the way out. And I do love the fact that we see GM Sniper getting a little bit of play here. It's the widest sight lines you're going to get here in Gundam Evolution. And look, GM Sniper is powerful if you land your shots. And it's going to be Carl Sagan versus Devotion here, where Devotion's usually been more support, so it is a change-up.
Carl Sagan, look at this. As soon as you poke the corner, he's going to go for the shot. Doesn't get the connection, though, the way that he wanted, but I do appreciate that, he's trying to strong side his way out of that one. Little Halo term for those of you guys who watch that as well. When you put your head down as you try and move out of that so you don't make yourself into an easier target here. Carl Sagan, though, not finding much value, but it is going to be forcing Masti back, which at the very least is a plus to give his teammates the opportunity to go in and pick up a few big kills if it actually does present to him. There you have it, though. A few more working out for Masti. This is going to leave Toto 1010 fans kind of reeling here, but Profi's going to get focused down and eliminated.
Yeah, you actually have to hit your shots on sniper. One headshot is enough to down a unit, or 3 body shots. So it's important that you pick the sniper up only if you're actually good at it. But also, you can provide some other utility for the team, including the, I think you can see around walls. You can recover units at long range. The sensor visor G maneuver is very, very good. The launch pad. I just get sniped if I use that thing. And I sometimes throw it at the wrong spot where my teammates are like, why is this here? And then they jump up and get killed. So I don't really use the jump pad.
Sick.
Well, it is an interesting unit and the utility it can provide. I'm actually surprised we didn't see it on some of the earlier stages with sightlines, but in the right hands, it's just absolutely devastating. We'll see if Devotion can find one more shot. The one downside about the sniper, though, the way this game works is that if you don't have good, consistent pressure on the person after you get the down, they're liable to get revived because, by nature, if you're taking out someone with the sniper, you're not necessarily applying pressure right there. They're probably near their team, so that is one of the things that makes Sniper a little bit weaker in Gundam Evolution than you might otherwise think.
A potential push there from Masti is going to get obliterated as soon as they came around the choke. We might start to see some switch outs happen here for Masti if they're not careful. And a Casino is going to bust out the turn A, which we did not call out earlier. But turn A, never mind. I was going to say turn A could be useful, but no, not going to be the case. You ideally want to just get that butterfly activated as soon as possible, but unfortunately, against the GM Sniper, that's going to be very hard.
There's the sensor visor, the G maneuver of the GM Sniper 2, so you can see where the enemy is, and look how it's just kind of overextending Toto R. This is where you're naturally going to see the defense, and almost like to see that sniper of Carl Sagan in that little middle cave or that box that you see, because that you have a slight high ground advantage. It's tough for most units to get up there, and Masti are kept at bay for now.
I really do like the swap to turn A, even though Casino has been kind of getting dumpstered a little bit on it. Is that when you have long sight lines, right? We see this in other hero shooter games. You know, it's effectively a double sniper comp where, yeah, of the two, the GM sniper is by far the more pure sniper. But turn A applies significant pressure at range. And by the fact that you're running a turn A, you can use a turn A to alleviate pressure on your other sniper. It's just double sniper pressure.
By the way, I did want to make note, too, we ended up getting a Mahiru switch from Devotion, which actually could work out for them here, but Arrow is trying to stop this one with the Hades as the push comes through, and it's so clean. Last person left alive is going to be Profi in the corner. So, Mahiru in play might actually be interesting to watch, but honestly, with the way that Carl Sagan's hitting these shots, I don't know if it's going to work out the way that they hope it would.
I was mixing up my GM Sniper 2 with the Mahiru. This is actually one of the first new units I played because it plays like a Dom Trooper a little bit. Of you launch these kind of rocket grenades and it does that splash damage. It's a little hard to hit. I prefer the Dom Trooper for that. But what's most important is a sensor dome. You can scan enemies around corners and it penetrates walls. So if you want to enable any kind of hit scan, Mahiru is not that bad for utility, but the primary fire is tough to hit. But if you have that natural high ground, then the splash damage can still be effective.
Also, Maru was able to break the choke there. It was enough disruption to let Masti finally move on forward and glimpse the glory land of Point B. But it's not for long. It's just a dream as they're immediately thrown on back. But just getting to this choke point alone, pretty darn difficult as Carl Sagan, wounded and yet still alive. Well, one thing I have to point out here, too, is you take a look at the other end and... You know what? Never mind. It's already over. Casino has already gone butterfly, but it's not the safest area to go butterfly. Just gonna
it really isn't. And also, Casino has just been getting dominated by Carl Sagan. There's just been no opening for the turn A to have impact here. I think that the switch over to the Mahiru could be interesting only because you get that added splash damage. And there you go. You're going to alternate those nades and shoot them out forward there. Profi's going to go in for the push, and Devotion's there to follow it up as well. So some big kills starting to come on through, but Baronox not finding much in the way of options as he does get picked, but will get picked up in turn. And they actually are still going to be able to sustain themselves in this fight. Carl Sagan should be going down. There goes the snake nade suffering there to the nades of Mahiru as well as Kaiser shot with that semi-automatic beam rifle, forcing Toto to just go back into cover here, but Masti in a much better position than they were for a good majority of this map here, Kiwi.
Yeah, Masti are just playing things really slow and relying on their poke, but Toto are the ones with respawn advantage, and you lose Casino, who was stuck out in the open, not playing his corners right. And the Mahiru, like the grenade rush G maneuver is nice, but it's nice when you get a little bit closer too. Again, it's so much splash, but you actually have to go and finish off those kills, and every time Masti get one or two, they're traded right back. So momentum just hasn't been on their side, as now they have to fully reset.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, too, is that it's not even that Masti isn't getting decent trades. Like, sure, Carl Sagan has been a huge pain for them, but the reality is that it's a long walk to point B, whereas, Toto, they have the hotel that's a 2-minute walk away from the point, so, if a member of Toto falls, it's not a big deal. If someone from Masti falls, they're waiting about 20 minutes to get back on over. So the defense advantage in Harbor is immense, and it's just not helping matters for Masti that Carl Sagan has established sniper dominance here and doesn't really have to worry about much hitting back at him.
Yeah, and also 2 with 30 seconds left on the clock, Carl Sagan can easily pop that G maneuver so that they can get some vision, which is exactly what they do. So they know exactly where the pushes are coming. So they're going to see Kaiser coming around the corner. And guess what, Kaiser? You're done. Nothing you could really do in that one as you got called out instantaneously. Carl Sagan, more connections with these shots. This is just a complete stuffing of Masti over at the choke. Nowhere for them to go. Seconds remaining on the clock. And Kiwi, this is basically it. Good try, Masti. but Carl Sagan and the GM Sniper and the rest of Toto 1010 fans just lock him down.
It was such good timing on the sensor visor from that GM Sniper 2 of Carl Sagan to just reveal where the push is, which is obviously around the corner. But most importantly, just seeing how low they are in terms of health and whether you do want to overextend. And just if they are crossing, you have the lineup ready to go. So I felt like Toto just had the information advantage at that last fight that Masti, once they even had a crumb of momentum, they just played so slow. And I think it's because they just had that kind of heavy poke composition that didn't let them get aggressive like you would with a Barbados, Exia, Suzabi frontline.
Yeah, this map of all maps, not the best Barbados map where it's just like, hey, I'm Barbados. Can I do anything sneaky? No, actually, please just get shot by GM Sniper. Generally, the Barbados experience on this map. But also, one thing to note here is that if Masti is able to come back with an equally good defense, remember, in the event of a pure draw, no progression or anything like that, then both teams win the map, which would mean Masti would win and do the bracket reset. So, for Toto, you might look at this and go, oh, they only need a little bit on point B. Getting a little bit on point B on this map is real hard. So there's definitely a true possibility of this being a 1-to-1 draw unless Toto fans is able to put out a better offense. Now, the one thing that's working for them is that, as established, they have sniper dominance. They pushed Masti off the sniper. Now, it looks like they're going to try it again, but it's never a good sign when on one side you go, yeah, I don't want to play this anymore because, it doesn't feel like a good matchup. Carl Sagan has all the confidence in the world as the gates open.
And as he should. He was a big part of the reason why they were able to win, or hold out rather, in that first round. But Devotion actually gets the better of Snake Nate. That's always going to be a hard one too, because the Dom Trooper has kind of got a little bit of a big body, so you can make that pick happen. Devotion waiting for the angles around the corner here, and Carl Sagan hasn't quite been able to find any openings thus far, so we haven't seen him pop up in the feed quite yet. But Devotion actually getting the better of Carl there, so was not ready for that one.
I don't know who can be. Oh, that forehead's looking shiny. Oh, got a piece of his shoulder before you went around the building. And this seems like a really ranged part of the map, but you can really utilize some of these buildings, mainly on the offensive side. There's a path, a route you can take on the right side. Where I've played Barbados on this map, but don't take advice from me. There are like melee ranges, melee routes you can take on the right side to avoid this sniper fire. But obviously, Masti want to exchange that and have their own ranged units and really just take it to them. But for now, Toto are slowly approaching the point.
Yeah, I mean, Toto at some point might just grab this through attrition. Like, all the reasons why point B is great for defense are also why point A is bad for the defense. So you see point A now where Masti's lost a few people. Carl Sagan coming in on the flank, finds Enders, and Enders is wondering, where'd he come from? What happened there? And this sort of pressure is eventually going to break Masti unless they, play perfectly. But even still, drawing time off the clock is good because of how long it's going to take to get point B, barring just a big snowball.
Exponent able to get a kill onto Casino. Casino's not really even finding much with turn A Gundam at all. And I know he's probably going to want to stick with it because you also have that butterfly. You can, do a lot of damage around those corners if need be, because you'll be able to fly up and just obliterate them. But honestly, it's kind of hard with the way that Devotion's been hitting, with the way Carl Sagan's been hitting these shots. I'm a little worried, and this is going to be a clean capture now. Not turn A, but Arrow and the rest of the team are going to be able to lock down A, and this is the 1-1 on the board now. Let's see if Toto 1010 fans can actually do better than Masti in their try.
Yeah, because if Toto get nothing done here, I believe it'll be a draw, and then I'll let the admins do the math. But
yeah, and I think we
someone
lost
just
Snake
disconnected.
Yeah, we lost Snake Nade for a minute, but we paused the game, so we will be able to bring him back in. But regardless, so it does give us an opportunity to kind of like chill out for a moment and talk about this, because I think we were starting to see some swap outs potentially from Toto 1010 fans going away from the sniper and looking to maybe put a little bit more into like you know, Ashamar and to Sazabi just trying to get in to that point. This is going to be really difficult for them because we saw what happened in that last round there, Lemon Kiwi.
That's tough. I hope that whoever got disconnected, Snake is able to get back. Just a question of, you know, their G maneuver charge gets reset, and we'll just confirm with the admins kind of what happens if Toto really has the same performance on point B of getting 0 done. If that'll award both teams a point, or will we just go to the next map? Either way, Mafty are in a great position to get a bracket reset, which I don't get to cast these too often, which are really exciting.
Yeah, bracket reset is definitely something I've not done a whole lot in my esports career. It has happened, it's more common when games are young, too, when you can have longer broadcasts and, you know, schedules don't get quite as solidified in stone, but it's definitely super fun when it happens, just because, look, I think it's one of the most exciting things you can have in sports. The run back story is always really, really cool, especially also the run back defense where, you know, if Toto goes down here, they lose a series, but they make adjustments and then they beat Mafty in a reset. Like, any scenario you can draw from this point forward is pretty cool and exciting, and that's awesome.
Well, coming from a guy who casted a lot of bracket resets, let me tell you, it's exhausting, but I'm here for it, baby. All right. We are back into the action now as Toto 1010 fans. They lost Snake Nate. He came back in. We're ready to go.
Oh, yeah. Just everyone's back into the action. You got the rope on Snake, seeing what kind of initial damage. I like the creativity of the Mahiru last round, but the grenades do bounce, so it's tough to pull off, but we got some G maneuvers being launched. Methodist in combination with the Axia as Toto jump around the buildings. They get initial 3 kills, but not before losing their tank of exponent, the Sazabi, on the initial approach. They're able to grab some health packs. They've got some initial distance created, but Toto's still up to get on the objective. They have Nox there first, who's out in the open, already at half health. Mafty just need to slow this down, and they got their own butterfly in the sky.
They're flying on over. This could be over before it begins. A little bit of progress coming in on to the point. Carl Sagan firing back. But I really like the meta swap up here. Just a little bit more mobility to not be stuck in the choke point. You know, make your own path through the sky.
Something to note there, that game would have been over had it not been for the butterfly from turn A. Like, that ultimate ability is so powerful that when you manage to get it and no one's focusing on the target, it's so hard to stop. Even though he's just kind of like floating majestically in the sky there. But now we're kind of right back into the thick of things, though, as 2 players are going to be on the site. Ooh. We have a contestant, though. Exponent's going to go down, and they did manage to stabilize on this one. Arrow's going to be the last player left alive. Here comes Nox from around the corner, though, looking to cause some problems in the back line, though. But Nox and Arrow are going to go down, and right back to the drawing board we go for Toto.
3.5 minutes for Toto as well, and both Sazabis of Exponent and Profi used their funnels on the objective and both blew each other up, and then there wasn't like that extended value created from there. So Toto have now kind of drained the reserves of their G maneuvers. We have another disconnect, so we're just gonna hit a quick pause. Devotion is gone. Unlucky for the defense.
Honestly, the sea is claiming a whole lot of pilots here, is what I'm seeing right now. We're in the harbor. It's upset at all the destruction that's going on now, and people are just being thrown into dimensional rifts and sent out, is what we're seeing right now.
Oh, man. Well, it's okay. We got a moment to breathe here. But what we did learn, though, is that I think the way that Toto are playing their composition, they're able to push so much more aggressively into that choke than what Mafty was doing previously. So if I'm a bad man, I'm kind of feeling pretty good about Toto's odds here, because it came down to some heroic G maneuvers from Mafty to hold down that location. Now, they do have to hit that 25% in order for them to get that win, Toto, which is very doable. But man, you just could not have asked for a closer war between these two teams, Kiwi. They've been giving us everything.
It's I've never usually encountered a map that almost seems too big with how much, okay, you get that initial fight win, you get about halfway to the point, then you have to win another fight just to get on the objective, and then once you're on the objective, you need to win another fight because respawn from defense is right around the corner, and usually the defense of Masti has been smart enough to at least tank 2 or 3 G maneuvers to come back with, whether it's the Moonbeam Butterfly, whether it's the funnels from the Sazabi. Like, Masti always have something up their sleeve, and they're so incredibly intelligent that they have a plan A, B, C, all the way to Z to stop Toto.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing though that's worth knowing is that while Masti has been very adaptable, what we've been seeing from Toto is that they've been way better about dealing with the choke point on this map than what we saw from Masti, where they're going, you know what, we're going to use more units that can fly. We're going to hit this from different angles. We're not going to have our ultimate solution for this choke point to be the wild card Maharu and just shoot some nades over the wall and hope for the best. For admittedly, half worked at one point, but quickly faded in effectiveness just after Toto got the shot going. Like, what do you mean there's a Maharu? There's a Maharu hitting us? Really? Yeah.
I know. It was so funny. There was so, like, you could see the nades going over, and then they realized something was up. And they were like, wait a minute, that's a Maharu. And then they just kind of like played back a little bit more and then push when they needed to, because ultimately, like, yes, the Maharu does do a decent amount of damage, especially units that are grouping up together. But all you got to do is kind of just spread out your numbers a little bit more, play a little bit more on height. And also, well, push comes to shove, in that particular round, just rely on Carl Sagan to get a few picks because turn A was not doing anything for Masti. Now, though, I know we have some replays that we could potentially queue up here to watch as we get into it, but I think player might be ready to go. So, yes, player is ready to go. I hear the countdown. Let's jump back into the action here for our grand finals. Both teams had a disconnect. It's all fair in love and war.
Well, everyone just burned to death. Everyone just blew up as soon as we went into the map, so it doesn't get more exciting than this. Toto need that 25%. They got 3 minutes to do it, and they just got to build up to some G maneuvers. If I were them, I would build up to all 6, and everyone just take a lesson out of IQ's book of we shall queue, and then, you know, go on in.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes to get the 25% to stave off the bracket reset is where we're at right now. Now we're looking at Arrow. DPS has been so important for Toto from Arrow this entire time. Carl Sagan, time for a little punch over to the side, takes out his counterpart. Well aimed, a one-shot haymaker. The rest of it, though, not going as well for Toto as fight is not great, and Carl's just...
He's still alive!
He's looking for a way out, man.
Carl freaking Sagan, ladies and gentlemen. This man... If that were me, there's no shot I would have went to the back corner there to time that one out. He manages to stay up, which actually could be problematic here if Masti isn't careful, because he's in the back lines. I'm trying to see if I could... Yeah, no, he's still there. But is he contributing to the fights? He is.
Now he is.
Yeah, he's doing the whole existing thing, but you know what? He could just start flying, but there's limited gas, you know, in this economy. Carl Sagan can't really go too far, but he'll... What the heck? Traded? Traded?
Cool.
Winnable?
Winnable. Snake Nade, though, is going to be on point now. Enders is going to be sitting up above. Exponent's going to get in there with the Sazabi. He's going to be very chunky. Stormtrooper's still alive. They're over halfway there on the count now. This could be problematic for Masti. They got to break him out of this one, but they're right there, and they managed to get it. Victory for Toto. 10-10 fans are going to Game 5.
You know what that was, GB? It was the no one disconnected there at the end because we finally made the sacrifice to the ocean. That was the key, and also the key to the map.
Actually embarrassing.
The ocean always claims.
I've fallen off this map. Like, the fact that has happened to pros, I don't feel so bad no more. Poor Kaiser at the end. That really opened up the point somehow for Toto. That means we're going to Game 5, and there's still a bracket reset on the line for Masti. It's not over till it's over.
No, it's not. Oh, my word. Well, this is it. For Masti, they could reset the bracket and really just pull off a miracle here. For Toto, they could shut this one down, but this is going to be Masti's pick. I really, ZP, don't know where Masti will elect to go to here, because I feel like the opportunities, or the options rather, are endless for them.
Yeah, I mean, the way these two teams play, offhand, I don't know if there's really a substantial difference in map preference between the two. Unless,
I agree.
There's something, internally that, we really like or dislike. But from the results we've seen, you don't have the melee versus ranged matchup that we did when Skill Issue was playing. So, I think at this point, you just pick a map that you like and feel comfortable on and go from there.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking at the options right now. I mean, we could maybe see another destruction or another domination. I don't think we'll get a point capture here, considering that we just did Harbor. But again, the option is going to be available to Toto, to Masti, rather. Excuse me. And if they manage to take this one to a map that's comfortable for them, that could be the difference maker, as you noted, right? Like, it maybe just comes down to comfort for these two teams, because even in this one on Harbor, the comfort here was get Carl Sagan on that GM sniper and let him go to work, and that's exactly what Carl did.
That's scary. We're going to Mountain R&D. This is a very close range map, and it's very snowballable, if I could just make up a word on the spot there, because the spawn... snowballable. You're on that high ground, right? Quite literally the mountain, and you could rain down onto the enemy's spawn room. It's actually pretty hard. We, our trio, got spawn camp last night. I was trapped.
No, that never happened. No. No one was streaming. You can't.
It was just casuals. We were just memeing or whatever.
Yeah,
we were just memeing.
Exactly.
So for some history, against Toto, IQ picked Mountain R&D Lab and won. Some things to note here was that Arrow pulled off 46,000 damage. 38 kills and only 5 deaths for Arrow here. But Arrow has not really been a factor for Toto in this game so far. It feels like Masti kind of have, his number a bit. So we're really going to be looking for Arrow to be the pop-off player here for Toto 1010 fans.
Yeah, it's already the high ground siege. It's the most important power position of the entire map because it lets you overlook A. So get ready for both teams to clash for this point. And this is where the hit scans, mainly Arrow and Enders, need to pop off. And look how aggressive Masti already is. They're a lot healthier in a situation. Toto have access to their health pack, of course, but this is where Masti, especially if they were playing maybe more melee units, like even a Barbados on top of an Exia, they can even just push further. But for now, it's Toto with the smallest lead.
We weren't sure early on if the turn A from Carl Sagan was a flex or, was the optimal thing to choose from. But this is the key switch up that we're seeing now from Toto, where Carl Sagan all day long was playing Ashmar here. Now, when everything's on the line, turn A. It's a little bit of switch up in comps, but it's going to keep Kaiser way closer to the ground than an Ashmar mirror would. And thus far, it's paying off as Toto up 25% to 0 here so far. We'll see if Carl can keep it up, but right now, it's looking good.
Yeah, it's actually a solid decision, mostly because you know exactly what the game plan of the Ashmar is going to be, so you're going to want to try and take advantage of that. Now, unfortunately, we did lose Devotion there, another crash. Unfortunate, honestly, but we'll hopefully try and get that sorted out as soon as possible. But yeah, this is the grand finals that'll never end. So, and there's a potential for a bracket reset. Oh, God.
GB, there's no ocean nearby. What do we sacrifice to?
The mountain gods.
Devotion.
The mountain
devotion.
No. It's just the mountain gods. Old man mountain. That's what you gotta pray to here. And Devotion didn't pray, clearly. Come on, guys.
Devotion's just cranking his computer back. Sometimes he's got one of them old school ones.
He's got a crank-powered computer. I wonder if that's the thing that we can make. Just like a crank power computer, and then like every other game or so, you just gotta churn the, just like that. Anyway, people could totally take that one out of context.
Watch all the gamers around the world just suddenly become incredibly fit. At the very least, like one arm, they'll show up like the right arm just absolutely jacked. It's like, yeah, this is my crank arm.
I don't know about you guys, but my computer's powered by a potato, and it's just connected with some cabling, and that is the old high school science experiment gone awry.
It could be powered by cows. Turn A, Gundam stores cows, and you can make energy out of it.
And no, he's not making energy out of the cows. Because that would be slaughter. So no, actually.
Well, no. What
What?
if the milk?
What are
It's
they,
a milk
vegan?
engine. You haven't
Oh,
Tell me
thought about
Gundams
this.
are vegan?
Oh, okay,
Oh,
so it's a
that
milk
too.
engine. That makes sense. Oh, that's even worse, man. You just have a cow in the chest and it's just being milked. That's just terrible. Anyway, enough of this. We're going off the deep end. We're off the goop here, guys. Let's jump back into the action.
Oh yeah, that's me. Masti, well, there was a lead for Toto at 32%, and Masti, once they got devotion back, I guess they got some percentage points back, but Toto had the high ground. That's all that matters. I'm waiting to see a screaming Nimbus, but he's screaming back to spawn so you get some quick healing. But they gotta go and contest C soon. That unlocks in 12 seconds.
I know it's screaming right now. It's a turn a mustache as Carl Sagan, 85%, getting ready to spread his wings, turn to a beautiful butterfly with his G maneuver. As Toto 1010 looking real good right now. The engage going from Masti, fast and furious, but the counter engage is there as Carl Sagan gets first elimination. Kaiser fighting back in turn 5-on-5, but again, look towards G maneuver. 98% Carl Sagan. Does he immediately let the butterfly rip? He just might.
I think he's waiting for like one big hit, but he's doing the same thing he did before. Waiting in the coverage there, but he has to be careful not to get picked off, though. And he does get shredded there, unfortunately, by Baranox. But with turn A, you don't have many other options. You're kind of a sitting duck. Yes, you're doing a lot of damage, but there's just, with these players and this level of skill, Kiwi, there's just no way that turn A is going to stay up that long.
Well, I'm surprised. I guess you got to go up to the moon so that they can't see you. They can't see you. They can't
You gotta have
shoot
the building. You gotta have the building cover, you know, so this way they can't see you.
That blew my mind when I saw that. But now we go over to point B with Toto only in a 9% lead, and it's really out in the open. This is underground and you can shoot from above, and you see that might be a thought from Masti as Toto now to present themselves. They got some G maneuvers. We already got the Exia 1 popped and the unicorn of Toto as they let Masti hear it.
It is very back and forth between both teams. Baranox left his G maneuver unused, decided not to use it. That could have been a mistake, just given how powerful Exia is in these close quarters as Toto gets the cleanup and then some. Arrows Hades burning right on up. And now 52%, a much better opening for Toto on this point relative to the last. And, you know, at this point, if you're Masti, I think you invest a little bit to get on this. I don't think you can let Toto get the full cap with 45 seconds still remaining.
Yeah, you definitely cannot. And I have to say, I'm kind of shocked that, you know, Arrow invested the Hades into that, but it worked out so well for him. But now Ender's going to have a response of his own. Manages to take out one. That's going to be Spoon. The unicorn's out of the fight. Arrow not quite dead yet, though. Finally going to get cleaned up by Enders. And you're right, ZP. You got to put in just a little bit to it. And if you are, well, I guess you might as well just put everything because they ended up investing 4 G maneuvers to retake control of B. And the point's going to flip in a few seconds.
Yeah, my favorite combination was the Screaming Nimbus with the Hades. So charging forward, you grant temp HP and increased movement speed. So imagine that Hades with extra movement speed. You're just going to be zooming all over the place. And Enders delivered just that. Still needing to deliver a lead change because Masti are still behind by a little bit, 10+%. And this is game 5. Will this be a bracket reset? Of course, this is only the first round, but this is neck and neck, ZP.
It is very, very close right now. Masti, though, getting a little bit better of this next point. First 2 eliminations going their way. Nox says, let me even the odds a little bit. Takes out his counterpart in Exia. Still winnable here for Toto, but everything else going right. Look at Exponent. Exponent's so low right now. Just able to creep his way back over their pair pack and go, I'm a zombie. I'm going to be back in here and be a little bit of tanking. By the way, that's a gigantic beam magnum coming on in from Devotion. Might want to dodge, and the damage still helping the rest of the team. Profi able to take down Exponent and Masti in firm control.
Masti holding on to the point. They do manage to use that Devotion, or rather the Gundam Unicorn Magnum G maneuver ability. So they don't really have anything for this one. Meanwhile, Toto, they got a lot to play with here. And even Carl with the butterfly. It's time to go butterfly mode, people. And he takes to the skies, doing a decent amount of damage, but he's getting focused on, but he takes 2 out. And he's got Nox there for the support, and Carl Sagan's still alive. Finally is going to go down, but with 3 seconds remaining, they make the flip happen. No one's in there to try and stop it. Extra time. Can anyone get in the sight? Devotion goes down right away, and he's going to have another member of Masti out of the fight as well. And that is Toto taking the round.
What a clutch. That means they're 1 round away from denying the bracket reset. It felt like the storyline was following Masti for so long, trying to take down the Titans of Toto, who came through the qualifier undefeated and were the big favorites, seeming like the strongest team, but even the weakest can climb back up. We've seen it from Skill Issue, forcing all these strong teams to the brink, and Masti doing that as well. 1 round away. We got to do this all over again.
That's right. What's it going to be? Is this the last round of the day? Do we go to a 3rd round in the map? Or do we do 2 more rounds and say this is fun? Let's do a full reset. The options are open to us here and now. You know, if you're a fan of Toto, you say just finish it, don't let him back up. If you're a fan of Masti, of course, you want everything. And if you just want more gameplay, you know, you're just a chaos option. You want Masti to win and then whoever in the reset. So there's a lot of options no matter where you sit right now. But either way, it has been some great Gundam Evolution action.
You know, I did the thing that I usually tell all casters not to do, and I decided, I'm going to look at chat and see what they're saying. They want it, man. They want the reset.
Of course.
Of course, much to the chagrin of our production. Well, might as well, man. We're in it for the long haul, baby. Oh, lordy, lordy. Well, anyway, as we break into the action now, C site is going to be available, and just look at the focus down. Toto, so many players are just going to be so weak, but no one has fallen quite yet.
And Masti don't want to overextend either. Toto, I'm surprised they're still alive. And on top of that, Carl Sagan back on the turn. A Gundam, what really he's been known for besides the Ashimar. This is going to be exciting. Point C, underground, out in the open. Masti, see, they're trying to fight for that high ground. They have point possession on top of that, as Toto might just want to build up some G maneuvers, but that's not going to be for another point or two. They got to win this out in the neutral fight. Carl Sagan's shooting bodies, or maybe he wasn't sure if he was fully disabled. Either way, I like the attitude.
Turn A Gundam is a unit you need the pressure. You cannot give Carl Sagan this much room. Not only because this is bad for the current point that you're losing if you're Masti, but it's going to be real bad when his G maneuver is charged up where, you know, the butterfly, it's one of those things that, yeah, if you can shoot him out of the sky immediately, it doesn't feel like it did much, but if he lives for any longer than that, it's probably going to turn the fight. So, you know, right now, Toto, they're running with a good compositional switch up, and Masti is against the ropes. 5 seconds left till we move points.
Enders could maybe be a playmaker here on this next point. A is up, but not available to grab quite yet. In the high ground, though, is Exponent actually forcing the rival Sazabi Profi out of the fight. And losing out Devotion here is going to be real painful for Masti because you don't get the benefits of that support. And that is just going to leave players like Nox to just run willy-nilly all over the place if need be with that Exia. There's Devotion right back into the fight, and Casino's he's had enough of this. He's gonna do Screaming Nimbus and clear everyone out of there. No more shenanigans.
That's such a strong G maneuver, actually, and probably the most fun one. If you ever want to say Leroy Jenkins in a game, lock in that Screaming Nimbus, lock in the Tom Trooper. It's also very nice to help out your team with some of the armor you can give them if you're not feeling like you want to scream Nimbus in. Either way, now we have another G maneuver. It's Spoo on the Unicorn, looking to line up a shot or two, and he's on the high ground. Can he be stopped? And Masti only have one down. Kaiser is present on the objective just to contest to keep this one going for Masti as it's 43-31. Toto back in control after a big investment from Toto to try and close the gap in the score.
Everyone's gonna pay attention when the B Magnum comes out, even if it's not getting kills right on out. You see the beam, you back up. It gave opportunity for Carl to come in, finish some of the weakened units, and the bad news gets worse for Masti. Not only is Point C coming back on up, but Carl is ready to spread his wings. The rest of his units are ready to back him up. Masti, a big play needs to happen now, or this series will get away from you. And Carl, he takes to the skies.
He's going for it. He's trying to spread his joy with the butterfly wings, but instead it's actually going to be Casino who hits him with the beam from downtown. Arrow's got to back out of this fight here. C's going to be available in just a few seconds, and that is the worst possible time to have lost that one. You know, you said that this was going to be a great fight for Toto, but that just goes to show you how good Masti is to turn that G maneuver economy against Toto and take point control. But they're going to try and go for this one again here, Kiwi.
The train is coming, and the stop is in your backline. Snake Nate led that with the Screaming Nimbus. You got the Arrow Hades from the Pale Rider. Didn't last too long, though. Do not want to be on the objective when you use that. This is just hell. No one is living on this, especially with Casino is just doing his own Screaming Nimbus and flattening everyone like a pancake. It's only 72 to 52. A 20% lead was created from Masti off at this point alone. With 11 seconds remaining, we got to think about where point B is and what our setup is.
Yeah, and that was kind of a bitter pill for Toto, where they burned a lot to get a little bit of progress. I think they needed to do it to give themselves a little bit more of a bump here for point B, but now they're in a tough spot where their margin for error is gone. They'd like to put away in this round, but here we go. The Exia G maneuver out, slashing through, looking for it, finds it.
Wow.
Toto trying to put themselves up in unit before the point unlocks. They know they need it, and the devastation just continues.
10 seconds, though. Maybe you get an opportunity for Masti as soon as they think that they're going to be settled, Toto 1010 fans, that Masti can answer back. But this should be a clean capture now, and points being gained 83% to 55 and counting, as B has been occupied by the red squad. Arrow in the background doesn't have a Hades to use here, but he still has that trusty Pale Rider primary weapon to take full advantage of. And here comes the drop down from Casino. That actually was a real smart play to use the mine in case someone was in front of him. But Casino's going to have to back away out of this one, Lemon Kiwi. And this is looking pretty good so far with Toto 1010. But Masti could easily flip this one.
Oh, Baronox hit a double kill, and he's still going. Gets a third with the Exia G maneuver, and he's still somehow alive. Enders can even follow up with the Hades. Masti can potentially win off of this. It might be mathematically impossible, but this will be the last point anyway. This will come down to the last 11 seconds. Will it be a bracket, or will it be a round 3, I should say, or will Toto come back from the brink of death? It's up to Enders and this Hades for Masti, or Toto to build up to some G maneuvers at the last second. For now, it's Toto ahead before they're shot down from the perimeter. Casino opens up the point, and Masti are down. They're getting surrounded no matter what Casino's been able to do, but the clutch from Devotion is too strong. He disconnected but came back more alive than ever as we go to round 3, game 5.
That was intense at the very end between both teams. Just looking at it, I was like, does Carl have another trick up his sleeve? No, Masti hangs on yet again. Another round brought down to the wire. Both teams giving it all they got and more. But guess what? We got another round on this map, and now the stakes truly are Grand Finals champions for Toto, or full-on bracket reset, and we go again for potentially 5 with how close the series has been.
Oh, boy. Here we go. Pressure is on. Does Toto look to make a switch out? Do they keep Carl on the turn A? Do they put him back on the Ashamar? Do we maybe see, you know, Arrow with some... I honestly, at this point, I don't know, but if I'm a betting man, I'm just going to say that these guys are just going to play their game. They're not going to make any changes. At this point, it's gotten them this far, Kiwi. So might as well hold on to the turn A and let the butterfly spread its wings when need be.
Yeah, at this point, it just doesn't even feel like a question of composition. It's about execution. Everyone's racing for that high ground, and wow, there's just a lot of initial damage went into Toto just now, and they smartly back away, grab the health pack, but this gives Masti initial high ground control.
Oh, that was a hail of laser fire that nearly just took off the heads of 3 members of Toto. They do back off and recover and actually turn the tables, but that was almost a quick opening fight. You have that brief, I was like, maybe I should be holding W like this, but Toto, they get the control and they get it at the very beginning, so the longer they hold here, this could give them a huge commanding lead.
Shout out to the W key gang. Just push forward. No care in the world. All right, look at the group up there from Masti. And also from Toto as well. Gotta watch out, though. You don't want to get burned by the Ashimar napalm, potentially. But honestly, I don't even think the Ashimar can take to the sky with how much laser fire is just being exchanged all over the place. Rotation's going to go to B in the mid area, and Arrow's going to instantly make his impact felt and get that big kill onto Devotion. But the response again from Baranox, so good. Unfortunately, not going to be enough there, and they're able to get back their Exia, Toto, so they're still going to be fighting this one out. But Baranox on the flank manages to flip this one. So, the flip from Carl Sagan, but Profi's there for the pickup now. I love the turn A flip.
Nox has been doing so much work for Toto. He's been kind of #1 in G maneuver charge, which just gives you a hint of how much damage he's outputting. And on a unit like Exia, that's difficult to do. I mean, you have some daggers you can throw, but the most impact you're gonna have is getting involved and getting your hands dirty, essentially. And Toto have done just that with kind of a 40% lead over Masti. Nox is continuing to live and got some good armor given to him to survive, but finally falls. And Masti, they've lost a few of themselves, but they should be good to try to start closing the gap in the score, at least hopefully for them.
I mean, the damage that Nox did is still being felt. Nox was just staggering Masti one after another, and the result was that Toto got the first cap on the point. Now, Masti flipped it back over, so this is where Toto needs to invest a little bit more in the point. They're down in units right now. So, you know, at 49-15, 30 seconds left, I think right now if you're Toto, you take your foot off the gas for a moment. I don't think you want to invest into this. I don't think you want to feed Masti for a minute to a little bit. I think you're willing to stagger them from range, but otherwise, take a good step on point A. You're in the lead.
That's very true. And also, like, they're going to have to come up, so they have to challenge this. You also have the Unicorn Gundams, the Magnums, a special beam cannon, if you will, from Spoo that maybe he could use. Carl Sagan's getting a lot of value from that turn A primary. He's almost going to be close to the butterfly as well, which maybe could spell doom and disaster here for Masti. The lead still for Toto, and with this site unlocking in a few seconds here, Kiwi, I'm really looking to see what they invest into this one.
Oh, and that's the investment. You got the Moonbeam Butterfly from Carl Sagan to hose Masti as they charged in with 2 or 3 G maneuvers. It was the Exia and the Sazabi G maneuver used by Masti, and Carl Sagan just canceled both of them with the Moonbeam Butterfly. Insane plays from Toto. They were about to lose that high ground, which essentially would have been losing that point. So 58% and climbing, Toto are in a great spot.
Not only are they in a great spot with great control that Masti has to contest, but they're going to be heading into the meat grinder once again. Toto, arms for bear here. So as I say that, Baranox out of nowhere sets it all up. Toto had G maneuvers, but they don't get a chance to use them. That is absolutely what Masti needed to stay in the fight. Just a swift approach that Toto did not see coming.
They'll get a few points on this. Little percentage gain. Now we go over to C, and Toto, they're not necessarily set up for this one because it's still going to be Masti holding the high ground, but they are going to be able to at least get to around 60%, which is a huge plus here for Masti. Still, though, the lead for Toto 10-10, and it's essentially just going to come down to this. This is going to be the last point here. C. You have high ground to deal with. You also have a facility to your left of Baranox that you can maybe push through to give yourself a little added cover. Also have a repair kit in there as well. But there goes the Screaming Nimbus. It's going to create the setup, but Devotion's actually going to get the hit with the Magnum. Arrow up on the sky is going to use that Hades, forcing all these players back. Oh, it's a bloodbath here, and Masti are the ones bleeding.
That is a death sandwich. The combo that Toto has been known for time and time again. The Screaming Nimbus plus the Arrow Hades. Again, it's the movement speed that Arrow is using to get in there, and he has his own dashes too. And with that accelerated reload speed, Arrow is an unstoppable force at 90%. It's coming down to the wire. Toto could be your champion. Coming in like a train, and there's no brakes.
But then is this going to be the finisher of the story of the tournament? It's still so even between both teams. 30 seconds left remaining. Masti in control of the point. Toto slowing it down a little bit. They get their pair off. Carl Sagan over the top. I don't know if he's going to be able to build our butterfly. Right now he's going for the suplex. No, doesn't get it. Masti hanging on. 80% still in control. Is the reset in our future? Oh dear, it could be coming.
1-0.
And that is potentially it. No one on the site, no one able to get there. But they gotta do this. Extra time.
3 more seconds.
They gotta make it up. They gotta make up to 96%. They have to get inside of the site. There it is. There it is.
Oh
they get in. Oh my God. Toto 1010 fans are gonna get into the site, but Paradox is gonna wipe them clean as he takes out 3 members of Toto 1010 fans. And it's just gonna be Arrow who gets onto the site, but it's gonna be a carcass rather than an actual player that could do something. And there you have it. Masti pull it off. The bracket reset. We're running it back for 5 more games.
I like how you said 5 more games, because that's exactly what I'm expecting.
Of course.
Holy cow. The last 15-second comeback from Masti. It was a nice attempt at the overtime push for Toto, but Masti, I mean, they deserve this reset. I could feel the sweat. I could smell this match. It's disgusting how much both these teams are trying so hard, and this is some of the best Gundam Evolution y'all are gonna watch.
I mean, also to that, I'm going to be real, we have been sitting in our seats for like about 12 hours now, counting rehearsals, so what you smell could just be us at this point, but hey, look, it's good, clean Gundam action. What more could you want?
Good, honest Gundam, baby. That's what we're all here for. Yeah. Tell your friends. Let everyone know what's going on over here. Gundam Evolution Showdown has been on fire. I am loving every minute of it. I think we have some replays that we could probably go through here. And honestly, that whole map was just a barrage of replays, from the spectacular turn A plays where we're getting from Carl Sagan to just Devotion beaming people with the Magnum, Baranox slicing everyone alive. Everyone had a moment in this game. And ZP, I think it's safe to say that, for Masti, this is the best you could possibly ask them to play, having just gone through the gauntlet in that lower bracket till now. So impressive.
Yeah, and I think also you look at the history that was going on here. I'm sure if Toto was looking at the lower bracket with a rooting interest, they were not happy when Masti got in, because they had such a better matchup versus skill issue, and that came down to the wire. I think skill issue in this grand finals, probably a 3-1 for Toto, but instead we got 2 evenly matched teams with 2 very similar strengths, and it has led us to a bracket reset, a game 5, and maybe another game 5. This has been wild.
Yeah, it most definitely has been. Folks, we're going to take a quick break, but when we return, the bracket reset. Get a moment. Go get some water. Get yourself a little moment. Get some, light a candle, Zen candle. I don't know, whatever you need to do to get ready, because this matchup is going to be sick. 2 fantastic teams. You have Toto versus Masti. We'll see you on the other side. Oh man, welcome back everyone to the Gundam Evolution Showdown. I'm Golden Boy, joined by Lemon Kiwi as well as ZP, and we just saw a spectacular first grand finals matchup between Toto 1010 fans and Masti did nothing wrong. I'm at a loss for words right now. Also because I just ran around my house having to do some stuff, but here are some of the highlight moments from this series. And CP, man, I think one thing is safe to say, it's that, whenever Masti plays a game, they always make it fun.
Yeah, no one can accuse Masti of giving you one-sided matches right now. That they're playing up to and a little bit beyond the level of their opponents most of the day here today, whether it be skill issue or now Toto 1010. It's just the nature of how they play. They have close matchups versus everyone, and in a series that literally could not have been closer, they reset the bracket. And we talked about margin of error for Toto. Well, if they have adjustments they want to make, they've lost that margin for error. They got to go with their best hand, and they got to play it soon because you see Masti is hot on their heels.
Yeah, and this feels like this is the absolute peak of Gundam Evolution in terms of the meta and also how fast this game really is. It's hard for us to even keep track, and we have 3 brain cells being combined at the moment. And this is a great time to plug the fact that Gundam has a new flavor coming out, G Fuel. And this has caffeine in it, and this is what's powering the casters right now, okay? So go check out the new Gundam flavor because it's keeping us alive, and it'll keep you alive if you try it.
You had time to mix that coming back? I just imagine you furiously shaking as you're running back to your
Dude, I was
PC.
sprinting faster than Nexia down there. I had to get that quick.
Yeah, well, this game is about to go as fast as an Exia Dash because I totally see both of these teams just charging at one another here. Look at that product placement. But yeah, I am fully expecting these two teams to just punch each other in the nose every opportunity that they get. I really do not, at this point, you're right, CP, the playbook has to be thrown out the window. You just got to play what you're comfortable with. But this is the bracket reset here. Now, the reason why this is happening, for anyone who may not be familiar with how this format works, it's a double elimination bracket. So Toto 1010 fans, if they had lost and they had just lost straight out, then that would have been particularly fair because they would have had an opportunity to regain and maybe win this because they did not have that comfort of losing, or sorry, of getting a chance to play again, rather than Masti, who they have charged through this lower bracket, defeating IQ, defeating skill issue, and this is their swan song. This is their big opportunity to win the whole dang thing. ZP, they could very well do it with how they've been playing.
Also, GB, I got you. I'm going to simplify all of that. In this tournament, you get 2 lives. They only went through 1 by losing just then. They still got 1 more to go.
That's a lot easier.
It's as simple as that.
Okay, how about I simplify
we were live
more?
For like 10 hours.
Shooty, bang, bang, win money, go, bang. That's it.
Yeah,
that's really what we're left with.
That's the more apropos one, I think. Shooty, bang, bang, 2 lives, goodbye. It has been a long day, but we are waiting for the teams to get ready to go before we could jump back into the action here. Lemon Kiwi, you've been on the Masti train this whole time. Does the train continue here?
I'm on the winning team's side, okay? I like to this seem correct. You know what I'm wondering? What's Toto 1010 up to? Are they proud of this team? Are they even allowing this branding? I hope they're in the chat, and I hope they're proud of the boys' performance today. And Masti, although they are not a real thing, maybe they're looking down on Earth and saying, we'll give them a chance next time.
Masti did, the full team name, by the way, is Masti did nothing wrong. So use that information as you will, Gundam fans. But we're just like we were in every other BO5, or in every other game rather. We start things off at the colony trading post, ZP. So these two teams, they've encountered each other before on this map. They know exactly what to expect. I'm kind of feeling Toto a little bit here, but Masti with that big win could very well pull it off.
I have to say, almost shedding a tear. It is the last time we will see this map here today. It has been Old Faithful. No matter what the series has been, it's where we go. And at this point, it is the map that the teams certainly have the most practice on. I have to say, you look at the observing pan there. I love that banner. It's just, fake fruit, real berries. What am I to believe? What is the truth in the future? I don't know anymore.
I mean, honestly, it's kind of, isn't that how it is for most of the drinks and foods that we have now? Like, isn't it like fake
it's
fruit,
real deep.
quote unquote, real berries? I don't know. I'm just saying. By the way, the skybox on this map, absolutely love it. If you never watched a Gundam anime before, for viewers who are just tuning in because they love to play this game, in the games, or sorry, in the animes, like you get so much from these colonies. Like so much happens here, like just like it did in Mobile Suit Gundam, heck, even Iron Blooded Orphans as well. It's just always just conflict at the colonies. It's always fun. But here we go.
Yeah.
As we jump into the action now, conflict on this particular colony is going to be very exciting.
A new best of 5, and of course on our new map in Gundam Evolution. And I don't see the new unit, quite literally the new unit, but y'all can play it if you go get your Season 2 pass for Gundam Evolution called Mobius, and there's even some packs with some brand new skins. I'll try to point them out if I see it, but either way, Masti, they're going down main, but it takes some creativity to kind of go either underground. Maybe you can get a sneaky plan over at the B site. You don't want to be too exposed because you can be shot from that top level where Toto currently is, and it doesn't hurt to try and get the kind of surround Toto's positioning right now.
I have to say, I feel like the sneakiness has left the teams. It's just pure fundamentals and will. As you see Masti on the attack, just go straight up the mill. And right now, making it work to a decent degree. Devotion getting multiple revives over to the side, repairing multiple units. And as a result, you're going to see Masti still in the fight. However, if you look at the health, Toto 1010. Very healthy right now, doing a great job of showing off a lot of damage. There's Profi, comes in from the side. The tankiness of Sazabi cannot be denied. The plant is down, and Masti on the board.
And they also are able to pick up that revive too, so that's another big one that they can play out for themselves here, and they'll get full control. And this has been, that actually was a very clean take, and I gotta give a lot of credit to Casino, because Casino's been instrumental in being that initial engagement on the front and then opening up things for Baronox in the background to just try and like really throw them off and be like, oh crap, we have an Exia behind us. So everything's been working out for them here, but they gotta hold this one off. They only have a few more seconds left, Kiwi.
Yeah, 14 seconds, one last push for Toto, and they'll have to do it without Nox on that Exia. You kind of needed that execution, extra damage. 7 seconds remaining. The push from Toto has started. The disarm almost went through before Masti canceled it. Another disarm attempt goes through, but no, the charge goes off, and Masti have completed the first objective.
All right, so Masti coming in hot. Wasn't the longest of breaks, but you know, they're the team that has been playing the longest consecutively right now, and they still got fuel in the tank and then some. You know, what has become a test of skill is also a test of endurance between these two teams. Toto 1010 looking to hold off the tide. Arrow so close to that Hades G maneuver, and yet so hard to get G maneuvers. Let's just move on in. Scream to your heart's content, Casino, trying to set the stage, but it might backfire against Masti. Toto 1010 rotating around to a degree, but it still did enough disruption.
Yeah, actually, what ended up happening there was when Casino popped the Nimbus and just charged right in, he was able to pull 2 members of Toto 1010 into his attention, and you're more than okay with that. In that instance, if you're a Dom Trooper, just pulling that much attention your way, beautifully done. The rest of his teammates were able to pick up those kills, and they almost were able to get this plant on beat too, which would have been massive, and then really put the onus on Toto 1010 to have to respond. But now Masti, they're going to be in a position, and they might just be able to get this for free, which is exactly, oh no, Baronox is actually going to get obliterated there and removed from the equation.
Yeah, for now, 5 minutes left, and Masti in a decent spot. Even without Baronox, they still have some G maneuvers, even Ender's Hades, which I heard something go off. Okay, it was Nox's Exia G maneuver, who you can see is at the back, has dismantled one, and is somehow still kicking and screaming, and has Kaiser in front, but 2 other teammates from Masti come to assist, as Nox gets the health pack, but no, gets clobbered down by Baronox, and the charge has been planted by Profi, so Masti have to defend this.
Masti keeping on the attack right now. Toto see what they're going to be able to do to turn things back around. 45 seconds, but you look at Toto, they're in a great spot. As G-maneuver-wise, they are loaded, ready to go. And as I say that, the Nimbus, it's going to scream on in. It's going to be a little bit of a distraction here for Arrow, who pops the Hades. Everything on deck. Clear the balance sheets. We're spending it all.
You know what? I support it, man, because what other way were you supposed to break through all of that than using all of your G maneuvers? On the opposite side, though, Masti doesn't really have much activated right now besides Kaiser's Punch for the Ashtamar. They also, I think, Toto does have the energy cable, so that actually could work out for them, especially if you give that to Arrow and let him do some work. And Arrow already is going to be able to get that kill onto Devotion. The pickup, though, from Casinos there. Baranox goes down as well. There's going to be 2 members down now for Masti, as Snake doing a lot of damage, forcing a lot of people back. And thankfully for him, Nox was there on the pickup, so he's going to be right back in the action.
Yeah, Masti need to make sure they're not staggering and not panicking either. That revive kind of tells me there's a chance that this is winnable, that they can continue this fight, but I swear a lot of time can get wasted, as I hope to not choke like Masti does.
Oh, no!
And with that, quick burn and recovery from London. We look here as we're screaming again. It's Casino for Masti, dashing on through as Masti tries to put a little bit more on this Mega Charge. It's looking good so far. The kill feed filling up with blue as a Screaming Nimbus often sets the tone. Toto fans just about wiped off the board. They're going to have a lot of time to recover here. In the meantime, though, Carl Sagan just going to do a little bit of poking, waiting for the rest of his team to come up. Not too much in the tank, but Memphis G-Maneuver's ready to go. Might be powering up Arrow here soon, GB.
Yeah, and if Arrow ends up getting that power-up, would be massive considering the amount of damage that Arrow has been outputting here. But Spoo's going to be right back in it there. They're going to go for the disarm. And so far, so good for Toto 1010 fans as they manage to make that disarm a reality there. And they're holding them at bay, man. They have made some progress. But the fact that you're seeing Nox kind of just run around here and pull so much attention his way just goes to show that Toto are not afraid of Masti.
What was that real heartbreaking for Masti in that last plant was the fact that Profi was defending it and died when he was 4% away from his Sazabi G maneuver, the funnels, which is a great zoning G maneuver for objectives just like this, and I think was really planning on using that. But you can always hope for the next 90 seconds to work out, because Masti have a lot of tools in their arsenal, but it's Toto pulling the trigger first.
Yeah, I think Toto right now is going to double G-maneuver here between Arrow and Spoo. Arrow, though, holding on to his Hades for now. Toto gets the plant again. And economy is what this comes down to here, where, we want to see them get the plant. Gonna come up here, disarm. And now, for Toto, we'll see when they use this last bit. 1 minute left here for the attack of Masti.
They know that there was going to be someone else lingering about. That's actually Baranox, but oh man, it's going to get just dominated. And let's not forget that waypoint has been removed for Masti. So there's really no options for them here. This goes right back into Toto 1010's hands. They have 45 seconds. They have to force them out of this and then go and plant the Mega Charge. That is a tall order to ask when you only have 35 seconds to do it against Toto.
Well, after 50 attempts, they at least got 57.3%, so that does count as some kind of progress when it comes to the win condition. But who I see winning right now is Toto unleashing all of their G maneuvers. It started with the Screaming Nimbus, and it ended with the Hades of Arrow, and Masti just simply don't have enough wind in their sails to even go for a plant. Even with 13 seconds remaining and no relay waypoint spawns, Masti are too far away. I mean, maybe they could get on it at the last second, but just not likely this round.
This is where you see, why are all these units just dashing through the fire? It's like, we must plant the Mega Charge. It's like, no, you're just a little bit too far away. So, Masti started out there with a bang and ended with a bit of a whimper as Toto 1010 really came into their own. But of course, the second point on that map can be pretty darn difficult to take. So, one thing about the series and Masti in particular, never, ever, ever count them out.
Yeah, and I think it's also important to note too, right? Just where that fell apart was really that last engagement that they had on the Mega Charge sites, and you were really hoping that like maybe Baranox was able to stay alive, you know, cause some disruption in the back line, but he couldn't do anything because his team was getting rocked over at the waypoint. So that was the worst possible time for them to lose the waypoint, for them to lose all the control that they had and pressure that they were applying to Toto. So I agree with you. That was a bit of a whimper at the end there, and Toto can fully take advantage of it. But Masti have shown us, Kiwi, that they can hold these sites, and you give them a defensive heavy map, kind of like the way that this is Colony has turned out to be in this tournament. They could very well end this one here and go up 1-0, Masti.
I think I don't mind the win condition of Masti to think about. Let's get as many plants as possible and just win by a margin instead of the full thing exploding, because they went often. There was 2 plants where they didn't defend it at all. It was almost instantly diffused, which tells me, okay, if you even have a second of relief to go for the plant, that you can draw Toto into going for the diffuse, get that initial first blood, and almost use the site as bait. But Masti, I mean, just defending things is a little tricky. 57% is the score to beat for Toto.
You know, one thing we haven't really touched on too much, where I feel like the change really came into play back on Harbor, but Memphis is back on the menu. We saw a lot of Unicorn Gundam over the course of the day, and suddenly, you know what? We like the idea of tethering the people. It's pretty good. Memphis itself, also a strong unit. Baranox, though, immediately winning the mirror match with themselves. Masti says, you know what? This is going to be a pretty tough attack for you, Toto. Why don't you go back to spawn?
I think also part of the reason why you're seeing Memphis being played here rather than Unicorn is just you get the turret. You also get a little bit, I mean, you get good damage with the Gatling gun from Unicorn, but don't sleep on the Memphis blasters. Those things are nasty. They could do so much damage if you're not careful. Good info gained there by Exponent now as they're going to start to make this push happen, but Casino is going to stop it right in the tracks. Actually, it's going to be 2 frags down for Casino's. Arrow knocks her out of the equation, meaning that you're not going to have those heavy damage dealers available to you. Might not want to try and commit to this fight any longer here, as it's pretty much a dead push.
Not looking good, but Toto can at least just sit on this bridge, get an initial poke in, and just see kind of what pick is created. As Carl Sagan did get the memo that, okay, we're kind of just chilling out. He flew into the sky and just got instantly killed. At least he died somewhere that was resable, so Toto will go for that. And they can slowly make their way to the objective, whichever one they really choose. It might be a B-site plant.
Well, the problem is Spoo gets picked off just when Toto was looking to recover, reinvigorate their attack. They lose 2, but they're making things pan the other end. They get 2 repairs up, so some of this is recoverable. Carl Sagan super low, just barely able to get away. Masti, meanwhile, continuing the shooting gallery. Ender's low, but he'll just back off, grab the repair kit, come back over. A little bit of Ashmar action between Carl Sagan on one side, Kaiser on the other, and even as you see the trade-offs, it's still something that Mafty's getting the better of.
We'll see now, though, with 2 minutes, 47 seconds. Another thing, too, that I forgot to mention, probably the most important thing about Memphis, is that you also don't have to lose a unit for the heal. You can actually just tether to a downed unit, pick them up, and still fire your gun as Memphis, which is honestly a very strong, like, I guess, passive, if you will, for Memphis to be able to have that available to him. And now as the push is going to start to come in here for Toto 1010, Kaiser has great positioning, peppering them with shots, and we know that primary of Ashamar does so much damage here. Casino's going to go right in, and this has just been clinical here from Masti. A brilliant hold, not allowing 1010 any progress.
The mobility of Dom Trooper is so fun too. You're gliding around. That was a great 3K from Casino as Masti continued to defend. They have pretty much everyone up, and Toto are back at square one with less than 2 minutes, and usually the first sight is not usually on average taking this long. And now losing Arrow and your Pale Riders are kind of a big source of your damage. Baranox comes tumbling in on the Axia to just finish what he started, and Toto now had to for sure full reset.
This is looking grim for Toto, where, you know, as I said to kick this off, this is no longer just a test of skill. It is a test of endurance. The teams have been at it now for as long as we have been in the casting side. I know we're tired, so I can only imagine where the players are at, but the last few fights have been clinical for Masti and Toto, you know, lacking a little bit of their standard bite that we saw earlier in the tournament. With a minute 5 left, This is going to be one of their last opportunities. Some G maneuvers on the menu, but will be matched by Masti in turn. Arrow, though, looking to set the stage. Opens up with the Hades. What's it going to be? Looking for anything that might be in front and has to back off and get the repair kit. But it's still, it's done enough pressure that it's still maybe, it's going to, no, Masti's able to push it back.
No, it's not. It is not winnable. I'm stunned that they ended up popping Hades on Arrow, and then what they end up doing, they just got away from them. They let them think that they could just take control of the site. They left like at least 1 or 2 players, like a Sazabi there, to just put presence on the point, just not to allow them to be able to push in. They had so much support. They also had Kaiser take to the skies, apply damage that way. Just so many things you could possibly want here. But the Nimbus to just push into the site is starting to happen. But Baranox still able to get the kill. Finally, though, Enders is going to go down. That's going to come courtesy of Exponent. But Baranox is going to be on the flank, looking for Kaiser there. Looking for Carl Sagan. But Carl Sagan's going to actually get away from that one.
Arming.
Only 2 seconds remaining on the clock. They're arming the Mega Charge, and they managed to get it down.
You have to defend this with your life. If you're Toto, it's underground, and I don't see anybody nearby. Mod check. It has to be Exponent, and this Sazabi, and the kills at least follow, so Toto seems stable, but there's still another fight that can ensue for Masti in the next 42 seconds, and it's Toto are on the high ground. They're also down below. They want to get as much vision onto Masti as possible, so the one thing that stands in their way is the Pain Train. It's the Screaming Nimbus from Casino, and that's really the only G maneuver Masti can depend on.
Yeah, right now, Masti's got to do something to get that bomb disarmed. The win on point A might be slipping away from their fingers in the Casino. Nimbusing away, making some space here for Masti. But is it going to be enough to get on over to the disarm? You see it ticking on up, 83% and counting. Baranox looking for the cleanup. They're dancing over the bomb. Will it be disarmed? 2-1, they get it.
And there you have it, Masti. Just like they did last time. I know I said, I'm betting on Toto here, but I stand corrected, actually. Masti, they got that first round in the grand finals on Colony, and they did it again. Oh, man. And this time they did it, I would even argue, in a more dominant fashion, Kiwi. They looked strong, and they did not allow Toto to cross that bridge at all. Felt like I was watching Lord of the Rings for a moment.
I know. It's just Masti was getting first and second blood every time, and yeah, it turns out they are good at defending, but just like Deja Vu the last time, Toto was able to respond in the first series. So will Toto get game 2? Will we get 2 game 5s? Will we go to game 10? You got your popcorn. If only we had Gundam Evolution drops. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. We got to get that going next time.
I know, right? Think about how much you could have gained watching this one stream. But what are you going to say, CP? Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, you just said, oh, maybe we're going to go game 10 instead of game 5. I think I just heard production just convulse in response. Like, it's going to go even longer. Yeah, just the
they choked on spit like I just did.
Mid-tournament.
I'm not mad about it, though. Honestly, no. I'm having a great time, even though I'm exhausted. It's funny because this is the last show I'm doing of 2022, and it's been a fun year. And I couldn't pass up the opportunity to do this because I love Gundam so much. It's such a big part of my childhood, and I collect. And yeah, anyway, point is, I thought this was going to be an easy day.
You should have brought your little.
Instead, it was the best day of Gundam Evolution ever, is what you should have expected.
That's right.
You should have came with show and tell. The GB. You should have had all your little figures.
I have them, but they're behind the green screen, and I can't, contrary to what a lot of you think, no, we're not commentating from space. But it would have been, I know, right? Breaking the illusion. Oh, boy. Okay. Well, guys, exposed. What are we getting next? Where are we going? Could we end up going to Missile Base again? That was Toto's pick last time. It got them to win and tied up the series. Or Harbor?
Bring us to Harbor. No, just my.
ZP, why?
You have to sacrifice to the gods.
Just ask Earth over there. We're going somewhere here.
Yeah, point where you think Harbor is. Point where you think it is on the globe. It's like
I'm like
here.
Yeah.
Here. Oh, wait. There it is. There's Harbor. It's a weather cast, everyone. Bad storms happening over it. All right,
We
well,
crappy on that
let's
map.
have fun.
we have gone to some places right now, Zoe. But in all seriousness, Harbor would make sense for Toto to bring it to, just given the fact that it was a map they won in the last series, and they looked a lot better on it on both defense and offense. But they might have had a little bit
But
more
we're not
energy
going there,
there.
ZP. We're not going there. We're actually going
Cap.
to Missile Base instead. Which that was that was a Toto pick before. Wait, actually, I stand corrected. I thought we were going. No, yeah, it was Missile Base. So yeah, never mind. We're going Missile Base. No Harbor for you, ZP. How dare you?
Yeah, well, it's coming. Don't you worry.
Harbor's coming one way or another.
Well, there's
Toto's
like 10
gonna
people
pick
that
it.
Seat will
DC'd
not
on
be
Missile
denied.
Base, so it was cursed. It was a cursed map, so. Or 10
Harbor's
people
cursed.
DC'd on Harbor. Yeah, so Harbor's cursed.
Yeah. Harbor's cursed.
Well, no, it's fine. We sacrificed multiple units at the very end. Remember what Carl did? As
At least
he
it
and
wasn't a
another
draw.
Ashmar just
All
went
of
on
that
in.
for a draw.
Couldn't be me. Could not be me. All right, here we go. It's Missile Base. Point capture. The objective: get the first spot, then push on forward to the second point. Oh yeah, Spoo doing the special. Getting real nerdy with it. Oh yeah, drop that turret right there. Yeah, you cheeky devil, you. Love it.
The GB's
Love
This
it.
is Golden
Boo.
Bully after dark right now. Is what we're seeing.
I'm sorry. I just look. If there's one thing I'm here for, guys, is shenanigans. Okay, and that turret placed between a rock and a hard place, literally, that's shenanigans. And I sign on board to shenanigans. Give me a shenanigans spray. I'll be so happy. That'd be my one contribution to Gundam Evolution. All right, here we go. It's now time to jump into the action. Masti up 1-0, and Kiwi, at this point,
Yeah.
I'm in it for the long haul. I want to see where we end up and how Missile Base plays out. And also, did Masti figure it out? Because this was one that they lost against Toto.
This is a death trap and continues to be. You see the fire at the front door? Don't go into the fire. Wait for the fire to go away. And look at that initial damage. Masti made their way to the left side, but just barely hanging on. They have lost Devotion, who cannot find the health pack in time. Masti are only down by 1, so 5v6 is still winnable. They're starting to siege that high ground. They're chasing down Arrow, who managed to escape into the shadows. So unfortunate for Masti, they couldn't get that responding trade, but at least they made it through the toughest part of the map, I feel like.
Things have definitely gone a lot scrappier. And X-Bot in danger. Zombie might be tanky, but that was a full-on bruising 3-on-1 on the top. One thing I think you really have to know here, though, is that there's still a disparity between, units that tend to be more supportive between the teams. Spook, still on the Metals. Devotion, swapping back to the Unicorn Gundam here on this round. And right now, working out well for Masti on point A. Not a lot of resistance thus far, and they're going to be building towards that Beast Magnum to help with point B.
Baronox still staying alive in the back lines there. He's going to be the last player standing in the back here, but he does have a teammate up ahead. It's going to be the Dom Trooper. It's Casino looking to help him out here, trying to get above them, and he flashes, dashes, gets the kill onto the Sasami, which is massive, but finally is going to get removed. That's about 50% progress gained for Masti. Job well done, but they cannot concede a lot of ground here because getting through that choke will be so challenging for Masti to do. They did it once, and I'll be worried if they can do it again.
It's not bad for like a first push on this site.
Very
I mean, the toughest part is getting through that main door, which they did on their first try. So Masti have also built up towards some G maneuvers, and mainly Baronox has been, I think, the most improved player in this whole tournament. Went from kind of getting outshined by Ixia God on like another team to now being a big star of the show when it comes to Masti, and he's ready to prove me right. He's already used the G maneuver, down with 1, finds Exponent in the corner, deals with him 2 at 200 HP, is really dashing to safety, and even finishes off another Masti in a great spot.
Yeah, and while we were looking at that point of view, it was Casino who had the house advantage on the Dom Trooper, just crushing the backline. Masti gonna get that. Now heading towards point B, a lot of time at their back. Neither team really flush with G maneuvers right now. Masti about to be close to it, so there will be a window where Masti is going to have a big advantage, and that might help them versus the more general defensive advantage that Toto has here. Take a look at the health between the two teams. We'll see if Masti can keep the momentum up here, but you know what's really coming down to? Look at Casino, 97%. I think they're going to wait for the Nimbus to roar.
Oh, and the Nimbus is actually going to be activated right now. Profi is going to be dangerously low and needs some support there from the Unicorn. They lose out on Kaiser, and actually Baranox is going to be out of the fight as well. Still Toto 10-10 managing to stay alive in this fight, though. Devotion with a kill. It's going to force actually a few of these players to have to go back and rethink this approach. But with Casino down, Enders as well might not be long for this world. But actually, Enders ends up getting the kill against Spoo, but Nox is there for the instant response, and that is a dead push for Masti. Well done by Toto 10-10, and you can see how difficult it is to push this. But the saving grace here, they have the Nimbus for this next fight.
Yeah, and because Masti were so successful on that first objective, they have still so much time, even after a couple of failed attempts, 4 minutes, and they got a screaming Nimbus, and I almost thought he wanted to pop it just to deflect some of the damage to save his life, but decides against it. Didn't want to take the risk of dying with the G maneuver, which obviously you don't get back.
Yeah, it was one of those things where it's like, are you going to push the button? And there was some point where Casino just thought, no, I will not push the button. But the window of opportunity where they had Nimbus versus no Nimbus is gone. And now it's just going to be two Dom troopers just colliding in the night like some sort of, unit mating dance in a moment here. At least it's most likely. Toto 10-10 did completely improve their position from where it was at the beginning. They survived the initial storm. Casino comes in on Nimbus. Snake answers in turn, and both teams get a little disrupted.
Look at the Sazabi G maneuver being put to great use. Probably able to get that first kill there. But Exponent's going to meet him right on the point. Casino's down as well. And all of that investment from Masti is all for naught, as each and every member of them are just going to get crushed as they make their way onto the site. And I think part of the problem, too, is just that they did not have Devotion there to be able to give them those heals. And ideally, when you want to make that push, you want to pop the Unicorn heal so you get the overheal and you can get the shield, kind of like what you're seeing right now. And this is exactly what they needed to do, except they needed to do that with their G maneuvers. And now Toto, they're going to reap the benefits of that one and shut them down yet again.
And Masti just needed to kind of lose that fight quickly. There was a big G maneuver advantage for Toto, but what was so great about Toto's push is, yes, they took the initiative as Masti were rotating. You always want to cut off rotations, but they only used one G maneuver. They still have two in the tank, so Masti have now built up towards their own, but they're running out of chances here.
Yeah, I mean, Masti started with, G maneuvers at their back, 5 minutes left to go. The world was their oyster, and they've just run into the cold around the world, so things don't go the way you planned sometimes. But now they're hanging on in Baranox with the XG maneuver. Oh, this is far better than they planned. A complete wipeout, and they bring it straight to point B. An excellent engagement with the coup de grace at the end.
They got to get all these bodies on there, and they cannot allow them to stop them. They have to get to at least halfway at this point. Halfway would be a big win for them, and they do. 50% and counting. The push is starting to come in here from Nox. Snake Nade's able to get the kill onto Enders, and look at these members of Toto so low. You got 3 members that are going to be hurting, but as I say that, Masti are losing bodies all over the place. Units falling, dropping like flies, paperweights, if you will. Enders is going to be the only one alive off of the spawn, but still progress gained for Masti, over 50%, but by the time that they re-engage, it'll be about 50, but it'll be at 50%. So far, so good.
There's just multiple threats from Toto that came out. It was Exponent's Sazabi G maneuver of the funnels plus Arrow's 80s. You had 2 threats at 2 different parts of the objective, and Masti needed to focus down one. They went for Exponent and not Arrow. So all of that free-flowing damage from Hades was just so overwhelming for Masti that they lost out. And yeah, they got to a nice number, but Masti, let's see if they can survive this one.
Yeah, we got Casino hopping on in. This is going to be the burst that Masti needs. He certainly racking up the miles, but is it going to be enough? No, he just gets thrown off the plane instead. Toto finding an iron defense here. They need most revive potentially coming on up. Masti being real scrappy here. Another revive would be big if possible for the defenders. They get it off. And now 20 seconds left for Masti to scrounge together something. I don't know if it's going to be enough for Carl Sagan. Time to punch.
Big punch there from Carl, forcing him back. 10 seconds remaining, and there's just no opportunity for Masti to get through the door. 50% is all they're going to gain unless Masti has something to say about it, but these guys are dropping all over the place, and that is going to be a 1-pointer as well as 50% plus-ish gained. for Masti. We'll see the final number there. Oh, so it's 68.9. So close to nice. But anyway.
If you round it up.
Now it's Toto's turn to push this. But one thing I will say that was a massive benefit to Masti was how fast, Kiwi, they bursted through the choke point on the first objective and didn't really allow Toto any opportunity to recover that. So that did play to their advantage, although it didn't reflect necessarily in the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's really good initiative from Toto on that second objective to just cut off the rotations. Masti really like to go on that left side from their offensive perspective, and Toto were just always ahead in G maneuvers. And when they knew that there's a certain amount of tracking that you're doing with that kind of utility, they weren't overusing, which made it so that they could drain so much of Mafty's clock. Mafty went into the second objective with 6 minutes plus, and it took that many tries to get only 70%-ish. The Toto could have done better at the first objective, to be honest, but I think Mafty got much better at being so quick through that choke, because you do not want to stand there. They dodged the initial fire napalm bomb from the Ashmar, I believe it was, and they made their way through the left, and Mafty truly mastered how to get through the first objective.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing to note here again, we talked about the first time we saw this map, but it is not assured at all that an attack will get point B here. In fact, it is pretty defensive favored. So you might look at this and go, oh boy, is it about to be 1-1? It could be, but Mafty is still in a decent spot to go up 2-0 in the series. Point B is tough. We know it can be tough sometimes too, is just point A alone here. We'll see if Mafty took any lessons from what Toto did to them earlier in the tournament on this morning.
And they're waiting for the push. And here it goes. They drop those mines around the corner in case anyone decides to go in for the for potential pressure. But just like say that though, massive frags coming in for Carl Sagan as well as Boo, sending back a few of the members of Mafty. And just like the way Mafty did in their first try, so does Toto. Anything you can do, I could do better. And if anything, they did it better than Mafty. A breakthrough, and it was so clean. And they also preserve a few more of their members. They're already going to be on this site. That
is a very quick capture for Toto, and that's going to give them a ton of time for B. Remember, they only need to get to the 68, or I guess technically 69% to tie the series. And Mafty are just more focused on not staggering themselves and setting up for point B.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing that's worth knowing here too is that because that was just one fight, the next fight is likely going to be pretty clean between the two teams, which means that G maneuver is not going to be a factor. The closest for Mafty is going to be Baranox, but that may or may not come into play before the fight is decided. So neutral play going to be a big deal for Toto, and they're able to get Enders early. However, watch your step. Carl Sagan finds Casino's mine. And this back and forth on this map will always favor the defense. So this is not ideal for Toto, and it is going to bring us into more of an ult economy game.
And so long as Baranox is still alive, you can sacrifice Enders in that instance. And a huge benefit as well to just have that mind kill onto Carl that really affects what their effectiveness could be in this push, because you're going to lose out on that sky presence, the rotations as well. I mean, look, Ashmar can get wherever Ashmar needs to get to. So I think that this is overall, that was a big fight win for Mafty and company. And now we're down to the 6-minute mark, which is around the same time here. But there goes the Trans Am. Is going to get popped. Does Baranox get any value out of this one? As he does manage to pick off at least one kill there against Arrow. Nox is going to be dangerously low as well. Carl Sagan, though, is going to be back in the fight as Baranox just ripping through everyone, Kiwi. And now it's Spook's time to respond.
Oh, this is such a great sideline, too, for the Unicorn G maneuver as they're set up on the point. They're about halfway to that win condition for Toto to tie the series 1-1 after the bracket reset. They've already been upset once, and they won't let it happen again as Toto tear up the back line, and Mafty just don't have the reinforcements left, but Profi and Baranox doing everything they can together to buy time for Kaiser, who swifts on in, but all of Mafty have been aced, and the dust settles. Toto still have Arrow left, but the reinforcements seem to be overwhelming the offense. And at only 54.3%, I don't think Toto can keep going.
Just when you think Toto has it, the reinforcements come back on in. I thought the Kaiser punch was going to be the last sad part of that defense, but the defender's advantage here is so strong. However, With 4.5 minutes left, which is quite a bit, Toto does not leave empty-handed. To get the rest of it, they will start with 50%, so Masti has lost any margin here. Speaking of punches, Kaiser just gets socked in the jaw. The pressure from Toto immediately coming back in with the nimbus, with the punch. They want to try and win this here and now, but Enders pulls out the Hades and says, whoa, 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 let's slow this down a little bit.
Arrow trying to get back into the fight as well and contribute where he can, but Devotion's going to go down. There's going to be a few members down for the blue squad, but finally, Arrow is out of here. Way to restabilize if you're Masti. You've been given a second lease on life, if you will, because Toto will have to at least capture, you know, let's just say like 25%, really, a little bit less than that. But they have been held here, Masti. They were held here by Toto before. Masti could maybe find that history could repeat itself. Lightning could potentially strike twice, especially here on this map.
Well, Toto can strike again. That progress stays at the halfway point. So Toto just need a crumb of this objective, so Masti cannot afford to lose that much real estate, at least not for long, as Toto have that first blood. They move in, they remove the Sazavia trophy, but Masti are missing a frontline. Devotion and Paradox, though, they've clutched it last time, as Toto are so close, but at range, it's Paradox that still kicks. But now he's been taken out, and Toto only have Carl Sagan, and I think one more. No, Spoo is dead too. Toto have choked yet again, but they have 3 more minutes.
Here is the scary thing from Masti on the defense as they hang on here is that every time they hold on is by a slim margin because they have to keep on the point. They're so in danger of losing the point, even with other people still being alive.
You're looking at Baronox here to be the star. You don't want to invest too many G maneuvers here if you're Masti, because that will work out very well for Toto. But they end up losing out on Enders. Casino gets the drop onto Snake Nade before getting removed himself. Nox needs to be removed here or else he could go Trans Am in a moment. And this maybe could be the fight now. As Devotion's going to go down. You're just going to leave it up to Baronox. Can anyone get inside of the point? No! No one can. And Toto get the win. We're tied up 1-1.
And it's deja vu all over again. Guess what happened last series? Toto wins game 2. And just by the slimmest of margin, I wasn't kidding when I said I think we're going to game 10. Toto are just so close to beating Masti, and they finally did it.
Yeah, this has been back and forth, and just when you think one team is out of gas, they find an extra reserve, and 1-1 in our bracket reset grand finals. This absolutely could be going the distance.
You know, you ever hit that point where like you just let it, you just say, just take the wheel. You know, that's kind of where I am right now as a caster. I'm just like, you know what? Let's just see what happens. You know, because look, little insight for people who are watching, right? When it gets down, you had a long day and stuff, and the team goes up 2-0. You're like, yeah, team that's up 2-0, go ahead and close the game. I want to go home. I want to go to bed. But then, you know, something happens. Something beautiful happens, and you hit transcendence, and you realize that we're here until the end. And we have no other choice. So that is basically my mindset right now. I am so ready for this to go to a potential game 10. I know everyone in production's hating me right now, but it's true. I think they're here for it as well, because these are not only have these games been intense, but they've been exciting to watch as well. Feels like every player is contributing meaningfully, Kiwi, in these fights. I can't point the finger at one particular player because everyone's carrying their weight.
Yeah, and just kind of comparing the Pale Rider stats is always an easy one for me. Arrow versus Enders. Now, that margin of stats was so slim at the start of the series, and now Arrow is leading by at least 9,000 damage. He hit almost 41k in that last map. Even Baronox, although it wasn't like the 40k plus damage numbers, he sits at around 35. Baronox clutched for Masti so many times in the last 2 defenses to even give them a chance to send Toto away. But Toto finally pushed them over the edge, and we go to Thermal Plant to really heat things up in this series.
Of course, you know how you'll know we've hit real deja vu is if we play this map, Masti wins, and then we go to the harbor just to truly repeat history once more. And it could be a thing. It very well could be a thing. If
Masti win this, and Harbor comes up, yeah, we're We're in it. We're in the sauce. That's it.
In the sauce.
Well, then you just worry about, can you get into a phone and, just get out of this reality? Because clearly there's been a glitch in the Matrix at some point. That's what you really should be thinking about at that point.
I know, right? Well, here we go. Map 3, Thermal Plant. This is, of course, going to be Mafty's pick. We just saw a bit of a barn burner on Missile Base, but now we make our way over to Thermal, and this is Point C. This is really, I think, as well, Kiwi, important to note, too, because in the last one, we were kind of, questioning Toto's use of their G maneuvers and managing of that economy. So that's something that I think they're going to have to be very mindful of here as they play Thermal again and try and correct some of the errors that they made in the past.
Yeah, it feels like in Gundam Evolution, there's not a lot of time to think. Like, there's not a lot of dead time between fights where you can sit there and be like, okay, we have these G maneuvers, they have this, let's use this. Like, there's not a huge planning phase. It feels like it's very go, go, go all the time. So, I really congratulate any team who can have that composure and have any second to think and plan out these things. So when someone pops like a useless G maneuver, I don't 100% blame them. But Toto are on the point first, and this is a pretty difficult one to defend with how many openings there were, but they played it at such a quick pace and overwhelmed the Mafty that they have a good 20% lead now.
We also got a little bit of Sky Dominance there. Kaiser just getting plucked away in the moment. Baranox falling through. Even with Mafty getting a pick off the 2 here, Toto still in control, and now it's at the point where you're Mafty, you just leave, go to the next point. And now we're about to have some G maneuvers, interacting with things, not the least of which Carl Sagan, he's feeling the beam rifle's overrated. What about a little bit of punch to kick off this next fight? 25 seconds left to go. And Toto's able to set up first, even after controlling the last point. So Mafty a little bit slow on their heels this time around.
We got to give a lot of credit there to Carl Sagan. The work that he was doing, we were watching it on screen. Just the presence he had in the sky, constantly flying up and putting down shots, napalm where the opportunity called for it. Carl Sagan has been great. He's been doing this just time and time again, pushing out, right, detecting that he's going to be in a bad spot and then gets away from it there. He does have a teammate to potentially pick him back up, but I don't think that's really going to happen or work for them necessarily. And Baranox and company managed to finally get some time here, and if they hold it, they'll get a full 43.5% if they manage to hold it for the entirety of it, but Toto's not going to let them have that.
This would be a great time for a unicorn, a G maneuver, and I know Spoo is thinking about it. Baranox is a little bit behind, and these long sight lines are nice, but when Mafty have the high ground, it's an awkward angle, but Toto have found their way to creep through the right side. They have initial pick, and they only lose 1, but so far Toto are ahead. Now Profi, though, this is obvious, not someone you want to duel close range, and they managed to deal with it off of a fantastic focus fire from Toto, as now they have a 25% plus lead over Mafty.
And you take a look here, Toto with a pretty commanding advantage, 59-25, but still time left for Mafty to come back. And also, you look at the intangibles here, more specifically, the economy. Mafty is set up and good to go, but you don't want to fall into the problem here that we've seen teams do where they use all their G maneuvers during this unlock phase, right? Because that gives the other team time to come back and win about half the point. It's better to just wait a second here if you're gonna invest a lot, let the point unlock, then use everything you got, and that's what they're gonna do now. Baranox wastes no time, the Exia dives on in right as the point is opening up. Baranox, though, immediately gets bodied. It's not quite the opening Mafty was hoping for, and Toto might have all they need to wrap this round up.
Nox doing big work there, a lot of damage being applied, and the rest of his teammates can go in for the cleanup. Ace fight locked down. If they hold this the entire time, they will win the first round here on Thermal. But for Mafty and the rest of the squad, they have some G maneuvers available. Don't forget about the Nimbus. You can crash right on in with that if you need to. But instead, though, actually, Exponent's going to use the funnels there for Sazabi to maybe give them some pause before they can make this push happen. But here comes the push now, Lemon Kiwi. They got to get in there, and there goes Sticky Nade with the Nimbus.
It's winnable off of this point. Toto only need a few more seconds, and crashing and burning, but they still have 2 up. It's Carl Sagan and Nox The Axia that wins, and Masti have 3 up. They're surging on in. It's extra time, and Masti have the point. And there's no more flips. It's Toto or nothing, and Masti have to be perfect from here on out because they have 60% more to go. And G maneuvers, I'm looking at Enders. He's already popped the Hades. He's taking care of the other unicorn, and none of that, even a second one. But they surge into him as soon as he exposes himself, and Enders only ends up ending himself. 99% for Toto. Still, extra time goes away. Round 1 goes their way as well.
I do enjoy the UI there, where it starts 100% till victory. It's like, oh, that's a long way to go. And then Toto during the contest, 100% until defeat. Just 0.1 at the very end. But Toto looking renewed, which again is interesting because as we started this grand finals reset back up, it looked like it was the other way around, where Masti, had conquered it all and Toto was running out of gas. But whatever caffeine they might have grabbed in the break, it's kicked in for Toto. They're back.
Yeah, well, both of these teams are stupendous, honestly. What we've been watching all day, not only the endurance, but also just the awareness, like, a clear understanding, high level of this game and how it works, right? What's your positioning? How do you take these fights? Where do you place your utility when you know that you want to get them, kind of catch them by surprise? And they're changing it up, right? Like you would think like, oh, the Dom Troopers are going to place the mines in the usual spots, but they've been mixing up where they've been playing, all of their util, all of their positioning, even, busting out turn A, like doing things that will throw off your opponent. I have loved every minute of this grand final, and we're right back into this one at Thermal with Toto having this lead. And if they win this, it will not be history, because remember, this was Masti's win. This was Masti's map and Masti's win in the first grand finals. Toto could maybe get a big win here.
Profi got stunned up and dropped to 70 HP and somehow is still alive. But I can't say the same for the rest of Masti. Toto had a sick rollout, hit the correct stunts, and followed up on the damage. Toto's synergy is something you just can't deny. That's why they found so much success in the qualifier and in this tournament too. So they'll have the initial part of point C, but this is a very contestable point. I mean, it's so open to so many doorways, so Masti can still try to contest the next 43 seconds.
And they do need the contest at this point. It's still G maneuver neutral. You can't go down the whole 40% again if you want to realistically win this map. You gotta go in fast. You gotta find a quick kill and take it from there. And at some point, challenge the skies, rip Carl out of them, give Kaiser a little bit of help. Do what you gotta do. And as I say that, they heard me. Carl just got taken down super low. Might have gotten thrown out of the skies, but still alive for now. And no, Kaiser takes down his counterpart. I just laid out the map to victory, and Masti perhaps following it.
Profi going to be living inside of the point here. It is still contested, so they haven't been able to flip this one. And there's only going to be 4 seconds remaining, so you're just going to be getting garbage time on this. And you have to fly across the map over toward A. That's the difference between, a map like this and I think, what is it? Not missile base, but I'm trying to remember. Mountain R&D lab, right? Where, like, you have a short amount of time for the rotation. Here in Thermal, the points are pretty spread out. You have to move faster than you normally would.
I mean, this lead is getting out of hand, though. Like, Toto up 42% over Masti, and that's just having full control of the first point. We go over to A, and Masti focused their rotations on there first, and they gotta climb back quick. And these first kills are gonna matter. Baronox, and I was gonna say, guys better pop that G maneuver quickly. He's already sliced through one, and, he sacrificed Casino, but Baronox can do more than that. Masti really need total control of this to try and catch up, and Toto are back in the driver's seat.
Specifically, they need the point. A lot of these fights, including the last one towards the end, were either even or favored by Masti, but it doesn't matter when the point is ticking up for the other team. You must get the first control. It's so much harder to retake while the other team is fighting there, because they can fight a losing fight. You can have a good loss where you gain more progress towards the objective. And even this right here, which Masti won in the end, Toto got more progress for it. So at some level, Masti must prioritize just units on the points. Simple as that.
Yeah, and they do it, right? They have because it's going to go over to B, it's a faster rotation from the A point. But I think another thing to note there as well was you saw Nox, and I think it was also Arrow, just kind of like lingering about there for as long as they could to contest, to give them that 63.3%. That could be the difference maker. But now it's going to be the push. Carl Sagan and Arrow now looking to cause some disruption over toward B. 3 players are going to be located down low. And a great move around by Arrow to get away from Casino, who busted out the Nimbus. Kaiser's going to be dead and low as well. The Hades works out beautifully for him, and just look at the damage output from Arrow. He's still alive. He's still a problem. The nades as well, doing the Lord's work, and they hold down on B. Toto looking to get control and maybe end this one right here.
And Masti lit up like a Christmas tree when it came for that initial take, and they just couldn't convert on the kills. And I think you need to invest as much as you can on point B in particular, because once you are set up here, there's only tiny chokes that the other team can come through, so you can buy a lot of time off of this. This is usually what we call a money kill in other games, and I'm seeing Toto really convert on being able to defend this at now 90%, using these G maneuvers to really confirm the real estate that they have. It's only a few seconds away, and Masti are struggling.
Right now, Toto on their way. Their point presence has been sublime. Changes if he wants, but it might not have to change if Masti can't get back onto that point. Kaiser puts his unit over. How long can Profi stay on here? Sazabi's tanky, but for how long? A little bit of blue showing up in the kill feed, but Arrow looking to put it to bed as Toto takes the map and goes up once more in this grand finals series.
But an important note, the last time they played on Missile Base, I believe, it was actually, Thermal. It was Masti got the win. So we're in uncharted territory, everyone, because I didn't expect this, but they went back to Thermal Masti. They thought it was going to work out for them, Kiwi, and it did not. Toto go up 2-1, and they have to pick again, and we're definitely not going to get Harbor.
Yeah, we're in uncharted territory. We're in space, Golden Boy, okay? We're in space without our suits. So beat that. This is why they pay us big bucks.
No, Gundam Evolution, we have a casting station on the moon. It's unbelievable, man. Don't you see the maps?
Look, we're making mobile suits. Of course we could get to the moon, but also I think the real Uno reverse card would be if Masti, for some reason, decide to bring us to Harbor, because if they don't, you know what that means? Should Masti win the next map, then we could end it all on Harbor, which is actually what I think everyone wants.
It just felt like such a long stalemate on Harbor, though. So I kind of I love Harbor, but just for a finisher for Masti or Toto, I don't know. It's just, it took so long for that second objective to get done.
Look, I'm just here for the chaos.
You really are. We're going to go somewhere unique. I have a feeling, maybe we end up going to, if we get a point capture, we could maybe go to Canyon Base. If we have another destruction, maybe go to Quarry. I don't know. I mean, honestly, it's just really tough to tell because Masti has not been in this position before. That's why I said it's uncharted territories. Of course, chat, curious to know where you guys think we're going to end up going for map number 3 or 4. Oh my goodness, time is eluding me at this point. Map number 4. It is 4.
Quattro.
All right, Quattro.
If you count the other ones.
Yeah. Well, you know what though? Stranger things have happened in this tournament, Kiwi. We still have an opportunity to go to 10 maps.
Oh, I'm holding my breath for it, and I will pass out if I have to go all the way to 10 and keep holding my breath. We're going to the most chaotic, brawly map there is, Mountain R&D. This is one of the most closer range and tight maps you can do, and where the Brawl Stars really shine.
Yeah. Mountain
this
R&D.
Actually was the this was the one that Masti won off of to force the reset, by the way, CP.
Yeah, so they're pulling out everything they have in their bag of tricks. And look, that makes sense, right? In terms of series, you want to go back to the maps you've already won on, try and capture Lightning the Bottle. Obviously, as seen on Thermal Plant, it doesn't always work out that way. But that's the logic, and it's pretty sound.
You know, I'm not complaining with 2 dominations in a row. I love Dom. It's a fun game mode, so let's do it, baby. Let's see.
Yeah, it's like a box of chocolates. You never know what point you're gonna get. right? Like Forrest Gump said something like that, I think.
Yeah, we've actually hit the point in the broadcast where we're talking about Forrest Gump. It's been a long day, is what happened.
And I think now it's when I say we are well off of the goop. So that's where the mind is here. But 15 seconds before the bay doors open, and we have our mobile suits just clashing against one another. And you know, it seems like it's going to be C first, which I think really for both teams. And did what is Carl Sagan doing actually? Carl's actually back on the Ashamar, so no turn A for this one.
No butterfly in the sky. Oh, I think he was getting shot down quite often. He wasn't getting those 3-4K multi-kills he was known for before. So going to something maybe he's a lot more proficient in, at least on this map.
Well, one thing we saw there is Snake taking down his counterpart, so a bit of an edge for Dom Trooper for Toto 1010 fans, but the overall damage is not in their favor at all. They're just getting crushed by the poke damage of Masti, but if that converts into eliminations, we'll still have to see. Baronok's able to get one, but it's not as smooth as you'd expect for where it was a moment. But Profi just gets up and in there for a moment, giving some good space. And now we'll see if that's enough. Toto, though, again, is able to get control of the point. This is a key weakness of Masti. They're not prioritizing the point as much as they should be, and Toto gets more progress at times, even in fights that they lose.
Silver lining, though, is that if they hold this one outright, they'll get 30%. So they're going to take this lead for sure. And I think for Toto, they're going to opt to maybe just try and see if they can fight them off of A, and perhaps maybe even concede this, because why would you try and go after this fight? It does not make much in the way of sense. And Arrow's actually going to start it off with a big double kill there onto Profi and Enders. Carl Sagan, not to be left out of the fight as well, contributes to it too. This is the big fight win, but they're going to have to win another one once Masti are going to get their troops back in line.
Yeah, I like that you can depend on someone like Arrow, and his performance has only gotten better as the series goes on. You would think after like the long day that these teams have been competing, that sometimes your mechanics starts to fall off with, you know, your energy levels. But Arrow, he only gets powered up. His energy levels are at 9,000. He's probably drinking the new Gundam G Fuel, though. We'll have to ask him that in the interview if we get to see him. But either way, he's got the Hades G maneuver, and you gotta watch out.
And once more, this time though, you know, it's excusable Mafty's not on the point because everyone from Mafty just got eliminated. Toto bringing to bear the totality of the range poke, and you know, as mentioned, Arrow a lot to do with it, already building up another Hades ready to go here. And this is one of those things where there's 35 seconds left remaining. You look at Mafty, they do need to come back in here, but look at the damage coming in from Carl. Able to drop the napalm, zone out Mafty a little bit more, and finishes his own plate. Takes out Baranox, even if Baranox gets repaired. What a delay as the point continues to tick up.
Yeah, this has been gorgeous for Toto. At no point has Mafty been able to break through the defenses of Toto 1010 fans. Even when you had, you know, like Baranox on the flank, maybe trying to just cause some problems. I mean, Baranox has been pretty much here the entire time. He has not been able to move at all and has not really been able to contribute to the fight. But here comes the Trans Am. It's going to get activated now. Baranox is going to go in for the push. Finds few players are going to be very low, down low. But Nox is actually not to be left out of this fight as well. He will remove Enders from this one, forcing Baranox to have to go and use that Trans Am time to get into that one. But Devotion's going to throw down the Magnum Beam and obliterate a few members of Toto 1010 fans. So far, so good for Mafty. And you are going to get the flip over, but so much progress has been gained, Kiwi. So much.
The point goes to Toto first.
Yeah, Mafty are still pretty down bad at 30% after using, what, 2 or 3 G maneuvers. And Baranox, what a nice guy. After just using his G maneuver, went back to revive a friend because he really trusted Devotion on the Unicorn G maneuver to just absolutely dominate the high ground. And that's what they tried to do in theory. But Toto are approaching 80%. And this is round 1, and they're on match point. Mafty need to step it up.
Mafty right now, they need to step it up directly onto the point where possible. It's got to be flipped, whether it be early or late, but at this point they got to do it. They get the flip now as Enders finds some room with the Hades system, takes down a few. But now, as you take a look at, I need Mafty to be more progressive as they go forward here. They cannot just sit here and hold back. It changes in 5 seconds, unlocks 30 after. I need to see Masti be the first units on the point, even in a losing fight, because when they've been winning, they've been letting Toto get the first slip over and over again. It must change if they want to change their fate here in the series.
Well, maybe Profi's going to help out with that. Gets that first kill right onto Nox. The trade, though, removing the Ashamar from the fight, but there's just so much HP you're going to have to really just chunk through in order to get through Profi. Profi's waiting for them with open arms. Carl Sagan's going to go in there for the punch. Does big damage to him. 166 HP. Does not manage to get out of dodge with that one. Would have been gorgeous if he was able to do it. But Snake Nade gets brought right back in, excuse me. And that's the reason why you have to finish your targets. If you don't, that is exactly what ends up happening there. Although Snake Nade is going to fall, now we're down to the wire here, Kiwi.
Yeah, 94%. Toto, this is the last fight they need to win for round 1. And it all comes down to this. They're on the point, but Masti are on the high ground. G maneuver for Baranox, and he's on the Exia. Can he really make this happen? He's out getting the executions. 51 HP. He gets out.
No!
But no, disabled at the last second. Extra time for Toto when they have the arrow Hades from above. Masti, they don't stand a chance. They're out in the open, and they need to stay on the objective. But Arrow is brought down too low, so has to hide around the corner and conserve his life. Toto, they just need to have a full push, and Masti need to hold on for all the rest of these 30% and 30 seconds.
99% Toto. Can they stay in control? Masti's done a good job crawling back, and they do a little bit more. Profi drops the fin funnel, drops the point blank shots, and Masti crawling back from the abyss. It is point A, ride or die right now. We are not leaving this point until the round is over, and Masti has put themselves in a phenomenal spot. And even with some G maneuvers coming up from Toto, they have the option to go back in, and Golden Boy, it's your favorite time right now. Take a look at Casino, because the Nimbus is on its way.
He's waiting for the prime opportunity to go in for the pop, but Spoo's also going to have himself the Magnum. He goes for one shot, tries to chunk for another, has plenty more shots left in the tank, though, as he goes low. He's doing so much damage, you got to get onto this point, son, and they managed to do so. You have red players that are going to be circling all around it. There goes the flip, and they also hit him with the Nimbus. Casino's going to be tucked away in the back, but the flip comes in again for Masti, and Masti holds on. Despite the best efforts from Toto 1010 fans, Masti managed to get the critical round win.
From, what is that, a 70% comeback that Masti just did? My jaw is on the floor. I can't even count that high. Masti are literally doing a deja vu of the first series. Of this is how they force the game 5. Now they have to win another round, and it costed them so much to get to this point. And Toto thought they had it in the bag, and they didn't. The spaghetti's on the floor, ZP.
It is, and one thing I have to say here for Masti, they're starting to learn a little bit here. It's a multi-step progress, but you really just need one. And that step just needs to be on the point at the beginning, because it's something Toto's been doing well, but Masti started to challenge it there, not giving up the point immediately in the other end is part of why they were able to crawl and get things back. Also, great G maneuver generation in general. Profi, I think, probably had the play of the game there, where Profi came in with the fin funnel, cleared out space, effectively got 3 eliminations, though not credited for all of that. So, you know, it's a Sazabi that's the silent carry of the team at times, you know, even if not always shown. But in that case, Profi showed it.
Yeah, the Sazabi, when the funnels work, oh baby, do they work. And that is exactly what Profi, I mean, he's counting his lucky stars on that one there. But right off the gate here, you got Toto 1010, presence up on the high ground, Enders just poking back and forth, looking to put down some damage where he can. River as it stands here with this high ground control, you're feeling pretty good if you're Toto. But now we'll see what happens when this point unlocks, because that's really just been when the shenanigans have happened. Yeah, you'll get control of C, but then out of nowhere, before you know it, you just lost all the bodies after you just hopped onto the objective. Kind of like what's happening right now.
Toto are struggling. Spoo almost went in a little too quickly, didn't fully heal back up, and now Toto, it's just going to set Toto further behind. But Masti, holding on to C for now, having the high ground, building up towards some G maneuvers is how they can really get a solid lead going, because it was always Toto that were leading by 40, 50, 60%, and Masti having to climb back. For once, Masti can be in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Masti feel a little bit good right now, not coming from behind, and then some of us in Kaiser's super low, barely able to get a little bit of repairs that would have been disastrous for Masti as they look this up here on point A. Opens up in 9 seconds, but again, look at position towards the point. Toto in a better spot to instantly get the first cap in terms of the unlock. So the unlock's in 30 seconds, a little bit of time. We'll see if Masti's able to get the rotation on over. And they do! They take down one immediately, and it's a way better engage.
That was beautiful. Profi waited for the moment to go in for the fight, and then the rest of the team just followed him up right there. Carl Sagan, though, does pick up Spoo, which it's not really going to amount to all that much. It's more, it helps out that you're not waiting for the support off of the respawn, but the point's going to unlock. And look at Nox at the low ground. He's waiting for an opportunity to fly right on up. They're not expecting this one, but they also, at the very least, Toto needs to give Nox an opening. They need to give him an opportunity to be this disruptor, you know?
Absolutely. You have almost six G maneuvers online for Masti, and they're up by like 40-50% over Toto. This could be them forcing game 5/game 10 unless Toto cook something up. That's basically a miracle. Masti have the high ground, which is just great sidelines for your Unicorn Gundam. For now, Baranox can just get them weak enough, depend on the hit scan of his units and his teammates, and dive in just like that. He has his G maneuver too, but didn't want to fully commit to it. Found an isolated Sazabi, who manages to get away. Not really a duel he wanted to take either way. Toto took over the high ground though, and Masti find themselves in trouble. Not in terms of the score though, because it's still 80% to 8.
Yeah, I think if you're Masti, you're fine. They were actually super intelligent how they handled that. Toto, they had to invest a little bit there. Masti saw the writing wall and said, do we want to spend anything for 5 more seconds at this point? And the answer is no. And now they get to swagger in onto point B. Rich as can be. Golden Boy, as you take a look at this, the mountain to climb for Toto is going to be hard here. They need to strike first, or it's going to be over.
But Masti did the same thing. They did the same thing to Toto in the first round. So who knows? Toto could easily do it there, but there's the Nimbus and Casino's flying on by. Profi's going to get involved in the fight too. The point's going to unlock and become available. And Enders is in the fight too with that Hades. A big investment, but it was only going to be 2 G maneuvers that Masti put into that fight. They used the Hades and they also used the funnels too. Oh, and I stand corrected. They also used the Nimbus. They have 3 G maneuvers available for this next fight, and they only have 5% to gain here, Kiwi.
Can Masti do it? Force the game 5 extra time, but Toto have gotten a few picks. There's only 3 left for Masti, and Baranox looking for the clutch just like he did before. The trades go in. Baranox not able to be revived. Toto have to climb from the brink of defeat. 80% to 20%. They need 80%, really. The math is all there. Masti, they have the Ashamar G maneuver that was been used, and really, they're holding on.
The flip potentially coming in.
Get in. They gotta
get over. Surely not. And hold on. Toto saying we're gonna go feed forever. The flip comes back the other way. It's a flip for a flip for probably another flip because all the red that just popped up in the kill feed. Sazabi, Exponent coming on in, making his presence known before falling away. The flip comes in, 34 to 99. Surely this will not go to a 99-99. How can this be a thing?
This is it. We are not moving sites. We're staying right here in the middle of the map. There's no high ground. It's just gonna get real nasty down low. And they're about to cross 50% here. The first kill's coming in for Devotion. Is actually gonna get the benefit of that. And that is no Sazabi in this fight. So a big, meaty player is gonna be out of the fight here. Profi's trying to stay alive, and he's gonna pop the funnels potentially. Oh, he gets blasted! Blasted by the Magnum! And somehow Toto Tencent fans, they stabilize and they hold on for dear life.
Toto started at 20%. They're making the comeback of a lifetime. But this point is not flipping anywhere else. So they got to hold this like a fortress, like it's their own base. And Masti are on the hunt. They'll have the funnels of the Sazabi G maneuver. But remember, you have to live during that G maneuver or else the funnels are not going to keep going. And Masti, they drop from below. And Profi pops it. They got to protect him with everything. The damage goes into Toto. They're low, but they live. Arrow pops the Hades, and he's letting it rain too. Masti has dropped two, but Toto have lost more. The extra time, 99%. Masti have done it. Another game 5.
It just keeps on going. The ride doesn't stop. But we do know it has a stop, and it's going to be game 5 of the reset bracket after another game 5. The script writers couldn't write this. It wouldn't be believed.
Yeah. 10 games. 10 games being played. That's not even counting all the 3 games that we had leading into this. So if you're... How is Masti able to play? Like, I play 6... maybe 10 games of Evolution, and I'm spent. These guys play 10 in a grand finals for like money, you know?
I don't think they make makeup last this long. Okay, they got to come out with Gundam Evolution makeup that makes you last for game 10s. Okay, because this is the craziest Gundam Evolution. I feel like I need to go reapply another face, but either way, Masti have forced another series. Are they gonna do the reset and the ultimate win? Toto, I wouldn't have words for Toto if they mess this up.
I don't care who wins at this point. I'm so happy. All of these players, they should be so proud of themselves, just leaving it all out there. You know, obviously there's the money on the line, but to be able to say like there's nothing cooler than saying like I won a tournament, like that's a cool vibe. It's a good feeling, ZP. So both of these teams have just so much talent. I can't wait to see this next game. And how crazy would it be if we go to Harbor?
Yes, I mean you're stealing my punchline because going here and saying, look, if you go by maps that have been won by Toto, I'm just saying Harbor is there. It might all end on the area where sacrifices to the sea have happened, and it would be an interesting end because it plays quite differently. Oh yeah, there it is.
Oh my god.
Chaos wins.
I want to see some Mahiru again, though. That was like the most creative unit, and some more Sniper too. Just change things up a little bit for our game 10, huh?
Okay. Here's the thing. What happens if we tie on Harbor?
Game 11, baby! Let's go!
Look, I'm not speaking officially, but presumably I think we'd have to do another map, so we could. It would go further, potentially.
Oh.
I don't know.
Cruise things enough. Y'all have cruised it enough. I need y'all to just stop talking.
But Harbor is tieable. It's legitimately tieable.
I know, but you don't have to be so loud about it, Like,
I do really. I have my new thing I'm rooting for. I'm fully on board. The most chaotic ending we can get. Give me the Harbor team.
Well, here it is. It could only end this way. 2 teams squaring off for $9,000, and of course, more importantly, I would even say Gundam Evolution Showdown champions. Because how great would that feel after going through this war that both of these teams embarked in? And yes, we are going to get shenanigans. Yes, we are going to get Casino on the turn A. We're going to see Carl right back into GM Sniper, and Devotion's going to bust out some Sniper as well. I really think that this was one of the best grand finals that I've ever casted, just from a gameplay perspective. This has been so fun, ZP.
It really has. I mean, this stands out, and especially for someone that's casted as much as you have, well, I tell you, that says something. Also, I have other good news to report. I'm stealing the update here. I do have an update. If the map is tied, we go to another map, which will be selected by RNG, which also has the possibility of being tied. Let's go.
Oh, boy. All right, well, strap in, folks. It could be a long day. And look at look at Brophy just flying into the air like a majestic walrus, just looking to really make himself known in the sky, even though that's not the place that Sazabi is necessarily supposed to be in this game. But yeah, Kiwi, you have to wonder though, right? Like, can the snipes really be the difference maker? Because it was not necessarily the case for Masti before. They were getting shut down by Carl.
Yeah, you need a headshot to fully disable a unit, or probably I think 3 body shots to disable it, or 3 body shots. So it's tough for snipers unless you're sure for. I remember the last time ZP and I casted Harbor at the last showdown, it was like sniper central, and it was so oppressive in the right hands. And this first point, I really wonder how long it's going to be defended for, because all the action and all the stalemates happen at the point B. So we'll see how long it really takes.
I think part of it depends on how are the snipers doing? Are they hitting their shots? If Carl is hitting the ball on the defense, well, Masti might be held back a bit. Meanwhile, if Devotion's able to just get 1 or 2 eliminations and finish off the body the other way around, because it's very hard for the defense to get back here to point A for all the same reasons that it's hard for the offense to get point B. It's just a long way to travel. Carl picks up 2 though, and that's going to help the defense stall out this first point at least a little bit longer, despite how unstable it might be. And oh, he goes for the jump shot!
Jesus.
Of course! Get the space camera.
Oh my God! Carl Sagan, you absolute monster! That was beautiful! Coral! You gotta stop it, Coral! You gotta stop it, Coral!
We're gonna be in his video, guys, and all he's gonna hear is Coral! That was crazy. That second flick snipe, too.
Not yet.
And what's really cool about the G maneuver of the GM Sniper 2 is you can actually float once you use your jump pad. You can't float unless you're using your G maneuver. So in case you guys want to spice up your videos, take a tip or 2 from Carl Sagan.
Oh man, Carl pulling out all the stops, gets one after another. 1 shot to a unit's head, but can he find just one more here? The defense looking good for Toto. 2 minutes and 13 seconds left. It might not be a long Harbor match after all if this keeps up, as Carl on the prowl, looking for one more. What's it gonna be here in the back, hiding behind a full-on apartment building? That's about cover he needs as he goes for the flank.
That's usually what I do. Just use civilians for coverage. Ooh. In Gundam Evolution. But there goes the butterfly. Spread your wings and plant the seeds of love. As the butterfly is going to be good for them to be able to cap this. It is. And now this is where the hard part comes for Masti. The part that they couldn't figure out before, which was how the heck do we get to B?
That's $1 million question. I don't think history, science, all the philosophers in the world will ever solve it. I mean, we can ask Carl Sagan, but he's on the defense for now. He'll figure that out on his round. Masti, though, they have some G maneuvers they bought. They brought the Mahiru right back for Devotion, just to have that extra poke. He can lob those grenades over the building where Toto are setting up from. But Masti are already down 1, and the Hades has been popped by Arrow.
You know, the funniest part is, like, in between games, I saw some of the commentary people said, please, don't play the Mahiru in my games. Don't look at this. Do not do this at home. This is not normally just shooting the Mahiru shots over the wall. But look, for Masti, it was, like, one of the best attempts they had at making some room here, because they were a little bit outgunned by Carl Sagan on the GM Sniper, who's taking some interesting angles right now, trying to keep it fresh.
All right. So the hard part's been done. You got rid of the Sazabi. You actually opened the floodgates now. And this is the moment for you to actually make this push happen. You just got to try and remove some of these other players here. And look at that. The Methis going right back to safety. And actually, those twin blasters do a lot of damage, but it ain't going to matter all that much. Spoo's going to get taken out, though. They've made the progress, but the problem is if they lose this fight, they're right back where they started. And that is tough to have to break through with no like additional waypoint to give you the spawn control. What do you have to use here? And if you got to be careful too, because if you're Kaiser, you can just wait for them to maybe come around to the open side and push them off the map, but Kaiser's dead, so that's not really going to matter all that much.
Even with the recon G maneuver, Carl Sagan still can't tell between his teammates, but at least he can find foreheads every once in a while. And this is the box I wanted him to be in. What a headshot. And Mafty's push is dead. Even after winning that initial fight just to get them halfway to the point, Toto just played at the back of their spawns and played off of the snipes with Carl Sagan, and it worked out.
We thought it was a good idea to give Carl Sagan a sniper rifle. Who knew that this would be this overpowered in the situation? But you know what? He fell. But is it a situation where you get repaired back up? Yeah, he got repaired right back up. That was totally fine. Now we'll see if Carl can get right back at him. No. There's an APB out on Carl. Destroy this unit. Stop him. Stop his reign of terror. But you take a look at Mafty's running out of time. But look at this. This could be progress. Baranox on the point going, hey, come and get me. Come and get me and Enders right now. We're looking to get a little bit of progress. It would avert the potential draw, but it doesn't appear to be there just yet.
Some progress has been gained at the very least, though. But is it enough? Is it enough to get a tick on the board? And even though Profi manages to pick up a frag, he's going to be so low, about more than halfway, but he's still doing work with the funnels. They do lose out, though, on the Sazabi. That's just going to leave just 2 players left to have to deal with this. It's actually Casino, and I believe that was going to be Enders lurking about. No, that was Baranox. But either way, doesn't matter. Full-on disengage there from Baranox, right back where you started. You didn't get a tick, and that hurts.
Yeah, the kiting from Toto is so good. Every time they even take any type of pressure, they play at the back, they play their covers very intelligently, and Mafty are stuck always having to chase. It's this cat and mouse, but it feels like Mafty have been the mouse, but I guess this time they're a butterfly, as Casino's up in the sky this time, and he's got some good initial damage, and it's important to plan your destination on the butterfly, the Moonbeam Butterfly, which lands with the rest of his team, and the repairs allows Mafty to get a full push going towards point B. Here they come.
Yeah, they're on the way. Those repairs are huge. Not being able to finish off those kills. Take a look at the progress. Here we go. Heading on to point. There's 1 tick. The idea of the draw potentially fading away. Mafty has broken through the blockade. The pressure is mounting against Toto. Can they even get out of spawn? Carl can't grab the sightlines he had before. And as I say that, he finds one. Baranox at point blank range. Toto, can they push this back? Progress on the point still ticking up, but the kill feed going awfully red. Carl back into the fray. Is this gonna be it? 8 seconds ticking on down, and the walk back might be too far, but it's not without their prize. Mafty with 82.7.
That walk back is an eternity. So yeah, there was no shot that we're going to get back, but on Harbor to be able to get 82.7% gain against Toto of all teams. Like, you literally had Carl just taking faces. But I do want to give a shout out to Casino, though, because when they played this before and Casino busted out the turn A, I didn't really feel like he was getting anything out of that, any kind of value from the turn A. This time around, Casino was contributing to so many fights. And then most importantly, the butterfly, because that's the thing that you need to try and just break those setups and push your way through the choke. So big shout out to Casino for contributing quite a lot to the team.
Although we didn't get that full capture from Mafty on point B, 82% is incredibly impressive to do on how crazy that was. So I gotta say that I still think Mafty are in a very winnable position, and Toto have to be worried.
Yeah, and also, I have some news here, which is less relevant now that we got 82.7% because a draw is exceedingly less likely. But there is just another universe where the actual rules, it's not a random map. If we tied on Harbor, the map we'd go to next would be Harbor, and then Harbor again. The infinite Harbor is the world we could have lived in, but because of Mafty's heroic efforts and not finishing the final point and getting a nice uneven number, that's probably not going to come to pass. This should be the final round coming up.
So let's all in the chat just spam thank you, Mafty. So we can get a definitive winner here. Oh, man. You know what, those wild, ZP? They actually, Toto could have held him at point A.
I know.
That was a world where that would have happened, man. Oh, boy.
I don't think that's going to happen. Like, 82.7% is basically a cap, and Toto really struggled last time on point B. But Carl Sagan, his shots be looking really clean, though, so I'm not, like, doubling down on that take.
Well, as we mentioned that, it's Devotion that is the one that is doing the laundry, cleaning the kitchen, and going from there. Or as I say that, Carl starting to pick up his slack here. Both snipers picking their moments. And of course, this is good for the attackers here because tough point to defend, can't really sustain too many losses. So any elimination Carl Sagan gets, way more effective than his counterpart. But only so long as they're on point A is Carl on the hunt, looking for one more. Gets a quick reload in. Gonna look. Quick little peek here. Going around, building the building, apartment to apartment. He's going on the wide flank.
Yeah, he's inspecting. You know, actually, Carl Sagan doubles as a building inspector. So that's why he's looking for the, you know, where are the shenanigans. But so far, though, this is working out great here for Toto. A fast cap, which was not necessarily the case for Masti. I think they managed to bring them down to about a minute versus Toto now sitting here. And good God, Carl, relax for a minute there, buddy. I'm trying to talk. But he is just ripping faces with that sniper.
I'd like to see even Carl Sagan get into that middle box because that's where Devotion is, and that middle pillar is such a good power position for any sniper unit, and Carl Sagan has to pick left or right. Where is Devotion going to come from? But decides to just ignore it, Dono wall him, and focus on the rest of the team. Toto have already gotten halfway to the objective, and Masti should have been maybe holding a bit closer, so I'm surprised on how much space they're giving up here.
The tournament could be in the balance here. Toto, he'll make some big room. Carl with the big shot. 6 on 5. Masti must resecure, and oh, it's not happening. They're down Devotion. They're down Enders, who gets taken out by mine, might have been his own. And Toto coming in like a wave here on Harbor. Look at the progress tick up, already 50%. Is this the end of the tournament in Game 5 after the reset? They're almost there. Carl, shot after shot in the back. Just about there, and Toto, they do it! They take it all!
Wow.
Toto 1010 fans, congratulations, you are the Gundam Evolution Showdown champions. It could only end that way. 10 whole freaking maps, and we finally have a winner doing Toto 1010 proud. Oh, but what a game that was, Kiwi. And honestly, Carl Sagan, MVP. So many critical picks with Sniper. You just love to see it.
I love to see it. You know, it was actually all written in the stars. Toto 1010 fans are actually fans of Game 10s. It's 10, Toto 1010, Game 10. My brain hurts.
So we got another 10 to go is what you're saying, actually. That was only one set of 10s.
Who wants to do another 10 games? Let's go, folks. Let's have a good
another
one.
day, yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, man. No. It's immediately after this, actually. That's what we're going to do.
Scaring me.
Oh, man. Look at the replays here. Of course, starting with Carl. I mean, this guy was just a highlight reel of plays. I actually think, oh, yeah, these are all Carl highlights. That's how good he was that we're just showing you Carl highlights here.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Carl had himself a day, and it was better on the second round of Harbor where, first round, just a little bit of warm-up. Second round, it was time for the destruction. It had it all. Not only quick shots, 1, 2, 3, but also going into the air at the G maneuver, the land-to-air shot just to establish dominance. Carl had it all.
Yeah,
and the fact that Gundam Evolution is such a new esport, but if there's ever going to be a Gundam Evolution League down the road or more tournaments like this, third party or brought to you by Bandai Namco, Carl Sagan has to be on the #1 signings. You got to add all the 0-0s. The fact that, you brought out the GM2 sniper, the Ashimar, Turn A Gundam.
Turn A.
I can't even name all the different units that he ended up playing and was really proficient at every single one.
And there you have it, folks. Toto 1010 fans. A name that, when we first read it, sounded rather ridiculous. But after saying it 500 times in a broadcast, this is my life now. They are the winners as they walk away 3-2. And a huge shout out to Masti, forcing the bracket reset, getting to this position, going to Game 5. Just when he thought that Masti lost it all, ZP, they clawed back in. But ultimately, Carl Sagan and Harbor would be their undoing, but they gave us one hell of a tournament, Zeke.
Yeah, they did. And, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, there is just first and second place, but if there's like a footnote there, they're basically, just 1 decimal point away from also first place. What a tournament run to bring it on back, to force the reset and go from there. Nothing to be ashamed of if you're Masti, bringing Toto to the limit, but you also got to give Toto credit for recovering, adapting, learning some lessons in that first reset and applying it to the next. Really great format and the best possible conclusion.
And look at that prize pool too. Sheesh.
$9,000 for these 6 players right here. Congratulations to Toto 1010 fans as they walk away with the victory. Spoo, Carl Sagan, Arrow, Nox, Exponent, and Snake Nade. These guys threw it all out there. They were dominant throughout the qualifiers, proved that they were human and could lose some games, lost the series, a bracket reset against Masti, and ultimately clutched up on a big pick for them on Harbor. I'm very, very pleased with how this all kind of played out. And we are waiting to see who we get for an interview. Of course, if the players elect not to, it's perfectly fine because we have been doing this for almost 10 hours. So I think that's okay if they decide that they don't want to chat. But
GB, give them the threat.
GG's.
Say you do the interview or you go back to Harbor for another 5 maps. That's how it goes.
Yeah. So
No
someone in the
negotiation.
chat said casters just have to hold their bladders. Yep. That's pretty much how it goes. We're sipping water and holding bladders, right, Kiwi?
Yeah. We have these small 2-minute breaks where you're either making yourself a new Gundam G Fuel or you're going to the bathroom. You really have to pick one, hydration or the opposite, dehydrating yourself. Right.
No.
And snacks.
There's
no?
another word. You
That's
probably won't want to
dehydration
say
right
that
there,
one.
directly to the brain.
You know what I'm trying to say. You dehydrate yourself.
Oh man, this has been a fun time for sure as we await to find out if we're going to talk with one of the players. But I think like one thing that this has done is shown me that when it comes to how good I am at Gundam Evolution, oh my, I am garbage. Like I
You're
thought my
garbage, then I'm dog water. I don't know what to say.
I thought my Ashimar was a beast, and it turns out that it was just too much. Oh, these guys are fantastic. But I think we are actually going to end up hearing from Exponent in a little bit here. So hopefully we'll get words with him. Unfortunately, Carl, wanted to just kind of chill out and decompress. Completely reasonable and understandable. We thank the team for taking the time to speak with us here, but yeah, now I just want to play more Gundam. That's kind
we should go over all of our mains because we're all claiming that we play the game, but we should all I've talked a lot about my Sazabi, my Dom Trooper, GB, your Ashimar. What else are you good at?
Yeah, I play Ashimar, Grandpa Gundam for sure. The RX-78 is my boo. It's my favorite. Well, it's just my favorite mobile suit, pretty much in the entirety of the franchise. And I play Methis a crap ton. I love Methis.
Oh wow!
Just picked up Unicorn though. I'm garbage with Unicorn, but I might get a little bit better. ZP, what about you?
For me, definitely like the GM Sniper were applicable. Part of why Harbor is great. I can play Sniper without feeling like I'm griefing the team. Also, feel pretty good on it. Pale Rider, hit or miss depending on it, but I do like playing Pale Rider quite a bit. It's just consistent damage. And if I want to grief or feel like the other team is just destroying us with Barbados, I'll bring out a Barbados of my own, and I am not very good at that hero whatsoever. It is out of my wheelhouse, but hey, you gotta learn sometime. That's my 3.
Hey, Barbados, if you want to int, pick Barbados up. But also, if you want to just pick up any of the new units, pick up the Season 2 pass. There's even some neat skins. Gravity Chaos is my new favorite one. It's purple, it's shiny, it's metallic. It's everything that you need. Especially new Gundam came out. I know we didn't see anyone but Arrow play it, but new Gundam is really fun. And I like that there's just interesting mechanics around how many marks you got to do and stuff. But finally, our interview is ready, GB. Take it away.
Hey, what's up, Exponent? Congratulations, man. How's it feel to win after playing for 15 hours?
Feels absolutely phenomenal. I mean, genuinely, it was such a team effort. We all put in a lot of work, and with a long tournament, it really starts to wear on you. But we definitely had our second win coming in after that bracket reset to pull through and really win.
I just had a quick question, real fast though. What is your guys' competitive experience, your competitive background, if you don't mind me asking?
Absolutely. So I don't know everybody's exact competitive experience, but I know that Carl Sagan played a whole lot of Paladins and Overwatch. I know that Arrow also played a bunch of Overwatch, and then everybody has had at least some competitive experience. I myself played Splitgate competitively, and then I think this was Nox's debut for a competitive esports, which is very exciting.
Oh, that's so sick.
Oh, and Stu played Team Fortress 2. And was very good. He's used to all the shotgun players there, so his movement's pretty insane.
I'd love to know the story behind your team, like how y'all came together, especially the team name of Toto 1010 fans. Is Toto out there watching or what?
I sure hope so. I mean, she's really all of our biggest fans. I mean, she's just the best VTuber out there, and I think Carl Sagan may fancy her a little bit. So I don't know, something like that.
That's why he had no time for the interview. Clearly, he wants to go tell him the good news.
Throwing him under the bus right now.
Oh my god!
And we all ended up getting together, just all longtime players of the game, and we just messaged around and we all got put together. We tried different people out, and this is the roster that we ended up settling on. Yeah.
So my question here is, when you were watching lower bracket finals, because you guys did earn yourselves a bit of a break. It's kind of a two-parter here. Number one, who did you want to play again? Was it skill issue, or did you want your shot at Masti? And also, what made playing against those teams so different? Because skill issue in particular definitely took a different approach to the game than I think either you or Masti did, really.
For sure. So we actually wanted to play Masti. We'd played every other team, and we wanted to make sure that if we were winning this tournament, that we were going to beat every single team that we could. And we're really glad that we had the opportunity to play them. And hats off to them. They played some phenomenal game. They, took a series off of us and made us play the reset, and it was a ton of fun. As for skill issue and what made those two teams very different, so skill issue was playing a much heavier dive composition with the Barbatos, and that was really forcing us to try and play a lot more passively as we're playing a lot more a structured team comp with our Pale Rider and oftentimes Methus, and those two were definitely able to give us a backbone. And then whether we had Carl on Ashamar for his Molly, it just really forced us to play back. And playing against Masti here, it was they played a lot more reserved. They were holding a lot better angles when we were trying to push in, and the coordination that we were running into made it a lot difficult for us to execute some of our pushes.
Okay. Well, last question before we go. Well, not even a question. Floor is yours, man. Any shout outs you want to give before I let you go, bud? You're a champion.
No, absolutely. Shout out to, everybody on our team. I know Snake Nade's a streamer along with Carl and some of the others, and they've absolutely phenomenal players. Shout out to Toto 1010, our biggest fan, and really hats off to everybody who played in the tournament. It was a good bout of fun, and it really, I see a lot of potential with this scene with how this tournament went.
Yeah, well, hey, man, congratulations on a very hard-fought victory. Well-earned, and look forward to seeing what you guys do in the future. Congratulations once again, bud.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
All right, well, there you have it. You heard from the champion, the Sazabi main exponent holding it down with the tank on the fort. But, yeah, guys, this is it. Kiwi, any final thoughts before we close things out?
This has been I know there's only been 2, but there's more around the corner. Gundam Evolution Showdowns are happening every year. And we had this new open format where we had 50 something teams that signed up, all came down to the 4. We had a game 10. The competition doesn't get any tighter than this, no matter what game you come from. If you come from a game or not, get involved with Gundam Evolution while it's in its grassroots scene. You never know what the future holds for yourself or for the game. And there's more units on the way too, so if you don't find something now that you can play, there's bound to be a unit that's going to be perfect for you. And I just am so glad to be back with y'all and my favorite people casting this.
Yeah, and for me on this, I just have to say that it's been incredible to see the growth of Gundam as an esport here, where look at the comparison between Showdown 1, which was a lot of fun, and Showdown 2, which was just one of the most ridiculous things I think I've cast in terms of how close it was, how everything went to the wire. The level of play just skyrocketed, and if this was Season 2, Showdown 2, I can't wait to see what 3 might be, because it's going to be hard to top this one, but I know it's possible.
Yeah, it's man, it's hard to top a grand finals like this. But once again, the day belongs to Toto 1010 fans. Congratulations, though, to all the teams that participated in this. It obviously was a hard-fought competition, over 50 teams, but only one left standing. We'll look forward to the future of Gundam Evolution Esports. Follow Gundam Evolution Esports on Twitter at GEVO Esports. Find out all the updates for when the next tournament is going to be coming up along the horizon. And for now, keep playing some more Gundam Evolution. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Peace.